Chapter 1. The Journey Through Time. In a state of drowsy confusion, Lin Xiaoran sensed a multitude of voices echoing incessantly in her ears. She was not nestled in her rented studio apartment. How could there be so much noise around her? Lost in her daze, a shrill feminine voice suddenly pierced the air beside her bed. It's all Lin Xiaoran's own fault. Who told her to consistently look down upon the villagers, to complain about this and that? In the end, the team leader became displeased with us educated youths, forcing us to labor tirelessly upon our arrival. Ultimately, she brought this upon herself by suffering heat stroke, and now she has dragged us all down with her. Another melodious voice chimed in. All right, let's not dwell on it. I believe Comrade Lin did not intend for any of this. She has only just arrived 2 days ago. It's only natural that she hasn't adjusted yet. Moreover, she is still unwell, and we should all show her some understanding. Ching, you are too kind-hearted. It's good that you care for her, but it's a pity that some individuals have no sense of gratitude. Beware of doing good deeds that go unappreciated. You may, Ching, let's step outside for now and allow Comrade Lin to rest properly. A brisk female voice interjected. The sound of a door creaking shut and footsteps gradually fading away brought silence back to the room. Where am I? How did I end up here? Yet, why do you Mei and Ching sound so familiar? Suddenly struck with alarm, Lin Xiaoran realized this was the very novel she had stayed up all night reading just yesterday. She had pursued the story merely because the female cannon fodder shared her name, and now she had unwittingly found herself inhabiting the body of that ill-fated character. In the novel's conclusion, this character faced a dismal fate, betrayed and abandoned. She ultimately passed away far from home, unable to return to her loving parents. No. This is still the period when the protagonist and supporting characters have just arrived in the countryside. There is still time to alter my destiny. However, the thought of her modern self loomed large as she collapsed from exhaustion. Her parents would undoubtedly be devastated upon hearing the news. Thankfully, her brother was there to care for them. She hoped her parents wouldn't be too heartbroken. As Lin Xiaoran contemplated her future in this unfamiliar era, a wave of panic washed over her. She was a stranger in a foreign land, and it was now 1972 in Huagua. History would follow its course, and it wouldn't be until 1977 that the college entrance examinations would resume. She had to wait 5 long years before she could return to the city to take the exams. If only she could possess a space like those characters in novels. Just as this thought flickered through her mind, she suddenly found herself in a different location. Had she traversed time again? Where was she just moments ago? The previous bed reappeared, leading her to wonder if she had entered some mystical realm. As she pondered, she discovered she had returned to that expansive area once more. She surveyed the space for any items, for they would be vital to her survival in the future. To her astonishment, she found a very modern apartment. Wasn't this her own? How wonderful! It seemed her apartment was stocked with a plethora of supplies. Having been engrossed in novels, she had neglected to shop, instead ordering a vast array of food and necessities online. Counting her supplies, she found 3 boxes of instant noodles, 2 boxes of ham, and 2 cans of milk powder essential for combating her frequent anemia. Additionally, there was a 50-pound bag of rice, 2 boxes of 30-pound noodles, 50 eggs, a box of milk, a box of chocolates, a box of bread, a few bags of milk candy, and several bags of brown sugar she had purchased during her menstrual cycle. These provisions would sustain her for a while. It appeared there was also an empty plot of land outside her apartment where she could plant some food. Noticing a small pond by the edge of the land, she wondered about its potential uses. She filled a cup with water and took a sip. Wow, it was incredibly sweet, invigorating her spirit immensely. Could this be the fabled spring water? Feeling reassured, she finished the cup, only to discover a thick layer of grime and oil coating her skin. She hadn't realized there were so many impurities in her body. She needed to wash up immediately. Chapter 2. The Situation at the Educated Youth Point. After washing, Lin Xiaoran was amazed to find her skin radiant and fair, her eyes bright, and her figure curvaceous, a charming beauty. However, she recalled that being too beautiful in this era could pose dangers, and she would need to exercise caution. She had been in the space for a while now. She wondered what the situation outside was like. Upon stepping out, she glanced at the watch left on the bedside table and discovered that not much time had passed. It seemed time flowed slower in the space. Opening the original owner's wardrobe, she found an abundance of clothing and food, indicating she had been quite cherished at home. Inspecting a box meant for money, she discovered 230 yuan and various tickets, all still intact. Having only been in the countryside for 2 days, the original owner had yet to spend any of it, thus benefiting Lin Xiaoran. While this might seem trivial in the modern world, it was a substantial fortune in an era where a few cents could buy a lot. The original owner's parents must have loved her dearly. Since she had now taken over this body, she would honor her parents well. She stored 200 yuan and most of the tickets in her space, keeping 30 yuan aside for personal use. Given that everyone was still unfamiliar with one another, she need not worry about appearing too different from the original owner. Stepping outside, she found the educated youth point to be a large courtyard. The male youths were housed in an adjacent larger room. This time, 6 new youths had arrived, 3 males and 3 females along with some older youths who had come down earlier. In total, there were 7 males and 5 females, and most of the educated youths had already returned. Ah, our illustrious Miss Lin has finally risen. She luxuriated for 2 days while the rest of us toiled away. How unfair. Yu Mai's voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention to Lin Xiaoran. Comrade Lin, you seem to be feeling better. Your complexion looks good. You should be fine now, right? The speaker was the elder sister of the group, Chao Lihua, who had been in the countryside for several years and had assisted the original owner upon her arrival. Her demeanor was cheerful and generous. Much better. Thank you all for your concern. I just arrived 2 days ago and perhaps didn't adjust my mindset properly. I apologize for causing everyone trouble. Several male youths eagerly chimed in that it was only natural to struggle with such a sudden transition, assuring her it was no trouble at all. Humph. Just know how to charm others. You can't even fill your stomach. Yu Mei scoffed, observing the male youth's attempts to win favor with Lin Xiaoran. The boys felt a bit awkward at her remark, yet it was only human nature to appreciate beauty. Lin Xiaoran had been spoiled by her parents since childhood, making her far more attractive than most of the wan and emaciated girls around her. Now, after being nourished by the spring water, her skin was even more delicate and radiant, so it was only natural for the male youths to react as they did. As the atmosphere grew quiet, the female protagonist smiled and said, "Yu Mei, you have a sharp tongue but a kind heart. She means no harm. However, Xiaoran, you truly do look splendid today." Hearing the protagonist's words, Lin Xiaoran reminded herself to remain cautious. If her oddities were discovered, it would spell trouble. Maintaining a serene facade, she smiled and replied, "Perhaps I look better because I haven't been working in the fields for 2 days. Since I've been ill, everyone has taken great care of me, so as a token of my gratitude, I shall prepare lunch for everyone this week." "Xiaoran, you can cook?" The group gasped in surprise, for her delicate appearance suggested she had been coddled at home. They doubted her culinary skills. Although no one voiced their skepticism, Lin Xiaoran could read their disbelief in their expressions. The original owner had indeed lacked cooking skills, but having lived in the modern world for many years, she had developed a fondness for cooking and had honed her skills over the years. "You'll see for yourselves at lunchtime," Lin Xiaoran teased, leaving them in suspense. At lunchtime, she discovered that the educated youth point primarily had coarse grains, cornmeal, and an abundance of potatoes and sweet potatoes. Fine grains were largely unaffordable, and since the youths had only just arrived, they were relying on advance rations from the village, which they would repay with labor points at the end of the year. Thus, every meal was a struggle to fill their stomachs, as only those with better conditions received supplies from home, while the others depended on their labor points for survival. Chapter 3 at noon. The male protagonist's lunch consisted of a corn cake for each person, accompanied by a generous platter of stir-fried potato shreds and a bowl of wild vegetable soup for everyone. Once seated, the group took a bite of the corn cake, pleasantly surprised by its delightful flavor. As they sampled the other dishes, it became evident that they far surpassed the culinary creations of their fellow youth. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. None could have anticipated that Lin, the youth, possessed such remarkable culinary skills. "Lin, I never would have guessed that someone so delicate could prepare such delicious food." Chao Lihua praised Xiaoran. Feeling a bit bashful, Xiaoran suddenly sensed an intense gaze directed at her from across the table. Looking up, she found herself locking eyes with a pair of profound and captivating orbs. The owner of those eyes was strikingly handsome, with chiseled features, a prominent nose, and well-defined lips, he was even more attractive than many of the male stars currently gracing the entertainment industry. Who was he? How had she not noticed such an outstanding individual until now? Just then, the male youth spoke. "Jinghua, what's wrong?" "I'm fine. Just eat your meal," came the response, his voice rich and magnetic, instilling a sense of security. However, Xiaoran was already lost in thoughts of her own. Gu Jinghua, was none other than the male lead in this narrative. Gu Jinghua hailed from the capital. His father was a high-ranking army officer, and his mother served as the chief physician at a prestigious hospital. He had come here due to the tumultuous state of affairs during this period. Initially, he intended to join the military, but given the current political strife in the capital and the complexities of military life, his mother advised him to gain experience in the countryside before enlisting. Since his arrival, it was evident to all that he came from a distinguished background, which naturally earned him the respect of the other male youths. Reflecting on the original protagonist's fate, who had desperately pursued the male lead only to be ostracized by the other female youths and subtly manipulated by the female lead, leading to a tragic downfall and the loss of her reputation, Xiaoran resolved to distance herself from both the male and female leads. Only by doing so could she evade the original protagonist's grim destiny. After lunch, 2 other female youths took on the task of washing dishes, while the male youths were responsible for fetching water and gathering firewood, their roles clearly delineated. The group enjoyed a 1-hour break, as it was still early summer and not overly hot, though the afternoon sun would be quite intense. Contemplating the afternoon's task of tilling the fields filled Xiaoran with trepidation. However, given the current circumstances, she realized that if she complained like the original protagonist, she would irrevocably tarnish her image in the eyes of others, which would be detrimental to her dada. But I still have the spring water. She mused that if worse comes to worst, I can fill a flask with it for the afternoon. She couldn't help but admire how the original protagonist's parents indulged their daughter, including her brother, who served in the military and frequently sent various rations, including a military canteen, which was a rarity in ordinary households. She resolved to take good care of these relatives in the future. Later, under the blazing sun, they arrived at the fields. Most of the youthful workers had only recently arrived in the countryside, so each old youth guided a newcomer. Xiaoran was paired with Chao Lihua. "Lin, just watch how I do it, and you can follow my lead. Once we finish this plot, we can call it a day." "All right, Lihua. Please, just call me Xiaoran. Thank you for your care these past few days." "Sure thing, Xiaoran," Chao Lihua thought to herself, appreciating Xiaoran's amiable nature, suspecting that her previous discomfort stemmed from the adjustment period that as Xiaoran swung the hoe. She felt her arms grow numb with each strike, yet she persevered through the discomfort. Soon, her palms burned with pain. The original protagonist's delicate skin intensified her sensitivity to pain, leaving her on the verge of tears. The thought of enduring such labor daily filled her with despair. "Xiaoran, remember to bring gloves next time. It won't hurt as much," Chao Lihua gently reminded her, noticing Xiaoran's obvious discomfort. "Thank you, Lihua," observing the villagers working passionately around her. Xiaoran felt the fervor and determination that characterized the people of this era. Their unwavering faith and zeal contrasted sharply with the lack of such enthusiasm in modern life. Chapter 4 for Xiaoran. This experience was infectious. After sipping from the spring water, her fatigue dissipated, enabling her to resume her work with renewed vigor. The afternoon slipped by, and when it was time to finish, Xiaoran felt as if her waist belonged to someone else. Her fingertips raw and blistered. Seeing Xiaoran in such a state, tiny and fragile, reminiscent of her younger sister, Chao Lihua's heart swelled with compassion. "Xiaoran, let me help you back. And remember to apply some ointment on your fingers tonight. It will ease the pain for tomorrow." Xiaoran nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a daisy in the breeze. As they walked back, the villagers couldn't help but feel sympathy for her, despite her delicate appearance. She had not complained as she had before and had worked tirelessly all afternoon without a break, proving herself to be a commendable young woman. Unbeknownst to Xiaoran, she was gradually changing the villagers' perception of her. Upon returning to the youth center, exhausted and famished, Xiaoran opened her cupboard and eagerly devoured some pastries. She was ravenous, having eaten so little at noon and lacking any oil or meat. The thought of meat made her mouth water. Surely the original protagonist had not enjoyed meat in quite some time. However, with so many people around, indulging in meat was impractical. Fortunately, she learned from Lihua that the youth could purchase goods in the county the next day, allowing her to treat herself at a state-run restaurant. Dinner was prepared by another female youth, and after the meal, everyone agreed that Xiaoran's cooking was truly exceptional. Yet they couldn't impose upon her to cook every day, as the meals were meant to be shared among the group. Eating the coarse grain cakes proved to be a challenge, but these mixed grain cakes were a luxury for many families. So they swallowed slowly. Evening bathing was inconvenient without a proper restroom, so they could only wash up briefly. Thankfully, Sharon had her space where she could bathe. Once everyone fell asleep, she stealthily slipped into her space and soaked in the spring water, which alleviated all her aches, leaving her skin as soft as silk. Grateful for the spring water, she realized how dire her situation would have been without it. Rising early the next morning at 5, Shaoran prepared for the village tractor's trip to the county market. The villagers were already bustling about, eager to secure their places on the tractor. Upon reaching the village entrance, she noticed the tractor was already packed with people. "Lin, there's still room here," called out a kindly aunt. Surprised, Shaoran turned to the woman. "Thank you, Annie. May I ask who you are?" "I'm the brigade leader's wife, and I have a fondness for pretty young ladies like you." "You bring a sense of joy," the aunt replied. "Thank you, Annie." Sharon's cheeks flushed, resembling a blooming rose, drawing the attention of the men on the tractor, especially since she had donned a dress from the original protagonist's home. Standing out among the drab crowd, Yu Mei, observing from the sidelines, felt an overwhelming sense of jealousy, yet the female lead maintained her composed smile. After a bumpy 2-hour ride, they finally reached the county. Shaoran felt as though her backside would be bruised from the ordeal. "Shaoran, where do you plan to go?" asked Xiao Lihua. "I intend to stop by the post office to see if my parents have sent me any letters." "What about you, Lihua?" "I'll visit the supply and marketing cooperative. I feel I'm missing a lot of essentials that I want to accompany you. Let's meet at the state-run restaurant for lunch." "Sounds good, but be careful on your own." Upon arriving at the post office, Shaoran presented her identification and inquired about any letters addressed to her. The postal worker retrieved a large, heavy package and handed it to her, struggling to hold it. Shaoran planned to find a secluded spot to store the package in her space before returning home. As she stepped outside, she accidentally bumped into someone, her nose colliding painfully with a firm chest. "Ouch!" she exclaimed, nearly in tears, her package still in the stranger's arms, leaving her no time to shield her nose. "Are you all right, Lin?" came a familiar, magnetic voice. Chapter 5. Am I all right? My nose feels like it's going to be broken. Despite the soothing quality of the voice, Shaoran instinctively snapped back, her words soft and laced with the hint of tears. Looking up, she realized she had collided with a male lead. The Jiyu Jingwa found the petite girl in his arms utterly endearing. Her gentle voice tugged at his heartstrings, though he maintained a composed exterior, discreetly supporting her burdened arms. "Dio, you need to see a doctor." "Is it serious?" No, it will be fine in a moment." Shaoran thought to herself that avoiding him was already a challenge. Going to a doctor was out of the question, especially if the female lead found out, as it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Indeed, although the female protagonist currently exhibits no affection for the male lead, Lin Shaoran, having read the novel, is aware that upon arriving in the countryside, the female lead develops a fondness for the male lead. However, unlike the other suitors, she subtly reveals a side of herself that distinguishes her from other girls, approaching the male lead with quiet grace. Ultimately, the male lead finds her presence agreeable. After the college entrance examination, Gu Jingwa directly takes the package from Sharon's hands and says, "Weren't you supposed to meet with the others for lunch at the state-run restaurant?" At this moment, they should have already gathered. "Allow me to carry it for you." "Oh, Gu Jiqing, there's no need. I can manage on my own." In the midst of their conversation, Gu Jingwa strides towards the state-run restaurant with the package in hand. Left with no choice, Shaoran hastens to catch up with him. Upon arriving at the restaurant, she discovers that most of the young intellectuals have already assembled. "Shaoran, over here." Xiao Lihua waves at her. Shaoran notices that the female young intellectuals are seated at one table, while the male young intellectuals occupy a neighboring one. "Hey, Lin Shaoran, why are you with Gu Jiqing?" Yu Mei's tone is laced with envy, and the female lead also directs her gaze toward Shaoran. Shaoran thinks to herself that the female lead must be displeased to see her with a male lead. Yet she merely smiles and says, "Gu Jiqing was just helping me with my heavy package." In an effort to divert everyone's attention, she inquires, "What are you all eating?" Shaoran observes that the male young intellectuals have ordered 3 dishes: braised pork with vermicelli, and a vegetarian dish of cabbage. The young intellectuals, having recently arrived from the city, still possess some savings and are craving meat after so long without it. The female young intellectuals, however, have kept it simple. The female lead has purchased 2 buns. Chao Lihua has bought 2 large steamed buns, while Hu Yuemei has ordered pork with vermicelli and a bowl of rice. Sharon reflects that since her arrival, she has not eaten meat, and the thought of it makes her mouth water. Consequently, she orders a serving of braised pork and a bowl of rice. She notices that although the food at the state-run restaurant is quite expensive, the portions are generous. Observing that Chao Lihua has only eaten 2 buns, she shares some of her meat with her, saying, "Sister Lihua, this portion is too much for me to finish alone. Let's share it." Chao Lihua hurriedly declines, saying, "No, Shaoran, you enjoyed it, it's perfectly fine. Sister Lihua, I truly appreciate your care over these past few days, and I really can't finish this alone. It would be a shame to waste it. Let's eat together." Sitting nearby, Hu Yuemei scoffs at the scene. Although Chao Lihua feels a bit embarrassed, she cannot refuse the offer, as it has been a long time since she last had meat. After lunch, Sharon accompanies Chao Lihua to the county supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some necessities that are in the countryside. Supplies are indeed scarce, but fortunately, Sharon has plenty in her space. She buys some seasonings, intending to cook for herself next time to supplement her nutrition, and uses her snack tickets to buy some pastries for when hunger strikes. Additionally, she purchases 2 bags of milk candies and brown sugar, along with a few other odds and ends. Upon exiting, both she and Chao Lihua are laden with bags. Sharon cannot help but exclaim, regardless of the era, women are always shopaholics. When they reach the meeting point, they find that everyone has already arrived. On the journey back, Sharon notices that everyone has purchased a considerable amount of goods, and the vehicle is filled with the young intellectuals' purchases. The nearby aunties look on with envy and resentment, remarking, "These young intellectuals truly know how to spend money." Due to the abundance of items, the ride back is even more cramped, and Shaoran can only endure in silence, feeling as if her legs might give out from exhaustion. Thankfully, the group engages in conversation, and they soon arrive. Chapter 6. Harvesting corn. Upon returning to the young intellectual station, Sharon opens the package sent by the original protagonist's parents and discovers it contains 2 cans of meat, a bag of white rabbit milk candies, and a jar of powdered milk, alongside several thick garments that the original protagonist had not brought. Seeing these items, she feels that the original protagonist is truly fortunate to have such loving parents. Although she resides in a difficult and backward place, having family makes her situation far from dire, certainly better than being in the shoes of those who are unloved by their parents. With this thought, she quickly locks away the edible items in her trunk, as food is precious in this era and should not be seen by others. However, since it is still late summer and the weather remains warm, she sets the clothing aside for now. Since everyone enjoyed a hearty lunch and returned with snacks, the evening meal is kept simple, consisting of a large pot of wild vegetable soup, with each person receiving a whole grain bun. The taste is rather unpalatable, but they must gradually adapt. Shaoran muses that this cannot continue. Enduring such hardship with inadequate nutrition is no wonder that the locals appear pallid, with few looking healthy. Although she possesses private rations, the communal cooking does not lend itself to her discreetly preparing her own meals, as it would be too easy for others to notice. Alas, she can only ponder slowly devising a plan to see if she can secure a separate living arrangement. Early the next morning, Shaoran fills a jug with diluted spiritual spring water and brings along some pastries and white rabbit milk candies. Breakfast consists of a coarse grain bun for each person, which will likely leave them hungry before noon. Today, the female young intellectuals are tasked with harvesting corn, while the male young intellectuals will carry it back, knowing they will be in the cornfield. Shaoran deliberately dons long sleeves and pants to protect her skin from the corn husks and leaves. Upon arriving at the field, they find vast expanses of corn. The team leader assigns Chao Lihua to lead Shaoran in their section, while the female lead and you may work in a nearby plot. Due to the lesser strength of the girls, the female young intellectuals earn 5 work points for the day, while the males earn 7. Shaoran and Chao Lihua begin harvesting corn together. After a while, their bags are filled, and they see the male young intellectuals coming over to carry the harvest away. Soon, everyone is panting from exhaustion. Yet with a scorekeeper present, no one dares to slack off, as they still owe the team grain, and without hard work, they cannot hope to be adequately fed. Once Shaoran and Lihua have filled 2 bags, she inadvertently turns and sees Gu Jingwo approaching. With his sleeves rolled up, his muscular arms glisten with sweat trickling down his forehead and into his collar, dampening his shirt, revealing his well-defined physique. An aura of masculinity surrounds him, causing Xiaoran to blush and her heart to race. Noticing Xiaoran's flushed cheeks, Li Hua exclaims, "Xiaoran, why is your face so red? Have you been sunstroke? Do you need to take a break?" Xiaoran shyly responds, "Sister Li Hua, I'm fine, just a bit sunburned, that I can keep going. Otherwise, others will think we're slacking off." "Very well, but don't overexert yourself. What if you do get sunstroke?" Li Hua, seeing that Xiaoran is indeed all right, resumes harvesting corn at that moment. Gu Jingwu approaches their section, that he glances at Xiaoran and notices her sunburned face, which evokes a sense of sympathy within him that he removes his straw hat and approaches Xiaoran, saying, "Comrade Lin, I have a hat here. You should wear it, it's far too hot for a girl like you." With that, he places the hat onto her head. Xiaoran hastily declines, saying, "Comrade Gu, you are too kind. You wear it, that I'll ask the other members in the brigade if they have an extra hat to swap." That as she speaks, she attempts to remove the hat, but Gu Jingwu, seeing her actions, gently takes her hand and places the hat back on her head. Xiaoran feels the warmth of his hand and is taken aback, quickly retracting her OW and Gu Jingwu, too, feels the softness of her hand, its delicate skin sending a thrill through him, and he wishes to hold it longer. Nevertheless, he firmly places the hat atop Xiaoran's head and then lifts 2 bags of corn to carry away. Chao Lihua, having observed the interaction, remains silent while Gu Jingwu is present, but once he departs, Lihua looks at Xiaoran with a teasing glint in her eye. Xiaoran's face turns crimson as she says, "Sister Lihua, please don't misunderstand. Comrade Gu is simply being considerate, worried that I might suffer from the heat. Anyone would do the same. Now, let's hurry. I need to return to the young intellectual station to prepare dinner." Lihua, sensing Xiaoran's sincerity, refrains from further comment. After a while, noticing the time nearing 11, Xiaoran turns to Lihua and says, "Sister Lihua, I shall head back to cook now." Lihua nods in agreement and continues her work. Chapter 7. Conflict at the Young Intellectual Station. Upon returning to the Young Intellectual Station, Xiaoran contemplates that everyone must be quite fatigued, and thus, lunch should be something filling to sustain them for the afternoon. She prepares a mixture of fine and coarse grains, adding plenty of potatoes to create a batch of potato cakes. She then briefly blanches the wild vegetables in hot water, drains them, and combines them with a bit of oil and salt for seasoning, crafting a refreshing salad perfect for the hot summer weather. Just as Xiaoran's meal is nearing completion, the young intellectuals begin to trickle back. As they enter the courtyard, the aroma wafts through the air, heightening their hunger and piquing their curiosity about the delicious food Xiaoran has prepared. Unable to contain their excitement, they rush into the kitchen to see what delectable dishes await them. During lunch, everyone praises Xiaoran for her culinary skills and the deliciousness of her meal. One of the male-educated youths remarked, "Comrade Lin, why don't you cook for us every day from now on? Your cooking is simply exquisite. If I could have your meals daily, I believe the toil of working in the fields wouldn't feel so arduous." The others chimed in enthusiastically, echoing his sentiments. Seeing everyone praising Lin Xiaoran, Huiyueme felt a surge of jealousy in her heart and retorted, "Who can't cook? Anyone can do it if they just add more oil and salt like she does. Any dish would taste good that way. Besides, with her extravagant cooking, we won't have enough rations to last long." Upon hearing this, Chao Lihua, unable to tolerate Huiyueme's continuous targeting of Xiaoran, interjected, "Haven't you cooked before? When you first arrived, didn't you also use an abundance of oil and salt? The taste wasn't particularly remarkable, then, that it's envy that makes you belittle others." Huiyueme, feeling cornered yet defiantly replied, "But we are eating flatbreads now. With the limited fine grains we have, if she keeps cooking like that, we'll run out in no time." Xiaoran interjected, "I thought about how hot it is, and after all the physical labor, I decided to mix fine and coarse grains to make the meals more palatable and filling. This cold dish requires minimal ingredients, just some wild vegetables from the fields mixed together, which is quite delicious. During the hot summer days, it's refreshing and helps us eat well, so we can work with energy in the afternoon." The other educated youths listened and concluded that it wasn't such a big deal. Surely no one would be working hard and starving at the same time. They ignored Huiyueme, and soon, everyone was devouring the delicious food. Seeing that nobody paid her any mind, Huiyueme could only glare at Xiaoran in resentment. Xiaoran, unfazed, quickly continued eating, thinking to herself how delightful her own cooking was. After the meal, Two other female educated youths took charge of washing the dishes while the male youths were responsible for fetching water and chopping wood. Sharon returned to her room, reflecting on how arduous everything was. If this continued, she wouldn't be able to bear it much longer. She planned to bring some items to the team leader and see if he could arrange a lighter workload for her. Otherwise, she would end up living the life of a peasant. With that thought, Sharon took out a package from her wardrobe, revealing a portion of snacks, a bag of brown sugar, and 2 jars of fruit preserves sent by her parents. This was sufficient. Too much would only make others perceive her as a fool. Taking advantage of the others resting, Sharon stealthily carried her items to the team leader's house, encountering very few people along the way. Upon reaching the entrance of the team leader's yard, she found the door slightly ajar and knocked lightly. Chapter 8. Visiting the team leader's home, just as Sharon knocked, a loud voice called out from inside. Coming, coming. Who is it? As the door swung open, Sharon stood there holding a bag of items. With a bright smile, Sharon said, Annie, is the team leader home? I'd like to see him. The team leader's wife warmly welcomed Sharon into the yard, saying, He is here, resting inside, that I will call him. She then shouted, Old man, wake up. Sharon felt a wave of embarrassment. She hadn't anticipated that the team leader was resting. Quickly, she said, Annie, I'm sorry to disturb the team leader's rest. By the way, this is a small token of my appreciation that it's my first visit, so I brought some food for your little grandson. Saying this, she placed the items on the table in the main room. At that moment, the team leader emerged from the inner room, draped in an old coat. Upon seeing Sharon with her items, he said, Comrade Lin, you are too kind. These gifts are far too precious. I cannot accept them. Please take them back and keep them for yourself. Sharon firmly replied, Team leader, this is not for anyone else. It's for your little grandson. This milk powder is nutritious and beneficial for children, and at my age, I have no desire to consume such things. The team leader's wife considered this and realized that these were indeed good items for their grandchildren. She tugged at her husband's sleeve, signaling him to accept, adding, This Lin girl seems quite nice that a young lady who has left her home to come here. It's quite pitiful. Accepting her gifts and caring for her in return wouldn't be a problem. The team leader glanced at his wife, pondering the implications. Accepting such gifts could complicate matters if Sharon ever faced difficulties. One could easily feel indebted when receiving favors. With this in mind, he gently asked Sharon, Comrade Lin, is there something troubling you? You can share, and perhaps we can assist you. Without hesitation, Sharon explained, Actually, team leader, I was hoping to switch to a different job that I wouldn't mind if it means fewer work points. She clarified that she wasn't reliant on work points for her livelihood, as her parents sent her money and provisions regularly, knowing that she might struggle to sustain herself in the countryside. Hearing this, the team leader refrained from further persuasion that if she could support herself without depending on work points, then arranging for her to have a lighter job was not a significant issue. The team leader's wife thought to herself how spoiled this young girl must be. Her parents must truly dote on her, a privilege that others could only envy. However, thinking of a less demanding job, she recalled that old Joe had been unwell and there was no one to feed the pigs. Many in the team wanted that position, but it would be better to assign it to Lin Shaoran, allowing her to take care of the pigs. The more she considered it, the more advantageous it seemed. She could help the girl while not offending anyone else in the team. The team leader agreed, saying, Just so happens we need someone to tend to the pigs that if you find it suitable, you can take that position. That Sharon's heart leaped with joy. This arrangement would allow her to live separately from the other educated youths. Keeping her significant secret safe from prying eyes, delighted, she responded, Uncle, I would love that. Thank you for helping me with this arrangement, that I'll move over tomorrow. Chapter 9. Moving Shaoran returned to the educated youth point. Her spirits high. Seeing her joy, Chao Liwa smiled and asked Shaoran, What good fortune has befallen you? You seem so happy. Shaoran considered that everyone would soon find out anyway, and said to the other youths still in the yard, I'll be moving out tomorrow, and won't be living with you all anymore. Everyone was taken aback, exchanging surprised glances at Ji Yujingwa paused briefly, his expression shifting before returning to normal. Before anyone could inquire further, Hu Yueme could no longer contain herself and snapped, Why, Comrade Lin. Sharon explained, I spoke with the team leader today about changing my job. Currently, there is a need for someone to tend to the pigs in the team. So the team leader arranged for me to take that position. Upon hearing this, the others' expressions turned complex. Hu Yueme, brimming with jealousy, retorted, What makes you deserving of that job? What favors did you curry with the team leader? Xiaoran replied calmly, "My work points will be half of yours. If you're willing, you are free to take it. I have no objections. Such a paltry amount. Only a fool would take that," Hu Yueme exclaimed. But as the realization dawned on her that Lin Xiaoran must not care about work points, her expression contorted with envy. Lin Xiaoran truly was fortunate. Her parents had good conditions and spoiled her. Just a short while after arriving, they had already sent her a large package of goods. How fortunate she was, unlike Hu Yueme, who had many younger siblings to care for at home and endured daily hardship. Xiaoran had it easy. With her living conditions, she had no need to scrimp and save as Hu Yueme had to. This disparity fueled Hu Yueme's resentment toward Xiaoran. Others recognized this disparity as well. Xiaoran's independence from relying on work points only deepened the envy and resentment among the educated youths. While Chao Liwa felt envious of Xiaoran, she was genuinely happy for her, acknowledging that Xiaoran's delicate constitution meant she wouldn't have to toil in the fields any longer. Chao Liwa suggested, "Since you still have some time, why not start packing your things? Tomorrow, we can all help you move." "That sounds great. Thank you, Liwa. Once I'm settled in, I'll treat you to a meal." Xiaoran replied cheerfully. Entering her room, Xiaoran began to pack her belongings. Fortunately, she and T accumulated much since her arrival, making it easier to gather her few items. She also thought about storing some things in her space. With that in mind, she placed her more valuable items and some winter clothes into her space, leaving only the more conspicuous items outside to avoid raising suspicions. After a while, when Li Hua saw that Xiaoran had packed her large bundles and 2 smaller boxes, she was about to help when a tall figure lifted Xiaoran's heavier bundles effortlessly. Li Hua was startled but chose not to comment. Xiaoran was equally astonished. She had not anticipated that Gu Jingwu would come to her aid, especially considering their lack of acquaintance. However, with his assistance, the task would undoubtedly be completed swiftly. She quickly smiled at the male protagonist and said, "Thank you, Gu Jiqing. I truly appreciate your help." The other male youths were filled with envy and resentment, feeling that Gu Jingwu was quite cunning. After all, wouldn't Lin Jiqing feel immensely grateful towards him? Moreover, Lin Jiqing was the most favored among all the youths, not only due to her affluent background, but also her delicate beauty. Many of the male youths harbored affections for her, yet they were hesitant to express their admiration too openly, fearing Lin Jiqing might perceive them as overly forward. Thus, they remained in a state of observation, unwittingly allowing Gu Jingwu to gain an advantage. With this in mind, the male youths approached, each carrying a package or suitcase, and together they took all of Xiao Ran's belongings. Chao Lihua and Xiao Ran exchanged glances, empty-handed, and followed them to the pigsty in the village. Chapter 10. Settling into the new home and ascending the mountain, Xiao Ran and Lihua trailed behind the male youths to the pigsty. Discovering that the area was quite spacious, featuring a large courtyard. To the left of the courtyard stood a pig pen housing 2 piglets, which were still rather small and could barely be called pigs. On the far right of the pig pen was a kitchen, adjacent to a living quarters. Xiao Ran felt quite satisfied upon inspection. The space was ample, and living alone meant she need not worry about her secrets being uncovered. Moreover, she could cook for herself in the future, and her joy only grew with each passing thought. The other youths also expressed their satisfaction with the place, secretly envying Xiao Ran. Li Hua smiled at Xiao Ran and remarked, "Xiao Ran, this place is truly wonderful. It's so spacious. Living here alone must be incredibly comfortable that I genuinely envy you." Xiao Ran replied, "Sister Li Hua, you can come visit me whenever you have the time," since the team leader had already handed the keys to Xiao Ran. She joined the others in tidying up the courtyard and arranged her belongings neatly in her room. Xiao Ran beamed at the spotless courtyard and gratefully addressed the helpers. "Thank you all for your assistance. I am truly grateful. Next time you all have a day off, please come over for a meal." The youths cheered up at this. After all, they had all savored Lin Jiqing's culinary skills, which were simply exquisite. Afterwards, the helpers returned to the youth lodge, as they still had work to attend to in the afternoon. Xiao Ran stood at the gate, watching them depart. Once the gate was closed, she returned to her room, entered her spatial apartment, and began to unpack some items that she had not yet taken out. The kitchen was devoid of supplies, and she contemplated going to the county to purchase some seasonings. Fortunately, her spatial apartment still contained leftover oil, salt, and various jars from her previous cooking, ensuring she would not lack anything for her future culinary endeavors that in the afternoon. Xiao Ran locked the courtyard gate and set off to the mountain with a basket to gather food for the two piglets. Currently, the piglets were small, so she did not need to gather much. One basket would suffice for now, but as they grew, their needs would increase. Dehua village was rather remote, characterized by numerous tall mountains and dense forests. According to former villagers, there might be wolves and wild animals lurking in the mountains. Unfamiliar with the area, Xiao Ran refrained from venturing too deep into the forest, as wild grasses and foliage were abundant everywhere. She picked up a sturdy stick for support while foraging for edible wild grasses and vegetables. Before long, her basket was brimming with her findings. After collecting the pig food, Xiao Ran thought that since time was still on her side, she could explore a bit further. With her spatial ability, she could always retreat into her space if she encountered any dangerous animals. She first stored the pig food in her space, then, carrying an empty basket, followed a winding path deeper into the mountains. That as she walked, she suddenly spotted a large tree ahead, laden with bright red fruits. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a wild jujube tree, and the fruits were ripe. With no one around to harvest them, a smile spread across her face as she thought, "What a fortunate find." She quickly located a long stick in the underbrush and began to knock the ripe jujubes from the tree. In no time, her basket was filled, and she placed it into her space. Noticing that many fruits remained on the tree that were not fully ripe, she decided to leave the rest for another day. Chapter 11. Hunting for wild game. On her way back, Xiao Ran's harvest continued to grow. She stumbled upon a pear tree and picked a bounty of pears to store in her space, along with some fresh wild vegetables for cooking and various fungi and wood-ear mushrooms. The more she foraged, the happier she became. This mountain was indeed a treasure trove brimming with hidden gems. Suddenly, a wild rabbit darted out from the nearby brush, and Xiao Ran's heart raced with excitement. She sprinted forward, only to find that the rabbit had vanished. Without any tools, catching wild game proved challenging. Perhaps she could set a trap in the future. After a while, she sensed it was time to return when she unexpectedly spotted a wild chicken nest among the bushes, housing several wild chickens. Overjoyed, she hesitated to approach immediately, fearing that the slightest noise would send them flying away. What method could she employ to catch them? After all, they were even harder to catch than rabbits. An idea struck her. Perhaps she could use the spring water from her spatial realm as bait, or even draw them into her space. With this thought, Xiao Ran quickly retrieved a bowl from her space, poured some spring water into it, and quietly placed it nearby before hiding in the adjacent brush. Sure enough, the wild chickens soon flocked to the spring water. It appeared that the spring water was beneficial for both humans and animals. Seeing all the chickens gather around the spring water, Xiao Ran seized the opportunity and commanded, "Collect!" In an instant, the wild chickens vanished without a trace. This space is indeed a marvelous tool for capturing wild game. I will never have to worry about a lack of meat again. Suddenly, Xiao Ran noticed a few small animals emerging nearby, evidently drawn in by the spring water. She hurriedly collected them into her space and retrieved the spring water, lest it attract larger, more dangerous creatures. Approaching the wild chicken nest, she discovered an abundance of wild chicken eggs, counting about 20 in total. Wow, today's haul is quite impressive. I need not worry about food anymore. She glanced into her space, noting that she had 9 wild chickens, 3 rabbits, and 2 badgers, enough provisions to last her a long while. Carrying her basket back down the mountain, she encountered several village women, one of whom, with high cheekbones that gave her a somewhat harsh appearance, loudly exclaimed, "Lin Jiqing, what treasures do you have in your basket? All the things from this mountain belong to the public. Let us take a look." Xiao Ran knew that if she refused to show them, they would surely gossip, potentially tarnishing her reputation. Fortunately, she had initially stored all her items in her space, so she had no cause for concern. Maintaining her composure, she replied, "Annie, I am responsible for the pigs in the brigade, so I must gather pig food from the mountains each day. That I've heard there are wild beasts in the area. As a delicate girl, I wouldn't dare venture deep into the forest. If you wish to see, I assure you, it is merely pig food. Feel free to check." Setting her basket on the ground, the woman immediately stepped forward to inspect its contents. After her examination revealed nothing of interest, she quickly smiled and said, "Lin Jiqing, I was merely concerned for your well-being and wanted to check for any mistakes. Please do not misinterpret my intentions." Xiao Ran smiled warmly and replied, "Annie, I bear no ill will towards you. However, this is the work assigned to me by Team Leader Li, and I hope such misunderstandings will not occur again." Now, if you will excuse me, I must return to prepare pig food, without waiting for a response. She walked away towards her residence. In truth, that woman was simply envious that Xiao Ran had secured such an easy job, hoping to find some fault in her. Once the other women realized there was no spectacle left to observe, they dispersed as well. Xiao Ran did not allow this minor incident to dampen her spirits. After all, her fruitful day in the mountains had been well worth the effort. Back in the courtyard, she cooked the pig food, and once it was ready, she had no other pressing tasks. Fortunately, since Xiao Ran's work involved raising pigs, her location was relatively close to the foot of the mountain, providing some distance from the village. This meant she would not have to worry about preparing delicious meals. Everyone was already aware of her capabilities. From her space, Xiao Ran retrieved 4 wild chickens and 1 rabbit, preparing them while leaving the other catches untouched. Looking at the large bowl of meat, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction. What to have for dinner? With the abundance of fungi and wild vegetables she had gathered, she could prepare a delightful chicken stew with mushrooms, accompanied by a refreshing wild vegetable salad, and finish with steamed white rice. A welcome change after so many days of coarse grains at the youth lodge. Chapter 12. Baking pastries. Once dinner was prepared, Xiao Ran added a few drops of spring water to the dishes, enhancing their flavor remarkably. During her time at the youth lodge, she had refrained from using any additional ingredients, wary of raising suspicions due to the spring water's remarkable effects. Now, living alone, she had no need to worry about such matters. The fragrant aroma of wild chicken melded with the earthy essence of mushrooms, further enhanced by the pure spring water, compelled Xiao Ran to indulge in 2 generous bowls of rice, leaving her completely satiated. After the meal, glancing at the clock and noting it was not yet 7 o'clock, Xiao Ran recalled the abundant jujube she had gathered from the mountain earlier that day. Since she had more than she could consume, she decided to reserve some as snacks while using the rest to make jujube cake. Fortunately, she possessed all the necessary ingredients, and her inspiration ignited a desire to create. Xiao Ran retrieved a large basin filled with red dates from her space, washed them thoroughly, and then transformed them into a puree. She combined this with egg whites, sugar, and flour before steaming the mixture in a pot. After half an hour, a delightful sweet aroma wafted through the air. She placed the completed pastries into paper bags, sampled one, and found the flavor to be exquisite, sweet and chewy, with a refreshing hint of jujube. The quantity was substantial, filling 3 large bags, ensuring she would have plenty to enjoy for quite some time. Next, Xiao Ran tidied up her remaining game, hanging it from the ceiling to dry out, but by the time she finished, it was already past 8 o'clock. She then retreated into her space to take a bath, relishing the convenience of having everything she needed in her apartment. The following day, after feeding the pigs, Xiao Ran locked the gate to her yard and took a half bag of pastries to the captain's house, intending to trade for some vegetables, as her own supply was dwindling. Upon arriving, she noticed the captain was preparing to head to work. Captain Lin had 2 sons, a daughter-in-law, 3 grandsons, and 2 granddaughters, making for quite a bustling household. Generally, it was Captain Lin and his sons who worked, while his daughter-in-law stayed home to care for the young ones and cook. Seeing Xiao Ran, Captain Lin inquired with curiosity, "Lin Jiqing, what brings you here?" With a smile, Xiao Ran replied, "Uncle, I've just moved to a new place and found myself without any vegetables that I thought to trade for some dough. Then go inside and speak with your aunt. She is at home," he said before leading the others away. Hearing the commotion, Aunt Lin emerged with a smile, saying, "Lin Jiqing, you want to trade for some greens? We have plenty at home, all of little value. Come, I'll take you to the vegetable garden to pick some." Xiao Ran handed the pastries to Aunt Lin cheerfully, saying, "Aunt, I have some pastries here for your children to enjoy." Aunt Lin chuckled, "You are far too polite. These pastries are quite precious. Keep them for yourself. The vegetables are worth little, and we have an abundance. Just take what you need without exchanging anything. And if you want to take these pastries, then I cannot accept your vegetables. Besides, I still have plenty of these pastries." "They are for your children," Xiao Ran insisted. Realizing she could not refuse, Aunt Lin accepted the pastries and led Xiao Ran to the vegetable garden, where they picked an ample supply of cabbage and other greens. As they departed, Aunt Lin also gifted Xiao Ran some potatoes and sweet potatoes. After expressing her gratitude, Xiao Ran returned home with a basket full of produce. Xiao Ran reflected on her situation. Realizing she couldn't rely on others for vegetables daily, it would become cumbersome. Perhaps it would be better to buy some seeds next time she visited the county to plant her own, making future meals more convenient. Contemplating the potatoes and sweet potatoes, she wondered if she could test planting a few and see if they would thrive, that if successful, she would no longer need to worry about her supply. With that thought, she set to work, turning over a small patch of barren land behind her yard, planting 2 rows of potatoes and 2 rows of sweet potatoes to ensure their survival. She irrigated them with spring water. She also planted 2 rows of potatoes and sweet potatoes in her space. Once everything was completed, a sense of accomplishment filled Xiao Ran. Although living in an era marked by scarcity, she felt increasingly at home in this world, enriched by the warmth of human connection and the collective hope for a brighter future. Chapter 13. The protagonist's thoughts the next day. After gathering pig fodder on the mountain, Xiao Ran collected additional mushrooms. Upon returning home, she washed and spread out the mushrooms to dry. She remembered that the following day was the designated market day for the youth, providing a perfect opportunity to purchase supplies for a meal to treat those who had helped her previously. Early the next morning, Xiao Ran prepared a pot of porridge and steamed a large batch of buns. After enjoying 2 buns and a bowl of porridge, she set out for the village. Upon arriving at the village entrance, she noticed the ox cart was nearly full of people, predominantly the youth, as they were the only ones with the means to purchase goods from the county. There were also 2 newlywed young wives among them. Seeing Xiao Ran approach, Chao Liwa eagerly pulled her beside her and inquired about how she had been lately. Xiao Ran extended an invitation to the youth who had helped her move to dinner at her home. Including Liwa, the male lead Gu Jinghua, and 2 other young men named Su Kai and Luo Jun, everyone was delighted by the invitation, especially since after Lin Xiaoran moved away, their daily meals had become quite meager, lacking both oil and flavor, making the prospect of a hearty meal particularly enticing. Those who had tea helped felt envious. Even if it wasn't tea extravagant, Lin Jiqing's simple dishes were always delicious, and they regretted not having assisted her. Most vowed to offer their help next time she needed it. Among them, the female protagonist, Xiao Qingqing, felt the most conflicted. She had witnessed Xiao Ran's transformation from a spoiled young lady to someone who had earned the respect of the others. Initially, she thought Xiao Ran's presence would not pose any threat to her. However, with Xiao Ran's remarkable change and her new living situation, Xiao Qingqing felt a sense of urgency. Particularly concerning was her stagnant relationship with Gu Jinghua, as they had yet to find opportunities to connect despite residing in the same youth dormitory. While she had previously been unconcerned, confident in her own desirability among the youth, Xiao Ran's newfound brilliance instilled a sense of competition in her. However, these thoughts were fleeting, and Xiao Qingqing kept them to herself. She understood that if she could not act decisively, it was best not to alert her rival. Little did she know that Xiao Ran was well aware of the dynamics at play and held no underestimation of her. If their interests ever clashed, they would inevitably confront one another. But for now, all remained peaceful among them. Chapter 14. Inviting the youth to dinner. Upon arriving in the county, Xiao Ran first visited the meat vendor. Purchasing 2 pounds of fatty pork, 1 pound of lean meat, along with some bones and intestines. She had long cherished the taste of stir-fried pork intestines, and having not enjoyed it in a while, the thought alone made her mouth water. Fortunately, her family had sent her 5 pounds of meat coupons, or else she wouldn't have been able to afford the meat. After securing her meat, she proceeded to the supply and marketing cooperative, where she bought various condiments, knowing her space could not provide them indefinitely. She also picked up some miscellaneous items. Following her shopping, she and Chao Liwa headed to the state-run restaurant for a meal. Recalling the chef's excellent cooking from their previous visit, the braised pork was rich yet not overly greasy, and although it was slightly expensive, the portions were generous. Upon entering the state-run restaurant, they discovered that most of the youth were already there. As many were not merely there to shop but also to indulge in a well-deserved feast. With the harvest season approaching, funds for food would soon dwindle, and many were simply trying to sustain themselves. Aside from a few young women who had purchased some pastries, they noticed that Gu Jinghua had a package beside him, tightly wrapped, leaving everyone curious about its contents. However, they could glean from his demeanor that he hailed from a well-off family. Speculations about why someone of his background had come to the countryside remained unspoken, as such matters were private. The boys sat together, while the girls formed their own group. Xiao Ran decided to order the braised pork again, along with a bowl of white rice, sharing some with Chao Liwa. However, Liwa felt guilty for continuously relying on Xiao Ran, so she ordered a portion of braised fish and shared some fish meat with her. After their meal, everyone gathered at the designated meeting point to take the ox cart back. The journey was bumpy, and upon reaching the village entrance, each person handed the driver a dime, acknowledging that the ride was not complimentary. As the ox was communal property, once they arrived, Xiao Ran addressed Xiao Lihua, Gu Jinghua, and the two other young men, saying, "You all should come by a little later this afternoon. I need to head back now to prepare some things." Upon returning to her residence, Xiao Ran pondered what delectable dishes to prepare for the evening. She contemplated making a savory braised pork, alongside a hearty stewed potato and rib dish, complemented by a stir-fried pork intestine and a sot ed bok choy. 4 dishes would suffice. Any game meat, such as the wild chicken and hare drying in the room, ought to be stored away. Otherwise, it would be quite inconvenient that as for the staple, she decided to mix cornmeal with some fine wheat flour to steam a couple of buns. By around 3 o'clock, Xiao Ran had commenced her preparations that as she was nearing the completion of her cooking, Qiao Lihua and others arrived. Lihua, holding 2 bunches of greens exchanged from other villagers, seemed to have considered that Xiao Ran might be lacking in vegetables. Gu Jinghua brought with him a bag of 2 milk candies and 2 cans that he offered as items to Xiao Ran, who declined, thinking them too extravagant for a mere meal. "Gu Jiqing, please take them back. This is far too precious for just a dinner, and I am inviting you to express my gratitude for your assistance during my recent move that I cannot accept such generosity. Besides, I am not fond of sweet treats." With that, Gu Jinghua placed the items on the table. The other 2 male youths exchanged glances, silently questioning why he would purchase something he did not enjoy. Unable to persist in her refusal, Xiao Ran decided to remain silent. Noticing that dinner would take a while longer, she retrieved the date cake she had made previously to share with everyone. "This is the date cake I prepared last time. It tastes quite delightful. Please have a taste." Everyone was astonished, unable to believe that Xiao Ran, who appeared to be a delicate lady untouched by hardship, possessed such culinary skills that Su Kai took a piece of the cake and exclaimed, "Wow, Lin Jiqing, you are truly remarkable. This cake is exquisite, far superior to anything bought from outside. Whoever marries you will be incredibly fortunate." Upon hearing this, the others eagerly joined in to sample the cake, which was indeed delicious. Seeing their insatiable appetites, Xiao Ran cautioned, "Please, do take your time. We still have dinner to enjoy. This is so delicious. I could feast solely on this," Lihua remarked while savoring the cake. "Indeed, Lihua Jie, are you certain you won't try my cooking? Tonight's menu includes braised pork and braised ribs," Xiao Ran teased her. The mere mention of the dishes made everyone's mouths water. Although the cake was delightful, the prospect of the savory offerings made by Lin Jiqing was even more enticing, particularly the meat dishes, prompting everyone to pause and eat slowly. Chapter 15. Dining with the youths observing their enjoyment. Xiao Ran proceeded to the kitchen to steam the buns. The other dishes were nearly complete, leaving only the staple to await its turn. Approximately half an hour later, Xiao Ran emerged to announce, "Dinner is served." Lihua and the male youths promptly tidied the table, then entered the kitchen to arrange the 4 dishes, placing the buns in a basket. Upon seeing the abundant spread, they felt slightly embarrassed, realizing they had not contributed much to the meal, especially since Xiao Ran had prepared so many delectable dishes, with only Gu Jinghua bringing something along. Xiao Ran, noticing their expressions, smiled and reassured them. "I haven't had meat in a long while, so I prepared these to indulge myself. To as fellow youth working in the countryside, we are bound to share this experience for quite some time. So let us be friends. Please don't be too polite. Do try my cooking and tell me how it tastes." Hearing her words, they reflected that should Xiao Ran ever need assistance in the future, they would undoubtedly lend a hand. Xiao Ran had no idea that such a simple meal would endear her to them so thoroughly. Had she known, she might have found it both amusing and absurd. Su Kai chuckled, "I can hardly contain myself. Lin Jiqing's culinary skills are exceptional. Not only does it smell divine, but it also looks utterly appetizing that I simply cannot resist." Once everyone was seated, they eagerly reached for the dishes on the table. And after sampling each one, they discovered that every dish was utterly delicious, leading them to eat voraciously without pausing for conversation. Xiao Ran herself particularly relished the stir-fried pork intestine, recalling how she had first discovered a small eatery where the intestines were prepared to perfection. And after befriending the owner, she learned the secrets to crafting the dish herself. Ever since, she had been making it twice a week to satisfy her cravings. Now that she was here, it had been ages since she last enjoyed it. and she was finally able to feast to her heart's content. With her newfound wealth, and given that the local preparation of pork intestine was generally subpar, it was quite affordable. She had purchased a substantial amount from the county's butcher shop, and tonight she had cooked only a portion, leaving plenty for future stewed pork intestine, which she anticipated would be exquisite. The thought made her mouth water, noticing Xiao Ran's fondness for the dish. Gu Jinghua discreetly slid the stir-fried pork intestine closer to her. Sukai, puzzled, scooped a piece onto his plate and remarked to Gu Jinghua, "Jinghua, this pork intestine is incredibly delightful. Why did you move it away from yourself? Don't you enjoy it?" Gu Jinghua did not respond directly, choosing instead to take a piece of braised pork, leading Sukai to assume he preferred that dish and thus refrained from further inquiries, focusing instead on his meal. Chao Lihua and Luo Jun were entirely absorbed in the culinary delights, so much so that they hardly had time for conversation. Once everyone had finished, they noticed that the plates were spotless, with Luo Jun having used the remaining sauce to savor with his bun. After the meal, they all helped to clean up, realizing that night had fallen. Xiao Ran, from her room, prepared 4 packages of date cake for them to take home. Chao Lihua declined, saying, "Xiao Ran, please keep the cakes for yourself. You've already treated us to such a lavish meal. I cannot possibly accept your cakes." Sukai and Luo Jun nodded in agreement, feeling it was inappropriate to ask for more, especially since the cakes were not inexpensive. Xiao Ran smiled warmly. "It's quite all right. I made a large batch of cakes last time, and I cannot consume them all by myself. It would be a shame to let them go to waste. Please do accept them." With that, they ceased their refusals. After Xiao Ran escorted them to the door, bidding them farewell, she returned to her yard, secured the door, and retired to her room to wash up and rest. Chapter 16. Stewed pork intestine. The following morning, Xiao Ran ventured into the mountains to gather pigweed and stumbled upon a secluded area abundant with chicken of the woods mushrooms. These mushrooms, thick and succulent, possess a delicate white texture and a sweet, fragrant crunch. Rich in essential proteins, fats, vitamins, calcium, phosphorus, and nucleic acids, they can be prepared in myriad ways. Whether sautéed, fried, marinated, grilled, steamed, or made in a soup, their flavor is consistently delightful, earning them the title of the crown jewel among fungi. Thrilled by the discovery, Xiao Ran collected all the mushrooms and stored them away, then filled her basket with pigweed before heading home. Mindful not to hunt excessively, as she already had some game in her space from her previous foraging. Upon returning home, she boiled the pigweed to feed her 2 piglets, then began contemplating what to prepare for lunch. The stir-fried pork intestine from the previous day had been quite a hit, so she considered marinating all the remaining intestines. This would make for easier consumption. Additionally, she planned to render the fatty meat she had purchased yesterday to produce oil, eliminating the need to buy more, as fried foods were both delicious and not overly greasy. After thoroughly cleaning and cutting the intestines, she prepared an array of spices, along with scallions, ginger, garlic, soy sauce, and rock sugar. Before commencing the marination process, as time passed, the aroma of the braised dish intensified, and she felt grateful for residing at the foot of the mountain, where few passed by. Otherwise, the enticing scent would surely provoke envy among others. Once the intestines were fully marinated, Xiao Ran observed that she had a substantial quantity, over half a basin's worth, enough to last her a considerable time. Then, she began to cut the fatty meat into pieces, igniting the stove with a roaring flame to render the FAT. In the end, she produced a large bowl of oil, along with a bowl of oil residue. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, prompting Xiao Ran to sprinkle some salt into the oil residue and stir it, discovering that the flavor was quite delightful. After enjoying some braised pork intestines and the crispy oil residue, Xiao Ran prepared a stir-fried plate of greens for lunch, steaming rice to accompany the intestines. Her appetite flourished, and she devoured 2 bowls of rice. With no pressing matters in the afternoon, Xiao Ran washed all her clothes and then ventured to the vegetable garden at the back, where she was pleased to find that not only had the sweet potatoes sprouted, but the potatoes had also taken root. Considering the efficacy of the spring water, it came as no surprise. Moreover, everything planted in her space had thrived, likely due to the richer soil, resulting in a more lush growth. The prospect of harvesting a bountiful yield of sweet potatoes and potatoes soon filled her with joy. She contemplated planting some corn next, as she had always relished boiled and roasted corn. Just a few days prior, her team had harvested corn, and she could trade for some to plant in her space. Xiao Ran cultivated a new plot of land, intending to sow radishes, cabbages, tomatoes, cucumbers, and corn, ensuring that she would never lack for vegetables in the future. At by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, she finally completed her land cultivation, feeling exhausted. However, after sipping a glass of spring water, she felt rejuvenated. Exiting her space, she fed the 2 little pigs. After finishing the feeding, Xiaoran pondered her dinner options. She decided on a spicy rabbit dish, accompanied by braised pork intestines and a vegetable soup. After enjoying a sumptuous dinner, Xiaoran felt a deep sense of satisfaction that in this era, being well-fed and content was the most cherished desire of the people. Xiaoran found herself increasingly fond of this place, devoid of the fast-paced lifestyle and overwhelming work pressure that plagued many in the modern world, leading to anxiety and even depression that in this era. Everyone brimmed with hope, harboring a firm belief that life would continue to improve. Chapter 17. Election of teachers and public sentiment. Approximately half a month passed, during which Xiaoran diligently trekked up the mountain daily to gather pig fodder, occasionally returning with wild chickens or hares. She amassed nearly 15 wild chickens and 12 hares in her space, far too many for her to consume alone, so she dried them all for her next trip to the county to send to the original owner's parents. After all, it was not easy to find meat in the city, and since they had sent so many tickets to the original owner, it seemed they had exhausted their supply, though more tickets would be issued next month. They consistently sent her so many items, so Xiaoran planned to mail 3 wild chickens and 3 hares back home. One morning, Xiaoran had just returned from the mountain when Chao Lihua approached her. Upon seeing Xiaoran, Chao Lihua exclaimed in surprise, "Xiaoran, you have become so beautiful in the past half-month. Your lips are red, your teeth white, and your complexion radiant." Chao Lihua gazed enviously at Xiaoran's glowing appearance, which seemed even more striking after their time apart. Xiaoran attributed her beauty to the spring water she consumed daily, her nourishing diet, and her well-regulated lifestyle, though she merely deflected the compliment, saying, "Perhaps I've just grown up a bit and haven't had to do heavy labor every day. So I've been less sun-kissed. By the way, Lihua, did you come to find me for something?" "Oh, you reminded me. The team is preparing to select 2 teachers from the educated youth to teach the village children. And the village head has asked us to vote for 2 candidates. Come with me to the educated youth point. Everyone is waiting." When Xiaoran and Chao Lihua arrived at the educated youth point, the others were captivated by Xiaoran's transformation. The female educated youths felt a twinge of jealousy, especially Hu Yume, who noticed that everyone's attention was drawn to Xiaoran. Meanwhile, the female lead, Xiao Qingqing, felt a mix of emotions as she glanced at Gu Jinghua, who was also intently watching Xiaoran. That a pang of concern struck her heart. She knew Gu Jinghua well enough to recognize that he had never looked at any girl with such focus. Not even her. Regardless of the female lead's thoughts, the other female educated youths were anxious, worrying that the male educated youths would vote for Xiaoran due to her beauty. However, the female lead remained unconcerned, as she was well known for her good rapport and had 2 male educated youths vying for her affection, ensuring her position was secured. At this moment, Gu Jinghua felt a sense of unrest. This petite woman was becoming increasingly radiant. Since their last meal at her home, he realized he had developed feelings for her, yet they had little time to spend together. After all, Xiaoran did not reside at the educated youth point and rarely ventured out, living far from it. This was the first time they had seen each other in half a month, and he noticed her beauty drawing more attention than ever, igniting a sense of urgency within him. He resolved to make his presence known more often. Since she ascended the mountain daily, he would carve out time to accompany her, ensuring her protection. Despite the varied thoughts swirling among them, no one voiced their concerns. The elder of the educated youth point, Fan Weiming, reiterated the details to Xiaoran and instructed everyone to write their preferred candidates' names on slips of paper for voting. Chapter 18. Election results after a unanimous vote. 1 male and 1 female teacher were selected from the educated youths, resulting in the outcome Xiaoran anticipated. One was the female lead, and the other was the male lead. After all, the female lead's popularity was genuine, and the majority of the female educated youths favored the male lead. Thus, 2 names emerged. One was herself, and the other was undoubtedly Gu Jinghua. The male educated youths shared similar sentiments, with a few harboring feelings for the female lead, ensuring she would not be overlooked that a couple of them wrote their own names. But they were few, as Xiaoran had distanced herself from them, lacking familiarity. Xiaoran voted for Chao Lihua, as she was her only close acquaintance among the female educated youths. While she cast her vote for the male lead not out of affection, but due to their pleasant interactions in the past, she was unfamiliar with the others. As for herself, she preferred her current role, enjoying her independence and the daily harvest from the mountain, which brought her great satisfaction. Thus, she had no desire to become a teacher, especially since that would mean residing at the educated youth point. Xiao Qingqing felt exhilarated at the prospect of no longer having to toil in the fields. She had lost her previously fair complexion, having spent the last few weeks laboring under the sun, contrasting sharply with Xiaoran's rosy glow. Nevertheless, she was relieved that she would not have to endure such hardships anymore, especially since it would allow her to spend more time with Gu Jinghua. She believed that under these circumstances, she could surely win him over. Seeing that there was nothing more to discuss, Xiaoran addressed the group. "If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." "Wait, Xiaoran, we plan to go to the county tomorrow. Would you like to join us?" Li Hua inquired. "Sure, that sounds good. Let's meet at our usual spot tomorrow," Xiaoran replied before departing from the educated youth point. She noted that without her involvement, the female lead had made no progress with the male lead. Without her as a catalyst, the unique qualities of the female lead could not shine through. Nevertheless, she had successfully deviated from the original plot, altering the trajectory of the original owner's fate. Yet, she remained vigilant toward the female lead, aware that their inherent rivalry could resurface. For now, she believed it futile to dwell on such thoughts. She would simply focus on living her life to the fullest. Currently, it was the year 1972 in Huagua, with 5 years remaining until the reinstatement of the college entrance examination, as long as she did not follow the original owner's path. Participating in the examination and returning to the city would pose no issue. Upon reaching her residence, Xiaoran contemplated her trip to the county tomorrow, intending to send some items back home, including the dried wild game for her family. She also planned to prepare some jerky for the original owner's brother, who had treated her well, sending her local delicacies, a military water bottle, and various universal tickets, including grain and industrial tickets. She had fully embraced the original owner's family, feeling their warmth through the letters and packages they sent, which revealed their deep affection. After all, the original owner had been spoiled, a testament to their doting nature. Though the gifts were originally intended for the former owner, they have essentially become offerings to her, and now she has fully embraced them in her heart, genuinely wishing to treat them with kindness. Chapter 19. Sending a package. Xiaoran recalled that she needed to send items to them, and naturally, she would have to write a letter. Since her handwriting differed from that of the original owner, she decided to peruse some books brought from home, where the original owner had left notes, to imitate her style and avoid causing concern or suspicion among her family. Upon discovery, she found that the original owner's handwriting was quite elegant, akin to that of most young women, making it relatively easy to mimic. She then began composing letters to her family, primarily expressing her care and concern for their well-being, urging them to take care of their health, and requesting that they refrain from sending her more items, as she still had plenty left uneaten. She also mentioned her intention to send back some wild chickens and hares, informing them that these were abundant in her area, having been acquired through exchanges within her team, ensuring they would not worry by revealing that she had caught them herself. After writing a considerable amount, she reviewed her letters and found no further additions necessary, neatly folding them and placing them in envelopes. Next, she retrieved 3 dried wild chickens and 3 hares from her storage. Too many would be overwhelming. After packaging them, Sharon also included a small bag of the dried chicken mushrooms she had prepared earlier. And once everything was packed, she stored them away, ready to visit the post office the following day. Early the next morning, Sharon accompanied the educated youth to the county. Upon arrival, she told Li Hua, "Sister Li Hua, I will first go to the post office to send a letter to my parents. You can explore the supply and marketing cooperative for now. I will find you shortly." After parting ways, Shaoran headed to the post office alone. Approaching the post office, she discreetly took out the package from a hidden corner. It was quite heavy, and she was breathless as she carried it inside and handed it over to the postal worker. The staff there were intrigued, as they often witnessed many educated youths receiving packages from their families, but rarely saw anyone sending packages back, piquing their curiosity about Shaoran. However, they remained respectful of her privacy, leaving a strong impression on them. After mailing her package, Shaoran joined Li Hua at the supply and marketing cooperative. Noticing Li Hua had purchased a piece of fabric, Shaoran decided to buy some as well. Since the original owner's wardrobe consisted primarily of skirts and dresses, with fewer shirts and pants, given her frequent excursions into the mountains, wearing skirts was not very practical, so she planned to obtain fabric to have someone assist her in making clothes. She selected a light blue fabric and a piece of black fabric for garments and pants, along with some needles and threads. Subsequently, Sharon purchased several packets of vegetable seeds and various seasonings. Since living alone, she had been experimenting with different dishes, thus consuming more ingredients. However, now that she had her own space and was not short on money or rations, she certainly did not intend to skimp on her meals. Consequently, her daily life was quite fulfilling. That day, they went to the state-run restaurant to enjoy an improved meal, and Sharon joined them. Although her culinary skills were commendable, the chefs at the restaurant were quite proficient. And Sharon always took the opportunity to indulge in a hearty dish to savor different flavors. This time was no exception. She ordered braised spare ribs that were visually appealing and aromatic, finishing the entire dish even though she was alone. Upon returning, everyone was abuzz with excitement, having not seen their families for nearly a month and anticipating parcels from home. Indeed, many at the educated youth station struggled with hunger, laboring each day but receiving minimal credits, often relying on their family support. Chapter 20. Encountering a wild boar afterward, Sharon's life settled into a tranquil rhythm, visiting the educated youth station infrequently, with Liwa occasionally seeking her company. One day, while traversing the deep mountains, Sharon realized it had been a while since she had hunted. She decided to draw out some spiritual spring water from her storage, but instead of attracting small animals like wild chickens or hares, she heard a tremendous rumbling from the ground, accompanied by labored breathing. That as the sound drew nearer, Sharon discovered it was a large wild boar that had been lured in. Although startled, she remained composed, contemplating whether she could capture it in her storage, but if not, she would hide within it herself. That as the wild boar approached, Shaoran remained calm. However, to Gu Jinghua, it appeared as though Shaoran had been rendered paralyzed with fear, frozen in place. Just as the boar was nearly upon them, Shaoran prepared to summon it into her space, but Gu Jinghua suddenly lunged forward, tackling her into the nearby grass. Shaoran was utterly taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Only realizing the weight on her was Gu Jinghua when she looked up. However, there was no time to inquire about his presence. As the enraged wild boar charged toward them, Gu Jinghua quickly pushed Shaoran aside, instructing her to take cover, then dashed forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent the boar crashing into a nearby slope. He then grabbed Shaoran and ran ahead, explaining, "Lin Jiqing, let us lure the boar over there. I've set a trap." Shaoran said little, following Gu Jinghua toward the trap. They successfully guided the boar into it, where Gu Jinghua had planted numerous sharp sticks. That as the boar fell in, its body was pierced, letting out a dreadful cry before succumbing to its injuries. Once the boar lay dead, Gu Jinghua and Shaoran finally breathed a sigh of relief, acknowledging the peril they had just faced. Had Shaoran been alone, she might have captured the boar in her space, but with another present, such a secret could not be revealed. Thus, they resorted to the trap to secure the boar. However, with the boar now deceased, they faced a new dilemma: how to handle it. That if Shaoran had discovered it alone, she would certainly have kept it for herself. But now, with Gu Jinghua involved, she was uncertain of his intentions, especially since she had no desire to turn it over to the production team. Firstly, she knew her share would be minimal, and secondly, future excursions into the mountains would become inconvenient. Nevertheless, these thoughts flickered in Shaoran's mind in an instant. After all, Gu Jinghua had exerted himself in the encounter. It was ultimately up to him to decide how to handle it. The Gu Jinghua, mindful of Shaoran's unspoken concerns, suggested, "Let's not turn the boar over to the production team. It would be difficult to explain otherwise. The weather is still warm, and we can't consume it all. I propose we sell it to the county's meat processing plant and keep a small portion for ourselves." "That sounds good. Thank you for saving me earlier, and this boar is also your contribution," Shaoran replied. They agreed to drag the boar down to Shaoran's home at the mountain's base, as it would be inconvenient to transport it during daylight. They planned to wait until later, when fewer people would be around, for Gu Jinghua to fetch a cart to take it to the meat processing plant. Chapter 21. Processing the wild boar after considerable effort. Shaoran and Gu Jinghua managed to bring the wild boar to her home. Under the cover of darkness, they prepared the boar together. Gu Jinghua borrowed a bicycle from the village chief to transport the boar to the meat processing plant. Around 8 or 9 that evening, Gu Jinghua returned, bringing a substantial piece of meat to Xiaoran's residence, but he also delivered a package of pastries to the village chief while returning the bicycle. After a short while, Gu Jinghua returned, and Xiaoran, realizing he had been busy, thought to herself that she had unwittingly benefited from the situation. She assumed he had not yet eaten and offered him some food. Gu Jinghua was pleasantly surprised that Xiaoran had saved him a meal. Once he finished eating, he pulled out the money earned from selling the wild boar. Since no tickets were required, the selling price was favorable. Netting them 480 yuan with a large piece of meat remaining, Gu Jinghua handed Xiaoran 240 yuan, but she hurriedly declined, saying, "You did all the work today and saved me. I didn't do anything. You don't need to give me so much money." Gu Jinghua insisted, pressing the money in her hands, that it's only fair. "We agreed to split it. Keep the meat here. It wouldn't be convenient for me to cook it, and I'm not skilled at cooking anyway. So I'll rely on you for that." Xiaoran considered this, acknowledging that with so many people at the educated youth station, it would be impractical to take the meat back, as it would raise too many questions. "Then I will make braised pork tomorrow evening. Come by around 5, Xiaoran suggested. After finalizing their plans, Gu Jinghua noted the late hour and took his leave. Upon returning to the educated youth station, Gu Jinghua found that many of the youths had already gone to bed. "I was just about to head to the kitchen to boil some hot water for my personal hygiene, especially since I had a rather dirty encounter with a wild boar today, when I noticed Lin Qingqing was also in the kitchen." Lin Qingqing had actually been waiting for Gu Jinghua. Since finishing her classes at 4 in the afternoon, she hadn't seen him. When the others returned in the evening, she inquired among those who were closer to him, but no one knew of his whereabouts. Therefore, she chose to forego her rest that night. Upon seeing Gu Jinghua return so late, she asked, "Why are you back so late? You didn't come home for dinner?" Gu Jinghua assumed her question was merely casual and was unaware that she had been waiting for him for quite some time. He replied, "I was held up by some matters." He nodded at her and entered the house, leaving Lin Qingqing hesitant to ask further, so she reluctantly departed. Xiaoran reflected on how thrilling the day had been, relieved that no one had discovered the space. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. She resolved to be more observant in the future, ensuring no one was around before using the space. Furthermore, she had inadvertently become entangled with the male lead, Gu Jinghua. Fortunately, she had earned 240 yuan today, and combined with what the original owner had previously accumulated and the additional funds sent by her parents, she had nearly 600 yuan, a significant sum that could last her quite a while. Xiaoran gazed at the large basin filled with various meats, both fatty and lean, along with several pieces of ribs and a pair of pig intestines. The sight of the intestines reminded her of the previous meal, when Gu Jinghua had noticed her fondness for them and had likely saved them for her. Though this thought flickered through her mind, she quickly dismissed it, reasoning that it was improbable. They were not close enough for him to pay such attention. She decided not to dwell on it, as today's bounty was still considerable. The following day, Xiaoran continued her routine of gathering pig grass on the mountain. After finishing her task, she descended, considering the abundance of meat at home, planning to catch some wild game later. For lunch, she prepared a dish of stir-fried chicken mushrooms with lean meat. Compared to fatty meat, she preferred lean, and wild boar meat was more substantial than that of domesticated pigs, providing a delightful chewiness. The chicken mushrooms were also delicious, with a taste reminiscent of chicken, making for a delightful meal. Having enjoyed a sumptuous lunch, Xiaoran felt quite content, appreciating her current life. After feeding 2 piglets in the afternoon, she recalled that Gu Jinghua had contributed significantly the previous day and decided to make something tasty to express her gratitude. Coincidentally, he had brought back a pair of pig intestines, which she could prepare as braised intestines for him to sample. She also planned to make a portion of red braised ribs and another of red braised pork, considering the ample quantity of meat available. With her mind set, Xiaoran meticulously cleaned the intestines in the afternoon, then placed them in a pot, adding the necessary seasonings to begin cooking. While they simmered, she chopped the ribs and prepared the meat, ensuring all ingredients were in place by 3 in the afternoon. She had successfully braised the intestines and set them aside, planning to cook dinner around 4 o'clock, allowing her ample time. Noticing that she still had time, Xiaoran retrieved the books she had salvaged from the recycling station during her previous trip to the county. In this era, devoid of mobile phones and the internet, it was rare for anyone to take the time to read quietly, as they had in modern times when novels or games often consumed their attention. Now, in this era without digital distractions, she could fully immerse herself in her reading. She also intended to gather some high school textbooks for thorough revision. Although the original owner had graduated high school, she had not taken her studies seriously. Despite her own modern education from a prestigious university, there remained significant differences and changes in this era, necessitating preparation to understand the political and cultural knowledge of her new environment. Fortunately, with nearly 5 years until the college entrance examination resumed, she had ample time to prepare. Around 4:30, Xiao Ran began preparing dinner, considering Gu Jinghua's appetite. She steamed a pot of buns as the staple, then cooked a batch of red braised ribs and another of red braised pork. Given the abundance of meat, at a tea around 5 o'clock, Gu Jinghua arrived carrying a bag of items, which he handed to Xiao Ran. Inquiring about its contents, she watched as he placed the items on the table in her living room. "These are just some pastries that I'm not fond of them. I thought you girls might enjoy them," he remarked. Ultimately, she did not refuse, finding him rather stubborn. Since he was already present, they proceeded to dine. The Jiu Jinghua, observing the delectable spread before him, found the flavors irresistible, particularly the braised intestines, which were not only flavorful, but also tender and easy to chew. Consequently, both Xiao Ran and Gu Jinghua finished off all 3 dishes, although Xiao Ran had only a small portion. Most of it was consumed by Gu Jinghua. After the meal, Gu Jinghua hesitated before addressing Xiao Ran. "Lin Jiqing, may I ask if there are any braised intestines left?" Xiao Ran pondered, wondering if he intended to share them with someone. However, she simply replied, "Yes, I have plenty left from yesterday's batch that I prepared a large quantity. I'll pack some for you to take home." Not wanting Xiao Ran to misunderstand his intentions, Gu Jinghua explained, "Actually, part of my reason for coming to the countryside is that my grandfather is here, and I wanted to take care of him." Xiao Ran was taken aback. The original plot had not mentioned that the male lead had come to the countryside for his grandfather, and she questioned why he would share this with her. As she had no desire to learn his secrets, noticing her lack of reaction, Gu Jinghua continued, "He is currently being sent down here, so I can only care for him in secret. He lives not too far from you." "In the cowshed?" Curious, Xiao Ran inquired, "Why would you tell me this? Are you not afraid I might betray your trust?" "I trust you 1T. You are not that kind of person. Moreover, it's essential for me to clarify this with you." Xiao Ran was utterly startled by his statement, questioning its implications. Fearing to contemplate it further, she hurried to the kitchen to prepare a generous bowl of braised intestines for him. Seeing Xiao Ran evade the topic, Gu Jinghua understood that she had yet to develop feelings for him, so he refrained from pursuing the matter further. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward, prompting him to leave with the intestines, reassured that time would allow Xiao Ran to gradually accept him. After Gu Jinghua departed from Xiao Ran's home, he did not return directly to the youth station, but instead made his way to the cow shed, which was conveniently located at the base of the mountain, not far from Xiao Ran's location. Upon his arrival, the shed was eerily quiet. The Jiu Jinghua gently knocked on the nearly dilapidated door. Hearing the noise, the elderly inhabitants within, startled, reacted like frightened birds. Among them was Gu Jinghua's grandfather, old Master Xiao, who upon realizing his grandson was present, called out, "Who is it?" As he approached the door to open, "It's me, grandfather," Gu Jinghua replied softly. Seeing his grandfather, who had aged considerably since arriving, with gray hair and a frail frame, filled him with sorrow. Old Master Xiao, excited to see his long-lost grandson, expressed concern. "What are you doing here? You must leave quickly. Don't let anyone see you." "Grandfather, please let me in." "There is no need to worry. I observed the area, and it's quite remote with few people around. That I came to the countryside to take care of you. My mother and the others are very worried about you." Old Master Xiao hurriedly pulled Gu Jinghua into the shed and closed the door securely. That he then introduced Gu Jinghua to the other elderly residents, 2 professors named Zhou and Liu, and a couple surnamed Zheng. After the introductions, the others lamented how fortunate old Master Xiao was. Upon arriving, their families had severed ties with them. Aside from the Zheng couple, the rest were solitary and struggling, unlike old Master Xiao, who had a caring grandson come to look after him. Inciting envy among the others, the Jiu Jinghua presented the bowl of braised intestines to old Master Xiao, who, recognizing the offering from his grandson, opened it without hesitation. The enticing aroma of the braised dish wafted through the air, instantly drawing the attention of the other elders. The Jiu Jinghua explained that this was a special treat he had brought for his grandfather. Since arriving at this place, old Master Xiao and the others had scarcely enjoyed a proper meal. With food scarce, they could only boil wild vegetables, sweet potatoes, and yams to stave off hunger. The team, recognizing their frail health, assigned them the responsibility of caring for 3 cows, and even if they had money, they dared not spend it. Any display of wealth could jeopardize their lives, leaving them all malnourished and emaciated. As the aroma of the braised intestines filled the air, everyone's stomachs involuntarily grumbled. Having subsisted on vegetable porridge and plain water to save rations, the enticing scent proved irresistible. Old Master Shao invited the others to join him for a meal, as they had been taking care of one another during their prolonged stay. Without such mutual support, one could hardly survive alone. That a large bowl brimming with pig intestines was swiftly devoured by the elderly guests. Witnessing their hearty appetite, Gu Jinghua felt a pang of sympathy for them. Once everyone had finished their meal, Old Master Shao cheerfully remarked, "It has been ages since I've enjoyed such a delightful feast. This braised pig intestine is truly exquisite, tender, and easy to chew. The chef's skill is remarkable." The others nodded in agreement. Gu Jinghua's thoughts turned to Shaoran, and his heart softened. Chapter 24. Shaoran's thoughts noticing the gentle expression on Jinghua's face. Old Master Shao speculated that perhaps a certain young lady was responsible for this delectable dish, and inquired, "Who made this? The craftsmanship is impressive." Gu Jinghua, feeling somewhat bashful, replied earnestly, "It was prepared by a young girl I know, Lin Jiqing, who tends to the pigs not far from here." The others exchanged complex glances, for they were aware that Shaoran often concocted delicious meals, the enticing aromas wafting through the air. They recognized her culinary prowess, but were not familiar enough with her to engage directly. Thus she remained unaware of the admiration her cooking inspired among her neighbors. Now that they understood the braised pig intestine was indeed made by Shaoran, no one was taken aback. It was simply expected that her dishes would be delightful. Gu Jinghua was oblivious to their thoughts, as he was engrossed in conversation with Old Master Shao, sharing insights about their respective situations. Reassured that his parents were well, he felt at ease and inquired about Lin Shaoran, knowing well the profound connection she had with her grandfather. Judging by Jinghua's recent demeanor, it seemed he harbored fond feelings for the young girl, which explained his decision to share this information with her. Gu Jinghua, however, was not fully informed about many aspects of Shaoran's life, so he refrained from elaborating. As the time approached for his departure, he bid farewell to Old Master Shao and the other elders before heading back to the youth commune. After Gu Jinghua's departure, Shaoran's heart was in turmoil. Had the male lead just expressed his feelings for her? This revelation was entirely unexpected. Their interactions had been scarce since her arrival, and it seemed the recent incident with the wild boar had merely allowed for a brief connection. She couldn't fathom how he could possibly have feelings for her. Ultimately, unable to make sense of it, Shaoran decided not to dwell on the matter, firmly believing that the male lead belonged with the female lead. She resolved to focus on her own life, avoiding entanglements that might lead to her being sidelined. After tidying up, Shaoran returned to her space, where she discovered a bountiful harvest of corn, along with flourishing sweet potato and red potato vines. Her garden, which she had cultivated, was vibrant with green, boasting large cabbages and substantial pumpkins, all thriving thanks to the nourishing spring water. Shaoran contemplated harvesting the sweet potatoes and red potatoes, as well as picking some tender corn. Her mouth watering at the thought of the various ways to prepare corn, she decided to leave some corn to mature further for future meals. The author has a note. Continuous updates are ongoing. I have long wished to write a historical narrative. Chapter 25. A bountiful harvest of sweet potatoes and red potatoes. The next morning, after feeding the 2 pigs, Shaoran ventured into the mountains to gather some pig feed. With ample sweet potato leaves and vines in her space, as well as potato greens, she gathered just half a basket of feed, knowing it would suffice for several days. Upon returning home, she secured the yard gate and entered her space with a shovel. Surveying the considerable area, Shaoran began to carefully dig up the potatoes and sweet potatoes. After a busy morning, she had successfully unearthed all of them. Although only a few were harvested, the yield was impressive. Likely due to the magical spring water, she placed the potatoes and sweet potatoes in separate corners of her space, then moved a small bag of each to the kitchen outside. The morning passed in a flurry of activity. For lunch, Shaoran prepared a dish of chicken stewed with potatoes, along with smashed cucumbers and steamed rice. However, with the recent consumption, only half a bag of rice remained, though she still had plenty of flour. Shaoran, not particularly fond of wheat products, had hardly touched the flour, planning to exchange it for finer grains once the rice ran out. After a physically demanding morning, Shaoran felt quite hungry at noon. Following her meal, she rested for about an hour before returning to her space to gather half a basket of tender corn for cooking as a staple food. Once everything was prepared, she took a small portion of the sweet potato leaves to cook for the pigs that ate for the sweet potatoes and potatoes planted in the vacant area behind her yard. Shaoran left them undisturbed, knowing the spring water outside was not as plentiful, resulting in a slower growth rate. Although the vegetables outside were nearing maturity, they still required some time to fully ripen, and Shaoran preferred not to raise any suspicions. After completing her tasks, Shaoran checked the time and realized it was already around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Remembering that Gu Jinghua was coming over that evening, she began to prepare dinner. They had agreed that all the meat would be at her place, and she would cook, so Gu Jinghua could join her for the meal. Shaoran hadn't thought much of it at the time, and now felt reluctant to change the arrangement. Taking into account Gu Jinghua's appetite and the possibility that he might want to take some food for his grandfather, Shaoran decided to cut a large piece of meat to make braised pork. She planned to serve one portion for herself and Gu Jinghua, leaving another for his grandfather. She also stir-fried some potatoes in vinegar and prepared steamed buns from a mix of flours. By around 5 o'clock, just as Shaoran finished cooking, she heard a knock at the door, thinking it must be him. Upon opening the door, she was surprised to see Gu Jinghua carrying a large bundle of firewood on his back. "What are you doing?" she asked. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Gu Jinghua replied, "I noticed you were low on firewood in your yard and kitchen, so I thought I would help carry some down from the mountains today. It wouldn't be right for you to do it alone, that I can bring some for you every few days, so you don't have to struggle." Shaoran was taken aback by his thoughtfulness and keen observation, feeling a bit touched. However, she quickly regained her composure, not wanting to complicate matters with the male lead and the female lead, and politely declined, "There's no need, that I usually don't use much, and I go up the mountain daily. So it's quite convenient. Please don't trouble yourself." Others might misunderstand that Gu Jinghua silently ignored her protest and placed a large bundle of firewood in the yard, breaking some larger branches to make it easier for her to use for cooking. Shaoran watched as he efficiently organized the firewood, setting it neatly in a corner before carrying an armful into the kitchen, planning to persuade him otherwise during dinner. Chapter 26. Interactions with the male lead. Once Shaoran saw Gu Jinghua had finished arranging everything, she called him to wash his hands for dinner. During the meal, she informed him that she had set aside a portion of braised pork for his grandfather. Gu Jinghua expressed his gratitude for her thoughtfulness, acknowledging that most people would react with disdain upon learning about his grandfather's identity, but Shaoran had accepted it without reservation, even preparing a dish for him that in truth, Lin Shaoran had traversed from the modern world and understood that they were not malevolent individuals. She was aware that they would eventually return to their previous identities and lives, so she treated them as ordinary people without undue flattery or malice. Preparing braised pork for his grandfather was also a practical decision, as they needed to consume the excess meat quickly. Every time Gu Jinghua savored Shaoran's cooking, he experienced a profound sense of happiness and satisfaction. Even now, as they sat in comfortable silence, the atmosphere was warm and inviting, enveloping them both in a sense of peace. Thus, Gu Jinghua encouraged himself inwardly, believing that even if Shaoran did not accept him now, he could continue to treat her well, confident that she would eventually come around. Indeed, Gu Jinghua's appetite proved quite impressive, as he managed to consume most of a generous serving of braised pork, while Shaoran could only manage a few bites before feeling overwhelmed, having had the dish repeatedly over the past few meals. Consequently, she found the stir-fried shredded potatoes quite delightful. That Gu Jinghua had shared several meals with her and was aware that she only nibbled on the lean portions of the braised pork, indicating her aversion to fatty meat. Thus, he did not press her to eat more and polished off the dish himself. After their meal, Shaoran suggested to Gu Jinghua, "I can't finish this meat now. I could turn some of it into jerky. With the autumn harvest approaching, it would be wise to have it for when times get tough. That I could also make some braised meat for you to take back to the youth commune. And leave a portion for your grandfather. What do you think?" Gu Jinghua agreed, mindful that their current relationship warranted caution. Frequent meals together could tarnish Shaoran's reputation if seen by others, although he longed to dine with her daily. Her proposal was indeed practical, and he resolved to wait for a more appropriate time in the future. After departing from Shaoran's residence, Gu Jinghua visited old Master Xiao, bringing along the portion of braised pork that Shaoran had set aside for him. Old Master Xiao was aware of the wild boar they had hunted, so he was not overly formal with his grandson, despite not having seen Shaoran herself. Nevertheless, he held her in high regard, as she routinely provided them with meat, which was a rare kindness that endeared them to the other elderly residents, who were grateful to both Gu Jingwo and Xiaoran, given that neither had any familial ties to them. Gu Jingwo did not linger and returned to the youth commune, having refrained from eating there for the past couple of days to avoid drawing attention to himself. Upon his return, the female youth were just finishing their meal preparations. In September, the sun set rather late, and the team leader mandated that work only ended after 6 o'clock, that by the time the young women had completed cooking, it was nearly 7, and Gu Jingwo arrived just in time for dinner. Though he had already eaten, he preferred to keep that fact to himself, that as he consumed the meal prepared at the commune, Gu Jingwo found it rather unappetizing. The stark contrast in quality was apparent, and he could hardly swallow. Thus, he merely ate a cornmeal bun and drank a bowl of soup, drawing the curiosity of Su Kai, who sat beside him. "Jingwo, why are you eating so little today?" Gu Jingwo concocted a casual excuse, claiming he had a poor appetite. The others did not comment further. While he was not hungry, they were famished. The workload assigned to them had increased significantly, leaving everyone eager to eat as much as possible. They envied the easy lives of Xiao Qingqing and Gu Jingwo, who only needed to attend classes to earn 9 work points daily. However, there was little they could do, as the others were not as exceptional, and thus could not garner the same votes. The female youth harbored greater envy for Lin Xiaoran, who received both money and parcels from home each month, allowing her to comfortably tend to 2 piglets without needing to rely on work points. Her life was quite pleasant, and according to Su Kai, who had dined at her home previously, her living conditions were decent. Though not as luxurious as the commune, they were comfortable enough for her alone. Chapter 27. Preparing braised meat and jerky the following morning. Xiaoran rose early, gathered some pigweed from the mountains, and returned home, where she found plenty of sweet potato vines that in the morning she began making jerky. Knowing she would need to attend the autumn harvest, it was essential to avoid raising objections among others. Therefore, she prepared extra jerky, 1 portion for herself, 1 for Gu Jingwo, and another for his grandfather. Acknowledging their hard work, although she could not assist them in other ways, she could at least provide them with some food for the future. Xiaoran utilized most of the meat to make jerky, spending the entire morning slicing and cooking. Just before lunchtime, she completed all the jerky, crafting 2 varieties, 5-spice and original flavor, both delectable, enhanced by a few drops of spring water, making them exceptionally tasty. She divided the jerky into 3 portions. For lunch, she simply stir-fried a green vegetable, and in the afternoon, began preparing the braised meat, which was relatively straightforward and took about an hour to complete. She divided the braised meat into 3 portions as well. With time still on her side, Xiaoran decided to check if the chestnuts on the mountain were ripe. She recalled discovering a chestnut tree during her last visit, and now it should be ready for harvesting to make candied chestnuts and chestnut chicken. Upon reaching the mountain, she found the tree laden with fruit, and using a long stick, she knocked down a significant number of chestnuts. Soon, she filled a basket and transported them to her space, also picking some wild vegetables before heading back down. Upon returning home, Xiaoran secured the courtyard door from within and entered her space to clean the chestnuts. After finishing the laborious task, her fingers were swollen, so she soaked them in spring water for a while, restoring them to their delicate and fair state. In the afternoon, after finishing his classes, Gu Jingwo visited Xiaoran, who had asked him to come by to collect the jerky and braised meat she had prepared. Xiaoran handed him the braised meat in 2 small packages, 1 for his grandfather and 1 for himself, along with 2 large bags of jerky. Seeing Xiaoran's thoughtfulness in preparing not only for him, but also for his grandfather warmed Gu Jingwo's heart. Concerned that she might not have enough for herself, he offered her his portion. But Xiaoran adamantly refused, insisting that she had plenty left. Thus, he relented and did not press the matter further. Gu Jingwo considered bringing her some pastries and white rabbit milk candies during his next trip to the county, as the female youth at the commune seemed to enjoy them, and he thought Xiaoran would likely appreciate them as well. After spending a short while, he took his leave, even though he wished to linger. Xiaoran would not allow him to stay long, fearing that being seen together might lead to misunderstandings. When Gu Jingwo arrived at old Master Zhao's place, he found only the old man and the Zheng couple. The other 2 elderly residents had gone out to tend to the cattle. The 3 of them were busy cleaning the cow shed that Gu Jingwo could not simply stand by, so he quickly rolled up his sleeves and joined them. With his assistance, they swiftly finished cleaning the shed, as they all lived together and needed to do so every couple of days. Otherwise, the stench would become unbearable. especially in the current warm weather, which attracted mosquitoes. Thus, they made it a point to ensure the cow shed was thoroughly clean. Gu Jinghua understood the hard work his grandfather and the others endured, which tugged at his heartstrings. But he remained silent, feeling that all he could do was help with the heavy labor and provide them with food. The Gu Jinghua presented the items he had brought to his grandfather, who exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the generous offerings. "These are wonderful things. Why did you bring so much, grandfather? I still have plenty." Lin Xiaoran prepared 3 portions of everything, so I have ample left. However, you must eat the braised meat within the next couple of days, as it does not keep well. The jerky can be stored for longer, so you may enjoy it at your leisure. In truth, Gu Jinghua had set aside most of the braised meat for his grandfather, ensuring that everyone could have a little more. He did not divide the jerky with him, as Xiaoran had provided a sufficient quantity. Chapter 28. Before the autumn harvest, after returning from his grandfather's, Gu Jinghua stored the jerky in his cabinet, planning to share some of the braised meat with Su Kai and Xiao Jun later. As he maintained a good rapport with the two, as time passed swiftly, they approached the autumn harvest. During this period, Xiaoran had also caught a few wild chickens and rabbits from the mountains, which she kept in her space to raise in the vegetable garden behind the residence. The sweet potatoes and potatoes were all harvested by Xiaoran one afternoon, resulting in a bountiful yield. Although it could not compare to that in the space, it was still greater than the average output. Xiaoran also discovered that the taste of the potatoes, sweet potatoes, and vegetables she had grown was quite delightful, further reinforcing her belief that the spring water was indeed a treasure. Through a period of dietary nourishment, Xiaoran's complexion had improved significantly, and with her routine of retiring early each day, her life had become remarkably orderly. She felt quite content with her current circumstances. Today, the team leader informed all the educated youth that they would commence the autumn harvest starting tomorrow. Each year, the autumn harvest would leave everyone exhausted, so today was designated as a rest day. And the school would also be on break for several days. Xiaoran, along with Kailihua, ventured to the county to procure various items. Recently, they had prepared several batches of marinated delicacies, and with the remaining seasonings dwindling, Xiaoran purchased a plethora of spices and some eggs, intending to make egg cakes when time permitted. Later, they visited the post office to collect the package sent from home, and then, together with the other educated youth, they went to the pork stall to buy some meat and pig intestines. However, perhaps due to the late hour, they could only secure some lean meat that was generally less favored by others. Yet, Xiaoran was pleased as she did not enjoy fatty meat. Kailihua remarked that Xiaoran was at a disadvantage and advised her against purchasing, but Xiaoran explained that the meat ration tickets would soon expire, and she managed to buy some pig intestines and a set of ribs. Without any meat tickets of her own, Kailihua settled for some snacks and a pack of white rabbit milk candy. At noon, everyone gathered for lunch at the state-run restaurant, as most had received their packages and letters from home. Considering the arduous autumn harvest ahead, they bought ample food to sustain themselves, lest the harvest become particularly grueling. Upon returning to the residence in the afternoon, Xiaoran organized her purchases and opened the package from home. Perhaps in response to the wild chickens and hares Xiaoran had sent previously, her parents expressed in their letter that she had grown up and become more sensible. They worried that she might not have enough money and had therefore sent her a substantial sum, along with various tickets, encouraging her to buy what she desired and not to deprive herself. They also mentioned that her brother had sent many tickets to the family, which they forwarded to Xiaoran, assuring her that if she ever needed more money, she should write to them for assistance. Reading the letter, Xiaoran felt deeply moved. Every word resonated with her parents' profound love. They were overjoyed merely at the fact that their daughter had become more understanding. Indeed, parental love is the most magnificent affection in the world. Contemplating the upcoming new year, Xiaoran hoped to return home and visit them. She counted the money sent by her parents, 300 yuan, along with an array of tickets, meat, cloth, and industrial tickets, all quite comprehensive, including numerous nationwide grain tickets, many of which must have been sent by her brother. Xiaoran planned to wait until after the autumn harvest to prepare some jerky for her brother, who likely saved up these tickets during his time in the military, where the training was rigorous. She intended to send him a generous assortment of food to replenish his energy after his training sessions. The package also contained a can of milk powder, 2 cans of meat, and little else. These items were likely hard-earned, as many goods were scarce in the city. Xiaoran pondered sending some dried goods back to her parents next time to help them restore their health. Chapter 29. The autumn harvest. Early the next morning, Xiaoran rose and steamed a pot of corn buns made from corn she had cultivated herself and ground into cornmeal. She discovered that steaming buns from this cornmeal produced a delightful dish, fluffy, flavorful, with a subtle fragrance and sweetness. Hence, she often prepared a batch to enjoy over 2 or 3 meals. Sharon also boiled 2 eggs for breakfast and filled a flask with a mixture of spring water and cool boiled water before setting off. Upon arriving at the fields, the educated youth had gathered. The team leader approached to assign tasks, pairing 2 individuals to manage a plot of rice paddies, emphasizing that they must finish today. Otherwise, they would have to stay behind. Xiaoran surveyed the vast expanse of land and wondered how long it would take 2 people to complete the task. Yet, there was no alternative. The autumn harvest required swift action to gather the grain promptly, as they would later need to transport it to the county, where various teams would queue to deliver their produce. Those at the back of the line would have to wait a long time, neglecting even their meals. Thus, the team leader assigned a considerable workload to the educated youth. This time, Sharon teamed up with Kaelihuo again to tackle a section of the field. They began cutting the rice with sickles, bundling the stalks together, and then placing them on the embankment. After an hour of bending over, Shaoran felt as if her waist no longer belonged to her, having only recently arrived in the fields. She had not worked there before, so the exertion was quite taxing. However, after a few sips of water, she regained her spirit and continued to harvest the rice. Working alongside Kaelihua, who was more experienced and had participated in previous autumn harvests, Shaoran felt she could not afford to rest, knowing that Kaelihua was at a disadvantage due to their partnership. Thus, she gritted her teeth to persevere, grateful for the dietary supplements she had consumed recently, which had significantly improved her physical condition. Finally, they endured until noon when the team leader announced a break, ringing a gong to signal that work was over for now. Everyone was to return for lunch and resume at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After exchanging pleasantries with Kaelihua, Shaoran dragged her weary body back to the residence. Upon returning, utterly exhausted, she lacked the energy to prepare any dishes and simply reheated the buns from the morning, frying 2 eggs to accompany her meal. After eating, she set an alarm in her space for a half-hour rest. Around 1 o'clock, Sharon awoke, took several corn buns, and packed them away, knowing the afternoon would stretch long. She anticipated hunger would strike later. Despite having eaten a hearty breakfast, her stomach was already clamoring for food. Thus, she prepared some snacks to tide her over until later. After working for over 2 hours in the afternoon, Shaoran could no longer bear the strain of bending over and decided to take a break with Kaelihua. Just as they approached the embankment, Gu Jingwa strolled over with his long strides. Revealing that he and Sukai had finished harvesting their plot, the Jiyu Jingwa offered to help Shaoran with her rice, while Sukai dashed over to assist the leading lady, Xiao Qingqing. Noticing that many had observed Gu Jingwa's approach to assist her, especially the change in Xiao Qingqing's expression, Shaoran felt a twinge of anxiety, aware that the leading lady might retaliate against her. She quickly declined Gu Jingwa's offer of help, but seeing her persistent refusal, he simply took a sickle and began cutting from the area Shaoran had just harvested. Unable to refuse, she had no choice but to accept his assistance. Because of her, their progress with Kaelihua had been somewhat slow, and Shaoran did not wish to burden Kaelihua with overtime. Kaelihua seemed on the verge of asking Shaoran something, but ultimately kept her thoughts to herself and continued cutting alongside Gu Jingwa. Shaoran understood that Kaelihua was likely curious about her connection with Gu Jingwa, but since she did not inquire, Shaoran chose not to divulge any details. With Gu Jingwa's involvement, their pace soon matched that of the other groups of educated youth. Shaoran noted how swiftly Gu Jingwa worked. If she did not know he had come to the countryside with them, she might have mistaken him for a seasoned farmer with years of experience. By around 5 o'clock, they had completed harvesting their section of the field. Shaoran felt utterly drained and quickly took a long drink of water, gradually regaining her energy. Feeling her stomach rumbling, Shaoran offered Gu Jingwa 2 of the corn buns she had brought, one to Kaelihua, and kept one for herself. Chapter 30. The second autumn harvest, everyone was equally famished and did not hesitate to devour the buns. After thanking Shaoran, Kaelihua headed back to the educated youth point, and everyone lacked the energy to engage in conversation. Once Kaelihua departed, Gu Jingwa approached Shaoran and said, "Tomorrow, I will help you harvest the rice, and you can focus on bundling it together. That won't do. Your assistance today will only lead to misunderstandings. Thank you for your help today, but tomorrow I can manage on my own." Shaoran quickly replied that Jiyu Jingwa, observing her insistence, thought to mention to Kealihua later that they should switch partners for the next day. Once Xiaoran returned to her residence, she felt fortunate for Gu Jinghua's help today. Otherwise, she and Kealihua would have likely been working late into the night to finish their section of the field. In truth, Gu Jinghua's actions did stir emotions within him. However, Xiaoran was genuinely concerned about the possibility of the male protagonist developing feelings for the female lead once again. She harbored little confidence in herself and had no desire to confront the female lead directly. Unbeknownst to Xiaoran, from the moment Gu Jinghua began assisting her, the female lead had already become aware of his affections for her. Thus, even if she chose to evade the situation now, it was inevitable that she would ultimately face the female lead. Exhausted from the day's events, Xiaoran yearned for a delectable meal to replenish her energy. Each time she engaged in culinary pursuits or savored food, a profound sense of happiness enveloped her, as long as she focused on these two activities. All her worries vanished. Since she couldn't quite discern her feelings for Gu Jinghua at the moment, she decided to let things unfold naturally. Xiaoran prepared a wild chicken she had caught in her space and peeled some chestnuts. Intending to make chestnut stewed chicken, alongside a dish of steamed eggs, for the staple, she would simply reheat some corn buns. After spending roughly half an hour, she completed her meal preparations, indulging in her homemade delicacies. She found the flavors exquisite. Due to her immense exertion today, Xiaoran consumed a generous portion of chestnut stewed chicken, a serving of steamed eggs, and even ate that after finishing. She felt so full that she merely sat in a state of mental emptiness, reclining comfortably for a moment. After a while, Xiaoran tidied up and retreated to her apartment within the space. She added a few drops of spirit spring water to her bath, and upon finishing her soak, she felt all traces of fatigue dissipate, leaving her invigorated. The following morning dawned early once more. Xiaoran prepared potato and egg pancakes, making an ample batch. After enjoying her meal, she packed a few to share with Gu Jinghua and Sister Lihua. Suspecting that the food at the youth station was rather subpar, upon arriving at the fields, Chao Lihua informed Xiaoran, today you will be in the same group as Gu Ziqing, while I will pair with Su Ziqing. Xiaoran was taken aback. How could this be? However, upon reflection, she surmised that Gu Jinghua must have discussed this arrangement with Sister Lihua the previous night, and likely she was in agreement as her pace was rather slow, and working with her would undoubtedly hinder progress. Unlike with Su Kai, reluctantly, Xiaoran acquiesced but still offered a potato and egg pancake to Chao Lihua. Chao Lihua expressed her gratitude, not refusing the generous offering, especially since she hadn't had a hearty breakfast. The previous day's exhaustion had led to the cooking youth oversleeping, leaving everyone to subsist on their meager leftovers. Chao Lihua had only managed to consume 2 pastries and some hot water that morning, so she was truly appreciative of the substantial pancake filled with delightful ingredients that Xiaoran had given her. Standing nearby, Su Kai observed the exchange and hurried over to Xiaoran, feigning despair. Lin Ziqing, I haven't eaten either this morning, and I'm still starving. You can't just stand idly by. Amused by his antics, Xiaoran couldn't help but laugh and offered him a pancake as well. She then reserved the remaining 3 for Gu Jinghua, reasoning that he probably hadn't eaten much either, and considering he was in her group today, it was essential for him to be well-fed to muster the strength for the tasks ahead. Indeed, this is the right thing to do, Xiaoran reassured herself. Receiving the pancake from Xiaoran filled Gu Jinghua with joy, as it signified her gradual acceptance of him, an encouraging sign. The pancakes she crafted were generously filled with potato and egg, and after incorporating 4 eggs into the mix, each bite was infused with the rich aroma of eggs. The shredded potatoes were delectably tangy and spicy, prompting the surrounding youths to turn into envious onlookers. Though none dared to approach Xiaoran as shamelessly as Su Kai did, merely watching as Gu Jinghua and his companions enjoyed their meal. After finishing their repast, Xiaoran and Gu Jinghua were reassigned a plot of land by the team leader, while Chao Lihua paired with Su Kai. The previous night, Su Kai had expressed a desire to partner with Xiao Qingqing, but Gu Jinghua had firmly rejected that notion in return for his cooperation. Gu Jinghua had shared some jerky with him, prompting him to quickly change his tune, realizing that nothing could compare to such a tasty treat. Having just savored the delicious potato and egg pancake, he was more than content. Though Xiaoran's pace was not particularly swift, Gu Jinghua worked with remarkable efficiency, often managing to harvest a substantial area while Xiaoran only cut a small section. Eventually, Gu Jinghua took over the task of cutting rice, allowing Xiaoran to bundle the harvested stalks and carry them to the embankment. Recognizing her slower pace, Xiaoran diligently gathered the rice Gu Jinghua had cut. This way, with one person cutting and the other bundling. They swiftly completed the harvest of half the plot, just in time for lunch, with only the afternoon's work remaining. Today was less exhausting than yesterday, so Xiaoran resolved to prepare something delicious for lunch, especially since Gu Jinghua had exerted considerable effort. She invited him over for a meal, and no one objected, as it was evident to all that Gu Jinghua had an interest in her. His willingness to assist was his own prerogative. Gu Jinghua did not refuse. The food at the youth station was notoriously unpalatable, often either undercooked or imbued with an odd flavor, a situation he had endured for far too long. Upon returning to Xiaoran's dwelling, he assisted her in building a fire while she prepared the meal. Considering the warm weather, Xiaoran opted for a refreshing dish alongside a meat course, reheating the morning's potato and egg pancake. In preparing a mung bean soup that could be chilled for the afternoon. With someone tending the fire, Xiaoran's pace quickened, culminating in a delightful dish of braised pork ribs and a stir-fried bitter melon to alleviate the heat. Observing that Xiaoran had finished cooking, Gu Jinghua proactively set the table, arranging bowls and chopsticks and placing the dishes before them. After savoring a bite of the ribs and a helping of the bitter melon, Gu Jinghua was pleasantly surprised by Xiaoran's culinary skills, exclaiming, "Xiaoran, your cooking is truly exquisite." A wave of sweetness washed over her as she noted that he addressed her as Xiaoran rather than Lin Ziking. She realized she could no longer resist the charm of the male protagonist. Not only was his demeanor magnetic, but his appearance and aura aligned perfectly with her aesthetic preferences. Recognizing that she could no longer resist, she decided to embrace it. After all, what was the harm? Who dictated that the male protagonist must belong to the female lead? Moreover, it was she whom Gu Jinghua favored. With a smile, Xiaoran replied, "If you enjoy it, then do indulge." However, with a playful spirit, she playfully piled a generous serving of bitter melon onto his plate. Gu Jinghua feigned a grimace, yet his heart was elated, sensing the shift in Xiaoran's demeanor. Ultimately, whether it was the potato ribs or the stir-fried bitter melon, a significant portion was consumed by Gu Jinghua, while Xiaoran, having exerted less effort today, found her appetite somewhat diminished. After their meal, there was no time for rest. So Xiaoran prepared a substantial portion of mung bean soup to take with her as she accompanied Gu Jinghua back to the fields that in the afternoon. Gu Jinghua continued to handle the harvesting, while Xiaoran focused on bundling. Whenever thirst struck, she sipped the mung bean soup, which she had enriched with Spirit's spring water. After tasting it, Gu Jinghua felt a surge of vitality, attributing it to Xiaoran's presence beside him. Before long, by 4 o'clock, Gu Jinghua and Xiaoran had completed their tasks for the day, returning under the envious gazes of their peers. However, Gu Jinghua did not visit Xiaoran that evening, as the midday encounter had been acceptable. But the evening solitude between a man and a woman could lead to misunderstandings that on the third day, through the collective efforts of the entire team, all the rice was harvested. Subsequently, the team began organizing for the threshing and winnowing of the grains. After 2 more days of busyness, the autumn harvest concluded on the 5th day. What followed was the team leader's responsibility to transport the grain to the county for distribution, after which the remaining grain would be allocated to each household based on their work points. Once the grain was collected, the team had no heavy tasks left, allowing everyone to rest for 2 days until the team leader returned to distribute the grain. Xiaoran, meanwhile, tended to her 2 pigs, which had grown significantly, each nearing a weight of about 100 pounds. The daily feed prepared for them had doubled compared to before, as she finished off the sweet potato vines and potato leaves from her yard and space. Early the next morning, Xiaoran ventured up the mountain to gather pig fodder, needing to collect 2 baskets daily to suffice. Upon her arrival, she found that the youths had also come to the mountain, likely inspired by her previous visits that bore no ill consequences, hoping to catch some wild chickens or rabbits. Upon spotting Xiaoran, Chao Liwa greeted her and joined in to help that Gu Jinghua, without hesitation, took over Xiaoran's basket, shouldering it himself as he assisted her in cutting the pig fodder. The other youths, witnessing this, began to tease them, especially Su Kai, who exclaimed, "When are you two getting married? We want to celebrate." However, several young women harbored jealousy, particularly Hu Yueme, who scornfully remarked, "Lin Xiaoran, you vixen. When did you and Gu Ziking become an item? I wonder what underhanded tactics you employed to ensnare him." Hearing Hu Yueme's harsh words, Xiaoran remained unfazed, but Gu Jinghua was visibly displeased and retorted, "Comrade Hu, one ought not to speak carelessly. Lin is the one I pursue. Some words ought to be chosen with caution. Remember to exercise restraint. Lin Ziqing is someone I protect. Anyone who troubles her is challenging me. Gu Jinghua. Xiaoran never anticipated that Gu Jinghua would defend her in such a manner. She had originally prepared sharp retorts for Hu Yueme. But in a moment of surprise and gratitude, those words completely slipped her mind. Deeply moved, she resolved to accept him, fearing that should she let this opportunity pass, she might never encounter someone so perfectly suited to her again. Meanwhile, the others, witnessing Gu Jinghua's imposing display, exhibited a myriad of expressions. The male youths felt that Lin Xiaoran was quite exceptional. Not only was she beautiful, but her culinary skills were also remarkable, and her family background was enviable. Yet, they found themselves unable to pursue her due to a lack of time. Realizing Gu Jinghua's actions meant they had no chance, they felt a pang of regret. However, once this regret faded, they considered the absence of such a formidable rival as Gu Jinghua a boon, and thus, the other female youths in the commune felt a rush of delight. The female youths, upon hearing Gu Jinghua's words, displayed a spectrum of expressions, with most feeling envious of Xiao, and Gu Jinghua was the most outstanding among their group, and now he had seemingly claimed Xiaoran for himself. Among them, Hu Yueme's countenance was the most unsightly. She had long harbored animosity towards Lin Xiaoran, and now, with Gu Jinghua protecting her, she seethed with resentment, yet dared not act further. The heroine, Xiao Qingqing, wore a complicated expression, but she quickly regained her composure, for she was among the first to notice Gu Jinghua's unusual behavior, and thus was also the first to realize his feelings for Lin Xiaoran. However, she had yet to devise a plan to address the situation, as the autumn harvest had intervened, and she remained uncertain about how to handle Lin Xiaoran, being a person who preferred to strike only when assured of success. Chapter 33. Ambushed on the mountain soon. The opportune moment arrived. Perhaps emboldened by their numbers, they ventured deeper into the mountains. When everyone regained their senses, they found themselves in the heart of the wilderness. Each having gathered a bounty of wild vegetables and fruits. Two male youths had even collected a significant number of wild chicken eggs and had managed to catch a wild chicken. Just as they were enjoying their good fortune, the sound of a wild boar snorting in the distance sent a wave of panic through the group. What to do? They had no weapons at hand. Save for the sickle that Xiaoran wielded for cutting grass, the boar drew nearer. Chaos ensued, and everyone scattered, fearing the beast would pursue them. Xiaoran ran desperately ahead. Had she been alone, she could have banished the boar to another realm, but with so many people, that plan was unfeasible, and she could only run alongside the others. Seeing Xiaoran about to forge ahead, Hu Yueme's heart raced with fear. Being at the rear, she instinctively tripped Xiaoran, who had not anticipated such misfortune at that moment, and fell to the ground. The wild boar approached her. Xiaoran rolled into a nearby thicket. Just as its foul mouth aimed to bite down on her, Gu Jinghua, acting swiftly, kicked the boar away, then picked up the sickle that Xiaoran had dropped and plunged it into the boar's belly. As the boar writhed on the ground, Gu Jinghua extracted the sickle and struck it twice more, ultimately slaying the beast single-handedly. The other youths stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend Gu Jinghua's impressive display of strength. Su Kai rushed to Gu Jinghua's side and clapped him on the arm, exclaiming, "Well done, Jinghua! I had no idea you were so formidable, able to take down such a large wild boar." Gu Jinghua's expression remained frosty. Disregarding him entirely, his cold gaze sweeping over Hu Yueme, and one could fathom the depth of his panic upon witnessing Xiaoran being tripped by Hu Yueme, fearing that she might be harmed by the boar. He had intended to turn back and protect her, but was met with the sight of chaos instead. Fortunately, Xiaoran's quick thinking had allowed her to escape into the thicket, narrowly avoiding disaster. All he wished for now was to hold her close, to soothe the turmoil within him. Xiaoran was helped to her feet by Qiao Lihua, who expressed her concern, saying, "Xiaoran, are you all right? You truly scared me just now. I almost thought the wild boar would injure you." Thankfully, Gu Zhixing was here. Who would have thought he was so capable, that even a wild boar is no match for him? Xiaoran, still shaken, reassured Qiao Lihua, "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Lihua." "You should be thanking someone else," Qiao Lihua teased, noticing that Xiaoran truly seemed unscathed, feeling a flush of embarrassment from Qiao Lihua's playful jab. Xiaoran reflected on Gu Jinghua's bravery in that perilous moment, and her heart was irrevocably moved by him. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingqing felt a pang of regret. Lin Xiaoran is truly fortunate. Were it not for Gu Jinghua, she would certainly have suffered. Why didn't Hu Yume push her towards the wild boar? Truly useless. Indeed, Xiao Qingqing had witnessed Hu Yume's attempt to trip Xiao Ran and had originally sought an opportunity to push her towards the beast herself. However, Hu Yume's clumsiness had resulted in merely tripping her, failing to inflict any harm. Missing this chance meant future opportunities would be scarce. Unbeknownst to anyone, Hu Yume was consumed by fear. She understood that Gu Jinghua's icy glare had seen through her actions. He lacked evidence, which is why he had refrained from exposing her before everyone. That glance had served as a warning. Regardless of their thoughts, the majority of the youths were elated, with Gu Jinghua having slain the wild boar. They were overjoyed at the prospect of meat. Chapter 34. Dividing the wild boar meat. As the group deliberated on what to do with the wild boar, the team leader arrived with villagers. Armed and ready, it turned out that one of the male youths had run down the mountain in a panic, fearing for Gu Jinghua's safety, and sought help from the team leader, who had just returned from the county. Upon hearing the news, he had gathered several young men with tools and ascended the mountain. Upon seeing the dead boar, the team leader inquired about the events, and the youths excitedly shared that it had been Gu Jinghua who had single-handedly brought it down. Once the team leader and villagers understood the situation, they were equally astonished by Gu Jinghua's prowess. To have taken down such a large wild boar alone was truly impressive. The beast they encountered today was even larger than the one Lin Xiaoran and Gu Jinghua had faced previously. And Gu Jinghua's victory had been fueled by a fierce determination, driven by the fear of Xiao Ran being harmed. The pressing question now was how to divide the boar. The youths believed that since they had encountered it themselves, it rightfully belonged to them, yet none dared voice their thoughts, for the team leader had previously warned against venturing deep into the mountains. Had it not been for Gu Jinghua, their lives could have been in jeopardy. After a moment's contemplation, the team leader stated, "This wild boar is technically communal property of the team. However, since you all discovered it and Gu Zhixing killed it, we will slaughter it at the Team S place and allocate 20 jin of meat to Gu Zhixing and 5 jin to Lin Zhixing. The others will share the remainder with the team." The villagers present were delighted, as this was a rare windfall of meat, and even if each family received only a small portion, they were thrilled. Having had little opportunity to enjoy meat throughout the year, thanks to Gu Zhixing, they would finally partake in a feast, and they had no objections to this distribution. Upon hearing the allocation, the youths displayed varied reactions. While they accepted the generous portion for Gu Jinghua, after all, he had been the one to exert himself, they questioned why Lin Xiaoran was also entitled to 5 jin of meat. Hu Yume exclaimed, "Team leader, this is unfair. Why should Lin Xiaoran receive 5 jin of meat? She didn't even hunt the boar." The team leader cast a complex glance in her direction. Having already been informed by Gu Jinghua about Hu Yume's trip of Lin Xiaoran, that he had not expected such malice from a young girl. However, like Gu Jinghua, he opted not to expose her, lacking solid evidence. Lin Zhixing was startled and nearly injured. This is a form of compensation for her, and the sickle is also hers, having played a crucial role. Shouldn't she receive a bit more? He surveyed the assembly and continued. Upon hearing the team leader's reasoning, the other youths had nothing further to say. Receiving any meat at all was a boon, and they were disinclined to argue. Hu Yume wished to protest further, but fell silent under the team leader's stern gaze. Several villagers cheerfully hoisted the wild boar and began their descent down the mountain, but Gu Jinghua walked beside Xiaoran, helping her carry her basket, and inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. There's no need for you to worry," Xiaoran replied bashfully. Chao Liwa linked her arm with Xiaoran's, walking alongside them, and felt a sense of joy for the two of them. Chapter 35. Dividing the wild boar meat. Once they descended the mountain, they encountered the village elders, who were all delighted to see such a large catch that it had been years since they had seen a wild boar. The last time being many years prior. On that occasion, a wild boar invaded the fields, wreaking havoc upon the crops, and ultimately, the villagers expended considerable effort to bring it down. Now, thanks to Gu Zhixing, everyone had just completed the autumn harvest and was utterly exhausted. This wild boar would serve to replenish their strength. The village leader called out to everyone to return and inform others to join in the distribution of the boar's meat. They transported the meat to the designated area for slaughtering in the village, and then hurried back home to fetch containers to carry the meat. Once everyone had gathered, the village leader explained the reason for their feast that day and subsequently issued a warning to all, urging them to refrain from venturing deep into the mountains again, but he cautioned that without the might of Gu Jingwa, their lives could be at stake. This admonition effectively stifled the more mischievous thoughts of certain individuals. Following the village leader's address, the division of the meat commenced. Considering that the educated youth had discovered the wild boar and contributed significantly, the leader allowed them to take their share first. After they had finished, it was the turn of the villagers. Thus, Xiao Ran received 5 jin of meat, while Gu Jingwa received 20 jin, and the other educated youth each received a little over half a jin. After the distribution, the villagers returned home in high spirits, eager to prepare the meat for their husbands to replenish their energy. Some frugal individuals might make their portion last for quite some time. However, with grain distribution scheduled for the following day, everyone was in good spirits. Upon returning home, Xiao Ran stored the meat and took nearly a jin with her to the educated youth's gathering. Just before parting, everyone had remarked that the educated youth had not enjoyed anything particularly good for quite a while. With the wild boar meat and a wild chicken now available, they could finally indulge in a proper feast. They invited Xiao Ran to join them, primarily because the cooking skills of the educated youth were rather lacking, that if they were tasked with preparing the meal, it might result in a waste of these fine ingredients. Xiao Ran, being a skilled cook, was welcome to take charge of the kitchen. When she arrived, the sight of Xiao Ran carrying such a substantial piece of meat caused a few of the female educated youth to scowl. Just moments ago, they had been discussing how Xiao Ran's presence meant they would be at a disadvantage. Little did they expect that she brought more meat than any of them, making it abundantly clear who was truly at a disadvantage. Although Xiao Ran was unaware of the undercurrents, she could deduce the situation from Li Hua's expression. Nevertheless, she was disinclined to engage with them over it. She merely wanted to enjoy the meat. And there was plenty more in her space. Once in the kitchen, Li Hua assisted her. Noticing the number of people present and the considerable amount of meat, Xiao Ran worried that there might not be enough wild chicken. She decided to prepare a large pot of braised pork to ensure everyone had their fill, while the wild chicken would be stewed with potatoes. The male educated youth had already prepared the wild chicken, having slaughtered and cleaned it thoroughly. Before long, Xiao Ran had completed the meal. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing everyone to salivate. They couldn't help but marvel at Lin Jiqing's culinary prowess. Some even fantasized about Gu Jingwa's fortunate fate, thinking how lucky he would be to have such a talented cook by his side. When it came time to eat, everyone dove in ravenously. The braised pork was rich, yet not greasy, and its color was visually appealing. The stewed chicken with potatoes was far superior to anything they had prepared before. Fortunately, Xiao Ran had cooked all the meat. Otherwise, given their voracious appetites, it would have been wholly insufficient. The male educated youth paid no heed to their image, while the female educated youth initially tried to maintain decorum, but eventually, seeing the males devour their food so eagerly, they too abandoned any concern for appearances that in the end, everyone was thoroughly satisfied and full. However, there was a shared regret that Xiao Ran did not reside at the educated youth's gathering. Otherwise, they could enjoy her cooking every day. After the meal, Xiao Ran lingered for a while before heading back. Upon returning to her residence, she began chopping the pigweed and, after cooking it, fed it to the 2 pigs. Once everything was set, Xiao Ran combined the pork she had received today with the leftover meat from her previous purchase before the autumn harvest, intending to make jerky. Once completed, she planned to send some to her brother. Just as Xiao Ran was preparing to make the jerky, she heard someone knocking at the door. Pondering who might be visiting at this hour, she opened the door to find Gu Jing was standing outside, holding a large chunk of meat. "What brings you here?" Xiao Ran inquired curiously. "Are you sure you want me to stand out here and talk?" Gu Jingwa replied with a smile. Xiao Ran welcomed him inside, and Gu Jingwa handed the meat to her, saying, "Let's keep this meat here for you to prepare. No one at the educated youth's gathering can cook, and I certainly can't either. Otherwise, it would be a shame to waste it." After a moment's thought, Xiao Ran did not refuse. After all, they had already done this once before. Familiarity bred comfort. "There's one more thing, Comrade Lin, that I would like to formally pursue a relationship with you. Do you agree?" Gu Jingwa hesitated for a moment before finally expressing his feelings. Xiao Ran was taken aback, not expecting Gu Jingwa to confess so soon. However, she had also developed feelings for him and did not wish to forego this opportunity simply because he was the male lead. She thought it worthwhile to give it a try. who knew how far it might go. Just because he was the male lead did not mean the female lead would inevitably possess him. Even if the female lead had her schemes later on, Xiao Ran was unperturbed as she understood her well and remained cautious. Besides, Gu Jinghua was on her side. Seeing that Xiao Ran remained silent, Gu Jinghua assumed she was still unwilling to accept him. Though disappointed, he reassured himself that progress had been made. At least Xiao Ran no longer rejected him outright. Just as he was about to say, "Xiao Ran, it's all right if you don't accept me," she interjected. "I agree." "Really? Xiao Ran, you are willing to be my girlfriend?" Gu Jinghua exclaimed, filled with joy. "You didn't hear it, forget it," Xiao Ran retorted, flustered. "You can't go back on your word." "I heard you," Gu Jinghua replied cheerfully. Finding him endearingly foolish, Xiao Ran chose not to argue further. Gu Jinghua said, "Since you are my girlfriend now, let me share a bit about my family background to put your mind at ease. There are 6 of us in my family, my grandparents and my parents, all residing in the capital. My grandparents are retired and at home, while my father serves in the military and my mother works in a hospital. I also have an older sister, but she is already married. That's the basic situation. However, part of the reason I came to the countryside is to take care of my grandfather." Xiao Ran was already somewhat familiar with Gu Jinghua's background, but she listened attentively as he spoke. After he finished, she shared details about her own family. Her father worked in a steel mill, her mother in a food factory, and she had a brother who was serving in the military. After listening to Xiao Ran's account, Gu Jinghua pulled out a large stack of money and various tickets from his pocket, including hard-to-obtain bicycle and sewing machine tickets, among others, presenting them all to Xiao Ran. She felt a rush of warmth in her hands. They were far too valuable. Xiao Ran quickly declined, thinking it premature as they had only just started seeing each other. She believed it would be more appropriate to accept such gifts once they were engaged. After all, a man willing to entrust all his wealth to you must truly value you. However, she felt it was still too early. Seeing Xiao Ran refuse, Gu Jinghua remarked, "Aren't you hoping to be with me until the end?" Chairman Mao once said that any romance not aimed at marriage is mere frivolity. "Xiao Ran, do you not wish to take responsibility for me?" Xiao Ran couldn't help but chuckle at Gu Jinghua's playful stubbornness. Realizing that despite his serious demeanor, he was quite the trickster. Finally, Xiao Ran thought that since he trusted her so much and given her growing affection for him, she would likely not develop feelings for anyone else. Therefore, she accepted all the money and tickets he offered her. "Are you not worried I'll spend it all?" She teased, "that I'm giving it to you so that you can spend it whenever you wish." "I just want to pamper you," Gu Jinghua replied earnestly. Hearing his words, Xiao Ran felt a wave of sweetness wash over her. After sorting the money and tickets separately, Xiao Ran asked if she should keep a little aside for him. Gu Jinghua assured her he had enough for his needs. Once the money was organized, Xiao Ran informed Gu Jinghua of her plans to make jerky for her brother, seizing the opportunity to ingratiate himself with his future brother-in-law. Gu Jinghua suggested that she use the 10-odd gene of meat he had brought, leaving just a little aside for themselves to prepare jerky. Xiao Ran playfully protested, "That's far too much. I already have around 6 to 7 gene here, and with your 20-odd gene, it's excessive that he can have some more once he finishes this batch." Eventually, she could not persuade Gu Jinghua otherwise. So they agreed on preparing about 15 gene of meat. The Gu Jinghua started the fire, while Xiao Ran began slicing the meat, working diligently for over 2 hours until they finally finished. Xiao Ran then told Gu Jinghua that she planned to send the jerky out tomorrow, to which he responded, "I'll go with you at present." Gu Jinghua is perpetually consumed by the desire to be with Xiao Ran. Likewise, Xiao Ran relishes the comforting presence of Gu Jinghua, who is not only considerate but also profoundly respects her thoughts, making her feel secure in his company. The young couple, newly enamored with each other, yearns to be together at all times. Although they may not engage in much activity, simply gazing at one another and exchanging words brings them immense joy. Around 5 o'clock, Xiao Ran begins to prepare dinner, with Gu Jinghua taking charge of the fire. Aware of Gu Jinghua's fondness for braised pork, she decides to utilize the remaining 10 pounds of meat to create a delectable dish. Additionally, she plans to stir-fry some fatty intestines, which have been preserved in her storage for quite some time. And since today is her day off, she seizes the opportunity to cook something delightful to celebrate. She also prepares a spicy rabbit dish. Gu Jinghua, assuming that Xiao Ran had a fortunate encounter in the mountains and caught the rabbit herself, cautions her to be careful on future excursions, advising her to avoid venturing too deep into the wilderness. Recalling their previous encounter with wild boars, he expresses his concern, suggesting that he accompany her on her next trip to gather fodder, as he finds it difficult to relax when she is alone in the mountains. Despite her enjoyment of the work, Xiao Ran reassures him that she will avoid the deeper parts of the mountains, emphasizing that he need not worry about her safety, as she has her own means of protection within her space. The mountains are abundant in resources, both flora and fauna, which she intends to utilize to her advantage. Seeing Xiao Ran's resolute demeanor, Gu Jinghua refrains from further persuasion, repeatedly reminding her to stay safe and not to wander too far. Xiao Ran feels no impatience, understanding that his repeated admonitions stem from genuine concern for her well-being. The warmth of having a boyfriend is a comforting sensation, having previously not experienced such affection in the modern world. Where relationships often feel superficial and materialistic, she feels blessed to have encountered someone special in this era. Chapter 38. Sending jerky to her brother once Xiao Ran has completed the preparation of all the dishes. She sets aside a portion of braised pork, along with servings of stir-fried intestines and spicy rabbit meat, for Gu Jinghua to deliver to her grandfather after their meal. Following dinner, when Xiao Ran goes to wash the dishes, Gu Jinghua gently ushers her out of the kitchen, insisting that since she is cooked, the least he can do is wash the dishes to alleviate her burden. Appreciating his thoughtfulness, she does not protest. He embodies a refreshing departure from the traditional masculine ideals that many men of this era uphold. After Gu Jinghua finishes washing the dishes, Xiao Ran does not keep him longer than necessary, allowing him to take the food to her grandfather. Upon arriving at the barn, Gu Jinghua finds his grandfather preparing dinner. Although the team has been on break for the past 2 days, they have remained busy. Today, the Zheng couple is tending to the cattle, while Old Man Xiao and a couple of others are shoveling manure and transporting it to the fields, as manure is also considered a valuable resource for the team. When Gu Jinghua arrives, everyone is back and ready to cook. After delivering the food to his grandfather, he assists them in fetching several buckets of water to clean the barn. Once he finishes, dinner is ready. With the generous supply of meat Gu Jinghua has provided, they prepare a pot of wild vegetable porridge. As soon as the dish is served, the seasoned elders recognize Xiao Ran's culinary skills. They are not surprised by the presence of meat, having heard rumors circulating in the team about the young people hunting wild boars, and they assumed the rabbit meat was also part of the spoils. Gu Jinghua offers no explanations. Old Man Xiao, concerned for Gu Jinghua's safety, inquires whether he has sustained any injuries. Sensing his grandfather's worry, Gu Jinghua quickly reassures him that he is unharmed and shyly shares the news of his relationship with Lin Xiaoran. Though Old Man Xiao had suspected they were together, hearing it confirmed brings him great joy, prompting him to advise Gu Jinghua to treat Xiao Ran well and to look after her needs. Gu Jinghua responds earnestly, and the other elders express happiness for him. Gu Jinghua frequently brings them meat and other delicacies, endearing himself to them, and they have long been captivated by the delicious dishes prepared by Lin Xiaoran. Naturally, their union brings collective joy to the group. The Gu Jinghua lingers for a short while before returning to the youth commune. That evening, after packaging the jerky, Xiao Ran contemplates sending her brother some additional dried goods next time. And once the weather turns colder, she plans to send some cured meat as well. The following morning, Gu Jinghua arrives early at Xiao Ran's place, just as she finishes preparing breakfast, potato and egg pancakes, which she has discovered he enjoys. Knowing he would likely have little time for breakfast, she made them early, so they could share the meal together. The Gu Jinghua accepts without hesitation, having skipped breakfast entirely. In just a few bites, he devours 4 pancakes, while Xiao Ran feels satisfied after eating 2 after their meal. Gu Jinghua takes the parcel from Xiao Ran's hands, and they head to the village entrance to catch the team's ox cart to the county. Chapter 39. Visiting the county with Gu Jinghua. Upon arriving in the county, Gu Jinghua first accompanies Xiao Ran to the post office to send the jerky along with a letter she has written to her brother. Subsequently, he takes her to the supply and marketing cooperative, guiding her to the watch counter. Noticing Gu Jinhua's gaze fixed on the women's watches, Xiao Ran realizes he intends to buy one for her and promptly pulls him away. The salesperson at the counter, recognizing their refined demeanor, eagerly greets them, inquiring if he is purchasing a watch for his partner. She enthusiastically presents a particular model, claiming it is a new arrival from Shanghai. Emphasizing that only one remains and that missing out would be a shame, Gu Jinghua, taking Xiao Ran's hand, instructs the salesperson to bring out the watch for her to try on. He then insists, "Do not refuse. This is a gift from your boyfriend, that I already own one and wish to buy you one as well." Unable to decline, Xiao Ran tries on the watch and finds it quite appealing. A 1970s Omega, it holds collectible value for the future. However, the price is quite steep, and eventually, Lin Xiao Ran adamantly protests against his purchase. Nevertheless, Gu Jingwu discreetly returns later to buy it, having noticed her fondness for the watch. Though his own timepiece is a Rolex, he believes the watch would suit her beautifully. After purchasing the watch, Gu Jingwu also buys some fabric for Xiao Ran, wishing to indulge her. Finally, he treats her to a few bags of snacks and some white rabbit milk candy. After this shopping spree, Gu Jingwu finds his wallet entirely emptied. Initially, Lin Xiao Ran attempts to stop him from spending, but soon she finds herself at a loss for words, realizing she cannot deter Gu Jingwu's desire to spoil her. Nonetheless, she feels deeply touched. A man willing to spend money on her is a testament to his genuine affection. At 18 noon, they dine together at a state-run restaurant. Having spent all his money, Gu Jingwu allows Xiao Ran to pay, as he has entrusted her with his cash and tickets. They order braised fish, stewed cabbage with vermicelli, and steamed rice. While waiting for their meal, Lin Xiao Ran remarks, "Didn't you say yesterday that you only had a little money and tickets left? What happened to hundreds of yuan today?" Gu Jingwu replies with a hint of exasperation, "I knew that if I gave you everything, you wouldn't let me buy the watch for you today. I saved the last bit specifically for this purpose." Hearing his words, Xiao Ran feels a blend of gratitude and sweetness wash over her, a delightful mixture of emotions. After their meal, they return to the commune on the ox cart, with Gu Jingwu carrying the items they bought. Along the way, the village aunties, having learned about their relationship, tease the couple, causing Xiao Ran's cheeks to flush pink, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. The older women on the cart marvel at Lin Xiao Ran's beauty, noting that Gu Jingwu is equally charming. Though they may not know the phrase golden boy and jade girl, they certainly feel the pair is well matched. After Gu Jingwu helped Xiao Ran carry her belongings back, they proceeded to the team to collect their rations together. Since several of the educated youth had not been there long and had not accumulated many work points, the team leader decided that the villagers would first receive their rations based on each household's work points, leaving the educated youth to line up at the END. By the time Gu Jingwu and Xiao Ran arrived, everyone in the team had already collected their rations and joyfully returned home, making it the educated youth's turn to receive theirs. Chapter 40. Collecting rations, Gu Jingwu and Xiao Ran came together, and everyone noticed. Thus it became evident that the two were openly courting. This caused envy among the male educated youth, as Gu Jingwu directly swept away the most beautiful flower among them. Most of the female educated youth had come to accept the reality of Gu Jingwu and Xiao Ran's relationship. There was no point in disbelief, as the couple had already made their intentions clear. When Xiao Ran glanced at the female lead, Xiao Qingqing, she noticed that upon catching Xiao Ran's gaze, Xiao Qingqing slowly smiled at her. This only heightened Xiao Ran's vigilance. If it weren't for having read the novel, no one would suspect that her current demeanor was feigned. She had successfully deceived everyone with her calmness. Who would suspect that she harbored feelings for Gu Jingwu? However, it seemed the female lead would refrain from making a move for now, as she had yet to choose the right moment, that if they were not adversaries, Xiao Ran would admire such a profound and cautious woman. Now, however, she needed to tread carefully. To Gu Jingwu and Xiao Ran were at the end of the line, overhearing the scorekeeper announce Hu Yume's 170 work points. Instantly, Hu Yume protested, claiming the team leader must have made a mistake, as it was impossible for her to have so few points. She found it acceptable that older educated youth had accumulated more points due to their longer tenure. But why should the newcomers have more than her when they all performed the same tasks? Before the team leader could respond, the scorekeeper, visibly annoyed, retorted that Hu Yume's words implied he had miscalculated, which would reflect poorly on his capabilities in front of the team leader. The scorekeeper pointed out that Hu Yume had been slacking during the recent harvest, failing to complete the rice collection, which others had to finish. With such a lackluster performance, how could she expect to earn many points? Hu Yume's face flushed with embarrassment, wishing desperately for a hole to hide in. The team leader, having already formed a negative impression of her since Gu Jingwu had mentioned a previous incident, chose to ignore her outburst. Meanwhile, the scorekeeper skillfully handled Hu Yume's complaints, swiftly resolving the situation. Following that, the distribution of rations proceeded smoothly, as no one wanted to face public criticism like Hu Yume. Finally, it was Gu Jingwu and Xiao Ran's turn. Xiao Ran had accumulated 160 work points. And had it not been for Gu Jingwa's assistance during the recent harvest, she might not have had so many. Nonetheless, Xiao Ran felt satisfied, as she did not rely on work points for her livelihood. Initially, when Hu Yuanmei saw Xiao Ran's points were lower than hers, she planned to revel in it. However, upon seeing Xiao Ran's content expression, jealousy surged within her. She recalled how effortlessly Xiao Ran lived, completely unburdened by the necessity of work points for sustenance, unlike her own precarious situation. Ultimately, Gu Jingwa boasted the highest score with 370 points, consistently earning full points nearly every day. After carrying his rations home, he returned to help Xiao Ran with hers. Xiao Ran, unaccustomed to coarse grains, opted to exchange only half a bag of rough grain, along with a substantial quantity of rice that authors note. Newcomer, new book. Please offer your guidance and support by favoriting Chapter 41. Making dumplings. Once Gu Jingwa had assisted Xiao Ran in carrying her rations back, he did not leave, as he cherished every moment spent with her. Just being together, even in silence, brought him immense satisfaction. Seeing Gu Jingwa so attached to her warmed Xiao Ran's heart, she relished the time spent with him, feeling their hearts draw closer. Noticing that there was still time, Xiao Ran organized the items Gu Jingwa had purchased, then took out 2 books, handing one to him. They settled in the courtyard to read, the only sound being the rustle of pages turning. Unbeknownst to them, over an hour slipped by before Xiao Ran felt a pang of hunger. Assuming Gu Jingwa might also be hungry, she decided to prepare dinner. Xiao Ran inquired about Gu Jingwa's preferences for their meal. With a smile, he replied, "Anything is fine, as long as you make it. I enjoy everything you cook." Xiao Ran felt a flutter in her heart at his words, requiring a moment to steady herself before cheerfully suggesting, "Then let's make dumplings for dinner. Once they're ready, we can send some over to your grandfather so he can enjoy them too." Jiyu Jingwa readily agreed and assisted her. Xiao Ran remembered that there were quite a few elderly folks in the cow shed, including 5 with Gu Jingwa's grandfather, which she learned during their casual conversations. Concerned there might not be enough to go around, she decided to make a larger batch, which could also serve as breakfast the following morning. What ingredients should she prepare? Xiao Ran pondered. Fortunately, the meat Gu Jingwa had left from yesterday was still available, allowing her to make a filling of cabbage and pork, along with a chive and egg mixture. Once she finalized her plan, she asked Gu Jingwa to pick a large cabbage and a handful of chives from the vegetable garden while she began chopping the meat. Upon Gu Jingwa's return, he exclaimed, "Xiao Ran, your garden is thriving. The cucumber vines are laden with cucumbers. I just picked one, and it's incredibly sweet. You're amazing. Your gardening skills surpass everyone else's." Xiao Ran felt a twinge of guilt. It wasn't her prowess, but rather the miraculous spring water that made her garden flourish. The space and her time-traveling ability were her greatest secrets, which she would never divulge to anyone. After Gu Jingwa washed the cabbage and chives, Xiao Ran chopped them finely and cracked 4 eggs into a bowl to whisk together, creating 2 delicious dumpling fillings. She then began preparing the dumpling wrappers. Realizing that with so much filling, she needed a substantial amount of flour. Once everything was rolled out, she cut the dough into thin sheets, seeing that Xiao Ran had prepared the dumpling wrappers. Gu Jingwa joined her in wrapping the dumplings that he had also made dumplings at home, so he was familiar with the basic techniques. Before long, the two had wrapped over 300 dumplings. Xiao Ran instructed Gu Jingwa to take more than half of them to the cow shed, while the remainder would be for the 2 of them. Jiyu Jingwa didn't decline, knowing that even this amount would suffice for 3 or 4 meals for them both. When Gu Jingwa brought the dumplings to the cow shed, the elderly residents were astonished, mistakenly believing that Xiao Ran and Gu Jingwa had gifted them all the dumplings. That Jiyu Jingwa explained, "We made a larger batch than usual, so I brought half for you all to enjoy." No one anticipated that Xiao Ran would be so generous as to prepare several hundred dumplings. They were all immensely grateful, especially the Zheng couple, who were moved to tears. Since their arrival, they had struggled for sustenance. But with the arrival of Gu Jingwa and Xiao Ran, their lives had improved, especially now that they could feast on dumplings. That Jiyu Jingwa's grandfather, Old Master Xiao, felt a sense of comfort. Not only was Gu Jingwa filial, but his future granddaughter-in-law also had a kind heart, understanding that they might not have enough to eat, prompting her to send over such a bounty of dumplings. Though the other 2 elderly residents remained silent, they too were touched. As the saying goes, it is easy to add flowers to a brocade, but difficult to provide warmth in the midst of snow. Author's note: I hope everyone enjoys my work. I will strive to update regularly. Your support is my motivation to keep going. Chapter 42. A kiss after Gu Jingwa delivered the dumplings. He did not linger, urging his grandfather and the others to boil the dumplings promptly. Upon his return, Xiao Ran was just boiling water in preparation to drop in the dumplings. Xiao Ran, taking into account the appetites of the two individuals, decided to cook 50 dumplings. Shortly thereafter, the dumplings were ready, and Lin Xiao Ran served Gu Jingwa 30 dumplings while she took 20 for herself. Concerned that Xiao Ran might not have enough to eat, Gu Jingwa attempted to offer her a few more. But she quickly sidestepped him, playfully declaring that she likely wouldn't finish the 20 dumplings she had taken. The dumplings were delicious. Yet despite her efforts, Xiao Ran ultimately left 5 behind, all of which found their way into Gu Jingwa's stomach. After their meal, Gu Jingwa wished to linger a bit longer at Xiao Ran's place, reluctant to return to the youth commune, preferring instead to remain in the company of his sweet and gentle companion. However, Lin Xiao Ran insisted he leave, as they were not yet married, and returning late could lead to misunderstandings, which would not reflect well on them. Just as Gu Jingwa prepared to pull the door latch, Lin Xiao Ran called out for him to lower his head. Though he was uncertain of the reason, he complied immediately, only to be enveloped by the sweet fragrance of Xiao Ran, that he then felt a gentle moisture against his cheek. Her soft lips had brushed against him. Gu Jingwa was utterly stunned, dazedly touching the spot where she had kissed him, a foolish grin spreading across his face. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao Ran, feeling exceedingly shy after the kiss, had worried that Gu Jingwa might perceive her as too forward. However, upon witnessing his reaction, she dismissed any concerns about his foolishness, promptly pushing him out the door and closing it behind him. Leaning against the door, she sought to calm her racing heart, as it was the first time in her life that she had been so proactive in showing affection. It was only after being thrust outside that Gu Jingwa realized what had just happened. Xiao Ran had kissed him. The phrase echoed in his mind, and a broad smile crept across his face. Fortunately, this scene went unnoticed by others. Otherwise, they would have been dazzled by Gu Jingwa's radiant smile. Hearing Gu Jingwa depart, Xiao Ran returned to her room, retrieving the items they had purchased together earlier. Among them were several pieces of fabric bought by Gu Jingwa, which Xiao Ran intended to use to make 2 autumn outfits. She had numerous dresses already, but found them inconvenient to wear, and her winter clothes were not suitable for the current season. However, she was not skilled in sewing, so she would have to ask Sister Li Hua for assistance. Xiao Ran took out the watch that Gu Jingwa had bought and tried it on. She genuinely liked it and thought about giving Gu Jingwa a gift in return. However, since she was now going up the mountain daily and rarely went out, she had little opportunity to wear a watch. So she placed it in her storage space that as for the other treats, including white rabbit milk candy. Xiao Ran wasn't particularly fond of them, but she could bring some to Sister Li Hua when she asked for help with her clothes. She then counted the money Gu Jingwa had given her yesterday, 1,360 yuan in total, which was quite a substantial sum in this era, along with various coupons. Xiao Ran still had the money her parents had sent her, and after her recent shopping trip to the county, she had over 600 yuan on hand. This considerable amount could eventually allow her to purchase a house upon returning to the city. Xiao Ran envisioned buying several properties in the city, anticipating that their value would appreciate significantly in the future. However, she was aware that her return to the city was still several years away. Chapter 43. Making clothes after a 2-day break. The work resumed in the team, though the workload was lighter following the autumn harvest. The team leader assigned relatively light tasks to the young intellectuals, resulting in lower daily work points. Nevertheless, Gu Jingwa and Xiao Qingqing remained steadfast, continuing to teach the students in the team until December. Their teaching duties earned them significant work points, with each person accumulating 9 points daily. During the midday break, Lin Xiao Ran visited the youth commune to find Xiao Li Hua. She brought along 2 bags of pastries, and upon her arrival, she found Xiao Li Hua resting in her room. Li Hua was delighted to see Xiao Ran and was more than willing to assist her with sewing, having enjoyed many of Xiao Ran's treats during the autumn harvest and wanting to repay her kindness. Xiao Ran offered the pastries, but Li Hua initially refused, only accepting after a prolonged exchange of insistence. Xiao Ran presented her requests and sketched a design for Li Hua to reference, which she agreed to follow. Most individuals in the commune welcomed Xiao Ran, save for a few who were envious, particularly Comrade Hu Yueme, though Xiao Ran paid her no mind, with Gu Jingwa and Xiao Qingqing occupied with their short lunch breaks. They had no time to rest, but their classes ended early, around 4 o'clock, making teaching elementary students relatively easy. After chatting with everyone at the commune for a while, Xiao Ran bid farewell to Chao Lihua and returned home. In the afternoon, after completing his class, Gu Jinghua hurried over to Xiao Ran's place. Ever since being kissed by her the previous day, he had been eagerly anticipating their reunion. Thus, as soon as class ended, he disregarded Xiao Qingqing's attempt to walk with him and made a beeline for Xiao Ran. Upon seeing Gu Jinghua, Xiao Ran felt a tinge of embarrassment, recalling the kiss, but she feigned calmness. Gu Jinghua, initially shy, regained his composure upon noticing Xiao Ran's rosy ears. As if stained by rouge, he stepped forward, taking Xiao Ran's hand in his. Feeling her soft and tender grip, Xiao Ran attempted to pull away, realizing he was holding her firmly, and decided against further resistance. Remembering the gift Gu Jinghua had given her, she contemplated offering him something in return but was unsure of his preferences, so she inquired, "Is there anything you particularly like? Does liking you count?" Gu Jinghua teased. Xiao Ran withdrew her hand and playfully swatted him, urging him to be serious. The Gu Jinghua chuckled. "What is unserious about it? The only thing I like is you. Nothing else compares." Xiao Ran, charmed by his words, felt happy and decided not to press him further. Perhaps she would gift him a fountain pen, as he needed one for his daily lessons. The more she thought about it, the more practical this gift seemed. With that matter settled, Xiao Ran took out 2 books and sat down with Gu Jinghua to read. Unhappy with the distance between them, Gu Jinghua moved his stool closer, holding one book with one hand while grasping Xiao Ran's hand with the other. Thus, Xiao Ran read with one hand while Gu Jinghua playfully toyed with her other hand. Chapter 44. The brother receives a package meanwhile. Lin Haoshuan, Xiao Ran's elder brother, was surprised to hear from the duty room at the army gate that a package had arrived for him. He had never received a package during his time in the military. Initially thinking it might be something sent by their parents, to his astonishment, upon opening the package, he discovered it was sent by his younger sister after she had gone to the countryside. Their parents had always taught them to cherish their sibling bond, emphasizing that as the older brother, he should protect his sister. Lin Haoshuan had taken these lessons to heart and had always doted on Xiao Ran, even sending her military supplies and exchanging tickets with comrades to send her gifts that if anyone knew the term sister complex, they would understand his affection. Upon realizing the package was from Lin Xiao Ran, Lin Haoshuan felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He had never imagined his sister would send him anything, considering she had been somewhat sheltered and naive due to their parents' indulgence. However, knowing she was now living in the countryside and that their parents had recently written to him about exchanging tickets for her, he understood she must have faced some hardships and grown more considerate. Yet he could never have fathomed that his sister had developed a newfound maturity, prompting her to send gifts to her doting brother. Without pausing to inspect the contents, Lin Haoshuan eagerly opened the letter Xiao Ran had included with the package. He discovered that she had thoughtfully sent him over 10 pounds of jerky, knowing he would need sustenance during his grueling training sessions. As Lin Haoshuan read the letter, his comrades gathered around, teasing him about whether it was from a romantic interest, though none dared to open his package. After finishing the letter, Lin Haoshuan beamed with delight. His friends nudged him, asking, "Haoshuan, is it from your girlfriend? What did she send? That bag looks hefty. Must weigh at least 10 pounds. Get lost, you rascal." "This is from my sister," he replied, his smile brimming with pride. His friends, upon hearing this, expressed their admiration for his wonderful sister. Though they already knew he often sent her gifts, they were pleasantly surprised to learn that this time, she had reciprocated. Everyone was envious of Lin Haoshuan, who divided the precious jerky into 2 portions, generously distributing half a pound to each of the brothers present. Upon realizing the rarity of such a delicacy, they all politely declined, joking that such valuable meat was seldom available to them in the army. Although they were well-fed daily, their meals rarely boasted any lavishness. Many had infrequent opportunities to enjoy meat, and some, from particularly impoverished backgrounds, even needed to send food and money back home. Now, with Lin Haoshuan offering them such a substantial amount of jerky, they felt too embarrassed to accept it. However, Lin Haoshuan was undeterred by their refusals, insisting on giving each person their share, fully aware of their circumstances that he understood that they seldom indulged in meat. And with the abundance sent by Xiao Ran, he felt justified in his generosity. Ultimately, he distributed a total of 5 pounds of jerky, and once everyone had departed, he reserved 3 pounds to present to the regiment commander, who had always shown them care, occasionally inviting them for meals. Lin Haoshuan felt a deep sense of gratitude, yet had seldom found the opportunity to express it. Now, with the jerky sent by his sister, it was the perfect occasion to return the favor that I asked for the remaining jerky. He intended to keep it for himself after training, although he lamented that it had been quite some time since he had savored meat. Considering the considerable expense Xiaoran must have incurred to send him such a bounty, he resolved to save more money and resources to send back to her in the future. He hoped everyone would enjoy it and pledged to continue updating, as their support was his greatest motivation. Chapter 45. Setting up the Kong. Lin Xiaoran was blissfully unaware of her brother Lin Haoshuan's thoughts that if she had known, she would have been deeply moved to have such a wonderful brother and family. Currently, Lin Xiaoran's life was quite delightful, as she indulged in a sweet romance with her affectionate boyfriend, feeling as if the very air she breathed was imbued with sweetness. However, with the onset of colder weather, families had begun to heat their kangs, allowing them to cozy up during winter. Unfortunately, Lin Xiaoran's residence lacked a kong, as it had previously served as an abandoned yard for pig farming, with a rudimentary kitchen and resting area hastily constructed. The former occupants would return to their homes during winter, which is why a kong had never been installed. Now, however, Lin Xiaoran found the chill unbearable, for the village was located in the north, where winters were particularly frigid, especially after the autumn harvest. The clothing made by Chao Liwa had fit perfectly during the day, but nights brought plummeting temperatures, prompting her to don a winter sweater to stave off the cold. Knowing that every household in the village utilized a kong, Xiaoran planned to ask the brigade leader to enlist a couple of people to help install one in her dwelling. Of course, Gu Jingwo would lend a hand, as he had been feeling sympathetic seeing Xiaoran shiver in the cold. Naturally, he would help her set up the kong. The Gu Jingwo also requested 2 days off from the brigade leader, who consented, well aware of the budding romance between Lin and Gu.it would be inappropriate for him to oppose his efforts to assist his partner in such a task. Meanwhile, our female protagonist had her hands full. She usually taught language while Gu Jingwo taught mathematics, but with his absence, Xiao Qingqing had to cover extra math lessons, which left her somewhat disgruntled. Yet with the brigade leader's approval of Gu Jingwo's leave and the school facing a teacher shortage, she had no choice but to step up. The brigade leader, wishing to expedite the kong installation without drawing too many people, decided that Gu Jingwo and his 2 sons could manage the task alone. Due to familial ties, Xiaoran was quite familiar with the brigade leader's household. She often brought small treats and candies for the children, earning their affection. Consequently, the brigade leader's wife, Aunt Lin, and his 2 daughters-in-law also grew fond of Xiaoran, appreciating her beauty, charm, and generosity in sharing food with their children. Unbeknownst to Xiaoran, her fondness for children had endeared her to all the women in the brigade leader's family, thanks to her habit of sharing leftover sweets and snacks. After the brigade leader shared this with his family during dinner, Aunt Lin suggested that there was no need to call for additional help. His 2 sons could handle the work, as it was not overly strenuous. Learning that Xiaoran would provide meals for the workers further encouraged this decision. The 2 daughters-in-law concurred, recognizing Xiaoran's kindness in frequently sharing delicious food with their children, and deemed it only fair for them to assist her while saving on food costs. The brigade leader had not anticipated that his family would take such a liking to Xiaoran, yet he too found her commendable. Although she did not earn many work points, she had proven herself capable in raising the pigs. Previously worried about her abilities, he had visited the pig pen several times and found the animals thriving under her care. With the prospect of 2 plump pigs for the upcoming new year, he felt reassured that she was diligent in her work. Now, with his family's support, he felt it was a fine idea to proceed, knowing the task would be completed in 2 days without further concern to Lin Xiaoran, as Gu Jingwo would handle everything, allowing her to focus solely on preparing meals. Author's note. Would you like to see scenes of the male lead and Xiaoran being affectionate? Chapter 46. Setting up the kong to Lin Xiaoran, aware that she needed to provide meals for the helpers installing the kong, rose early the next day. After completing her morning routine, Gu Jingwo arrived. When she inquired if he had eaten, and upon learning he had not, she rolled her eyes at him. Little did she know that Gu Jingwo interpreted her eye roll as a flirtatious gesture. Freshly washed, her skin glowed with a translucent radiance, and Gu Jingwo found himself captivated by her beauty. Feeling an urge to embrace her tenderly, not wanting Gu Jingwo to go hungry, Xiaoran prepared steamed buns and boiled eggs with vermicelli. Gu Jingwo devoured 3 buns and enjoyed 2 large bowls of egg and vermicelli soup. She had placed 4 eggs in his bowl, but he took 2 more for himself, leaving Xiaoran unable to eat any more as he polished off the rest. After breakfast, Lin Xiaoran's 2 brothers, Lin Jianmin and Lin Jianjun arrived, relieving her of any further responsibility. The Jiu Jinghua, along with the two brothers, began mixing cement and constructing the Kong, quickly diving into the task. Lin Xiaoran, unfamiliar with the process, tended to the pigs before heading to the mountains to gather pig feed. Upon returning with the feed around 10 o'clock, she commenced preparations for lunch, having already planned the menu the night before. She decided on braised pork, cabbage with vermicelli, spicy shredded potatoes, and scrambled eggs with chili. Instead of rice, she chose to steam a large batch of buns, although she had initially intended to make 2 batches. However, she had run out of coarse grains and had not yet had the opportunity to replenish her stock. By the time the meal was ready, it was just past 11:30. She called them to the table. The two brothers, already feeling the pangs of hunger after a simple breakfast of coarse grain cakes and vegetable soup, were drawn in by the enticing aroma of Xiaoran's cooking. Fortunately, Gu Jinghua did not overhear, otherwise it would have been quite awkward. However, both of them eagerly anticipated what they would have for lunch. Chapter 47. The Kong is ready indeed. Lunch did not disappoint the two brothers. Upon seeing the 4 dishes prepared by Xiaoran, they could hardly suppress their salivation. The feast was so lavish that they had only expected a single meat dish. While they were working, the enticing aroma of meat had wafted through the air, and they were pleasantly surprised to discover that Lin Xiaoran had prepared such a multitude of dishes, not only featuring meat, but also eggs, almost akin to a festive banquet. After savoring the meal cooked by Lin Xiaoran, they truly understood the meaning of culinary delight. Ultimately, the two brothers were too engrossed in their meal to converse much with Gu Jinghua and Lin Xiaoran. They simply indulged in the feast. That had been a long time since they had tasted braised pork, an occasion usually reserved for the new year. The joy of being able to enjoy such delicious meat today was overwhelming. They wished they could come every day to assist Lin Xiaoran in her endeavors if it meant enjoying such delectable meals. That be why the end of their effort. All the dishes had been devoured, and each brother managed to consume 3 steamed buns. The Jiu Jinghua also had 3, while Xiaoran, having eaten a hearty breakfast, was satisfied with just 1 bun. When Lin Jianmin and Lin Jianjun returned to rest after lunch, the conversation revolved around the delightful meal at Xiaoran's home, leaving everyone salivating. They had not anticipated such a sumptuous feast from Lin Xiaoran. Not only the braised pork and eggs, but even the steamed buns were a rare treat. Upon learning that the two brothers had such a splendid lunch, Captain Lin felt that this girl was truly sincere and remarkably generous. The two daughters-in-law felt pleased that their husbands had enjoyed such a meal, more so than if they had dined well themselves. Nevertheless, everyone agreed that Lin Xiaoran was a genuinely magnanimous young lady. As the afternoon progressed, the two brothers approached their tasks with renewed vigor. Their family members reminded them to work diligently, lest they feel unworthy of such a splendid meal. Yet, even without the reminders, they were determined to work hard, eager for the prospect of enjoying another delightful meal. Dinner was ready by 6 o'clock, and Xiaoran had prepared braised pork trotters, spicy sour shredded potatoes, and stir-fried cucumber with eggs, accompanied by corn buns. The brothers were gratified to see such a bountiful dinner spread before them. Thus, with everyone working enthusiastically, the Kong that Xiaoran lived on was completed in less than 2 days. Just as the brothers were reluctantly parting with the splendid meals, Xiaoran presented them with 2 packages of white rabbit candy and 2 packs of pastries to take home. Carrying these treats back, the family was delighted, knowing that Lin Xiaoran was generous. Providing 2 meals was already enough, yet she also sent them home with these delightful goodies. After Aunt Lin distributed a piece of pastry and a piece of white rabbit candy to each child, she promptly collected the remainder of the candy and pastries, securing them in a cupboard. Such treasures could not be squandered. Currently, the Lin family had not yet divided their household, so all items were kept under Aunt Lin's care. As for Xiaoran, the Kong was now ready, and the next step was to warm it. Aware that lighting the Kong would require a considerable amount of firewood, Gu Jinghua took advantage of the ample time and ventured into the mountains to assist Xiaoran in gathering firewood. After a busy afternoon, Gu Jinghua returned with several large bundles of firewood, sufficient for Lin Xiaoran to use for quite some time, that he then split and arranged the dry branches and logs for her convenience. Observing her attentive partner taking care of everything, Lin Xiaoran felt a wave of sweetness envelop her heart. Author's note. The next chapter will bring sweet kisses. Stay tuned. Chapter 48. The first kiss, however. Noticing how busy her partner had been over the past few days, Xiaoran decided to prepare a special treat for him. Throughout the afternoon, she began to cook, realizing she had not yet made the pig trotter she had purchased a couple of days prior. She planned to prepare braised pig trotters and stir-fried intestines for Jingwa that evening. While Gu Jingwa was chopping and splitting wood, Xiaoran set about cleaning the trotters and intestines, simmering them together in a pot for 2 hours. Once they were ready, she chopped them into neat pieces that by the time Gu Jingwa finished his tasks, Lin Xiaoran had prepared a sumptuous dinner. Although he was exhausted, the delicious food made by his partner rejuvenated him. All his fatigue vanished in her presence. After dinner, Xiaoran led Gu Jingwa to her room and presented him with a gift she had bought in the county a couple of days earlier. "What is this?" Gu Jingwa asked curiously. Upon opening it, he discovered a brand-new fountain pen that Gu Jingwa was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected Lin Xiaoran to prepare a gift for him, and he was overjoyed. He stepped forward and embraced Xiaoran tightly, having longed to do so ever since she agreed to be his partner. With his higher body temperature enveloping her, Xiaoran felt as though she were being wrapped in warmth. Leaning against his chest, she could hear the rapid beat of his heart in that moment. Her own heart raced as well, and she sensed her cheeks flushing, although she had impulsively kissed Gu Jingwa's cheek previously. The feeling now was entirely different. Seeing Xiaoran's face blush like a flower, Gu Jingwa's gaze darkened, and he slowly leaned down to kiss her. Xiaoran was taken aback. She had not anticipated Gu Jingwa would kiss her, especially after how humorous he had appeared when she had kissed his cheek before his lips brushed against hers. A gentle tremor ran through her, and she tentatively flicked her tongue against the corner of his mouth. Instantly, it was as if a new world had opened for Gu Jingwa. He surged into her mouth, exploring with fervor. Before long, Xiaoran's tongue was completely ensnared, and she felt her strength draining away, leaving her clinging tightly to Gu Jingwa's neck for support. Gu Jingwa's kisses grew deeper, and he pressed Xiaoran's body closer to his slowly. He became unsatisfied with just her lips, retreating to kiss her chin and then trailing down to her neck as his kisses descended further. Xiaoran melted into his embrace. Utterly lost in the moment, it was only when she felt a coolness on her chest that she realized his head had nestled there. Startled, Xiaoran quickly pushed Gu Jingwa away. He too regained his senses and hurriedly apologized, helping her tidy her clothes and hair. Once she was composed, Gu Jingwa pulled her into his embrace again, but Xiaoran quickly resisted. "Xiaoran, don't be afraid. I would never hurt you. Just let me hold you. I promise I won't do anything else." Upon hearing this, Xiaoran's resistance softened. Thus, they stood in silence, wrapped in each other's arms. Being held by Gu Jingwa brought her a sense of security. With him by her side, she felt there was nothing to fear. Author's note: this segment of the romance was quite challenging to write. Chapter 49. The pillow. Xiaoran and Gu Jingwa remained in their embrace for a while before reluctantly parting. Both feeling a touch of shyness afterward, the Gu Jingwa gently ran his fingers through Xiaoran's hair, saying, "I can't wait to marry you. I've already written to my parents. They know I have a partner and hope to meet you during this year's New Year celebrations." "Isn't that a bit too soon? We've only just started seeing each other. Meeting the parents is a significant step," Xiaoran exclaimed, her eyes wide with alarm. Understanding Xiaoran's apprehension, Gu Jingwa refrained from pressing the matter further. Recognizing that she was still young at just 17, and marriage at this stage would be premature, Gu Jingwa did not linger long after that. But before leaving, he helped Xiaoran warm the Kong. Ensuring she wouldn't feel cold in truth, Xiaoran was not particularly sensitive to the cold in modern times. It was likely the original owner's constitution that made her feel chilly now. However, with the warm Kong, she had no more worries as she envisioned lying on the Kong during the cold winter months. She thought it would be wonderful to make 2 pillows, so that she and Gu Jingwa could each lean against one, adding to their comfort. What material should Xiaoran use for the pillows? In this era, cloth is quite a precious commodity, suitable for holding some cotton. However, cotton is also scarce and valuable, rendering such usage impractical. Suddenly, Xiaoran had an epiphany. She could fill it with dried chrysanthemums. This way, the pillow would not only emit a delightful fragrance but would also alleviate her concerns about what to fill it with. The following day, Gu Jingwa resumed his classes and did not return during the day. After Xiaoran finished gathering pig grass on the mountain alone, she began to pick wild chrysanthemums that time. Wild chrysanthemums in the mountain were abundant and largely unclaimed, flourishing in clusters, which proved convenient for Xiaoran. Thus, she spent the entire day collecting a great many wild chrysanthemums, which, once dried, could be reserved for brewing chrysanthemum tea, known for its cooling and detoxifying properties. Once Xiaoran had gathered enough chrysanthemums, She laid them out in the yard to dry. Later in the afternoon, when Gu Jinghua finished his classes and came over, he noticed the yard filled with drying wild chrysanthemums and inquired about her activities. Xiao Ran explained her intention to make 2 cushions, which would provide comfort against the cold during winter. Gu Jinghua did not pursue the matter further, knowing that Xiao Ran had ample time to engage in such pursuits daily. However, Gu Jinghua had another matter to address that day. His grandfather and the other elderly folks were now shivering in the cold. Dressed too thinly, and the cattle shed lacked a heated kong to keep them warm. These elderly individuals could not endure the chill, and when Gu Jinghua visited his grandfather the previous day, they implored him to procure some cotton or similar materials for them, offering him some of their own money in return. Gu Jinghua, unable to refuse, and with the additional responsibility of preparing winter clothing for his grandfather, ultimately accepted their request. However, the money they provided was in cash. With no receipts, the Gu Jinghua approached Xiao Ran to discuss the situation, as he had already given all his money and receipts to her, making it essential to consult her before proceeding with such matters. Xiao Ran then provided him with some fabric and cotton coupons. However, given that 5 elderly individuals resided in the cattle shed, the required amount was substantial, and their current stock of coupons was insufficient. They would have to devise another means to acquire the necessary cotton to assist these elderly folks. Xiao Ran inquired when the elderly needed it, to which Gu Jinghua replied that since they were aware of their numbers, they requested that he not rush and to wait until he had gathered enough to provide for them, as they could still endure for the time being. Xiao Ran pondered a solution within herself, contemplating whether she could cultivate some cotton in her space, as it contained spiritual spring water that could expedite the growth process with ample watering. However, she still needed to purchase some cotton seeds and hoped to find them in the county the following day. Having formulated her plan, Xiao Ran said to Gu Jinghua, "Jinghua, please hand me the money and coupons. I will head to the county tomorrow to procure as much as I can that we can devise further methods for any remaining needs later." Gu Jinghua agreed, realizing it was the only option available to him, as he still had classes to attend and would have to trouble Xiao Ran with this task. Nonetheless, he planned to deliver some firewood to the cattle shed later, enabling the elderly to warm themselves. The next morning, Xiao Ran set off to the county via a bullock cart, but this time she intended to explore the black market to see if she could exchange some goods for cotton. However, she needed to disguise herself for the visit. First, she stopped by the pork stall to purchase some meat. The butcher, familiar with her, greeted her with a smile, saying, "Sister, you're back. What can I get for you this time? I've saved some pig intestines and trotters just for you." Xiao Ran was pleasantly surprised that the butcher remembered her casual mention of wanting pig intestines last time and gratefully replied, "Thank you, brother. I'll take them, along with 3 gene of pork belly." After purchasing the meat, she bid farewell to the butcher, then discreetly placed the meat into her space. Next, Xiao Ran visited the supply and marketing cooperative, where she used her cash and coupons to buy a small quantity of cotton. Unfortunately, cotton was in high demand, and she only managed to acquire a few gene. The prices were exorbitant, and she spent over 10 yuan on just a little. Thankfully, the elderly were aware of the prevailing prices and compensated her generously. Xiao Ran also inquired with the vendor about cotton seeds, but the vendor informed her that they were not available. Disappointed, Xiao Ran decided to seek them out in the black market instead. Uncertain of its location, she discreetly inquired until she obtained directions. Eventually, with some financial incentive, she learned that the black market was not far from her current location, just a few streets away from the cooperative. Although the distance was short, it took her several minutes to arrive. Before entering the black market, she discreetly stored the cotton in her space and transferred some dried wild chicken and rabbit meat from her basket. Since dating Gu Jinghua, Xiao Ran had not had the opportunity to prepare these wild chickens and rabbits, but now she could sell them in the black market for some money and coupons. Not long after, she located the black market based on the information she had gathered. Despite its proximity to the cooperative, the market turned out to be quite secluded, with few residents in the surrounding alley. As Xiao Ran prepared to enter, a man in his 40s blocked her path. "What brings you here? I haven't seen you before," he said, his tone laced with suspicion. Surprised by his keen observation, Xiao Ran lowered her voice to explain. "With the cold weather, I want to trade some items for cotton." The man accepted her explanation, recognizing the volume of visitors to the market, and allowed her entry. Upon entering the alley, Xiao Ran discovered a bustling market, brimming with stalls selling a variety of goods. The transactions moved swiftly, typically involving cash exchange for products. Initially, Xiaoran had presumed the market would be sparsely populated. However, it was bustling with activity. She inquired at various stalls about prices. Discovering that goods here were indeed pricier than at the cooperative, yet purchasing did not require coupons, and the variety was extensive. At one stall, she found a vendor selling cotton seeds and purchased a small bag for 2 yuan. Afterward, she refrained from buying anything else, as she didn't require additional items. After acquiring the seeds, Xiaoran set her basket down, removing the white cloth covering it to find a suitable spot on the ground. Just as she placed it down, a woman carrying a small basket approached and asked, "How much are your wild chickens and rabbits?" In the city, meat was scarce, often limited to a few jin of meat tickets per month, leaving families hoping for a chance to buy meat in the black market. Xiaoran replied, "Sister, my wild chickens weigh about 3 jin. The city price is 8 jiao per jin, but here, without tickets, it's 1 yuan each for you. I'll make it 3 yuan for 1.as for the rabbits. They're 5 yuan each." Upon hearing this, the woman eagerly declared, "I'll take 2 wild chickens and 1 rabbit." Xiaoran retrieved the requested items from her basket, and the woman handed her 11 yuan. After this transaction, more customers approached, and Xiaoran discreetly produced a few more from her space, successfully selling all of her stock. However, she decided against revealing any more from her basket, as carrying too much might raise suspicion. Ultimately, Xiaoran sold 6 wild chickens and 4 rabbits, earning 38 yuan. After deducting her expenditures of 5 yuan and 40 cents for meat and 2 yuan for seeds, she netted a profit of 30 yuan and 60 cents, equivalent to a month's salary for a skilled worker in the city. It was indeed a substantial sum, explaining why many were willing to risk arrest to engage in such ventures. Once her business concluded, Xiaoran did not linger, promptly exiting the market. However, upon leaving, she was stopped by the same man guarding the entrance, who collected a 40-cent stall fee. After paying, she hurriedly departed, mindful that any sudden arrivals could lead to dire consequences. However, Xiaoran's fortune was still rather favorable, as she ultimately encountered no significant issues. Xiaoran ventured into a secluded corner, ensuring no one was around before entering her space. Earlier, she had taken the time to apply makeup, transforming herself into the guise of a middle-aged woman for visiting the black market, as her youthful and delicate appearance would undoubtedly attract undue attention. Inside her space, after removing her makeup with some cleansing water, Xiaoran organized the items she had purchased that day, extracting the cotton and placing the meat and seeds into her backpack. Thus, when Xiaoran returned to her team via the ox cart, she carried a substantial bag of cotton in her hands. A fellow team member, a young bride named Lu who had recently married into the neighboring group, seemed curious about the contents of Xiaoran's bag. Last time, Sister Liwa had even gossiped about her. She inquired Lin Jiqing, "What did you buy that warrants such a large bag?" The reason she was familiar with Lin Xiaoran was largely due to Xiaoran's notable reputation in Linjia village. She did not labor in the fields, but merely tended to a pig, and her family's circumstances were quite favorable. Additionally, Xiaoran's beauty was remarkable, arguably the most attractive among all the educated youth, her fair and delicate features endearing her to many. Seeing that even the uncle driving the ox cart appeared intrigued, Xiaoran realized it was best not to divulge her secrets, for soon the entire team would circulate the gossip. Lin Jiqing returned from the county with a hefty bag of goods. She must be quite wealthy. With a resigned tone, she explained, "I tend to feel quite cold, so I bought several pounds of cotton to make a thicker quilt for the winter." The uncle driving the ox cart expressed understanding, as their region was indeed quite frigid in winter, but he had heard previously that this young girl, being particularly sensitive to the cold, had even requested the team to install a Kong in her pig-raising dwelling. Now, hearing her remarks, it became clear that she was genuinely susceptible to the chill, as those from the south generally struggled to endure the winters here. Meanwhile, the new bride, Lu, harbored feelings of envy and admiration toward Xiaoran. Having grown up without ever owning a new quilt, her dowry upon marrying into Linjia village consisted solely of a towel and a basin. Nothing more. Consequently, hearing that Xiaoran had purchased such a substantial quantity of cotton due to her aversion to the cold struck her as a true extravagance, stirring a pang of jealousy within her, though she understood that people's circumstances varied greatly. Xiaoran paid no heed to the thoughts of others as she journeyed back to her team on the ox cart. Fortunately, at that moment, everyone was busy working in the fields, thus sparing her from the prying questions of her fellow villagers regarding the large bag she carried. The atmosphere in Linjia village remained quite amiable. With the uncles and aunts being warm-hearted and sincere, though Shaoran found their penchant for gossip rather unbearable. This trait led her to limit her interactions with them. Upon returning home, Shaoran unpacked the cotton, which weighed only a few pounds, sufficient for a single quilt, yet she required at least 3 for the ox shed. One for her grandfather, one for the Zheng couple, and another shared between 2 elderly individuals. Surnamed Zhou and Wu, Shaoran planned to enlist Gu Jinghua to request the crafting of a quilt, saving the remaining cotton for later use once the harvest in her space was complete. She then took the cotton seeds into her space, as the plot where she had previously planted potatoes and sweet potatoes was now vacant. Shaoran had long contemplated sowing something new, but had yet to settle on a choice. Planting cotton now seemed most opportune. However, given the quantity of seed she had acquired, Shaoran decided to sow a greater number, anticipating that it may prove useful in the future that if the yield proved abundant. She could either send the cotton back home or sell it in the black market, well aware of its high demand and lucrative value there. Originally, she had intended to purchase cotton at the black market, but it had sold out entirely. The extreme cold in the north rendered this commodity particularly scarce. Ultimately, Shaoran planted cotton across several plots in her space and watered them with the mystical spring water. By regularly watering them every few days, she anticipated swift growth and a fruitful harvest. Having sown a considerable amount, Shaoran found that her tasks consumed most of her time, and soon it was late. She hurried to the mountains to gather pig fodder. The 2 pigs she was raising were thriving, each weighing over 150 pounds and consuming quite a bit, without the existence of her space. Collecting pig fodder would require more than 1 trip daily. After gathering the fodder and preparing pig feed to nourish her pigs, Shaoran completed her tasks just as Gu Jinghua finished his lessons. She handed him the cotton she had purchased, instructing him to take it to the family and the team that specialized in making quilts, so that they could fashion one for her grandfather. There was a household in the team that occasionally assisted others in crafting quilts, accepting payment in the form of eggs or other goods that Gu Jinghua took a package of snacks along, placing the cotton there to be made into a quilt, which would be ready for collection in 2 days. After planting the cotton in her space, Shaoran began crafting cushions. The wild chrysanthemums had dried sufficiently after 2 days of airing, making them ideal for use as cushion filling. She just needed to find some fabric for sewing, so she retrieved a piece from the bedding in her space. Previously, Shaoran had stored 3 quilts in her apartment, as her mother had worried about her being cold during winter and later sent her a heavy 8-pound quilt. While the bedding in her space was ample, it was unsuitable for sharing with others. The 3 quilts she had purchased included 2 air-conditioning quilts and 1 silk quilt, which she had invested several $100s in, providing exceptional warmth during winter. However, in this era, she could not bring them out. Fortunately, the 8-pound quilt her mother had sent could still be used when the weather turned too cold at AS for the sheets. Shaoran possessed numerous ones and had opted for darker colors to avoid stains. She had purchased several in gray, blue, and brown. Now, as she prepared to make cushions, it was the perfect opportunity to cut some fabric. Making cushions was relatively straightforward, so Shaoran chose not to seek assistance from Chao Liwa. During her last trip to the county, she had specifically bought needles and threads, foreseeing their necessity, which had now come to fruition. Shaoran first measured the approximate dimensions for the cushions, determining that a 2-foot square cushion would be suitable. After measuring, she selected a brown sheet, cut it into several equally sized pieces, and began sewing. Although she initially struggled with the technique, she gradually became adept. Once she had stitched 3 sides together, she filled the cushion with the dried wild chrysanthemums and completed the final corner. Upon commencing the second cushion, Shaoran's speed significantly increased. Within half an hour, the second cushion was also finished, and it appeared even more aesthetically pleasing with tighter stitches. Checking the time, Shaoran noted it was now 11:20 a.m., marking a busy morning. For lunch, she planned to clean the pig trotters and intestines she had bought from the county, intending to prepare a flavorful dish in the afternoon. Having acquired an ample quantity of intestines, she hoped to prepare enough to send some over to Gu Jingwa's grandfather and a few other elderly individuals that evening. For lunch, Shaoran prepared a ham and egg stir-fry using ham from her supplies, which she had not consumed frequently and still had 1.5 boxes remaining. She also cooked 2 packages of instant noodles, complementing them with a variety of vegetables, including potatoes, cabbage, radishes, and ham, creating a sumptuous meal. After adding some seasoning packets, the taste was absolutely delightful. It had been quite some time since she had indulged in such a meal, evoking a sense of nostalgia that in modern times. Xiaoran would sometimes resort to cooking a pot of instant noodles, adding in gnocchi mushrooms, ham, eggs, and greens, which also tasted wonderful. However, she preferred her current lifestyle, surrounded by loving family and a cherished partner, enjoying tranquil and warm daily life devoid of the anxiety and unease that characterized her previous existence. The fast-paced urban life brought considerable pressure to many, both in work and personal matters, leading many to yearn for a pastoral existence. The author wishes to express gratitude for everyone's support and promises to continue updating. After finishing her lunch, Sharon took the time to organize her supplies within her space. She realized that she rarely had the opportunity to eat instant noodles, with only 3 boxes remaining and 1.5 boxes of ham, which were also seldom consumed, especially since such items were scarce in this era. The 2 cans of milk powder remained untouched, as with the mystical spring water in her space. She experienced no ailments and felt perfectly healthy, thus negating the need for milk powder to supplement her nutrition. However, she had consumed a considerable amount of the 50-pound rice, leaving approximately 20 pounds. 2 boxes of 30 pounds of dried noodles remain. As Sharon has little fondness for them, and there are still over 50 pounds left, she considers selling some in the black market, as she cannot possibly consume them all for the 50 eggs. They are not abundant. Sharon frequently uses them, and now only has a mere dozen left, and a box of milk has also seen little consumption. She has only consumed a few cartons, leaving more than 10 untouched. Regarding chocolate and bread, she indulged in them when she first arrived here, but now only a few crumbs remain. The milk candies have already been gifted to Captain Lin and Chow Lihua. A few packets of brown sugar remain untouched. Sharon has organized all these items into a corner of her storage space for the crops she planted later. There is still a generous supply remaining. A mound of potatoes has formed in the corner of her space, and she estimates there are over 200 pounds. Sweet potatoes amount to nearly 200 pounds, slightly less than the potatoes. The corn is ripened. And after harvesting, she collected several dozen pounds. There are also a plethora of vegetables, including over 10 heads of cabbage, radishes, and cucumbers, all piled together. In the kitchen outside, there remains a small half bag of rice, along with several pounds of flour and cornmeal. These provisions are sufficient to sustain her for quite some time. As for the cabbage, radishes, and cucumbers, she can prepare some pickles, along with sour radish and cucumber strips that pair delightfully with meals. Shaoran has reviewed her supplies, ensuring she understands her stock. As the saying goes, with grain in the house, one's heart is at ease. With such an abundance of food, there is no cause for concern. However, Sharon plans to hunt some game on her next trip to the mountains to store in her space, allowing her to sell a portion in the black market and send some back to her parents and brother, keeping the rest for herself and Gu Jinghua. After returning from collecting pig fodder in the afternoon, Sharon began to prepare braised intestines and pig trotters. Once they were ready, she planned to enjoy a bowl of braised intestines with noodles alongside Gu Jinghua in the evening. She added spices such as cinnamon and star anise to the pot, followed by half a bottle of soy sauce. After simmering for over 2 hours, the intestines and trotters became tender, the meat nearly falling off the bones. Shaoran ladled them into a basin to await their meal. In the afternoon, Gu Jinghua arrived after class. They had been busy yesterday with betting and hadn't had time to spend with Shaoran, leaving little opportunity for conversation. Today, upon seeing her, he embraced her tightly, only stopping after showering her with kisses that left her feeling utterly weak in his arms. Since their last passionate kiss, Gu Jinghua seemed to have become a master of the art, his technique growing ever more proficient, leaving Shaoran breathless and gasping, ultimately collapsing in his embrace before he would relent. Once Gu Jinghua had calmed down, Shaoran, blushing, playfully scolded him, calling him a rogue, noting how he had become increasingly brazen and clingy. Now, instead of sitting side by side with a pillow, they had transformed into a cozy scene where Gu Jinghua held Shaoran close while reading, occasionally stealing touches to caress her ear or kiss her hair. Shaoran had grown accustomed to this intimacy. After spending over an hour reading together, around 5:30, Shaoran prepared to make dinner. The meal was simple. The braised intestines were ready, and she only needed to boil the noodles and add the intestines, along with some potatoes and cabbage. While she was cooking, Gu Jinghua suddenly suggested, "Shaoran, how about I store some of my food here? At the youth point, I only have breakfast, lunches at school, and I nearly always eat dinner here. I worry you might run out of food." Shaoran, with a playful smile, replied, "Sure, since you're mine now, I must take care of your meals." She understood that while Gu Jinghua had a fair amount of food, the cooking skills of the female youth at the point were lacking. Now that he had tasted the delicious meal Xiaoran prepared, it became increasingly difficult for him to endure the food at the youth point. The cooking there had shown little improvement. Although they no longer oversalted or burnt their dishes, they served hard cornmeal cakes daily, and the vegetables or soup often had a distinctly bitter taste. In truth, Gu Jinghua was unaware of the reasons behind this. Xiaoran, who frequently cooked, knew that the other female lacked the variety of seasoning she possessed, along with the benefits of the spring water she used in her cooking. A few drops of spring water not only enriched the flavor, but also contributed to Gu Jinghua's health. The women typically used only a drop of oil, leading to a lack of moisture and flavor in their dishes. While the youth point was relatively better, in Lin family village, many households only dipped a cloth in the pot for cooking, resulting in a rather uninspiring taste. However, in this era, the primary concern was merely to fill one's stomach. The pursuit of good flavor belonged to another realm of aspiration. Nevertheless, Xiaoran was delighted to share meals with Gu Jinghua, as it alleviated her worries about unfinished food. With Gu Jinghua around, she felt no anxiety over leftovers. And sharing meals together brought a sense of intimacy. Before dinner commenced, Xiaoran prepared a large plate of braised intestines and set aside a pig trotter for Gu Jinghua to deliver to his grandparents. Upon seeing Gu Jinghua arrive with such a bounty from Xiaoran, the elderly men felt a touch of embarrassment, having already enjoyed her generous offerings numerous times. They realized that their request for Gu Jinghua and Xiaoran to help procure cotton had already been a significant favor. Gu Jinghua, noticing their reluctance to accept more, suggested, "My girlfriend Xiaoran loves to read. You could send her a few books in return." He understood that this request would not be burdensome for them, as each of the elderly gentlemen likely had a few books tucked away. After some consideration, they agreed, but reminded Gu Jinghua to treat the books with care and not let others see them. Each man took 2 books to give to Gu Jinghua, fully aware that he was making this request out of kindness, knowing they had little of value to offer. After all, in this era, books were not worth much, especially since there were no entrance exams for university, leading to a general disregard for literature. However, these men were book lovers, and having interacted with Gu Jinghua and Xiaoran for a while, they recognized their character and willingly offered the books. As they savored the richly flavored braised intestines and trotters, they felt that whatever they offered in return was worthwhile, for such delicacies were truly exceptional, surpassing anything they had enjoyed even in their days as professors. Yet, despite the indulgence, they saved half for tomorrow's meal. The author has a message. I will continue to update in the evening. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 56. A rare collection. After delivering the meat, Gu Jinghua did not linger, knowing Xiaoran awaited him for dinner. When Xiaoran saw the books in Gu Jinghua's hands, she was pleasantly surprised and eagerly inquired about their origin. After Gu Jinghua explained, she felt a sense of admiration for the elderly individuals in the barn, appreciating their character, while also feeling thrilled at the prospect of having so many books to read. Moreover, the books they entrusted to him were undoubtedly precious. Xiaoran took the books from Gu Jinghua and perused them. Indeed, they were rare finds not easily encountered outside, and would certainly possess significant collectible value in the future. Among them were 2 medical texts, likely belonging to one of the elders who had studied medicine, and the others included travelogues and classics. Xiaoran was overjoyed, feeling fortunate to have come into possession of such treasures. She resolved to express her gratitude to the elders by gifting them something in return for the books. As a book lover, Xiaoran had limited entertainment options in this era, and having recently read through her collection, she was contemplating visiting the county's recycling station to find more books. Most of her current reading material had been salvaged from the recycling center, though they were rather ordinary. If anything truly valuable existed, it would have been long claimed by others. Now, with these new books, she could engage in reading for quite some time. Observing Xiaoran's delight, Gu Jinghua curiously asked, "Do you really love reading this much?" "I have many books at home. Next time, I'll write to my mother to send some over for you." Xiaoran hadn't anticipated such a delightful surprise and responded with a bright smile. "That sounds wonderful. Otherwise, once I finish these, I'll have nothing left to read." She then moved closer to Gu Jinghua, wrapping her arms around his, grinning foolishly. Seeing her playful demeanor, Gu Jinghua teased, "My silly girl. Come on, let us eat. Otherwise, your beloved will be left starving." "How brazen you are! Whoever said you were my beloved?" Xiaoran stubbornly denied it. "Oh, you still refuse to admit it, do you? Then let me punish you and see if you will confess that I am your beloved." With that, she pretended to tickle her. Xiao quickly laughed and dodged. All right, please stop teasing me. Let's eat quickly, or the noodles will become unappetizing. Try this, I specially made you a bowl of pork intestine noodles. Let me know if you find it delicious. That as she spoke, Xiao handed a large bowl of noodles to Gu Jinghua, followed by a pair of chopsticks. That Gu Jinghua picked up a mouthful of noodles with the chopsticks and, after tasting them, exclaimed, "This is exquisite. I have never had such delicious noodles before. I am truly fortunate to be with you, Xiao. Of course, without me, would you ever have the chance to savor such delectable food? So you must cherish me doubly." Xiao replied proudly. The Gu Jinghua nodded in agreement. Thus, the two of them chatted and laughed while enjoying their meal, ultimately finishing the entire pot of pork intestine noodles, with Xiao herself consuming 2 generous bowls. After their meal, Gu Jinghua took the initiative to wash the dishes, leaving the kitchen tidy and neat. The two then reclined on the Kong, reading books and chatting. A scene of utter contentment. Chapter 57. Encountering ginseng the next morning, Xiao rose early, planning to hunt more game in the mountains today. She intended to sell some in the black market and send some back home to her parents, as well as prepare some jerky for her brother. Recently, she had received a large package from her brother stationed at the border, which contained a substantial wool blanket. Knowing that she was particularly susceptible to the cold during winter, her brother had exchanged it for grain tickets with the local residents. Upon receiving it, Xiao was greatly surprised, although she was not lacking in warm clothing and bedding for the winter. Her brother's thoughtful care warmed her heart. This trip to the mountains was meant for gathering more game to send home, as Xiao believed that love must be reciprocated. One cannot simply take without giving, for no amount of love would suffice. Just like her relationship with Gu Jinghua, it was not merely about him being kind to her and gifting her things. She too would present him with gifts, prepare delicious meals, and show concern for his well-being, including caring for his grandfather. Once Xiao ventured into the mountains, she cautiously followed a secluded path that had rarely been trodden, with the weather having turned cold and the workload in the team reduced. Many families had sent their laborers into the mountains to gather firewood in preparation for winter. Xiao wished to avoid encountering them, so she deliberately took a less-traveled route. Furthermore, many in her team typically refrained from venturing deep into the mountains, fearing encounters with wolves or wild boars, preferring to stay near the outskirts. With her spatial abilities, Xiao felt no fear that it was not summer, and there were no snakes or insects to worry about. Besides, she could easily store any large game she encountered in her space, allowing her to roam freely without trepidation. She planned to spend the entire day in the mountains, collecting resources, and intended to return to her space to prepare lunch. As Xiao ventured deeper, she discovered a wealth of resources, bountiful wild vegetables and a plethora of mushrooms, to her delight. She also stumbled upon a large patch of chicken mushrooms, perhaps due to her good fortune or the remoteness of the area. She unexpectedly found ginseng, one of the 3 treasures of northeast China. Xiao was overjoyed. She never anticipated such luck to encounter ginseng. Excited, she discovered 5 or 6 ginseng plants nestled among some bushes, the largest resembling a gnarled carrot with whiskers. Carefully, she retrieved a small shovel from her backpack, an item she had brought specifically for digging up wild vegetables. With great care, she cleared away the surrounding dead leaves and branches, gently excavating the ginseng and transferring them to her space. In the open area of her space, she planted the ginseng, but concerned about the temperature not being suitable for their growth, she generously watered them with some spring water, alleviating her worries. The largest ginseng was reserved for her parents, while the other 5 would be set aside for Gu Jinghua's parents, allowing them to continue thriving in her space for future emergencies. After all, ginseng was a precious remedy that could be life-saving. Author's note. Today I will strive to update. Thank you all for your support. Your encouragement is my greatest motivation to continue. Chapter 58. Harvest in the mountains after preparing the ginseng. Xiao, filled with excitement, continued her treasure hunt in the mountains. She subsequently gathered numerous mushrooms, realizing that this mountain was abundant with them. Initially thrilled, she gradually settled into a steady rhythm, eventually opting to pick only the larger mushrooms, leaving the smaller ones to grow naturally. Moreover, venturing deeper into the mountains also brought about an increase in the game she encountered, predominantly wild chickens, hares, and badgers. She had yet to come across any larger animals. Whenever she spotted game, she would stealthily approach, and within a certain range, she would quietly chant, "Collect," and they would be drawn into her space. Throughout her journey, Xiao Ran gathered a considerable amount, perhaps a dozen or so. She also discovered numerous wild chicken eggs hidden among the bushes, totaling around 100. But the morning's haul was quite impressive, but time passed swiftly. Before she knew it, it was already noon, and her stomach began to rumble. Entering her space, she prepared a dish of chicken stewed with potatoes and boiled a pot of instant noodles. With her well-equipped kitchen, everything was completed in under 20 minutes, having expended considerable energy throughout the morning. Xiao Ran devoured everything she had made for lunch. After her meal, she drank a cup of spring water to replenish her energy before exiting her space. She aimed to gather even more valuable items. So in the afternoon, she resumed her exploration, ultimately losing track of how much game she had collected, probably dozens of animals. As she prepared to head back, she suddenly heard the grunting of pigs and exclaimed in delight. It must be wild boars. Just as a wild boar charged toward her, Xiao Ran shouted, "Collect!" And the boar was swiftly drawn in her space. In her space, aside from Xiao Ran, no living creature could survive. Once these animals entered, they ceased to breathe. However, the space had a preservation function, ensuring that any food placed inside would maintain its freshly acquired state, as long as the game remained in her space. They would retain their condition as they had when initially collected, alleviating any concerns about spoilage. Having successfully captured a large wild boar, Xiao Ran decided it was time to return. Her day's bounty was truly abundant. She had gathered hundreds of pounds of mushrooms alone, as her spatial abilities allowed her to harvest entire patches in one go. By the end of the day, she had collected several hundred pounds of mushrooms. With chicken mushrooms alone accounting for over 100 pounds. In addition to that, she had gathered hundreds of wild chicken eggs, dozens of wild chickens, hares, and badgers, and most importantly, a large wild boar weighing approximately 300 pounds, larger than the one she had previously caught with Gu Jinghua and the others. However, the most thrilling discovery for Xiao Ran was finding ginseng. She had unearthed several roots in the depths of the mountains. She also gathered many tender wild vegetables and collected ample pigweed, enough to last 3 days. With her arms full of treasures, Xiao Ran descended the mountain, taking a path she often used to gather pigweed, allowing her to traverse the woods directly to her dwelling. Thus, she returned without being noticed. Chapter 59. Intimacy. Upon returning to her dwelling, Xiao Ran retrieved 2 wild chickens and a hare from her space. She intended for Gu Jinghua to know about this modest catch, mindful not to take too many to avoid raising suspicions. Having consumed all the meat and pork intestines she purchased a few days prior, she had no plans to buy more, as she had exhausted her meat ration for the month. Moreover, with an abundance of wild game in her space, she could sustain herself for quite some time. By the time Xiao Ran descended, it was already 4 o'clock. Just as she was taking the game out, Gu Jinghua arrived upon seeing the game at her feet. His expression was not the joy she had anticipated. Instead, he wore a serious countenance. "Did you venture deep into the mountains today?" Xiao Ran understood Gu Jinghua's concern for her safety and did not take offense. She explained, "No, I was fortunate today. While gathering pigweed at the base of the mountain, I spotted 2 wild chickens entangled in thorns, and as for the hare, I found it in an abandoned trap. Rest assured, how could a delicate girl like me dare venture into the deep mountains?" Xiao Ran stepped forward, grasping Gu Jinghua's hand, and playfully said, as soon as Xiao Ran acted cute, Gu Jinghua found himself utterly helpless against her charm. With a resigned expression, he replied, "In comparison to this food, my concern lies more with your well-being. I do not wish for you to take any risks. If you desire meat, I shall venture into the mountains to hunt and bring back some game for you. I simply cannot bear the thought of you in danger. So please, do not give me cause for worry in the future, all right?" As he spoke, he drew Xiao Ran into his embrace. "I understand," she replied, tightening her hold around Gu Jinghua, leaning her head further into his chest. The two shared a close embrace, and suddenly, Xiao Ran felt an overwhelming urge to kiss Gu Jinghua. She rose on her tiptoes and lifted herself from his arms. Her soft lips brushing against the corner of his mouth, the Gu Jinghua, filled with eagerness, captured her lips with his, and as Xiao Ran let out a soft gasp, her lips parted involuntarily. He seized the opportunity to deepen the kiss. Drawing her delicate tongue into his mouth 80 times, he would tenderly graze her lips like a dragonfly skimming the water, while at others, he indulged in a fervent, primal passion. Xiao Ran's eyes fluttered shut, her eyelashes trembling, her lips slightly parted, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Intermittent, Barely audible moans escaped her lips that Jiyu Jingwa, captivated by her alluring demeanor, felt a surge of excitement, his hands roaming over her back and waist. Overwhelmed by his ardent kiss, Xiao Ran found herself unable to stand, prompting Gu Jingwa to lift her legs and wrap them around his waist as he continued to kiss her, moving toward the bed. He gently laid her upon the bed, his body following closely, withdrawing his lips from hers only to travel to her chin, then her neck, and gradually descending to her chest. Dazed and entranced, Xiao Ran instinctively cradled Gu Jingwa's head. Lost in the moment, after a while, Gu Jingwa came to his senses and quickly rolled away from her, sitting on the edge of the bed, remorsefully exclaiming, "I'm so sorry, Xiao Ran. I almost harmed you. I truly am a scoundrel. Please forgive me. I will marry you." Xiao Ran felt a flush of embarrassment, reflecting on how close they had come to crossing an inappropriate line. However, she understood her own role in the moment, so she did not hold it against Gu Jingwa. After all, such intimacy is quite normal between couples, though in this era, it could lead to scandalous repercussions. With a blush, she replied, "I do not blame you. I initiated it after all. And of course, you must marry me, but not just yet. Jiyu Jingwa chuckled. Then when do you plan to wed me? I won't come of age until next year." Xiao Ran retorted playfully. The author notes, emotional scenes are indeed quite challenging. Chapter 60. Handling game. Gu Jingwa helped Xiao Ran off the bed, urging her to hand over the wild chickens and rabbits for him to process. While she began preparing dinner, Xiao Ran retrieved the wild chicken eggs she had gathered that day, presenting over 40 of them. Jiyu Jingwa was astonished by the bounty, genuinely believing that Xiao Ran had simply enjoyed a stroke of luck that day. "Jingwa," Xiao Ran proposed, "since we have so many wild chicken eggs, you should wait until nightfall to visit the cow shed and deliver some eggs to your grandfather and the elders. Perhaps take a wild chicken along as well to express our gratitude for the precious books they gifted me. We can keep the rest for ourselves, and I will prepare a delightful meal for you this evening." "Sounds good. I will take care of these first, lest they come to process them themselves." Gu Jingwa readily agreed, feeling touched by Xiao Ran's thoughtfulness that he recognized that a significant part of her generosity stemmed from her regard for his grandfather. Witnessing her kindness, he felt a warm appreciation for having found such a wonderful partner. After Gu Jingwa finished processing the wild chicken and rabbit, Xiao Ran took one of the chickens to the kitchen and informed Gu Jingwa of her plan to make chicken pot stickers and a hearty chicken soup. With dough wrappers surrounding the pot, creating a warm and delicious meal, as December approached, the nights grew darker sooner. While Xiao Ran simmered the chicken, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, and it was barely past 5 o'clock. Seizing the cover of darkness, Gu Jingwa packed 25 wild chicken eggs and a processed wild chicken to take to the cow shed. Upon arrival, he found the elder Mr. Xiao and the others preparing for dinner. Curious about Gu Jingwa's visit, once inside, they noticed him carrying a bag filled with goods. As Gu Jingwa opened the cloth bag, he explained to his grandfather, "Today, Xiao Ran was fortunate enough to gather dozens of wild chicken eggs and a few wild chickens. She asked me to bring some to you." The others were astonished by Xiao Ran's good fortune, but quickly declined the offering, insisting that it was too generous, as they could not accept such precious gifts, especially the wild chickens and numerous eggs. Even Mr. Xiao, the elder, urged Gu Jingwa to take the items back, expressing gratitude for Xiao Ran's kind heart and acknowledging her as a wonderful girl. Jiyu Jingwa chuckled, guiding his grandfather to the only chair at the table. "Grandfather, there is still plenty left at Xiao Ran's. Moreover, she said this is a gesture of respect for you. She is my partner, and when we marry, she will call you grandfather." He then addressed the other elders, saying, "Xiao Ran is also grateful for the books you gifted her last time. She cherishes them greatly and has been eager to express her appreciation. So please do not refuse. You all work hard. Take this opportunity to nourish yourselves." Finally, after Gu Jingwa's persuasion, they accepted the offerings, feeling immensely grateful for both Xiao Ran and Jingwa, whom they regarded as their own children. Mr. Xiao felt a deep sense of comfort, recognizing the blessing of having such a wonderful grandson and granddaughter law in his heart. He had already accepted Xiao Ran as part of the family, even though they had yet to meet formally. However, through conversations with Gu Jingwa, he had learned that Xiao Ran was an exceptional young woman, more than deserving of his grandson. He felt a warm contentment, knowing that their presence made life here far from burdensome. Chapter 61. Studying medicine. After delivering the items to his grandfather, Gu Jinghua returned home to find that Xiao Ran had already prepared dinner, eagerly awaiting his arrival. She ladled the chicken soup into bowls while Gu Jinghua brought the soup to the bed, where Xiao Ran placed the dough wrappers onto a plate. Xiao Ran had added various ingredients to the chicken soup, including mushrooms and radishes, along with some wild chicken eggs. The chicken had simmered for quite some time, resulting in tender meat, and she had even infused it with some spring water, rendering the soup delectably flavorful. As they enjoyed the meal, alternating between bites of dough wrappers and sips of soup, they quickly polished off the chicken, meat, and wrappers, overwhelmed by the deliciousness. They found themselves eating more than usual, ultimately indulging to the point of fullness. The Gu Jinghua took charge of the cleanup, ensuring that the bowls and kitchen were tidy before settling beside Xiao Ran on the bed to warm up and digest their meal. Xiao Ran pulled out a book she had received from the elders at the cow shed and began reading. She also handed Gu Jinghua a copy, but he set it aside, choosing instead to hold her close and play with her small hands. This distraction made it impossible for Xiao Ran to concentrate on her reading, prompting her to shoot him an annoyed glance, urging him to stop being a nuisance. The Gu Jinghua entwined his fingers with hers, picking up a book of his own to read. Xiao Ran was engrossed in a medical book, a subject that piqued her interest. In her previous life, she had aspired to become a doctor. However, due to being placed in a different major after passing the entrance exam, she felt a sense of regret. Now that college entrance examinations were set to resume in 5 years, she could take the opportunity to delve into medical literature, preparing herself to pursue her dream of becoming a doctor. The Zheng couple, likely professors in the medical field, had gifted her foundational medical texts, one covering basic medical knowledge and the other focusing on traditional Chinese medicine, including points of acupuncture and explanations of various herbs. Xiao Ran was particularly interested in this, as it would allow her to familiarize herself with herbal remedies for when she ventured into the mountains, where an abundance of plants awaited discovery. Once she had mastered the identification of herbs, she could harvest them to cultivate in her space or even exchange them for money. Noticing Xiao Ran's engrossed demeanor, Gu Jinghua glanced at the book she was reading and inquired, "Do you enjoy reading medical books?" "Yes, I find them quite fascinating. If it weren't for the cancellation of the entrance exams, I would have pursued a degree in medicine to become a doctor, saving lives and healing the wounded." Xiao Ran spoke without raising her head, and Gu Jinghua silently etched her words into his memory, contemplating the prospect of writing to his family, requesting them to send more literature related to medicine. However, Xiao Ran mused that the 2 books she currently possessed were insufficient, suspecting that the Zheng couple had not brought many medical texts, as they were not easy to conceal. Moreover, the 2 books gifted to her were rather thick, resembling bricks in their heft. She resolved that during her next visit to the county, she would scour the recycling station for additional medical literature to gather, for she understood that mastering medicine required an extensive understanding of specialized knowledge. Her interest in traditional medicine further fueled her desire to seek out more books on the subject. She firmly believed that with 5 years at her disposal, she could acquire a wealth of knowledge. In an era devoid of the distractions of the internet and mobile phones, she could immerse herself in her studies, which she found quite agreeable, especially given the myriad temptations of modern life. The author has expressed, "Updates commence today, and I hope to garner your support and affection." Chapter 62. Receiving Gu Mother's package the following day, Xiao Ran took the mushrooms and chicken mushrooms from her space and laid them out in the yard to dry, intending to send some back home once they were fully desiccated. However, having harvested several hundred pounds of mushrooms from the mountains, she deemed it impractical to bring them all out for drying due to their overwhelming quantity and the limited space available. Instead, she brought out around 100 pounds, including over 40 pounds of chicken mushrooms, which she deemed particularly delectable and wished to send back to her parents. After spreading the mushrooms across the yard, she locked the door and returned to her space to begin processing her catch. Xiao Ran was reluctant to handle the wild chickens and rabbits outside, fearing that if someone happened upon her, it would be difficult to explain. She first scalded the wild chickens to pluck them clean, processing 20 of them, followed by 10 wild rabbits, leaving the remainder in her space for future meals. The sheer volume of her harvest meant that she spent a considerable amount of time preparing everything, eventually setting aside half to smoke the rabbit meat, while the other half was left to air dry. With all the preparations complete, the afternoon slipped away, and Xiao Ran exited her space to collect the mushrooms she had laid out earlier, intending to continue the drying process the next day. Shortly thereafter, Gu Jinghua arrived, bearing a large package that turned out that after class that day, He had ventured to the county to retrieve the parcel, borrowing a bicycle from the team to make the journey. Upon collecting the package from the post office, he did not linger in the county but hurried back, returning the bicycle before coming directly to Xiaoran. The package contained an abundance of nutritional supplements and food items. Since Gu Jinghua had previously written to his family about his relationship with Xiaoran, this parcel held an especially generous assortment that included many provisions prepared by Gu mother specifically for Xiaoran, such as a can of special formula milk intended to bolster her health, 2 cans of meat, 4 cans of fruit, 2 packets of biscuits, 2 packets of white rabbit cream candies, and a box of chocolates thoughtfully included by his sister. In addition, the package contained a significant sum of money and various coupons, as Gu mother was concerned that he might find himself short on funds while courting. Furthermore, she sent 2 warm garments. As the weather had turned increasingly chilly, worried about Gu Jinghua catching a cold point, one of the thick coats was meant for his grandfather, along with a package of food for him to deliver. Seeing so much care taken in preparing food for her, Xiaoran felt deeply touched by the kindness of Gu Jinghua's parents, alleviating her earlier concerns about future interactions with them. She had previously worried about potential conflicts, but now felt reassured. Noticing the subtle shift in Xiaoran's expression, Gu Jinghua understood her unspoken thoughts and comforted her. Rest assured, my parents are very easy to get along with, and they hold you in high regard. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent such an abundance of provisions. My mother even expressed concern that I might not treat you well, urging me in her letter to take good care of you. The money and tickets they sent are meant for you to spend, so there's no need for worry. Besides, my grandfather is quite fond of you and has spoken highly of you. You've already captured the affection of my entire family, so there is truly nothing to fret about. Gu Jinghua continued with a smile. Xiaoran retorted, I'm not worried at all, and I never said I wanted to marry you. So what is there to be concerned about? Who else would you consider marrying if not me? Gu Jinghua replied with mock seriousness. All right, I was only joking, Xiaoran said, recognizing the gravity of his demeanor and quickly attempting to appease him. Such matters should not be taken lightly. We are meant to be together for a lifetime. Gu Jinghua gently grasped her face, stating earnestly. Xiaoran leaned against Gu Jinghua's embrace, holding tightly to his waist. Chapter 63. Hunting wild boars. Xiaoran set aside some of the food from the package, giving Gu Jinghua the formula milk, 1 can of meat, and 2 cans of fruit to share with his grandfather. As she wasn't particularly fond of those items, merely curious to taste the canned goods of this art, Gu Jinghua remarked, you can keep the milk to drink at your leisure. My grandfather has some too. Xiaoran replied that she didn't enjoy milk powder and preferred to give it to his grandfather to supplement his nutrition, as the elderly often required such nourishment. The Gu Jinghua, seeing her firm resolve, refrained from further persuasion that he entrusted her with the money and coupons sent by his parents, amounting to over 500 yuan along with various fabric and meat coupons. Xiaoran reserved 100 yuan for emergencies and provided him with a few grain and industrial coupons, while the remainder she set aside for safekeeping. Gu Jinghua then delivered the food items from his family to old Master Xiao, as he himself had little appetite for those provisions. After Gu Jinghua departed, Xiaoran pondered how to handle the large wild boar in her space. She needed to kill it, but the sheer quantity of meat was daunting. She could not consume it all alone. Selling it to the meat processing plant posed its own challenges, as it would be peculiar for a young woman to transport such a large animal there. Ultimately, Xiaoran resolved to slaughter the wild boar herself within her space, removing the bristles, reserving 100 pounds of meat, and preparing some jerky to send to her brother, intending to keep the rest for the new year. The remainder would be sold on the black market. Early the next morning, Xiaoran busied herself in her space, boiling copious amounts of water to begin the process of butchering the pig. She discovered that she was quite capable, demonstrating that she could handle tasks typically reserved for men. After nearly a full day of labor, she finally completed the butchering, ensuring the pig was thoroughly cleaned and collecting a substantial amount of blood. She severed the head, chopped off the 4 legs, and divided the body into numerous portions, including the intestines, liver, and heart. Utilizing all the tools in her kitchen, she managed to store the meat efficiently. Xiaoran retained 2 legs and the intestines for herself, along with various organs and blood, setting aside over 80 pounds of meat, as the wild boar had a considerable amount of lean meat due to its active lifestyle. She decided to keep all the lard, as it would suffice for her cooking needs for an entire year, alleviating her concerns about running low on oil. The remaining meat was cut into 1 pound, 2 pound, 3 pound, 5 pound, and 10 pound portions for sale that I in her spatial apartment. She possessed an electronic scale that she had previously purchased, which was perfectly suited for weighing the meat. After meticulously cutting and categorizing the meat, Sharon prepared it for future sales, ensuring that it would be easily distinguishable. After a long day of labor, she hastily cooked a bowl of instant noodles for lunch, but by evening, her stomach was growling with hunger. Nevertheless, the day's toil was worthwhile. The thought of selling the meat for a handsome profit brought her great joy. Chapter 64. A close call that evening. Shaoran and Gu Jinghua prepared a dish of stir-fried rabbit meat with chicken mushrooms, accompanied by a generous portion of steamed eggs, as there were still numerous wild chicken eggs in her space. She realized that if she didn't consume them soon, it would take ages to finish them all. Early the next morning, Shaoran rose and took an ox cart to the county, having informed Gu Jinghua the previous night that she intended to purchase some supplies. Upon arrival, she discreetly slipped into a corner and entered her spatial realm, where she applied makeup to transform herself into a woman in her 30s. She wrapped her head in a cloth and donned a blue outfit with black trousers, cinching her waist with a strip of fabric to appear more robust and avoid suspicion. Once her disguise was complete, Shaoran filled her backpack with a substantial amount of meat, though it was too heavy for her to carry much more. She proceeded to the black market, where she encountered the same man at the entrance who recognized her as the middle-aged woman from her previous visit selling wild game. That he nodded, allowing her entry. The black market was bustling with activity, just as it had been before. Sharon quickly located a vacant spot, set her backpack down, and unveiled the wild boar meat concealed beneath a cloth that as soon as she revealed the meat. A throng of eager buyers surrounded her. Within moments, her nearly 30 pounds of meat had been completely purchased, indicating a significant demand for meat within the city. After collecting her earnings, Shaoran prepared to leave and return for another load, when a loud shout echoed from the entrance. "Hurry, the business bureau is here." The once lively black market fell silent in an instant. Upon hearing the warning, Lin Shaoran seized her backpack and joined the crowd fleeing outside. After running a considerable distance, she heard voices calling from behind, "Quick, catch them, don't let them escape." This spurred Lin Shaoran to run even faster. She stealthily transferred her backpack into her spatial realm and removed the cloth from her head, hiding it away as she spotted the supply and marketing cooperative nearby and quickly ducked inside. Once in a safe location, she broke into a sweat, having narrowly avoided capture. She resolved to refrain from visiting the black market for a while, suspecting that someone might have caught wind of her activities. However, with so much meat remaining in her space, she pondered how to manage it, as it was impractical to consume it all at once. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She could explore near the factory, as most workers in the city were dual-income households and likely had the means to purchase meat, especially given the current scarcity. The more she considered this plan, the more appealing it became. Sharon sought out a discreet corner to transfer the meat back into her backpack and re-wrapped her head in cloth. Once disguised again, she ambled toward the steel factory, the largest establishment in the county, populated by thousands of workers. Arriving just as the workers were finishing their shifts, Sharon positioned herself beneath a large tree nearby to observe the situation. As the workers poured out, they gradually split into various groups, dispersing in different directions. Sharon focused on one individual, a bespectacled young man who appeared refined and kind-hearted, that he seemed to be well off, given the watch adorning his wrist. Approaching him quietly, she lowered her voice and asked, "Would you like to buy some meat?" Initially perplexed by the approach of a woman in her 30s, the young man's eyes lit up at the mention of meat, and he eagerly replied, "Yes, I want meat to avoid drawing attention from others." Sharon led him to a secluded corner, where the young man promptly followed her. "Did I in the corner?" Sharon unzipped her backpack and inquired how much meat he desired. Upon seeing the ample supply, the young man became even more excited, exclaiming, "I'll take it all." "How much is it?" Chapter 65. Meeting Ho Jibin. The young man's name was Ho Jibin. His father served as the deputy county chief. His mother was the women's director, his elder brother worked as a secretary in the county office, and his sister was an obstetrician. Not wanting to follow in his family's political footsteps, he chose to work at the steel factory, while he also had a younger sister still in high school. Taken aback when Sharon agreed to sell all the meat, she thought to herself, what luck to catch such a wealthy customer. With 20 pounds of meat in her backpack, she realized that most people could hardly afford such a quantity. However, she quickly regained her composure and replied, I have 20 pounds of meat. No receipts. At 1 yuan and 20 cents per pound, totaling 24 yuan. Without hesitation, the young man produced a stack of bills, extracting 2 large notes and 4 smaller ones to hand to Lin Xiaoran. Although the amount of meat appeared substantial upon returning home, it wouldn't be enough to share among his family. His elder siblings were married, and with a total of 9 family members, the remaining meat would hardly satisfy everyone. Yet, this scarcity was commonplace in the city. Despite his father's position, no special privileges were afforded to them. Thankfully, with multiple working adults in the family, they could manage a few meat meals each month. Encountering a vendor with an abundant supply of meat was indeed a pleasant surprise for him, prompting him to purchase it all. Just as he was about to leave with the meat, Xiaoran halted him, sensing his purchasing power and suspecting that his family might be quite well off. She decided to test the waters further. I also have some wild chickens and rabbits for sale. Would you be interested? Ho Jibin, intrigued yet unyielding, asked, how many do you have? I have 3 wild rabbits and 4 wild chickens. The rabbits are 5 yuan each, and the chickens are 3 yuan each. Totaling 27 yuan, Xiaoran replied, emphasizing her price. Surprised by her quick calculations, he assumed she had experience buying and selling. Without flinching at the price, he inquired, where is the meat? It's with my husband, waiting for me not too far ahead. Please wait here while I fetch it, she said, dashing off quickly. As Ho Jibin contemplated following her, she had already slipped away, leaving him feeling slightly frustrated at her quickness. After waiting for a while with no sign of her, he began to doubt her return when Xiaoran finally reappeared. She had searched for a hidden spot to enter her space, taking a bit longer than anticipated. Opening her bag, she revealed 4 freshly killed wild chickens and 3 rabbits. Ho Jibin inspected them and, finding no issues, handed her 27 yuan. I also have dozens of wild chicken eggs in this bag. Would you like to buy some? She inquired. Ho Jibin considered her offerings, recognizing her potential as a reliable source for meat. How many eggs do you have? He asked calmly. 50, at 8 cents each, totaling 4 yuan. Xiaoran stated that he handed her 4 yuan, though his pockets were now quite empty. Seeing his substantial purchases, Xiaoran recognized him as a valuable client and proposed, we should exchange contact information. Next time, when I have meat, I can bring it to you. Ho Jibin agreed, introducing himself. I am Ho Jibin, a publicity officer at the steel factory. When you have meat, just let the man at the factory gate know, and I will inform him. Xiaoran replied, my surname is Hu. You can call me Hu Dajia. With all your purchases, could I borrow your backpack for now? You can return it to me next time. Ho Jibin expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, Sister Hu. Next time you come, I will bring it over for you. He then shouldered a basket filled with meat, each hand carrying a bag of goods, and hurried home. Chapter 66. The situation at the Ho family upon returning home. Ho Jibin found that lunch had already been prepared. Noticing the 2 bags he was carrying and the basket on his back, the family members, filled with curiosity, inquired, Jibin, why are you back so late today? And what do you have in your hands? What treasures are you carrying in that basket? After closing the door, Ho Jibin placed his prized possessions on the ground and, with an air of mystery, said, guess what this is? It's something truly special that you would never expect. The family gathered around, and upon opening the bags, they were astonished to find numerous wild chickens and hares. In another bag, there was a half-full collection of eggs, while Ho Xiaomei eagerly lifted the white cloth covering the basket, revealing an abundance of meat. The family members were utterly surprised and immediately began to question where all this bounty had come from, wondering if he had made a purchase on the black market. Ho Jibin shook his head, smiling as he explained, you would never guess. On my way home from work today, there was a lady quietly selling goods near our steel factory. I bought all of this from her. Once the others understood the situation, they remarked on his good fortune, lamenting that they had not encountered such luck themselves. However, they were pleased that Jibin had brought back the goods, ensuring that everyone could enjoy a hearty meal. Ho father remained silent, recognizing that with so many family members, the meat rations brought home were often insufficient. Moreover, he could not show favoritism, lest others take note and he find himself in a precarious position with competitors. Now, with his youngest son bringing back such a generous supply of meat and eggs, the family would certainly have enough to enjoy several delightful meals. Home mother thought of her eldest daughter, who was working hard at the hospital, particularly now that she was pregnant and in need of nourishment. She planned to set aside a few pounds of meat to send to her, along with a wild chicken and some eggs. The remainder would be shared among the family, with the eggs reserved for her grandchildren. However, Ho Mother also considered it necessary to provide some compensation for her youngest son. Knowing that purchasing such a large quantity must have cost a considerable sum, certainly more than a month's wages, she was determined that her son should not suffer a loss that, as the saying goes, the youngest son is the lifeblood of the elderly. Ho Mother held a particular affection for her eldest grandson and youngest son, Jibin, though she also cared for her other children, as evidenced by her concern for her eldest daughter and her desire to provide her with nourishing provisions. Putting aside the happenings in the Ho household, Xiao Ran was still feeling quite pleased. She had randomly approached someone and was surprised by their strong purchasing power. The item she had just acquired cost as much as an ordinary worker's 2-month salary. Jibin had purchased without a hint of hesitation, indicating that his family's circumstances were far better than most, allowing for such expenditure. Moreover, it seemed she had secured a long-term customer who could bring her future game to sell. Xiao Ran mused that her luck had been rather favorable, but she did not encounter any more customers like Ho Jibin. Most of her sales were for 1 or 2 pounds at most, with the highest being 5 pounds. In this manner, she had managed to sell over 30 pounds of meat near the steel factory. Deciding not to linger any longer in the area for safety reasons, she quickly moved on after selling the 30 pounds. Fortunately, she had slipped away just in time. Otherwise, she might have been caught. Earlier, a woman in her 30s had purchased meat from her and attempted to bargain for a better deal. When Xiao Ran did not yield, the woman sought out someone to report her. However, Xiao Ran was unaware of this, as she had already relocated. Chapter 67. Referrals. This time, Xiao Ran headed to the textile factory. Another large establishment, but one with a predominantly female workforce. Upon her arrival, she found many people milling about outside after lunch. Spotting a woman in her 40s who appeared quite amiable, Xiao Ran approached and asked, "Would you like to buy some meat?" The woman's eyes sparkled with interest, and she quickly pulled Xiao Ran aside, inquiring about the type and quantity of meat available, as well as the price. Recognizing the woman's shrewdness and her intent to strike a deal, Xiao Ran replied, "I have 40 pounds of wild boar meat, priced at 1.2 per pound without a ticket. However, if you can help me sell a pound, I will give you a dime as a commission." The woman realized this was a great opportunity, considering the factory's large population and the current scarcity of meat tickets in the city. She eagerly planned to share this news with her close friends, knowing they would be thrilled. The prospect of earning a few extra coins without any personal expenditure was too enticing to resist. "Is this for real, little sister? I'll go gather some people right away." The woman excitedly confirmed, "Of course. Thank you. And please be discreet to avoid any unwanted attention, that we wouldn't want to attract any reports." Xiao Ran cautioned, "That I understand," the woman replied, acutely aware of the risks involved in such dealings. She intended to call upon trusted friends and neighbors. "Let us go to my house. It's safer there." Away from prying eyes, the woman suggested suddenly, "That sounds perfect. Thank you." Xiao Ran agreed, recognizing that this plan reduced the risk involved. Thus, Xiao Ran followed the woman to her home. Along the way, when acquaintances inquired about Xiao Ran's presence, the woman smoothly explained that she was a relative from the countryside bringing some goods. Xiao Ran was surprised to find that the woman was quite popular, suggesting she likely held a significant position within the textile factory. It seemed her choice of companions was fortuitous, as she had connected with someone of importance. As Xiao Ran pondered these thoughts, they arrived at the woman's house. The woman introduced herself, saying, "Sister, we're becoming familiar. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Liu, so you can call me Sister Liu." "Sister Liu, my name is Hu Ran," Xiao Ran replied, offering her introduction as well. Sister Liu then instructed Xiao Ran to wait inside while she went to summon people from the neighborhood. Before long, more than 10 women of similar age to Sister Liu arrived. Upon learning that Xiao Ran had meat available, they became excited, with one exclaiming, "I'll take 2 pounds," while another chimed in, "I want 3 pounds." In no time, Xiao Ran's 35 pounds of meat were sold out, with the remaining 5 pounds already set aside for Sister Liu. Once everyone had purchased their share, they hurried home, wary of being discovered and reported. After they departed, Xiao Ran settled accounts with Sister Liu, handing her $3.50 to AS for the 5 pounds of meat mentioned earlier. Sister Liu had already given her 6 yuan. Subsequently, Xiao Ran departed from the textile factory, and regarding the remaining meat, she chose not to sell it. Chapter 68. Saving. Xiao Ran contemplated that the meat in her space could be preserved for the upcoming new year. Having already sold over 120 pounds of meat, aside from the pig's offal, intestines, lard head, and 4 pig legs, she still had over 100 pounds of pork left. Xiaoran had no desire to sell it any further. Primarily because it was nearly 2 o'clock, and the factory workers were busy with their shifts, leaving no one to purchase from her. Continuing to sell would simply be a waste of time, and she now felt apprehensive about venturing into the black market again. Deciding it was best to return home, Xiaoran felt satisfied with her sales for the day, having achieved a commendable outcome. As for the remaining meat, she intended to keep it for her own consumption. Without lingering in the county, she took the ox cart straight home. Upon arriving, Xiaoran began to tally her earnings for the day. In the morning, she sold 35 pounds at the black market, followed by 20 pounds and 3 wild rabbits for wild chickens and 59 wild chicken eggs to Hojibi. Later, she sold an additional 30 pounds of meat and finally 40 pounds to Sister Lu. In total, she had sold 125 pounds of wild boar meat for 150 yuan, the wild chickens and rabbits for 27 yuan, and the wild chicken eggs for 4 yuan, in addition to a 3.5 yuan referral fee for Sister Lu, bringing her total earnings to 177.5 yuan. Xiaoran felt quite pleased, realizing that she now had over 1,000 yuan, without even counting the money from Gu Jinghua. With his contributions, her total neared 3,000 yuan, a substantial fortune in this era. Xiaoran envisioned that once the college entrance examinations resumed, she would purchase 2 apartments in the city, anticipating that their value would soar in the future. After returning to her residence, she placed 10 pounds of pork in her backpack to avoid arousing Gu Jinghua's curiosity about the source of the meat, intending to tell him it was purchased in the county. Given the overwhelming stock in her space, Xiaoran planned to prepare more jerky this time to send to her brother. With the weather growing colder, they would need to replenish their energy to maintain their stamina. Additionally, she intended to send some smoked rabbit meat and air-dried wild chicken back to her family, along with various dried goods, including mushrooms. It was likely that the young intellectuals who had just been sent to the countryside would not be allowed to return home for the new year. And her brother's plans remained uncertain. She wished to send extra meat home for her parents to ensure they could also enjoy a festive celebration. Seizing the early hour when no one would seek her out, Xiaoran began cutting the meat, preparing to make 20 pounds of jerky to send to her brother. She started boiling water and, after nearly 3 hours of diligent work, completed the task. However, since she had only just visited the county, she decided to postpone mailing the jerky for another time. After finishing the jerky, Xiaoran resolved to marinate the pig's offal, believing it would enhance the flavor. Given the size of the wild boar, she planned to prepare some for old Master Xiao and his family to share in the deliciousness. While Xiaoran busied herself with the marinade, Gu Jinghua arrived as soon as he stepped inside. He was greeted by the rich aroma of the marinade, instantly recognizing that Xiaoran was once again preparing her signature braised meat. But he smiled and shook his head, yet the enticing scent made him feel hungry. Sharing meals with Xiaoran every day was truly a source of joy and indulgence for him. Not only was the food visually appealing and aromatic, but it was also plentiful. Most importantly, he could enjoy it with the one he cherished, creating a warm atmosphere reminiscent of a loving couple. However, thoughts of the chaotic affairs at the young intellectual's site cast a shadow over his expression, and his gaze turned steely. He would not permit anyone to harm Xiaoran, no matter the means. Author's note. Do you think Gu Jinghua should be informed about the existence of the space? Chapter 69. Unsavory rumors. It turned out that ever since Gu Jinghua had brought most of the grain to Xiaoran and had been dining with her daily, rumors began circulating among the young intellectuals that Xiaoran was seducing Gu Jinghua. They claimed that since they weren't married, she was engaging in inappropriate behavior. In short, a plethora of derogatory remarks about Xiaoran filled the air. All quite unpleasant to hear. Gu Jinghua had initially remained unaware of these rumors until he overheard 2 male young intellectuals discussing in the morning about how Xiaoran was attempting to lure Gu Jinghua, accompanied by suggestive smiles. Upon hearing such words, Gu Jinghua's pupils contracted, and he marched out, grabbing the collars of the 2 young men and delivering a punch to each, causing blood to trickle from their lips. The 2 were taken aback by his sudden aggression and quickly begged for mercy, knowing well that Gu Jinghua was capable of taking down a wild boar. At that moment, other young intellectuals, drawn by the commotion, rushed out to see Gu Jinghua in conflict with the 2 men. Hastily intervening to separate them, Gu Jinghua ceased his assault and demanded, "What was that all about? If you don't clarify, don't blame me for being rude." Upon witnessing Gu Jinghua's demeanor, everyone understood the situation at hand. Since Gu Jinghua attended classes daily and went to Sharon's home afterward. He had been oblivious to the circulating rumors. The two male young intellectuals stammered, "It wasn't us who spread the rumors. We merely overheard it from some female young intellectuals that if you want to confront someone, go after them. It's got nothing to do with us." Terrified of Gu Jinghua's wrath, they quickly revealed all they knew, fearing he might retaliate again. The female young intellectuals present, upon hearing the two men's confession, grew anxious, realizing they too had participated in the gossip, albeit based on hearsay. Just as Gu Jinghua's piercing gaze shifted toward the women, one of them could no longer withstand his intimidating glare and quietly said, "It wasn't me. I heard it from Zhaohua." Nearby, a petite and slender young woman named Zhaohua, fearful of being implicated, hastily added, "It wasn't me either. I heard it from Hu Yuemei, who spoke ill of Xiaoran. All the rumors originated from her." At this point, Hu Yuemei panicked, desperate to silence Zhaohua. But Zhaohua, gripped by fear of Gu Jinghua, divulged everything to Gu Jinghua turned his attention to Hu Yuemei and stated, "I believe I've warned you before. If you continue to target Xiaoran with your petty schemes, don't blame me for being unkind. You should be grateful I don't strike women. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to stand here. Furthermore, if I hear any more negative rumors about Xiaoran in the village, regardless of who spreads them, I will hold you accountable. Then you'll see the extent of my methods." Without paying heed to Hu Yuemei's dismayed expression, Gu Jinghua surveyed all present and declared, "Should I hear any further disparaging remarks about Xiaoran, whether from a man or a woman, I will show no mercy. That I hope you all take heed." The crowd reacted with a mix of emotions, though not everyone had participated in the gossip. After all, Gu Jinghua and Xiaoran were openly a couple, and their affairs were not anyone else's business. However, some female young intellectuals had grown envious because Gu Jinghua had stopped dining with them and had brought so much grain to Xiaoran. Many female young intellectuals performed less labor and earned fewer work points, lacking the subsidies that their male counterparts received, which only intensified their feelings of jealousy, that I in particular. Hu Yuemei felt that Xiaoran was living too easily, doing only light work while having a partner to provide her with supplies, contrasting sharply with her own situation of minimal support. Witnessing Gu Jinghua's generosity toward Xiaoran, she cast aside his previous warnings and succumbed to jealousy. Had she known that Gu Jinghua had also given Xiaoran money and tickets, her envy would have only deepened. Chapter 70. Gu Jinghua's measure. Since Gu Jinghua had already issued his warning, the others dared not spread rumors any further. However, Hu Yuemei grew anxious, recalling that just yesterday, while at work, she had spoken ill of Xiaoran to a married woman in her team. Now, with Gu Jinghua's threat hanging over her, she was left with no choice but to admit to the women she had gossiped with that her comments were unfounded, driven solely by jealousy toward Xiaoran, feeling the weight of their judgmental gazes upon her. She refrained from attributing her troubles to Gu Jinghua, her resentment toward Xiaoran only intensifying that if it weren't for Xiaoran, she believed she would not have found herself in such a predicament. However, she no longer dared to engage in covert maneuvers, particularly after witnessing the dismal state of those two male educated youth this morning. She had no desire to provoke Gu Jinghua, who, due to this incident, was in a foul mood all day. He feared that rumors would escalate, putting Xiaoran in jeopardy. Although the educated youth at the site had already conceded that they would refrain from such behavior in the future, Gu Jinghua believed that their idleness following the autumn harvest had given rise to these malicious thoughts. Consequently, he planned to address this matter with the team leader after school, suggesting they assign the educated youth some tasks to occupy their time. However, he surmised that most of the educated youth were not well acquainted with the team, so the rumors had not spread widely. Moreover, today, Hu Yuemei had taken the time to clarify the situation, and now the team was saying that Hu, out of jealousy towards Lin, had slandered her, tarnishing her reputation. Thankfully, Hu had admitted her wrongdoing today. Otherwise, Lin would have suffered an unjust calamity. After school, Gu Jinghua returned to the educated youth site, bringing with him a packet of tea and a box of pastries, and proceeded to the team leader's home. Initially, the team leader was puzzled by Gu's visit, but after Gu explained the circumstances, team leader Gu pondered for a moment and replied sternly, "I am aware of the situation you described. And indeed, they deserve a lesson to prevent them from idle speculation. Let us assign them to repair the irrigation ditches. Let us see if they still have the energy to gossip afterward." Gu Jinghua concurred with this plan. Making them work would surely deter any nefarious ideas and serve as a fitting reprimand. After Gu Jinghua departed, Lin, the team leader, picked up the tea that Gu had placed on the table. Inhaling its fragrance. What a fine tea. This Gu is indeed generous, befitting someone from the city that I in our area. Such luxuries are rare. I am content with even the slightest remnants of tea leaves. However, he also believed that the educated youth deserved a lesson. Lin, being a gentle and demure girl, should not have her reputation sullied by their slander. Ji Yujingwa's actions were most timely. Aunt Lin remarked to her husband, "This Gu is a good man, quite well suited for Lin. You ought to teach those educated youth a lesson for speaking ill of her. Lin is a fine girl. I would gladly welcome her as a daughter-in-law, if only we had a third son. What a pity." Team leader Lin shot a glance at his wife. Even if they had another son, he would hardly be worthy of Lin. Observing Lin's attire and demeanor, it was clear she hailed from a well-off family, far beyond the reach of their own. Nevertheless, he refrained from arguing, as there was no prospect of another son in their household, since the last time Xiaoran had hosted a lavish meal for the two brothers. Showcasing her culinary skills, the Lin family had grown quite fond of her, appreciating her talent in the kitchen and her amiable disposition. The author wishes to ask, what do you think of this approach? Chapter 71. Gu Jingwa's concerns after leaving the team leader's home. Gu Jingwa noticed that no one was discussing rumors about Lin Xiaoran along the way, which reassured him that the matter had not spread. He headed directly to Xiaoran's place, wishing to avoid lingering at the educated youth's site, that if circumstances permitted, he would prefer to live with Xiaoran. But since they were not yet married, that was not feasible. He yearned to marry her soon, so they could share a life together. Upon arriving at Xiaoran's home, he was enveloped by the delightful aroma of her cooking, which offered a sense of warmth. When Xiaoran saw him, she immediately beckoned him over and served him a bowl of braised intestines and pig liver among various delicacies. The Ji Yujingwa devoured the meal with gusto, and once finished, Xiaoran ladled half a basin of braised dishes for him to take to her grandfather. Suddenly, Gu Jingwa pulled Xiaoran into his embrace, holding her tightly and kissing her forehead. Xiaoran was taken aback by his unexpected gesture and quickly inquired, "What is the matter? Why are you so sentimental today?" Gu Jingwa replied in a hushed tone, "It's nothing. I just feel incredibly fortunate to have you, Xiaoran." Xiaoran sensed that Gu Jingwa had something on his mind that he was reluctant to share. Yet she chose not to press him. Everyone has their own secrets that as long as they remained honest and loyal to one another, that was sufficient. "You only just realized, if you find me so wonderful, you ought to cherish me. If I catch you laughing with another girl, you'll be in serious trouble, understand?" Xiaoran teased playfully that I have eyes only for you. I wouldn't glance at another woman. Gu Jingwa declared earnestly. Xiaoran, reassured that he was not the type to stray, let the matter rest. After delivering the braised dishes to her grandfather, Gu Jingwa promptly returned. That evening, Xiaoran prepared a hot pot. As the weather had turned increasingly chilly, stir-frying vegetables would cause them to cool quickly. A communal pot would keep the meal warm and allow for a variety of ingredients. She sliced an array of accompaniments, including potato slices, sweet potato, pumpkin, cabbage, vermicelli, and various braised items, culminating in a full pot that they enjoyed alongside steamed buns. Xiaoran, who was particularly sensitive to the cold, felt warmed after the meal, while Gu Jingwa, having consumed his portion, was sweating profusely. His body radiated warmth, and despite Xiaoran already donning a cotton jacket, he wore only a light coat over a shirt that to Xiaoran. His attire seemed insufficient for the weather, yet Gu Jingwa remained unfazed by the cold. She felt as if he were a human furnace, and as he enveloped her small hands in his larger ones, she found herself entirely comfortable. After their meal, Gu Jingwa did not linger long before departing. Although he wished to stay a while longer, he was mindful of Xiaoran's reputation. While the educated youth were indeed at fault for their reckless chatter, he felt a measure of responsibility. Had he not been visiting Xiaoran for dinners so frequently, and sometimes overstaying his welcome, she would not have faced such scrutiny. Although they were courting, they were not yet married, and it was prudent to be cautious about their public image that he was determined to shield Xiaoran from any harm, especially if it stemmed from his actions. Xiaoran, perplexed by Gu Jingwa's early departure, assumed he must have pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 72. The situation with Chao Lihua. It was not until the following day, when Chao Lihua came to visit Xiaoran, that she learned the reason for Gu Jingwa's abrupt departure and the events that had transpired at the educated youth site. Xiaoran was taken aback by the extent of Hu Yuamei's animosity towards her. She had previously thought Hu merely spoke harshly and enjoyed sarcasm, considering her a Na'vi girl, and had not held any grudges. Never did she expect who to utter such vile words and share them with others. Fortunately, Gu Jinghua had intervened promptly, otherwise the rumors could have spread, damaging her reputation and integrity as a young woman. Sharon had traversed from a modern world and could withstand it, but a girl born and raised in this environment might find such slander unbearable, potentially leading her to despair under the weight of public scorn. This was no mere childish quarrel, but a deeply malicious intent. Had Gu Jinghua not stepped in, she might not be sitting here in peace. Engaged in conversation, she felt immense gratitude for his protection, recognizing that he likely refrained from mentioning it to spare her worry. Chao Liwa lamented that Hu Yuma's reputation in the team had soured due to her jealousy towards Lin Xiaoran, tarnishing the image of a girl known for her kindness. Her actions had ultimately backfired. However, she also mentioned that the team leader had announced that the educated youth would be tasked with digging irrigation ditches. A decision Xiaoran suspected was influenced by Gu Jinghua. After all, why would they be subjected to such labor when they had just dealt with this incident? Nevertheless, Xiaoran refrained from revealing that this was Gu Jinghua's doing, aware that disclosing it might incite criticism towards him. In truth, Chao Liwa had already guessed the connection, but envied Xiaoran for having such a protective partner. She bore no ill will towards Gu Jinghua. Rather, she felt sympathy for Xiaoran and intended to inform her about the situation as soon as possible, though daily work had delayed her efforts. Today, the team leader had granted them a day off. But tomorrow they would begin digging. Having spent the morning with Xiaoran and witnessing her contentment, Chao Liwa felt genuinely happy for her friend, refusing to harbor any jealousy. After all, each person's fate is unique. Before leaving, Xiaoran prepared a bowl of braised meat and 2 pounds of dried mushrooms for her. It has been quite a while since I last saw Lihua. Upon this encounter, Xiaoran distinctly noticed that she had become noticeably thinner. Her skin taking on a sallow hue, her hair lacking luster, yet her gaze remained resolute. Lihua was acutely aware that with the arrival of winter, there were fewer tasks to be done, resulting in diminished work points for everyone. Many female educated youth had received scant rations from the autumn harvest, and now they often found themselves enduring hunger, conserving what little they had. Witnessing Lihua in such a plight tugged at Xiaoran's heartstrings. Yet she felt compelled to conceal her own provisions, lest others discover that she still had food, and that her work points were even fewer in the eyes of the community. Lihua seemed to rely solely on the funds and items sent from her family, along with the grain provided by Gu Jinghua. Thus, under the prevailing scarcity, Gu Jinghua's generosity inevitably stirred envy among some. Lihua did not refuse Xiaoran's goodwill. After spending half a day with her, she recognized that Xiaoran was living comfortably and lacked for nothing. Nevertheless, she felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Xiaoran for her assistance, especially as she faced food shortages herself. Perhaps working on the irrigation channels was a fortuitous endeavor, as it promised higher work points. She mused, the author wishes to express. Please continue to support with updates. Chapter 73. Xiaoran's reflections after bidding farewell to Lihua. Xiaoran found herself lacking the motivation to lounge on the Kong any longer. The current plight of most educated youth mirrored her own, and given that it was still 1972, there were 5 years left until the resumption of the college entrance examinations, allowing them to return to the city. They could only endure this lengthy wait. Xiaoran considered herself fortunate. Even though she had traversed through time, the benevolent deity had granted her a space, ensuring she would not suffer from hunger or lack of supplies. She was also fortunate to have encountered Gu Jinghua, who cherished and protected her. Moreover, she had supportive parents who provided her with continual material aid. Without these blessings, she might not have fared better than Lihua, perhaps facing even greater hardships. However, she recognized her own limitations. It was impossible for her to assist others significantly in such a grand historical context, as she could not single-handedly alter the course of events. All she could do was her utmost to safeguard her loved ones and family. Xiaoran soon dismissed her ruminations, reminding herself that the present moment was paramount. She gathered her backpack and ventured to the mountains to collect pig fodder. As the new year approached and the 2 pigs she was raising were growing increasingly plump, likely exceeding 200 pounds. Every time the team leader visited, he beamed with delight, praising Xiaoran for her excellent pig husbandry. However, as the pigs grew larger, their appetites also increased. Without her space, Xiaoran would have found herself making 2 or 3 trips daily to gather fodder. After filling her backpack with fodder, Xiaoran also stocked her space with ample supplies, enough for nearly 2 days. She descended the mountain promptly, for the wild resources in her space were still plentiful, sufficient to last until the new year. Sharon planned to send some of her harvest back to her parents in a few days and also prepare some jerky for her brother, which was already made. Upon returning, Sharon cooked the pig fodder and fed the pigs before preparing a bowl of pig offal noodle soup for herself, as there was still plenty of offal left from yesterday's braising. Given the chill in the air, she craved a warm soup to stave off the cold. In the afternoon, Gu Jingwu arrived at Sharon's place right after school. The moment he stepped in, Sharon rushed to embrace his waist. Expressing, "Jingwu, I am truly grateful for everything you have done for me. I am fully aware that Gu Jingwu felt a pang of guilt and anxiety, saying, 'It is all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have faced such criticism. I am relieved that you do not blame me. Why would I blame you? You are my partner, and our relationship is above reproach. The misguided thoughts of others cannot tarnish us.' Shaoran hastily reassured him. 'Shaoran, I propose that we become engaged this year. Once you come of age next year, we could marry. That I wish for us to be together without concern for others' opinions,' Gu Jingwu stated earnestly. Shaoran hesitated, contemplating that she indeed cherished Gu Jingwu, and he felt the same about her. The thought of being together brought her joy, yet she worried about her parents' reaction, uncertain whether they would approve. 'I have yet to inform my parents about us, and I fear they may not agree,' she admitted hesitantly. 'That do not worry. You can write to them about my situation next time, that if the opportunity arises. I will accompany you to visit your parents,' Gu Jingwu replied, eager to alleviate her concerns. Shaoran found solace in this idea. She could gradually help her parents accept their relationship, perhaps extolling Gu Jingwu's virtues in her letter. However, she felt compelled to be honest with her parents about her relationship with him in her next correspondence. Seeing Sharon's agreement, Gu Jingwu's heart swelled with happiness, and he embraced her tightly. The author wishes to express, "It seems we are about to meet the parents." Chapter 74. A sweet togetherness that evening. Sharon prepared a dish of braised pork, Gu Jingwu's favorite, as her space was filled with ample meat, alleviating any concerns about scarcity that Gu Jingwu, having entrusted all his money and ration tickets to Shaoran, felt assured that she could indulge in whatever she desired, requiring only his support. With the cold weather settling in, Shaoran suggested that Gu Jingwu gather firewood from the mountains after class the following day, as it was likely that school would soon halt due to the frigid conditions. Forcing everyone to huddle at home by the fire, the Gu Jingwu agreed, intending to collect extra firewood for his grandfather. Recognizing the toll the cold could take on the elderly, that if they caught a chill in winter, it could lead to complications, especially without a doctor available in their commune. That, of course, that is no issue, Shaoran assured him. The two settled on the Kong together, engrossed in their studies. Observing Shaoran's intense focus, Gu Jingwu remarked, "In a few days, I expect a parcel from my parents that I informed them in my last letter to include some books for you. And this should be it." Shaoran felt a rush of joy, but also a tinge of embarrassment as she pondered. "Your parents have been so generous in sending me things. Should I reciprocate with some items from here? I have gathered many dried goods. Perhaps I should send something back to your parents as a token of my appreciation?" Gu Jingwu playfully pinched Shaoran's nose, teasing, "The best gift you could give me is to marry me soon. That would surpass any material offering." Shaoran blushed in annoyance, replying, "I am not yet of age. It is certainly out of the question. We can discuss it next year." Seeing Shaoran flustered, Gu Jingwu decided to drop the subject. Suddenly, Shaoran recalled that the cotton in her space seemed ripe for harvesting. She could ask Gu Jingwu to accompany her to the county to buy cotton and send supplies to her parents and brother. "Jingwu, remember the last time I went to buy cotton? I met a sister from the supply and marketing cooperative. I asked her to keep an eye out for the next batch of cotton, and she suggested I visit her in a month. I plan to check tomorrow. And if I can get some, you can make quilts for the cow shed. They must be struggling with the cold at night, lacking a Kong, and we should assist them before they suffer too much." To Gu Jingwu expressed his gratitude. "Shaoran, you have worked tirelessly for their sake." "Thank you," Shaoran retorted. "I am not doing this for you. Besides, do we need to thank each other for such matters? If you continue like this, I might become upset." The Gu Jingwu, captivated by Shaoran's playful demeanor, pulled her close, whispering, "From now on, I shall refrain from saying thank you. And you should too. We are one in this." With that, Gu Jingwu leaned down to kiss Shaoran's soft lips. She instinctively tilted her neck back, surrendering to his passionate kiss. As they became entwined in a tender embrace, Shaoran felt warmth flooding through her, making her weak in the knees, ultimately collapsing against Gu Jingwu's chest, gasping for breath. Observing her flustered state, Gu Jinghua released her, his voice husky as he murmured, "Xiaoran, I can hardly contain myself. I long to be with you." Xiaoran, blushing at his insinuation, buried her face in his embrace. Too shy to look up to Gu Jinghua, entranced by her innocent yet alluring expression, felt a surge of desire, but restrained himself. Reminding his heart that the time was not yet right, as Xiaoran pulled away, she hastily grabbed a cushion to place between them, unwilling to sit too close lest they cross a line. The author wishes to express, "This chapter is quite sweet, and I have seen all your comments and messages. Thank you for your support. Each one of your remarks has been deeply appreciated." Chapter 75. Writing letters after sharing a meal at Xiaoran's home. Gu Jing stayed for less than an hour before returning to the educated youth station, that he was determined not to let Xiaoran suffer any harm. So he refrained from lingering too long after dinner. Xiaoran did not attempt to keep him, understanding that in this era, societal norms around relationships between men and women were stringent. Until they were married, they must be cautious to avoid giving others any reason to criticize them. Once Gu Jingwu departed, Xiaoran entered her space, where the temperature remained pleasantly warm. Xiaoran is presently preparing the items for her parents and elder brother. She has gathered 4 smoked rabbits and has also set aside 3 dried wild chickens, all intended for her parents. However, if she sends too much, they might become suspicious. Additionally, she has prepared 20 pounds of jerky for her brother, which should sustain him for quite some time. Once Xiaoran has neatly packaged everything, she begins to pick cotton, as she needs something to bring back for Jingwu tomorrow. She had planted a considerable amount, and thanks to the beneficial spring water, they have grown exceptionally well, each bowl large and pristine. After spending nearly 2 hours harvesting, she places everything in her apartment, intending to buy a few more snakeskin bags in the county tomorrow to store her bounty, which currently sprawls across the floor. She is uncertain just how many pounds of cotton she has gathered. After finishing, Xiaoran feels as though her waist no longer belongs to her. She has not been over for such an extended period in quite some time. Even when she goes up the mountain to gather pig feed, it is not tiring, as she can conveniently store everything in her space without exerting herself. After drinking a cup of spring water, she feels all her aches and fatigue vanish, restoring her energy. Upon exiting her space, Xiaoran begins to write letters, composing 2 in total, one for her brother and another for her parents. The letter to her brother is rather straightforward, reminding him to stay safe and explaining the origin of the jerky, lest he worry about where it came from. I end the letter to her parents. She first mentions that she has exchanged a considerable number of wild chickens and rabbits with local hunters, stating that she cannot consume them all herself, so she is sending some back for them. She also informs them that she might not be able to return home for the new year and urges them to take care of their health. Most importantly, Xiaoran elaborates on her relationship with Gu Jinghua, detailing how they met, their growing affection, the things he has done for her, and his family situation. She also includes his parents' opinions, writing several pages filled with her thoughts. However, she is apprehensive that her parents may not approve of her relationship with Gu Jinghua, so she deliberately includes many commendable remarks about him. Once she has finished composing the letters and has verified that there are no mistakes, she heads to bed, having stayed up later than usual due to her tasks. Xiaoran has developed the good habit of rising early. The next morning, she rises early, planning to visit the steel factory to seek out Ho Ji Bin, hoping to sell some more meat. As she rides in the ox cart, the biting cold wind stings her face, making her think that she should minimize her visits before the new year. If she must come, she should wear a scarf and wrap her face and neck to withstand the frigid gusts. Upon arriving in the county town, Xiaoran finds her face numbed by the cold wind, her nose reddened from the chill. After paying, she steps down and stomps her feet on the ground to warm her frozen toes. She realizes she has much to attend to, making cotton shoes, knitting scarves, not only for herself but also for Gu Jinghua, and even a pair for his grandfather. Fortunately, the cotton she has grown is abundant, so there is no need to worry about materials. However, she still needs to purchase some yarn at the supply and marketing cooperative for knitting the scarves. Xiaoran first heads to the post office to send 2 packages and letters. The staff there have come to recognize her. This young educated youth not only possesses beauty, but also frequently sends items home, demonstrating her filial piety. However, she also receives many packages from home, which is uncommon among the educated youth in the countryside. After mailing her packages, the staff informs her, "Lin Xiaoran, there is also a package for you here. Please sign for it upon seeing it." Xiao Ran realizes it is a package from her parents, and she thanks the staff before leaving the post office. Once in a secluded corner, she checks that no one is around and stores the package in her space. Then she changes her appearance and retrieves a basket containing 20 pounds of meat. Xiao Ran carries the basket to the steel factory, where the gatekeeper inquires whom she is seeking. Xiao Ran deepens her voice, saying, "Uncle, I am looking for Ho Ji Bin from your publicity department, that I am a distant relative of his. Could you please call him? Just mention who ran, and he will know." "Thank you," as she speaks. She discreetly slips a steamed bun into his hand. The gatekeeper glances at the bun and becomes amiable, replying, "You can wait here. I will help you call him." Xiao Ran waits at the entrance. And soon, Ho Ji Bin emerges with the gatekeeper. Upon seeing Xiao Ran, he becomes excited and pulls her into a corner, exclaiming, "Sister Hu, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. I was beginning to think you wouldn't come. By the way, I didn't bring your basket with me. Would you like to come back with me to retrieve it? What good things have you brought this time? I will take them all." Xiao Ran shows him what is in the basket, and he expresses his delight, asking, "That is wonderful. But Sister Hu, do you have any of those wild animals like last time?" He appears somewhat bashful. Seeing the refined young man display such a demeanor amuses Xiao Ran, though she understands. As the new year approaches, many items in the city become scarce, particularly meat, that of course. "How many do you want?" Xiao Ran replies hoarsely. Although Ho Ji Bin finds her voice somewhat peculiar, he brushes it off, stating, "Then I would like 5 wild rabbits, 8 wild chickens, and 50 eggs. That is that all right?" After considering, Xiao Ran agrees. Ho Ji Bin attempts to accompany her to collect the items, but she declines, handing him the meat from the basket first. After settling the payment, she instructs him to wait while she retrieves the other items. After a brief interval, Xiao Ran returns, her basket filled to the brim with goods, and she carries a large bag, panting heavily. Ho Ji Bin quickly takes the items from her and helps unload the basket. He totals the expenses. 20 pounds of meat cost 24 yuan, 5 wild rabbits cost 25 yuan, 8 wild chickens cost 24 yuan, and 50 eggs cost 4 yuan, summing up to 77 yuan. Since Ho Ji Bin did not bring enough money today, he invites Xiao Ran to accompany him to his home to collect more funds, along with returning her basket. Xiao Ran helps him carry the 50 eggs as they head to his house. Upon arriving, Xiao Ran realizes why he is so well off. His home is within the county committee compound, guarded by armed police at the entrance. Therefore, she refrains from entering with him and opts to wait outside. Ho Ji Bin, understanding, allows her to wait while he goes in to retrieve the money. Fortunately, having heard the gatekeeper mention Hu Ran's arrival, he anticipated good things and requested half a day's leave from his supervisor to avoid any delays. Xiao Ran does not wait long outside before Ho Ji Bin returns, pulling her into a corner away from the entrance to hand her the remaining money and return her basket. They agree that if Xiao Ran has any more good items in the future, she should come find him. With her basket in tow, she departs directly. Xiao Ran intends to buy some yarn at the supply and marketing cooperative. Along with some bags, upon arrival, she finds the place bustling with people, every counter surrounded by crowds. After much pushing, she finally reaches the yarn counter, purchasing 5 pounds of blue yarn and 5 pounds of gray yarn. Afterward, she squeezes her way to the spice counter to buy various condiments, hoping to stock up this time to avoid future trips. She also purchases some jars for pickling and a hefty stack of snakeskin bags. All these items cost her less than 20 yuan. However, she decides against buying anything else. Once she has completed her shopping, Xiao Ran enters her space to store the other items and fills the bags with cotton. Managing to pack 10 bags, though they are not entirely full. Upon returning home, she takes out 2 large bags of cotton, weighing about a dozen pounds, sufficient to make 2 thick quilts. She also unpacks the other items she purchased, placing the condiments in the kitchen. Then, she opens the package from her parents to find they have sent her money again. Her parents likely know she won't be returning home for the new year, so they have sent her extra funds and tickets, encouraging her to buy whatever she may need. Furthermore, she also brought him a thick military coat. Her parents were always aware of their daughter's sensitivity to the cold, especially now that she had ventured to the frigid northern regions. Concerned for her well-being, they thoughtfully sent her the military coat that her brother had previously mailed back. Upon seeing these items, Xiao Ran was deeply moved to the point of tears that in fact, her brother had already sent her a wool blanket, which could be wrapped around her during winter. Her parents were well aware of this and still chose to send her the coat, fearing that she might suffer from the cold. How fortunate it is to have such caring family members. Xiaoran truly felt a profound sense of happiness in her current situation. She had no desire to return to modern times. In this era, she was surrounded by family who cared for one another, and she had a partner who cherished, spoiled, and protected her. She wished to remain here for a lifetime, accompanying them. Xiaoran contemplated the possibility of sending her parents a couple of cotton-padded jackets in return. With an abundance of cotton in her space, it was the perfect opportunity to put it to good use. Eventually, she planned to make a pair of cotton shoes for herself, as well as for her grandfather Xiao. Her current shoes were already quite cold, and she nearly froze her feet while going out today. She could also make a few pairs of cotton socks, and perhaps invite Li Hua to join her in the endeavor, gifting her a pair of socks as well, while also preparing a pair for each of the other 4 elderly individuals in the cowshed. Chapter 78. No classes in the afternoon. When Gu Jingwu arrived, he noticed the considerable amount of cotton Xiaoran had brought back and praised her, saying, "My little girl is truly capable." Xiaoran, feeling bashful from his compliment, hurriedly urged him to go and prepare the cotton blankets. Gu Jingwu then took 2 large bags of cotton to the home of a villager named Lin Damon, who earned a living by making blankets in exchange for goods. When Gu Jingwu arrived, Lin Damon's family was sitting on their heated kong, surprised to see Gu Jingwu returning to make blankets again, especially since he had previously come to make a quilt. That it was unusual for their village to have anyone come for blanket making, as cotton was a rare commodity, particularly in short supply, and they lacked the necessary coupons. Seeing Gu Jingwu return a second time filled them with envy. They thought he must be quite affluent, especially considering his partner also came from a well-off family, allowing them to afford such luxuries. However, since Gu Jingwu had come to conduct business, they were pleased, and they agreed to have him return at the same time the next day to collect the blankets. Gu Jingwu handed them a bag of snacks and a bag of candy as compensation. The Gu Jingwu did not linger long and returned. Finding Xiaoran preparing dinner, he began to help her start the fire and mentioned that students would no longer be required to attend classes this year. From the next day onward, they would have a break until spring of the following year when they would resume teaching the children in the village. Xiaoran was, of course, delighted, since they lacked neither food nor money. And considering the frigid weather, she felt sorry for Gu Jingwu having to attend classes. This arrangement was perfect, as he would have time to accompany her during the day, and given the cold, no one would be inclined to roam outside. Seeing Xiaoran so happy, Gu Jingwu couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This girl was utterly unconcerned about the prospect of going hungry. Nonetheless, he was determined not to let Xiaoran experience hunger. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaoran had a space that ensured she would never have to worry about going hungry. For dinner, Xiaoran prepared a porridge made with radish and lean meat, along with stir-fried potato shreds and a plate of scrambled eggs. Eating radish in winter warms the stomach, and Xiaoran had added a few drops of spring water, making the dish exceptionally delicious. The Gu Jingwu consumed 3 large bowls on his own, and together they finished all the dishes. Since Gu Jingwu had gone to make the cotton blankets that day, he and T gathered firewood, planning to do so the next day. Before Gu Jingwu left, Xiaoran asked him to deliver some items to her grandfather Xiao. Having grown an abundance of vegetables herself, she knew she couldn't consume them all, so she had Gu Jingwu take a bag filled with over a dozen white radishes, 7 or 8 large cabbages, 2 large pumpkins, as well as some potatoes and sweet potatoes. Filling a large bag to the brim, Gu Jingwu was concerned that Xiaoran might not have enough left for herself, but she led him to the kitchen, where he discovered a pile of vegetables, radishes, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and even corn stacked in the corner. The Gu Jingwu was astonished by the yield. When he learned that all these were grown by Xiaoran, he affectionately pinched her tender cheek and proudly exclaimed, "My little girl is truly capable. It seems I shall have to rely on you to support me in the future." Gu Jingwu teased her with a smile. Xiaoran wrinkled her nose and playfully freed her face from his grasp. Responding mischievously, "Sure, I'll support you. You focus on being handsome, and I'll handle earning the living." Upon hearing Xiaoran's words, Gu Jingwu found himself both amused and exasperated. Chapter 79. The situation in the cowshed. Gu Jingwu carried the abundant bag of fruits and vegetables that Xiaoran had prepared to the cowshed. Upon seeing him approach with such a large load, Grandpa Xiao quickly inquired about the situation. When he learned that all the provisions were prepared by Xiaoran, the elderly individuals were profoundly touched. During this season, everyone struggled to find vegetables, and even basic sustenance was scarce. The elderly men often endured hunger by drinking extra boiled water in the evenings. The labor points they received for tending to the cattle were meager, and without the frequent assistance from Xiaoran and Gu Jingwu, they might have faced starvation. Grandpa Xiao was somewhat better off, having recently received a package from Gu Jingwa filled with food and 2 cans of milk powder, which he sipped daily. The other elderly men felt too embarrassed to consume his precious milk powder, recognizing its rarity. Now, with the large bag of food brought by Xiaoran, they could eat well for a while, and they were immensely grateful for her generosity. However, they felt they could do little to repay her kindness, which only deepened their gratitude. Their families had severed ties with them, except for Grandpa Xiao, who had a dutiful daughter and a caring grandson. With their support, he had no concerns about survival. The remaining elderly individuals found it increasingly difficult in their circumstances, but they felt incredibly fortunate to have the compassionate and kind-hearted Xiaoran and Gu Jingwa looking after them from time to time. Gu Jingwa informed the others, "Xiaoran has already purchased the cotton for you all, and I have taken it to be made into blankets. They will be ready by tomorrow evening, and I will bring them to you then." The Zheng couple and the 2 elderly men were elated. The northern winter was exceedingly harsh, and they could barely endure the cold. Their current blankets were not only tattered but also thin, causing them to be chilled by the drafts at night. With new blankets, their nights would improve significantly. It is easy to add embellishments, but challenging to provide vital assistance in times of need. They would always remember Xiaoran and Gu Jingwa's kindness, and while they could not repay them now, if given the opportunity, they would certainly express their gratitude to these 2 young souls. However, Gu Jingwa and Xiaoran were not motivated by the prospect of future rewards. They were primarily compelled by the sight of elderly individuals suffering, particularly those of Grandpa Zhao's age, and they helped within their means. After delivering the goods, Gu Jingwa did not linger long and returned to the youth station. Meanwhile, Xiaoran was planning to accompany Gu Jingwa to gather firewood the next day. She intended to prepare some hearty meals for him, as the youth station lacked decent food and the cooking was subpar. Concerned that Gu Jingwa might go hungry in the morning, she decided to prepare the dough the night before and steam extra buns the next day. Early the following morning, Xiaoran rose to steam buns and prepared 5 poached eggs. That as she finished preparing breakfast, Gu Jingwa arrived with an axe in hand. He had not eaten much that morning, as the youth had been digging a water ditch, and since yesterday's work was completed, everyone was resting, with no tasks to do in the cold weather. That morning, Gu Jingwa was the only one up early. The others were still fast asleep. After washing up, he headed straight to Xiaoran's place, knowing she would prepare breakfast for him and ensure he would not go hungry. Author's note. Today I have written 4,000 words. Chapter 80. Chopping wood on the mountain. After finishing breakfast, Xiaoran and Gu Jingwa set off to the mountain, with Xiaoran carrying a backpack. They ventured to a less traveled path on the mountain's backside, as many people frequently went to chop wood, and Xiaoran led Gu Jingwa to a route that was not well known. Here, the trees had yet to be cut down, and there were plenty of dead branches and leaves. While Gu Jingwa chopped wood, Xiaoran began gathering pig feed. However, during winter, pig feed was becoming increasingly scarce, though she wouldn't need to feed them for long, as in a few days, one of the pigs would be sent to the county, while the other would be slaughtered for communal meat. The Gu Jingwa, aware of Xiaoran's familiarity with the woods, reminded her to be cautious and not venture too deep into the forest. Xiaoran understood that Gu Jingwa was concerned for her safety and nodded in acknowledgement. Xiaoran, wielding a sickle and carrying a basket on her back, ventured to a secluded area beyond Gu Jingwa's sight. That on this mountain excursion, she had a particular intention: to catch a few wild chickens and rabbits in front of Gu Jingwa, allowing her to discreetly present the game from her spatial realm for their shared meal. Presently, there were over 20 creatures in her space, yet Gu Jingwa remained blissfully unaware of their existence. It would be imprudent to reveal them, especially since Gu Jingwa was now on holiday and, apart from breakfast, spent nearly all his time in her company. Consequently, she lacked the opportunity to retrieve them. By hunting some wild game today, she aimed to create the impression that she was consistently fortunate in her captures, thus enabling her to later present the game without arousing suspicion. Xiaoran climbed into a thicket, ensuring Gu Jingwa could not see her, and poured out a bowl of spiritual spring water to attract the animals. As she set the water down amidst the wilderness, a nest of rabbits suddenly emerged from the distant grass. Animals possess an acute sense of smell, and they could detect the enticing aroma from afar. Just as the rabbits were about to become wary, Xiaoran called out, "Collect!" and all 5 wild rabbits were instantly drawn into her space. Soon after, she heard the clucking of wild chickens. A few had also been lured by the spiritual spring water. Xiaoran swiftly gathered them into her space as well, fearing that larger animals might be attracted next. She promptly returned the spring water to her space. With the ample supply of wild game already in her possession, she felt assured that there would be enough for their feast during the new year. Without delay, Xiao Ran concealed 2 dead rabbits and 2 wild chickens in the thicket and called out to Gu Jinghua, who was chopping wood nearby. "Jinghua, come quickly. You won't believe what I've found." Hearing her voice, Gu Jinghua, concerned for her safety, hurriedly dropped his firewood, grasped his axe, and rushed to her side. Upon seeing Xiao Ran standing there unscathed, he relaxed and asked, "Xiao Ran, what happened? Why did you call for me?" Seeing his anxiousness brought Xiao Ran a sense of sweet joy, though she feigned surprise, saying, "Jinghua, look, I've just found these game. Now we have meat to eat." Gu Jinghua knelt to examine the grass, discovering the wild game, 2 rabbits and 2 chickens. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "How did this happen? And why are they all dead?" With a look of innocence, Xiao Ran replied, "I don't know that I was about to cut grass for the pigs when I stumbled upon these animals lying here. So I called you right away." That Jiu Jingwood touched the bodies, noting they were still warm, indicating they had recently died. That IT was indeed puzzling, as there were no visible wounds, unable to deduce the cause. Gu Jingwood decided to let it be, reasoning that it was fortuitous for them. That he smiled and remarked, "Xiao Ran, you have such luck. It seems you always find the game. I suppose I should accompany you to the mountains more often for meat." Xiao Ran, feeling quite pleased with herself, thought, "Isn't this all thanks to me?" Yet she replied playfully, "Well, you better treat me well, or I might not share my meat with you." Gu Jinghua couldn't help but chuckle at Xiao Ran's whimsical demeanor. Chapter 81. Chopping firewood too. Due to this incident, Gu Jinghua grew concerned that there might be hidden dangers lurking in the mountains and insisted on keeping Xiao Ran within his sight. Xiao Ran, realizing her objective had been met, complied without protest, staying close to Gu Jinghua while he chopped wood. She busied herself gathering pig grass not far from him. This area was indeed seldom visited, and by midday, she had filled her basket to the brim with pig grass. She also assisted Gu Jinghua in collecting dry twigs and leaves to use as kindling, occasionally sneaking some into her space when he wasn't looking. Thus, the 2 of them busied themselves in the mountains throughout the morning. To by noon, they had amassed 4 large bundles of firewood that as they returned for lunch, Gu Jinghua carried 2 hefty bundles on his shoulder, while Xiao Ran bore a full basket of pig grass. For lunch, Xiao Ran prepared a sumptuous meal. After a hard morning's work, she cooked potato chicken, braised pork, and a plate of scrambled eggs, accompanied by steamed white rice. They relished a delightful lunch together, and after resting for an hour, they set off to the mountains once again. This time, they aimed to gather enough firewood to last through the new year, as well as for the elderly in the cattle shed, who lacked proper heating. Given their age, they could no longer endure the cold, and with diminished strength, they could only collect some twigs for burning. Leaving the heavier trees to Gu Jinghua, that in the afternoon, Xiao Ran and Gu Jinghua toiled in the mountains until 4 o'clock before descending. They had gathered enough firewood to sustain Xiao Ran through the entire winter. The following day, they planned to cut more firewood for the cattle shed, ensuring they wouldn't need to return again soon. Upon returning to Xiao Ran's courtyard, Gu Jinghua went out to retrieve 2 thick quilts he had prepared. After bringing back the hefty quilts, he delivered them to the cattle shed. The elderly couple, Mr. Xiao and Mrs. Zheng, were present, as Mr. Xiao had not yet returned from tending the cattle. Jiu Jinghua handed the quilts to them, and the couple, feeling the warmth and heft of the quilts, were moved to tears, grateful that they would no longer be awakened by the cold at night. After chatting with the elderly couple for a while, Gu Jinghua departed from the cattle shed. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran was busy cooking the pig grass, while Gu Jinghua helped her chop and split the firewood, organizing it neatly in the courtyard for her future use. Once the pigs were fed, Xiao Ran prepared a dinner of spicy rabbit meat and a nourishing chicken soup, a tea this time of year. A warm bowl of chicken soup was particularly comforting. Xiao Ran enriched the soup with an array of nutritious ingredients: mushrooms, goji berries, potatoes, chestnuts, and more. When the meal was ready and Gu Jinghua had finished his tasks, they settled around the Kong. The Jiu Jinghua served Xiao Ran a bowl of nourishing chicken soup. Feeling cared for by Gu Jinghua's thoughtfulness, Xiao Ran realized that although they were not yet married, their daily interactions felt akin to that of a married couple, simple yet filled with warmth. The next day, they returned to the mountains to gather firewood for the elderly couple, ultimately collecting several bundles to deliver to the cattle shed. That author's note. I will continue to add 2 more chapters tonight. My daytime work limits my writing time, but I have seen all your comments and will keep updating. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 82. The collective pig slaughter on the morning of the second day. While Xiao Ran was tidying the courtyard, the village chief visited her, announcing that one of the two pigs was to be delivered to the county, while the other would be slaughtered for the collective the following day. With his hands behind his back, the village chief strolled to the pig pen, beaming at the sight of two well-fed pigs, far heftier than any previously raised by the villagers. That it was estimated that each pig weighed over 200 pounds. This not only meant a successful delivery to the county, but also promised a larger meat distribution among the villagers. The village chief, increasingly pleased, praised Xiao Ran, saying, "Lin Jiqing, you have done an excellent job raising these pigs. We need more dedicated individuals like you in our team. You set a commendable example." He pondered for a moment before adding, "Since you have done such a commendable job, I will reward you with an additional 5 pounds of meat during the distribution tomorrow. I hope you continue to excel next year." Originally planning to be modest, Xiao Ran's spirits lifted at the mention of the extra reward. "Thank you, village chief. I will strive to do even better next year." Though she had plenty of meat in her space, one could never have too much, and this reward was well-deserved. Soon, the day of the pig slaughter arrived. Early in the morning, the village chief sent some men to drive the pigs from Xiao Ran's pen to the designated slaughtering area. Xiao Ran accompanied them, curious as she had never witnessed a rural pig slaughter before. She was joined by Chao Lihua, who had come to see the event as well. The entire village, young and old, gathered to watch, and even the young intellectuals from the work points came in small groups, eager to witness the spectacle. After all, everyone would receive a share of the meat, according to their work points. Although the allocation for the young intellectuals would be minimal compared to the local villagers. Most of the newcomers had only arrived in the latter half of the year, and even the seasoned young intellectuals had a hard time matching the productivity of the native villagers. Moreover, this place is predominantly inhabited by large families, with no divisions among households. Thus, a single family may comprise a dozen to over 20 members. Consequently, the collective labor points accumulated are substantial, allowing them to receive a greater share of meat compared to the educated youth. After the pork was slaughtered, the team leader exuberantly expressed his gratitude towards the party and Chairman Mao, leaving everyone filled with anticipation and longing for the future. Xiao mused that this was indeed a distinctive hallmark of the era. Despite the scarcity of material resources, people's spiritual lives were rich, brimming with passion and confidence for what lay ahead, qualities that modern individuals often lack. Following the team leader's speech, he specifically commended Xiao, stating that without her diligent care for the pigs, the others would not have been able to enjoy such a generous portion of meat. With such praise, the gaze of the crowd turned toward Xiao, their hearts filled with gratitude towards her. Although the individual portions of meat were not substantial when calculated per household, it still felt like a personal gain. The Lin family of educated youth, though seemingly delicate, proved to be quite capable, and they held Xiao in high regard. Unbeknownst to Xiao, her efforts in pig farming had garnered her admiration from others, yet under the intense scrutiny of their appreciative gazes. She felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Fortunately, the team leader was aware of the eagerness for meat distribution and promptly instructed the points clerk to announce the labor points, allowing each household to claim their share of meat accordingly. Chapter 83. A gathering of educated youth. The team leader allowed Xiao to be the first to receive her portion. Her own labor points amounted to less than half a kilogram of meat. The jovial butcher generously sliced 5.5 kg of meat for her, a delightful mix of lean and fatty cuts. Grateful, Xiao smiled at the butcher and left the scene with her bounty. Subsequently, the villagers took turns to collect their shares. And soon, only the educated youth remained. Most of the educated youth received around half a kilogram of meat. The highest allocations went to Gu Jinghua and Xiao Qingqing, who, as teachers in the team, accrued full labor points. Consequently, apart from the veteran educated youth who had slightly longer service, their points were the highest, resulting in the likes of Chao Lihua receiving only 8 liang of pork, which was less than a pound. Everyone was elated with their portions of meat. Having gone so long without it, as winter deepened, life at the educated youth point grew increasingly arduous. Not only were they struggling to fill their stomachs, but the cold was also biting. Their dwelling lacked heated Kong beds, and installing such would require purchasing cement and bricks, as well as hiring labor, resources they simply did not have. Hence, a decision was made against installing Kong beds, leaving everyone to huddle under their blankets to keep warm. That moment, Sukai proposed, "It has been ages since we last gathered for a meal. Now that we have meat, Let us contribute and enjoy a hearty feast together. This suggestion met with unanimous approval. Each person would contribute half a kilogram of meat, ensuring a splendid meal, while any excess meat could be saved for future consumption. Shaoran joined her companions as they made their way to the educated youth point, naturally taking on the role of chef. Observing the over 5 gene of meat available, she suggested, "Let us prepare 2 meat dishes and reserve 2 gene for dumplings." Everyone agreed enthusiastically. It had been far too long since they had enjoyed dumplings. And in this frigid weather, a warm bowl of dumplings and soup would be comforting. They gathered some flour, with Gu Jingwa providing Shaoran's share. Although he had previously brought a substantial portion of grain to Shaoran, his current provisions were merely enough for breakfast, leaving a small remainder in the bag. Shaoran began by kneading the dough and rolling out the dumpling skins. Once the skins were ready, she prepared the filling, finally chopping the meat and adding 2 large heads of cabbage and 2 radishes, creating a filling of cabbage, radish, and pork. Once the filling was seasoned to her satisfaction, she invited the educated youth to join her in wrapping dumplings while she commenced cooking. Although many were not skilled in cooking, they could certainly wrap dumplings, and soon they formed a circle, engrossed in their task as Shaoran entered the kitchen to prepare the dishes. Shaoran planned to make 2 signature dishes. One was the beloved braised pork, and the other was a hearty pork stew with vermicelli, packed with ample noodles to ensure there was plenty for everyone. Additionally, she prepared a large bowl of stir-fried potato shreds to at the educated youth point. The most abundant ingredients were cabbage, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, with very little fine grain available, as most provisions consisted of coarser grains. With many hands at work, the educated youth quickly wrapped a substantial number of dumplings. After using up all the filling and skins, they counted and found they had made 300 dumplings, allowing each person to enjoy 20 dumplings. A satisfying amount that Shaoran's cooking was swift. Not long after the dumplings were wrapped, her 3 dishes were ready. However, concerned that the food might cool down in the frigid air, she placed all the dishes on the stove to keep warm and began boiling water for the dumplings. Once the water reached a boil, Shaoran added the dumplings to the pot. Due to the sheer volume, she had to cook them in 2 batches. After the first batch was done, she instructed the educated youth to serve themselves. And once they were finished, she began cooking the second batch. Soon, the second batch was ready, and she called over those who had yet to serve themselves, ensuring everyone received 20 dumplings. Chapter 84, a minor conflict once everyone had filled their bowls with dumplings. They brought the dishes to the table to share a meal. Each person savored the delicious dumplings, feeling a deep sense of contentment. Since arriving in the countryside, they had not had the opportunity to enjoy dumplings. The veteran educated youth had not tasted them since their arrival, while some of the newer members had still enjoyed them in the city. Yet Shaoran's culinary skills were remarkable. The dumpling filling she crafted surpassed anything they had previously tasted in the city. The 3 dishes she prepared were a feast for the senses, aromatic and visually appealing. The male educated youth couldn't help but envy Gu Jingwa, thinking how fortunate he was to enjoy such delectable meals daily at Shaoran's. Just as everyone was relishing the meal, Xiao Qingqing suddenly remarked, "Shaoran, you really are fortunate. You tend to a pig so effortlessly, and at the year's end, the team rewards you with such generous portions of meat. You have enough to enjoy several hearty meals. I've also heard the team has even installed a heated Kong for you. Unlike us." Listening to Xiao Qingqing's unfinished statement, a wave of discomfort washed over the others. Why did they toil tirelessly for a year only to receive so little meat? If each person had received only a modest amount, it would not have felt as disheartening, but the fact that Lin Shaoran, who merely cared for a pig, would receive so much meat at the new year made them uneasy. Moreover, the thought of her living comfortably alone with a heated Kong only added to their dissatisfaction. What they did not realize was that the Kong she slept on was made from materials she had purchased herself, and she had even hired someone to help her construct it. Still, influenced by Xiao Qingqing's words, they felt that Shaoran had unfairly reaped the benefits. Although the male educated youth felt uncomfortable, they continued to enjoy Shaoran's cooking, wary of speaking out for fear of incurring Gu Jingwa's wrath. However, the female educated youth lacked such restraint. The first to be provoked was Hu Yuemei, who, after hearing Xiao Qingqing's envious remarks, let her emotions get the better of her and snapped, "Lin Shaoran, what kind of favors have you bestowed upon the team leader? Why does he always think of you for all the good things? You merely feed a pig, yet you receive such generous portions of meat. Why should you have all the good fortune? I will go to the team leader next year and tell him I want to raise pigs too." Since learning of Hu Yuamei's malicious gossip behind her back, Lin Xiaoran had no intention of letting her off lightly. Initially, she thought Hu merely had a sharp tongue, but no real malice. However, after the last incident, she realized Hu was both spiteful and foolish. A pawn easily manipulated by others, Lin Xiaoran shot back. First of all, I applied to raise pigs because I do not care about labor points. If anyone wants to raise pigs for 3 labor points a day, feel free to discuss it with the team leader. I want to stop you. Secondly, the reason I receive an additional 5 gene of meat is that I took good care of the pigs, and that is a reward from the team. If you don't believe me, you can ask around about the weight of pigs raised in previous years by the new year. Besides, since the villagers have no objections to my receiving 5 gene of meat, why should you? Xiaoran surveyed the assembled educated youth before continuing. Lastly, I had to pay for the materials to install my Kong and hired people to help me build it. I even treated them to meals and gave them gifts for their help. If you don't believe me, you can ask the team leader. Some people are so envious of others' good fortunes because they lack the ability and resources themselves. It's a twisted mindset. I wouldn't want to live under the same roof as such individuals. Hu Yuamei's face shifted from green to red, caught off guard by Xiaoran's retort, and she angrily exclaimed, "Given your usual behavior, you embody the capitalist spirit. I will report you." Gu Jinghua, upon hearing her words, cast a fierce glance and declared, "Lin Xiaoran is my partner. If any of you wish her harm, you shall be opposing me. I urge you to contemplate the consequences before you, Hu Yuamei." Startled by Gu Jinghua's words and reminded of his methods, immediately felt her bravado diminish and quickly stammered, "I was just joking." Following this incident, the atmosphere became quite awkward. After finishing her meal, Xiaoran did not linger at the youth commune but returned home. Chapter 85. Rendering lard in truth. The young intellectuals merely thought that raising pigs seemed quite appealing. However, none possessed the material foundation that Xiaoran had, and they knew that a more leisurely approach would not suffice for their sustenance. Once they regained their composure, they felt a bit embarrassed, realizing their envy at others' good fortune was rather petty. Su Kai and a few other male young intellectuals promptly reassured Gu Jinghua, saying, "Jinghua, we had no such intentions. Rest assured, we admire Lin's work ethic and would never stoop to the level of certain individuals with shallow perspectives." Su Kai alluded to the fact that what had begun as a pleasant meal was spoiled by Hu Yuamei's thoughtless remarks, which angered Xiaoran. They speculated that should Xiaoran decide against cooking for them in the future, they would be at a significant loss. Thus, they viewed Hu Yuamei as a troublemaker, yet felt hesitant to confront her directly. Gu Jinghua recognized that Su Kai and his group were fundamentally decent individuals with whom he usually enjoyed associating. However, the female young intellectuals left much to be desired, and he preferred not to stoop to their level. Upon returning to her dwelling with the pork, Xiaoran prepared to render all the lard from the wild boar. This would yield a substantial amount of lard residue, which she could use to make buns. It had been quite some time since she had savored them, as for the events at the commune earlier. She had long since dismissed them from her mind, confident in her separation from their company, that Hu Yuamei's bravado was now limited to mere words. She was but a paper tiger. Moreover, with Gu Jinghua's declaration, she was unlikely to act out. What truly concerned her was the female lead, Xiao Qingqing. She had not anticipated that 2 careless remarks could incite such dissatisfaction among others. Yet Xiaoran remained cautious, ensuring she did not appear to be stirring the pot. Allowing her peers to believe her envy towards Lin Xiaoran was genuine, it was likely that Gu Jinghua held no suspicions regarding her intentions. Had she not been familiar with the female lead's character and remained vigilant, she might not have questioned the motives behind her words. Xiaoran contemplated the situation and decided to let things unfold naturally. After all, what would be, even if she was the female lead. She was not the naive person from the original story. She would not be intimidated. Moreover, given the current circumstances, it was unlikely that Xiao Qingqing would resort to any underhanded tactics in the near future. Xiaoran extracted all the lard, dividing the considerable quantity from the entire wild boar into 3 batches for rendering. After completing one batch, she ladled the oil into ceramic jars. During her last trip to the county, she had purchased 5 ceramic jars in preparation for future use, and they were now perfectly timed for this endeavor. Once the lard residue was ready, Xiaoran tasted it, finding the flavor delightful. She then seasoned it with salt and set it aside. Given the vast quantity, she filled 3 large bowls with lard residue, while the lard itself filled 2 ceramic jars to the brim. Xiaoran planned to store 2 bowls of lard residue in her space to maintain their warmth. preventing them from cooling down. She intended to send a portion of the remaining bowl to the cattle shed, along with a jar of lard for the elderly residents. They needed to maintain their nutrition during the harsh winter, which could be quite challenging otherwise. Once all the lard was rendered, Shaoran prepared to knead some dough, intending to steam a batch of buns that in such cold weather, having ready-to-heat buns would be convenient. Considering the appetites of those at the cattle shed and Gu Jingwa, she made a substantial amount of dough, estimating it would suffice for 200 buns, enough to last for quite a while, especially since the current weather would prevent spoilage. After the dough had risen, Shaoran settled down on her Kong to read, as it was still early, not yet 2 in the afternoon, and there were no pigs to feed at the moment, leaving her feeling quite relaxed. Chapter 86. Intimate interaction. As Shaoran was engrossed in her reading, Gu Jingwa entered, exuding an aura of coldness. She quickly invited him to warm himself by the Kong. Concerned that he might chill her further, Gu Jingwa refrained from embracing her and instead took a cushion to sit opposite her. Once seated, he gazed at Shaoran with tenderness and said, "Shaoran, do not be disheartened by today's events. With me by your side, I will protect you from any harm. Anyone who dares to bully you will find no respite from me." To Gu Jingwa spoke earnestly, "That it's nothing. I've long since moved past it. I care not for others' opinions, for my actions are above reproach, that I have no reason to fear her." Shaoran replied confidently. "Besides, I have such a formidable partner to shield me that I'm hardly upset," she added playfully, teasing Gu Jingwa. Observing Shaoran's demeanor, Gu Jingwa relaxed. Sensing her lack of distress, and feeling himself warm up, he could not resist pulling her from across the Kong into his embrace, with one arm securing her close. He lifted her rosy cheek with his other hand, planting gentle kisses upon her forehead, eyelids, and the tip of her nose. Finally, unable to contain his yearning any longer, he pressed his lips against hers. At first, Gu Jingwa kissed her softly, then deepened the kiss, exploring her mouth. Shaoran, attempting to remind him to be cautious, inadvertently encouraged him to kiss her more passionately. Slowly, she succumbed to the intensity of his kiss, while Gu Jingwa's hands began to wander beneath her garment. Feeling the smoothness of her skin, Gu Jingwa's hands roamed with increasing fervor until they settled on the softer regions of her body. Gently kneading. Suddenly jolted awake by Gu Jingwa's actions, Shaoran bit his tongue lightly, snapping him back to reality. Realizing his hands had strayed to inappropriate places, he quickly withdrew them, his face flushed with embarrassment. Both were left blushing, unable to meet each other's gaze, the air thick with awkwardness as they struggled to find words. After a brief silence, Shaoran composed herself and cleared her throat, attempting to divert the topic. "I just rendered a batch of lard. Could you take some oil over to Xiao Weigong and the others? Also, please bring them some lard residue, that it's quite cold, and they need to replenish their bodies with some fat to stay warm." Gu Jingwa, hardly pausing to contemplate where Shaoran had acquired all this, hastily replied, "I'll take it over right now." With that, he grabbed the oil and lard residue she had prepared and exited, initially feeling shy. Shaoran couldn't help but find the scene amusing. She had not expected him to be so easily flustered. She recalled their first stolen kiss when he had reacted similarly. So amusing. Shaoran had thought that after so many kisses, they would have moved past shyness. Yet Gu Jingwa proved to be even more bashful than she. The author has noted, "I have revised the intimate interactions several times. It has been quite challenging. Please use your imagination to fill in the gaps." Chapter 87. Taking on a disciple, when Gu Jingwa delivered a jar of oil and a large bowl of lard residue to the elderly gentleman. They were gathered in the cattle shed, warming themselves by the fire. Currently, they had no need to tend to the cattle, as the shed was already piled high with hay, eliminating the need for constant trips outside. Surrounding the fire, the elderly men felt quite content this winter, not only thanks to the thick quilts they had, but also due to the ample firewood Gu Jingwa had provided, enough to last them the entire winter. The weather was intensely cold, and without heated kangs, they huddled together for warmth. Feeling satisfied compared to the hardships they had endured in previous years, they chatted idly. Gu Jingwa arrived with the offerings, and they immediately guessed that Shaoran must have sent them something again. Although they had not collected any meat from the commune after the pig slaughter, they were aware of it and hoped that the two young ones had not gone without food themselves to provide for them. Upon hearing that Gu Jingwa was delivering lard and lard residue that Shaoran had prepared, the elders initially insisted he take it back. However, Gu Jingwa reassured them that Shaoran had plenty at home and had specifically brought it for them. He also mentioned that the commune had rewarded Shaoran with extra meat today, which led the elders to believe it was a substantial amount, and they accepted it graciously. Nevertheless, they were determined not to continue accepting Xiaoran and Gu Jinghua's kindness without offering something in return. In a conversation with Gu Jinghua, it was revealed that Xiaoran has an extraordinary passion for reading, particularly medical literature. The Zheng couple was overjoyed and selected 2 of their remaining medical books to gift Gu Jinghua, asking him to pass them on to Xiaoran. The other elders, too, contributed by offering 2 books each from their personal collections for Gu Jinghua to take back, eager for Xiaoran to have something to read. Among them, Grandpa Xiao playfully suggested, "Would you 2 consider taking on a disciple to teach?" The couple exchanged hesitant glances, pondering the appropriateness of the idea, particularly given their current circumstances and the potential burden it might place on Xiaoran. In truth, they had long desired to do something for Xiaoran and Gu Jinghua to express their gratitude. Upon learning of Xiaoran's affinity for medical texts, the notion of teaching her began to take shape in their minds. Though they remained uncertain about her willingness, rest assured, Xiaoran is not that kind of child that if she were concerned about such matters, she wouldn't be so generous in bringing us gifts, Grandpa Xiao assuredly remarked. After a consensus was reached, Gu Jinghua was tasked with inquiring if Xiaoran would be willing to learn medicine from the Zheng couple, esteemed professors from Peking University, one specializing in traditional Chinese medicine and the other in Western medicine, both possessing exceptional skills. Had they not been affected by the recent events at their hospital, they would not have found themselves in this situation. The Gu Jinghua left the cowshed, carrying a stack of books. Upon his return, Xiaoran was pleasantly surprised to see him laden with so many books. When Gu Jinghua conveyed the Zheng couple's desire to teach her medicine and accept her as their disciple, Xiaoran was overwhelmed with joy. She eagerly agreed, recognizing the stature of these esteemed elders and confident that learning from them would expedite her mastery of medical knowledge. The complexities of medical study were daunting, and despite her diligent reading, much of the material remained elusive. With a teacher's guidance, she believed these challenges would be surmountable. She promptly informed Gu Jinghua of her willingness and requested him to relay the message, also mentioning her intention to formally pay her respects as a disciple the following day. Gu Jinghua promptly made another trip to convey her response. Upon hearing Xiaoran's enthusiastic reaction, the Zheng couple was delighted, never expecting to find a disciple in this place. Chapter 88. Steaming buns. After Gu Jinghua's return, Xiaoran discussed preparations for their visit to formally pay her respects as a disciple. "What should we bring?" she inquired. Gu Jinghua suggested, "It would be thoughtful to prepare some food for them, as sustenance is currently their most pressing need." Xiaoran concurred, planning to bring 5 kilograms of meat, 2 packages of pastries, and a piece of cloth. Once her preparations were settled, Xiaoran set about making steamed buns. As she had a substantial amount of dough, she intended to prepare extra buns to share with her master and Grandpa Xiao. Gu Jinghua was astonished by the quantity of dough Xiaoran had prepared, and upon understanding her intentions, he felt a warm sense of amusement that he volunteered to assist by rolling out the dough while Xiaoran prepared the filling. She decided to include radishes and eggs, using 8 eggs that she scrambled and mixed with 4 large radishes, which she diced into small pieces. After sauteing the eggs and radish together, she added a portion of pork cracklings for flavor. With the filling prepared, Xiaoran and Gu Jinghua worked in tandem, one rolling the dough while the other filled and shaped the buns. Their efficiency was commendable, and before long, they had assembled 200 buns, including a dozen sweet buns. After completing the assembly, Xiaoran divided them into several batches for steaming, as her pots could only accommodate 40 at a time. She enlisted Gu Jinghua to tend the fire. The first batch steamed for over half an hour, and once it was ready, Xiaoran and Gu Jinghua began enjoying the buns while steaming the second batch. In total, they prepared 5 batches. Once everything was cooked, they found themselves quite full. Gu Jinghua had devoured 5 meat buns, while Xiaoran had 2 meat buns and 1 sweet bun. After placing the buns in a basin, Xiaoran instructed Gu Jinghua to deliver 15 buns to the cow shed for the elders' evening meal, planning to bring the remainder the following day. While Gu Jinghua made the delivery, Xiaoran began preparing her offerings for the apprenticeship. She took out the 5 kilograms of meat awarded to her by the team, along with the pastries she had on hand from Gu Jinghua's previous visit and her own purchases. The cloth was also from their trip to the county, which she had yet to use, making it a perfect gift for her masters who would surely appreciate such essentials. Once everything was prepared, Xiaoran reflected on her proximity to the cow shed. Despite its closeness, she had never visited, usually relying on Gu Jinghua to deliver items there. Tomorrow, she would meet his grandfather, and the thought made her slightly anxious. Upon Gu Jingwa's return from delivering the buns, he found Xiao Ran lost in thought, her prepared offerings neatly arranged on the table that he approached her, wrapping her in an affectionate embrace, playfully asking, "What occupies your mind?" "My dear, you seem quite distant." Startled from her reverie, Xiao Ran expressed her apprehension. "Tomorrow, I'll be meeting your grandfather, and I can't help but feel nervous that I wonder if he will like me." Gu Jingwa chuckled. "Ah, so that's what concerns you. You need not worry at all. My grandfather holds you in high regard, and it was his suggestion to have the Zhengs take you on as a disciple. So, do you think he might not like you?" Reassured by his words, Xiao Ran nestled into Gu Jingwa's embrace, retrieving her books to peruse. With her collection growing, she felt content knowing she would have plenty to occupy her mind. Chapter 89. Paying respects the following morning, Xiao Ran awoke and heated several buns, preparing a bowl of vermicelli soup enriched with 4 poached eggs. Understanding that Gu Jingwa would rise early and find no breakfast at the youth commune, she intended to save him a meal, as the young adults typically slept until noon. Just as she finished preparing breakfast, Gu Jingwa arrived, bundled in a thick coat, his short hair leaving his ears exposed to the biting cold, which had turned them a bright red, along with the tip of his nose. Xiao Ran quickly ushered him to the stove for warmth and served him a bowl of soup with 2 poached eggs and a hot bun. She treated herself similarly, enjoying 2 buns, a bowl of soup, and 2 eggs. After their warm meal, Gu Jingwa felt a comforting warmth spread through him. Recognizing the temperature was nearing freezing, that he mentioned, "I suspect it will snow either tomorrow or the day after." Once they finished breakfast, they gathered the offerings for the apprenticeship. Noticing the frigid air outside, Xiao Ran donned a military coat sent from her parents. After locking the door, they made their way to the cow shed. Upon their arrival, the 5 elders were already gathered inside, having stoked the fire to ensure warmth for Xiao Ran and Gu Jingwa's visit. This was the first encounter for the elders with Xiao Ran, and they exchanged smiles as they assessed her. The young woman possessed a clear gaze and delicate features, unmistakably embodying innocence. Feeling slightly bashful under their scrutiny, Xiao Ran was reassured by their warm demeanor, particularly the Zheng couple who viewed her fondly as their prospective disciple. After greeting the elders, Gu Jingwa led Xiao Ran to Grandpa Xiao, introducing her, "Grandpa, this is Lin Xiao Ran, my beloved." Xiao Ran stepped forward to greet him, addressing him as Grandpa. The elder, with a kind smile, replied, "Good girl, take good care of Gu Jingwa. If he ever dares to bully you, I will stand up for you." Xiao Ran cast a playful glance at Gu Jingwa, responding with a bright smile, "Absolutely." With formalities underway, Xiao Ran presented the gifts, meat, pastries, and cloth, into the hands of her masters, who graciously accepted them without hesitation. She then performed the traditional bowing gesture to signify her acceptance as a disciple, thus marking the beginning of her apprenticeship. After the apprenticeship ceremony concluded, the 2 elderly gentlemen beckoned Xiao Ran to sit beside them and engaged her in casual conversation. Given the biting cold of the weather and the impending new year, they decided against having her commence her studies immediately, opting instead to formally begin her education after the New Year festivities. However, they assigned her some preliminary tasks, instructing her to thoroughly memorize the contents of the 4 books they had gifted her. With the intention of testing her knowledge once the new year commenced, Xiao Ran naturally had no objections. Her interest in these medical texts was profound, and she found them anything but tedious. Moreover, having consumed the mystical spring water from her space daily, her senses were remarkably sharp, and her memory was exceptionally keen. While she might not possess a photographic memory, recalling the material after a couple of readings posed no challenge for her, alleviating any concern she might have had. The 2 elderly men, witnessing Xiao Ran's eager compliance, felt a wave of relief wash over them, realizing they had found a promising pupil. Chapter 90. Cooking in the cow shed for lunch, Xiao Ran and Gu Jingwa opted not to return home. Upon their arrival that morning, they had brought along 30 buns, 5 of which were sweet, believing the elderly gentleman would enjoy something sugary. Xiao Ran took on the role of chef for the midday meal. The elders were already familiar with her culinary skills, having savored her dishes such as braised pork, stewed intestines, and red braised meat, all of which were delectable. Now, with the addition of meat, everyone was eager to sample Xiao Ran's culinary prowess. Longing for the taste of red braised meat, Xiao Ran sliced a pound of meat to prepare the dish, accompanied by stir-fried shredded potatoes and cabbage stew with vermicelli and pork cracklings, finishing off with a comforting egg soup. The previous day, Xiao Ran had asked Gu Jingwa to bring them a jar of rendered lard and a small bowl of pork cracklings, along with a large bag of assorted vegetables and fruits. Consequently, they had an abundance of ingredients on hand. For the staple, Xiao Ran decided to steam the 30 buns they had brought earlier, reheating 15 for their meal, as the tantalizing aroma wafted from the kitchen. The elderly gentlemen paused their conversations, utterly captivated by the delightful scents that it had been ages since they had enjoyed such a sumptuous meal. Xiao Ran had added a drop of the mystical spring water to each dish. Observing the frail figures of the elderly men, she was genuinely concerned for their health, knowing they had all endured hardships that had left both physical and psychological scars. While their conditions had improved, they were still far from their former selves. Xiao Ran hoped they would persist for a few more years until justice was restored, allowing them to return to their previous lives. The most challenging days were behind them. And fortunately, 2 among the 5 were doctors, capable of tending to minor ailments or foraging for herbs in the mountains, which had significantly improved their situation. They were indeed fortunate. Having interacted closely with them, Xiao Ran discovered that the elderly gentlemen were not only knowledgeable, but also possessed commendable character. She felt a deep sympathy for their plight, especially since one of them was Gu Jingwa's grandfather, and 2 others were her masters. Seizing the opportunity, she was determined to help them restore their health. Before long, all the dishes were ready, and she called everyone to the table. They brought out a rickety table from the room and laid out the spread. As they gazed at the bountiful lunch before them, a wave of emotion washed over the group. Gu Jingwa retrieved bowls and chopsticks, just sufficient for everyone, and invited Xiao Ran to sit, serving each person a bowl of soup before taking a seat beside her. The camaraderie between the 2 did not go unnoticed, prompting a chuckle from Elder Zhou, who teasingly inquired, "Little Gu, when will you bring our Xiao Ran home as your bride?" Gu Jingwa, with a nonchalant demeanor, replied, "I hope it will be soon, but Xiao Ran is still a bit young." After saying this, he absent-mindedly touched his nose, likely envisioning a particular scenario. Xiao Ran, feeling the playful gazes of the others, turned a shade of crimson, playfully pinching Gu Jingwa's arm, though he felt nothing due to his thick clothing, mistakenly believing she was seeking his help. "Elder Zhou, Elder Lu, come now, let us eat. You must taste Xiao Ran's cooking," he interjected, promptly serving a piece of red braised meat in Elder Zhao's bowl, and then taking a piece for Xiao Ran as well. Everyone eagerly began to serve themselves red braised meat, and upon tasting it, they unanimously agreed that it surpassed even the delicious fare Gu Jingwa had brought previously. Soon, conversation fell silent as they hastily piled their plates high with food. Even the seemingly simple stir-fried shredded potatoes tasted exceptional. In the end, everyone was thoroughly satisfied. It had been ages since the elderly gentleman had enjoyed a hearty meal. Even though Gu Jingwa and Xiao Ran frequently provided them with sustenance, they had always eaten sparingly, mindful not to over-rely on the 2 young ones. Authoress note: thank you all for your support. Today is Friday, and tomorrow I will update more. Chapter 91. A gathering of friends after the meal. Everyone gathered around the fire to warm themselves and chat. Most of the conversation revolved around the elders sharing stories, while Gu Jingwa and Xiao Ran listened intently. As the discussions flowed, the group became increasingly familiar with one another, punctuated by bursts of laughter echoing from the cowshed. Fortunately, given the frigid temperatures, no one ventured outside, allowing them to speak freely without fear of drawing attention. During their chatter, Xiao Ran learned that both Elder Xiao and Elder Zhou were professors at Peking University, one teaching mathematics and the other physics. Additionally, the Zheng couple were medical professors from Kyoto, having been displaced due to prior conflicts in the hospital. As for Elder Lu, he had come from elsewhere, but his specific background remained unclear. Among them, he was the most reticent. When the group learned that Xiao Ran had an older brother serving in the military, they praised him, exclaiming, "Being a soldier is commendable. He must be a fine young man." From Elder Xiao, Xiao Ran discovered the reasons behind Gu Jingwa's decision not to enlist. And although this background had been previously mentioned in the text, she felt a sense of wonder upon hearing it from Elder Xiao. The twists of fate were indeed remarkable. Who would have imagined she would find her future partner in this era? Gu Jingwa felt fortunate for having chosen to stay in the countryside, becoming a sent-down youth. Otherwise, he and Xiao Ran might have missed their chance to meet. The afternoon passed swiftly as they warmed themselves by the fire and engaged in delightful conversation. Around 4 o'clock, Xiao Ran and Gu Jingwa bid farewell and departed from the cow shed. Gu Jingwa accompanied Xiao Ran back to her dwelling. Once inside, they immediately sought refuge from the biting cold by huddling under the quilt. Suddenly, Xiaoran recalled the yarn she had purchased during her last trip to the county, which she had yet to weave into a scarf. Now, with time on her hands, she decided to knit a scarf for herself and one for Gu Jingwa. She retrieved the yarn from her room, having chosen 2 colors, gray and red. Curious about her intentions, Gu Jingwa inquired, "Xiaoran, what do you plan to do with the yarn?" With a mysterious smile. Xiaoran replied, "You'll find out shortly." Seeing her playful secrecy, Gu Jingwa chuckled, guessing, "I assume you're going to knit a scarf, right?" "Oh dear, you've guessed it." Xiaoran laughed in resignation, recognizing that the 2 colors were meant for them both. Gu Jingwa refrained from interrupting her further. Xiaoran began with her own scarf, recalling that it had been ages since she last knitted, having learned during her university days with her roommates. Her first attempt at knitting a scarf had been rather unsightly, but with practice, her skills had improved. However, after graduating and starting her career, she had not knitted at all, and now she felt a bit rusty. Thus, she decided to knit for herself, first to regain her touch before crafting one for Gu Jingwa. She certainly didn't want to present him with an ugly scarf. Noticing Xiaoran struggling with the yarn, Gu Jingwa picked up a book to read, having spent enough time with her that he had begun to enjoy reading as well. Xiaoran meticulously untangled the red yarn, wrapping it around her hand in circles before picking up the needles to start knitting. At first, her work was uneven, resembling a sleeve rather than a scarf. Upon examining her progress, she found it utterly crooked and decided to unravel everything and start anew. This process repeated itself at least 3 times. But on the 4th attempt, she finally produced something presentable. Letting out a sigh of relief, she felt a tinge of embarrassment when Gu Jingwa glanced her way, grateful that he hadn't mocked her efforts. Once she mastered the technique, her knitting progressed swiftly, and within an hour, she had completed her scarf. Wrapping it around her neck, she turned to Gu Jingwa and asked, "How does it look?" Gu Jingwa gazed deeply into her eyes, his voice low and husky as he replied, "It looks great. The scarf is lovely, but you are even more so." Xiaoran felt her heart race under his intense gaze, playfully retorting, "Flatterer," as she blushed profusely. The author has something to say. Today is Friday, and tomorrow I can indulge in a leisurely sleep-in, which brings me joy. Chapter 92. It snowed after Xiaoran finished her knitting. She realized it was getting late and began preparing dinner. Putting the yarn aside, the Gu Jingwa, noticing Xiaoran had stopped knitting, inquired curiously, "Why have you ceased your work?" "I can finish yours tonight for now. Let us focus on dinner. Otherwise, you'll return late." Xiaoran stood up to put on her shoes. She replied, "I'll make dinner first." Seeing Xiaoran heading to the kitchen, Gu Jingwa joined her to help start the fire. The weather was unbearably cold, so Xiaoran opted for something simple to prepare. Since the steamed buns made yesterday could last for a while, she decided they would eat those for the next few days. Simple yet delicious, the Gu Jingwa sat by the stove, tending to the fire, while Xiaoran took 4 eggs and soaked a handful of vermicelli. She planned to heat the buns and prepare a soup with vermicelli and poached eggs. Once the buns were warmed, she added the vermicelli to boiling water, tossed in some cabbage leaves, and finally cracked the eggs into the pot. Before long, dinner was ready. Xiaoran, not wanting to eat at the Kong, simply took a bun in each hand, filled 2 bowls with the vermicelli soup, each topped with a poached egg, and sat by the stove to enjoy their meal. After they finished eating, the sky had darkened completely. Xiaoran hurriedly urged Gu Jingwa to return to the youth station, sensing that snow was imminent. She cautioned him that if he had no pressing matters the following day, he should come over around noon, not too early, as she wouldn't be able to rise in such cold weather, preferring to remain snuggled in bed. Gu Jingwa quickly insisted that Xiaoran go inside to avoid the chill. And only after ensuring she had securely locked the yard gate did he make his way back to the youth station in the dark. Once Gu Jingwa had left, Xiaoran nestled on the Kong and began knitting a scarf for him. His hair was so short that he would be susceptible to the cold, especially his ears. She felt a pang of sympathy and wanted him to have the scarf to wear when he returned the next day. With her heart brimming with sweet affection, she became more focused on her knitting. After unraveling her work once more, she produced a scarf that she found immensely satisfying, even more beautiful than her own. Once finished, Xiaoran decided it was time to rest. The weather was too frigid, and the wind howled outside. The sky had been overcast for days, and snow seemed imminent. She longed to burrow under the covers. The following morning around 9 o'clock, Xiaoran awoke, unable to sleep, and opened the door, discovering that it had indeed snowed, that a thick layer of snow blanketed the ground and rooftops. likely having begun in the dead of night. She felt as though the whole world had transformed into a pristine expanse of white, with fluffy snowflakes continuing to fall from the sky. Icicles hung from the eaves like elongated stalactites. Xiaoran returned indoors, donned her military coat, and wrapped herself in the wool blanket her brother had sent her. She had no desire to venture outside to wash up. It was far too cold. And sitting on the Kong was far more comfortable. That it wasn't until noon that Gu Jingwu arrived, braving the heavy snowfall with his scarf wrapped around him. After Xiaoran opened the door for him, she retreated back to the warmth of the Kong. Xiaoran had assumed that such heavy snowfall would deter Gu Jingwu from coming. But to her surprise, he still made the journey. Upon learning that Xiaoran had yet to wash up, he took it upon himself to heat water in the kitchen for her. While Xiaoran washed, Gu Jingwu began preparing their lunch, making the same meal as the night before. It was ready in no time. And when Xiaoran finished, she offered to help, but Gu Jingwu simply picked her up and placed her on the Kong, covering her with blankets and saying, "Stay put here. I will take care of everything." Xiaoran understood that Gu Jingwu was concerned for her, wanted to prevent her from getting cold and wet, so she patiently awaited his completion of the meal, eager for his attentions. Although the vermicelli soup for lunch wasn't as delicious as the one she made, Xiaoran still praised it highly. After all, a man who cares enough to prepare a meal for you deserves to be cherished and appreciated. Love is reciprocal. If one partner takes on all the tasks, the other may begin to take it for granted. That it is essential for both to contribute. The author has something to say. Today's first update. Chapter 93. Building a snowman after finishing their lunch. Xiaoran retrieved the scarf she had knitted for Gu Jingwu the previous night. That he joyfully wrapped it around his neck, exclaiming, "Ah, it is quite warm." Sitting closely together, they admired the swirling snowflakes outside, feeling that the world had become eerily tranquil. Xiaoran's small hand rested in Gu Jingwu's warm embrace, and soon her hand warmed up. As her constitution leaned towards the cold, her extremities often felt icy during winter. The warmth of the Kong helped tremendously. Although her feet would only warm up in the dead of night, the Gu Jingwu tenderly remarked, "In a couple of days, if it stops snowing, I will go to the county and buy some glass bottles for you. At night, we can fill them with hot water to warm your bed, so you won't feel cold again. That there's no need for that. I am already much better, especially with the warm Kong and heavy blankets. By midnight, I will be completely warm. You needn't worry. Venturing to the county in this cold is unnecessary. The journey by ox cart would be freezing," Xiaoran reassured him. The snow continued to fall until after 3 o'clock, and as Xiaoran gazed at the thick blanket of white covering everything, she felt compelled to go outside and play. The snow was piled high, making it difficult to move, so she suggested, "Jingwu, since it has stopped snowing, let us go outside and build a couple of snowmen while we clear the snow from the yard. Otherwise, it will be hard to walk, and what if we slip and fall tonight?" Gu Jingwu, seeing through Xiaoran's intentions, replied, "I believe you simply wish to play in the snow. Moreover, given the weather, it will likely continue snowing tomorrow. What will you do if you catch a cold out here?" "Oh, if I dress warmly enough, I shall be fine. Please join me. I have never seen such heavy snow while living in the south. Now that I have the opportunity, I certainly wish to enjoy it. Do not worry. I will not catch a cold." Xiaoran playfully coaxed Gu Jingwu. Unable to resist her charms, Gu Jingwu reluctantly stood up and cautioned, "Just do not stay out too long." Xiaoran had layered up with thermal underwear, a sweater, a padded vest, and topped it off with a thick military coat and a bright red scarf. Fully prepared for the cold, the Gu Jingwu, too, donned a coat and wrapped himself in the gray scarf Xiaoran had given him, ensuring his ears were snugly covered. They stepped into the yard, where the snow was already ankle-deep. Fortunately, Gu Jingwu had worn rain boots that morning, and Xiaoran had chosen the same. She feared that cotton shoes would become soaked. Xiaoran cheerfully suggested, "Let us each build a snowman. One for you and one for me." With that, she scooped up a handful of snow and rolled it along the ground, creating a large snowball that grew larger with each pass. After reaching a height comparable to her own, she placed it in the center of the yard, shaping it into a figure and rolling another snowball for its head. By the time Xiaoran completed her creation, Gu Jingwu had finished his snowman, which was tall and imposing, while Xiaoran's looked petite and charming. Xiaoran then ventured into the kitchen to retrieve 4 pieces of charcoal for the eyes of the snowmen and 2 carrots for their noses. Once completed, she felt they needed a little something extra, and thought that draping a scarf around the snowman would make them resemble a couple. Just as she was about to remove her scarf for her little snowman, Gu Jingwu swiftly grasped her cold, red hand exclaiming, "Look how red your hands are. Do you wish to catch a cold by removing your scarf?" He then pulled her into the warmth of the house. Feeling guilty for her actions, Xiaoran remained silent and let him guide her. As soon as they entered the cozy room, she let out a loud sneeze that Jiu Jinghua, witnessing this, felt a wave of guilt wash over him. "I should not have agreed to indulge in your whimsy. Quickly, get under the covers to warm up. I will prepare some ginger syrup to drive out the cold from your body." Xiaoran wrapped herself snugly in the blankets. She flashed Gu Jinghua a grateful smile, saying, "This is not your fault that I did not catch a cold. I merely sneezed upon entering the warm room. Besides, you were only trying to fulfill my wish. And that makes me very happy." The author has something to say. Today's second update. The weather is becoming increasingly cold, so everyone should take care of their health. Thank you for your support. Chapter 94. The arrival of Chao Lihua. As Gu Jinghua observed, Xiaoran obediently settled on the Kong. He proceeded to the kitchen to prepare some ginger tea to ward off the chill. He had been spending every day with Xiaoran, taking on the duty of tending the fire whenever she cooked. He was quite familiar with the arrangement of items in her kitchen, that he retrieved 2 pieces of fresh ginger from a bag hanging on the wall, sliced them thinly, and fetched a jar of sugar from the cabinet. After boiling water in a pot, he added all the ginger slices and, fearing the spiciness might be too much for Xiaoran, he generously scooped 2 full spoonfuls of brown sugar into the pot. Once the concoction was ready, Gu Jinghua poured it into a military water bottle for an afternoon drink and set aside 2 bowls, one for himself and one for Xiaoran. Seizing the opportunity, while Gu Jinghua was busy, Xiaoran poured herself a bowl of spiritual spring water from her space, not wishing to catch a cold, as she had a unique ability that alleviated such concerns. She graciously accepted Gu Jinghua's thoughtful gesture, despite her worries. Unexpectedly, the heavens opened up and snow began to fall again that evening. The following morning, Xiaoran awoke to find the snowman they had built yesterday was now blanketed by a thick layer of snow, its outline still resembling that of a snowman, though its eyes were no longer discernible, and the 2 carrot sticks that served as its nose had succumbed to the weight of the snow. Lost within the drift to her surprise, Gu Jinghua arrived that day accompanied by another person. Xiaoran noticed the figure was a girl, but she could not discern her identity as she was bundled up tightly, even her head wrapped in cloth. That it wasn't until they reached the doorstep, and the girl removed the cloth from her face, that Xiaoran recognized her as Sister Lihua. Xiaoran was elated. Since their last disagreement at the youth station, she had not seen Chao Lihua in a long while. That it brought her great joy to have Sister Lihua visit her during such a dull time, especially as she had no other friends here with whom she could converse meaningfully. Chao Lihua did not come empty-handed. She brought along a bag of roasted peanuts that a few days prior, while washing clothes by the river, she had rescued a child who had fallen into the water. The elderly woman from that family was immensely grateful to her for saving her precious grandson and later sent over a bounty of food. Although the gifts were not of great value, they were the best items the family could offer, including half a bag of peanuts and a half bag of corn and sweet potatoes. Knowing the youth were in dire need of food. Indeed, Chao Lihua did not refuse the offerings, as she herself had been soaked in cold water during the rescue and had subsequently caught a cold, spending 2 or 3 days in bed before recovering. She truly needed the provisions that family had sent her way, and the other female youths envied her for it, whispering various comments, since food was what they most lacked at present. Witnessing the several bags of food that Chao Lihua received, they could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy, allowing Chao Lihua to empathize with Xiaoran's earlier feelings. Knowing Gu Jinghua visited Xiaoran daily, Chao Lihua had thought of stopping by today to see her, so after dinner last night, she had roasted half a pot of peanuts to share. She understood that Xiaoran was not lacking in food. But after Xiaoran had treated her several times, she felt it was only right to reciprocate. Xiaoran, comprehending Sister Lihua's intentions, graciously accepted the peanuts, and they sat together on the Kong, chatting and munching on the snack, while Gu Jinghua occupied himself on the other side, helping Xiaoran shell the peanuts. Chao Lihua, observing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. Had she been in modern times, she would have realized she was witnessing a wave of affectionate displays that if the other youths at the station could see Gu Jinghua's gentle side, their eyes would likely pop out in disbelief, as it starkly contrasted with his usual aloof demeanor. A true Iron Man with a tender heart, that authors note. It's past 3, and seeing everyone's urging for updates. I am diligently typing away. Chapter 95. Chao Liwa borrows a book. Xiaoran felt a bit embarrassed under Chao Liwa's astonished gaze and suggested that Gu Jinghua help himself to the peanuts without needing to shell any more for her. Gu Jinghua complied, and after Xiaoran chatted with Li Hua for a while, she realized it was nearly noon and began preparing lunch. She said to Chao Li Hua, "Sister Li Hua, let us have a meal together. It has been a while since we caught up, and it's not easy for you to come here, especially with the snow falling outside. You can leave with Jinghua this afternoon." Chao Li Hua glanced outside and noted the heavy snowfall. Realizing it would be wet and uncomfortable to return in such weather, she shyly remarked, "I'll be imposing on you for another meal. I feel quite guilty." "Not at all. You rarely come by. It has nothing for you to visit and share a meal with me." Xiaoran dismissed her concerns. "Then let me help you tend the fire. It feels wrong to let you handle everything alone." Chao Lihua insisted as she prepared to rise. Xiaoran quickly pressed her back down on the Kong, saying, "Sister Lihua, it's all right. Let Jinghua take care of it. He'll have it done in no time. Just relax and enjoy the peanuts. That if you're bored, I have some books you can read." Seeing Xiaoran's insistence, Chao Lihua settled down and noticed a plethora of books neatly arranged at the far end of the Kong. She picked one up and began to read, in the kitchen. Xiaoran and Gu Jinghua worked together, with him tending the fire as she contemplated what to prepare for lunch. She decided to make 2 hearty dishes. As they hadn't enjoyed a proper meal in days, subsisting mainly on buns and noodle soup. With Sister Lihua visiting, it was the perfect opportunity to whip up a feast. Xiaoran planned 4 dishes: stir-fried chicken with mushrooms, braised potatoes with pork, stewed vermicelli with pork cracklings, and sweet and sour cabbage. As for the staple, they would have steaming hot buns. There were still over 80 left from the last batch. Once the meal was prepared, Chao Lihua came to the kitchen to help serve the dishes. Upon seeing the abundance Xiaoran had prepared, she couldn't help but feel shy and said, "Xiaoran, why have you made so much food? Are you saving it for the new year?" Xiaoran chuckled. "Sister Lihua, you hardly ever come by, and besides, Jinghua brought back a wild chicken from the mountains, so we're having it for dinner. The new year is still quite a while away." The 3 of them settled around the Kong, each holding a bun and savoring the dishes that Jinghua, 2, brewed another pot of ginger tea, serving each of them a bowl before taking one for himself. Chao Lihua hadn't enjoyed such a sumptuous meal in ages. The last time had been at Xiaoran's house with 2 other male youths. She initially thought Xiaoran had prepared this feast especially for her, unaware that these dishes were typical of Xiaoran's usual cooking. Nevertheless, she was deeply touched. After finishing their meal, the trio continued to read in the afternoon, occasionally engaging in light conversation, and the hours slipped by quickly. Around 4 in the afternoon, the snow outside had ceased, prompting Chao Lihua to rise and prepare to leave. However, before departing, she hesitantly approached Xiaoran, saying, "Xiaoran, may I borrow a book from you to take back? Everyone is rather idle at the moment, and I promise to return it once I've finished reading. I will take good care of it and ensure it remains undamaged." Xiaoran felt a pang of hesitation. These books had been gifted to her by the elders in the cow shed, and she cherished them dearly. She worried about the possibility of damage. Yet, seeing the earnestness in Chao Lihua's eyes, she found it difficult to refuse and finally said, "Sister Lihua, these books are very precious to me. Please take care of them while you read and ensure they don't get damaged. Also, try not to let others see them." Chao Lihua nodded. "Thank you, Xiaoran. I promise I won't damage it, nor will I show it to anyone else. Author's note. For updates today, albeit late, I had dinner with friends and didn't have time to write earlier." Chapter 96. The turmoil caused by the book. After borrowing the book, Chao Lihua tucked it securely under her arm and left Xiaoran's residence to return to the youth station. Once Chao Lihua had departed, Gu Jinghua immediately moved to Xiaoran's side, wrapping his arms around her as they shared the reading. Since Chao Lihua's arrival earlier that day, he hadn't had the chance to be intimate with Xiaoran. But now that the third wheel had left, he felt free to express his affection. Xiaoran was momentarily distracted from her earlier worries by Gu Jinghua's embrace. After a while, she playfully pushed him away. Her cheeks flushed and scolded, "Gu Jinghua, you mustn't be so unruly. We aren't married yet." Gu Jinghua grinned cheekily. "Did you tell your family about our relationship in your last letter? We'll get engaged by the end of this year. And after your birthday next year, we'll tie the knot. Dream on. My parents might not agree to me being with you. You're trying to steal their precious daughter away." Xiaoran teased, deliberately opposing him. "Xiaoran, don't you want to marry me? If not me, who else would you marry?" Gu Jinghua spoke with an air of authority, his gaze tenderly fixed upon Xiaoran. whose cheeks flushed crimson under the intensity of his ardent stare. Meanwhile, upon her return to the youth commune, Chao Lihua found the courtyard enveloped in an unsettling silence, instantly realizing that the cold weather had driven everyone to seek refuge beneath their covers. Entering her own room, she noted that the female youth shared a large dormitory, sleeping in a communal arrangement. Unable to endure the biting chill, Chao Lihua stripped off her outer garments and nestled under the quilt. Placing the book she had brought from Xiao Ran beneath her pillow. Beside her lay Hu Yueme, who upon seeing Chao Lihua's return, muttered with disdain from her bed, "So the sycophant has returned. If she had any sense, she would stay away." Chao Lihua, well aware of Hu Yueme's character, chose to ignore her, knowing that engaging with her would only encourage further provocation. Thus, she feigned ignorance, exhaled deeply, pulled the quilt over her face, and turned her head away. Hu Yueme, incensed by Chao Lihua's dismissive behavior, found herself powerless, her frustration manifesting in a complexion that shifted from green to white, rendering her utterly unattractive. Ultimately, she succumbed to lying back down, her mind brimming with curses directed at both Chao Lihua and Lin Xiaoran. In a corner, another individual, Xiao Qingqing, was equally disturbed. Observing the burgeoning relationship between Lin Xiaoran and Gu Jinghua, she felt a twinge of anxiety and discontent, yet could find no leverage against Lin Xiaoran. The last time she had attempted to sow discord at the dinner table, her casual remark had been effortlessly countered by Lin Xiaoran, revealing that the latter had significantly matured since her arrival in the countryside. With Gu Jinghua now by her side, Xiao Qingqing felt her chances of undermining Lin Xiaoran were further diminished. However, she believed she could exploit Chao Lihua's situation. Earlier, she had noticed Chao Lihua holding a book as she undressed, which she then tucked beneath her pillow. Xiao Qingqing resolved to seek an opportunity to uncover any potential scandal. Trusting her instincts, the author notes, "Despite the turmoil, we trust our Xiao Ran will find a resolution." Chapter 97. The turmoil caused by the book. Xiao Qingqing contemplated utilizing the foolish Hu Yueme, who conveniently slept next to Chao Lihua, making her an ideal pawn. That evening, after the communal meal, while Chao Lihua attended to the dishes, a chore rotated among the female youths. Xiao Qingqing casually mentioned to Hu Yueme, who was within earshot, when Chao Lihua returned this afternoon, she seemed to have brought something quite valuable, which she carefully tucked beneath her pillow. How meticulous she is! Hu Yueme's interest was piqued. Since Chao Lihua was preoccupied with washing dishes and would be occupied for some time, she could seize the opportunity to sneak a glance at whatever secretive item Chao Lihua was hiding. Eagerly, Hu Yueme slipped off her shoes and returned to her bunk, discreetly lifting Chao Lihua's pillow to her dismay. She discovered merely a book, prompting her to mutter, "How pathetic to treat a mere book as a treasure. She's even worse off than I am." Xiao Qingqing, overhearing Hu Yueme's comments, began to reconsider her assumptions that if it were merely an ordinary book, why would Chao Lihua hide it? There must be something nefarious afoot. She resolved to investigate further the next day. The following morning, as Chao Lihua went to wash up, Xiao Qingqing seized the moment when everyone else had stepped out for breakfast to surreptitiously examine the book that Chao Lihua had brought back. Upon inspecting it, she felt a surge of joy, realizing it was a book borrowed from Lin Xiaoran, suggesting that Lin Xiaoran must possess many such volumes. That an idea formed in her mind. She could deliberately inform the foolish Hu Yueme and incite her to report Lin Xiaoran to the county's revolutionary committee, undoubtedly leading to Lin Xiaoran's downfall. After Xiao Qingqing's casual hint, Hu Yueme's eyes gleamed with excitement. If this were true, Lin Xiaoran was bound to face dire consequences, and Gu Jinghua would be unable to rescue her. After breakfast, Hu Yueme made a point to memorize the book's title before heading to the village to catch a bullock cart to the county to file her report. Meanwhile, Chao Lihua, noticing Hu Yueme's hurried departure, felt a twinge of curiosity but dismissed it. Returning to her bunk, she prepared to read for a moment. However, as she reached for the book, she suddenly detected something amiss. She had placed the book carefully beneath her pillow, cover facing up, yet it now lay flipped over and carelessly pressed beneath the pillow. Someone had tampered with her belongings, that a sense of dread washed over her as she recalled Hu Yueme's earlier excitement. A foreboding feeling settled in her gut, confirming her suspicions that Hu Yueme had indeed rifled through her book. With the realization of the potential consequences, she swiftly jumped out of bed, slipped on her shoes, concealed the book within her clothing, and hurried to Xiao Ran's residence. Xiao Qingqing observed Chao Lihua's frantic behavior, convinced that the foolish girl had exposed some flaw in her plan. Yet, she believed that even if Lin Xiaoran were aware, there would be nowhere for her to conceal the books. Chao Lihua, panting, soon reached Xiao Ran's home. Upon her arrival, she found Xiao Ran still in bed. She knocked urgently on the door. Xiao Ran, preparing to rise, was startled by the incessant knocking, wondering who might be in urgent need of her attention. Hastily donning her clothes, she opened the door, only to find Sister Lihua standing there, her face a mask of urgency. "Come in, Sister Lihua. What is wrong?" Xiao Ran inquired with concern. Chao Lihua, visibly distressed, replied, "Xiao Ran, I'm so sorry. The book you lent me was seen by Hu Yuanmei this morning, and she has likely gone to the county to report you. She knows it's yours that as soon as I realized something was off, I rushed over to warn you. You must hide those books immediately, that I'm so sorry. I've put you in danger." Chao Lihua was overwhelmed with guilt, recalling how she had ignored Xiao Ran's discomfort and accepted the book, realizing too late the repercussions of her actions. The author notes, today's second update, Chapter 98. Xiao Ran's scheme upon hearing the news. Xiao Ran felt a sense of foreboding, as she had sensed something amiss when she lent the book the previous day. With so many eyes in the commune, particularly those of Hu Yuanmei and Xiao Qingqing, who were both intent on finding fault with her, she had braced herself for trouble. Yet, she remained unperturbed, grateful that Sister Lihua had come to warn her in advance, ensuring that this situation would not spiral out of control. After all, she possessed a secret advantage, her spatial abilities. While her mind raced with possibilities, her expression remained calm and composed. She approached Chao Lihua, reassuring her, "Sister Lihua, this is not your fault. Some individuals are always scheming to create trouble. There is only so much we can do to guard against it. Did you bring the book with you? Let me handle it, and I'll give you a junior high textbook to take back. In this way, there will be no evidence against you." Seeing Xiao Ran's confident demeanor brought Chao Lihua a sense of relief, as if she had found her anchor. She refrained from questioning Xiao Ran's plan and took the junior high textbook back with her, placing it beneath her pillow as instructed, behaving as if nothing had transpired. Once Chao Lihua departed, Xiao Ran promptly entered her room, tidying up any items that should not be present and stowing them away in her spatial pocket. Additionally, various books acquired from the cattle shed have all been stored in the space, along with a portion of the grain from the kitchen and some relatively precious items. This time, she intended to reveal a flaw to see if it would provoke the female protagonist into action. Moreover, her intuition suggested that the female protagonist was undoubtedly behind this incident. Otherwise, Hu Yuanmei would not have thought to report such matters to the county, even if she could not do anything to the female protagonist. She aimed to expose her, gradually eroding the trust that the educated youth in the commune had in her, persuading them to see her true nature. Thus, she deliberately utilized Sister Lihua's situation to create a stir. Knowing well that Lihua was an exceptionally meticulous and cautious woman, if Xiao Qingqing were to act, she would not do so personally. She would certainly manipulate Hu Yuanmei into undertaking this task. Given Hu Yuanmei's character, it was impossible for her not to leave a trace, and Sister Lihua would undoubtedly notice it and inform her that as it appeared, everything was progressing according to her expectations. Soon, the members of the Revolutionary Committee would arrive, and then it would be time to witness Sister Lihua's performance. Indeed, before long, Hu Yuanmei stormed into the educated youth point with a large group of Revolutionary Committee members. Initiating a search, naturally, such a commotion attracted the attention of Captain Lin and the other members of the team, many of whom gathered to witness the unfolding events at the educated youth point. Upon seeing the arrogant demeanor of the Revolutionary Committee members, the team leader felt a surge of anger but dared not offend them, instead forcing a smile and flattering, "What brings you here? Captain Liu? It's unusual for you to visit our brigade today. Would you be so kind as to enlighten us on what has transpired?" Captain Liu, pleased by the flattery, cast a sidelong glance at the excited and agitated Hu Yuanmei and lazily replied, "Well, it's her. She claims that there are educated youth in your team who are hoarding banned books. Since she has come to report this, we must certainly investigate." Upon hearing this, Captain Lin was infuriated. This troublemaker, still so young, harbored such malice. Everyone present had heard Captain Liu's words and were taken aback, realizing Hu Yuanmei's wicked intentions. They had previously thought her remarks at the dinner table were mere jokes, but it turned out she had truly reported them, Showing no regard for the camaraderie shared among fellow educated youth, the Jiu Jingwa felt a tightening in his chest upon hearing this. He recalled how Hu Yueme had consistently targeted Xiaoran, fearing that this time her report would also involve Xiaoran. With this thought, Gu Jingwa became anxious, for he knew that Xiaoran possessed numerous books that should not be present, that if the Revolutionary Committee members discovered them, it would spell disaster. Unfortunately, he could not leave the educated youth point, and at that moment, he loathed his powerlessness, vowing that if Xiaoran emerged unscathed, he would not spare the instigator, Hu Yueme. The author has something to say. The story is becoming increasingly exciting. And we are ready for the next chapter. Are you all eager for it? Chapter 99. The aftermath. Hu Yueme, unfazed by the disapproving gazes of those around her, was now solely focused on witnessing Lin Xiaoran's misfortune. Feeling exhilarated, she boldly proclaimed, "Captain Liu, there is a book beneath Chao Lihua's pillow. She took it from Lin Xiaoran's home, that if you go and check under her pillow, you will surely find it." Captain Liu gestured for his subordinates to search, and while Chao Lihua initially panicked, she quickly reassured herself that the book currently in her possession was merely a middle school textbook, thus feeling no further alarm. However, she feigned anger, vehemently stating, "Hu Yueme, you previously slandered Xiaoran out of jealousy, and she did not hold it against you. That I cannot believe you now escalate your actions to summon the leaders of the Revolutionary Committee just to satisfy your own selfish desires. It is truly outrageous." Upon hearing these words, Captain Liu felt a wave of dissatisfaction with Hu Yueme that if nothing was found after all this, she would certainly face consequences. Hu Yueme disregarded her words, convinced that this was merely her final struggle, and she was eager to witness the downfall of both women. Just as she felt triumphant, the bedding was lifted, and upon inspection, it turned out to be a middle school textbook. Hu Yueme's smile faltered. She couldn't believe her eyes and flipped through the pages multiple times, finding the same result. Nothing like what she had seen earlier. Captain Liu, witnessing such a grand spectacle culminating in the discovery of only a textbook, felt even more enraged at Hu Yueme. "Is this what you call a banned book? Are you mocking us?" Hu Yueme hastily denied, "Captain, I would never dare deceive you that if this matter were not true. I would not have braved the snow to seek you out so early in the morning." She suddenly recalled, it must be her. Chao Lihua must have known in advance and hidden it away. "Captain, you should send someone to search her wardrobe. It may be concealed there to this moment." Gu Jingwa, who had initially felt relieved, now found his heart racing again, that he had not observed Chao Lihua leaving earlier and had thought she might have genuinely hidden the book somewhere. Chao Lihua calmly interjected, "The textbook I borrowed from Comrade Xiaoran is solely for my intention to teach students next year, as it would yield higher work points and spare me from labor." Her assertion was met with belief from the crowd, who assumed Hu Yueme was deliberately framing her. However, when Hu Yueme rummaged through all of Chao Lihua's belongings and found nothing, Captain Liu's frustration peaked. In such frigid weather, traveling a long distance only to come up empty-handed left him doubting Hu Yueme's credibility. Seeing Captain Liu's vexation, Hu Yueme panicked, suddenly recalling that they had yet to search Lin Xiaoran's place. She shouted, "We haven't found anything here. Perhaps she has already switched it back. Captain Liu, I truly wouldn't dare deceive you that we must search Lin Xiaoran's home. You will surely find the items there if you trust me one last time." Captain Liu, on the verge of losing his temper, paused to consider her words. That it was plausible that the female educated youth might be involved, and this trip could not be in vain. The Jiu Jingwa, now filled with rage towards Hu Yueme, stepped forward, resolutely blocking Captain Liu. "Lin Xiaoran is my partner. Captain Liu cannot simply rely on Hu Yueme's one-sided account to invade someone else's home." It was well known that Hu Yueme harbored ill intentions towards his partner, having falsely accused Lin Xiaoran multiple times. Her words cannot be taken at face value, that if Captain Liu does not believe me, he can inquire with others in the team to discern Hu Yueme's true character. Her words are not to be trusted. Initially, Captain Liu thought Gu Jingwa was about to act impulsively and felt concern for him. However, upon hearing Gu Jingwa's words, he stepped forward to concur. Indeed, Comrade Gu is right. Lin Xiaoran's character in our team is widely recognized. It is impossible for her to possess such items. Moreover, to be honest, Comrade whose character does raise some concerns. The Hu Yueme, upon hearing Captain Liu's words, sneered bitterly. Captain Liu only speaks in favor of Lin Xiaoran because he has received benefits from her. Captain Liu was taken aback by Hu Yueme's audacity. feeling a surge of anger towards her. However, he dared not speak further, lest others genuinely think he had received some favor. He had said all that he could. Now it was up to Lin Xiaoran's fate. The author has something to say. What kind of ending do you hope for Hu Yueme? Chapter 100. The female protagonist revealed seeing Captain Liu rendered speechless. Hu Yueme felt a swell of pride and immediately urged, Captain Liu, do not believe their words. Now is the perfect opportunity to catch her in the act. After some consideration, Captain Liu decided that since he had already come this far, he might as well take a short detour. However, he warned Hu Yueme, if we find nothing this time, do not blame me for taking you to the county for detention. Hu Yueme smiled awkwardly, convinced that this time they would undoubtedly uncover something. She led Captain Liu and his entourage swiftly to Xiaoran's residence, with Captain Liu and the other onlookers following to witness the spectacle. Other educated youth also joined, particularly Chao Lihua, who was anxious about whether Xiaoran had hidden everything properly. Meanwhile, Gu Jinghua had regained his composure. If they found any incriminating evidence, he would utilize his father's connections to rescue Xiaoran, ensuring she would not come to harm. The police chief of the county, Wang Honggang, had previously been his father's subordinate, and their relationship was close. So seeking assistance from Uncle Wang would be no trouble at all. That a large group quickly arrived at Xiaoran's residence. Upon reaching the entrance, Hu Yueme forcefully kicked open the gate and turned to Captain Liu, exclaiming, Captain, this is the place. You must go in and search. She won't have time to hide anything. Captain Liu gestured for his subordinates to enter and search. And at that moment, Lin Xiaoran, hearing the commotion, rushed out, feigning confusion and anger. What are you all doing? On what grounds do you invade my home? Gu Jinghua hastily stepped forward to recount the sequence of events. After listening, Xiaoran calmly remarked, Captain Liu, as a high-ranking official of the Revolutionary Committee, I trust that if nothing is discovered during the search, you will uphold the principles of justice. Correct? Captain Liu found her flattering words rather pleasing to the ear and replied, Of course, if we find something, you will have to accompany us for further inquiry. If nothing is found, then the instigator will face consequences. Well, I have faith that you are a leader who administers justice fairly. So I will cooperate with you. You may conduct your search freely to see if there are any issues, Xiaoran confidently stated. Ultimately, Captain Liu and his subordinates rummaged through the premises several times, but found no contraband. Meanwhile, Hu Yueme was in a state of utter panic, incredulously exclaiming, Impossible! I saw it clearly this morning. How could it be gone? It must have been hidden away. You need to look more thoroughly. At this point, Liu, the captain of the Revolutionary Committee, was seething with anger. Is this what you claim to have seen? Hu Yueme, are you toying with us for amusement? Come, you will accompany us to the Revolutionary Committee. I don't want to go. Please don't take me. Hu Yueme pleaded in fear. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something. This was not my idea. It was Xiao Qingqing who led me to this. She said it was contraband and that I should report it. She manipulated me into reporting Lin Xiaoran. I truly am not responsible for this. If you must apprehend someone, it should be her. As Hu Yueme considered this, she became increasingly convinced of her own reasoning. Otherwise, how would she know whether the book was contraband? Lin Xiaoran thought to herself. Indeed, as expected. Now that Hu Yueme has handed me the knife, I must seize the opportunity. Otherwise, if the female protagonist begins to argue, everyone will doubt me. Xiaoran feigned an innocent and pitiful demeanor, sorrowfully addressing Xiao Qingqing. Comrade Xiao, I have never harmed you in any way. Why would you go to such lengths to frame me, resorting to underhanded tactics? Your heart is truly cruel. The onlookers, including the educated youths and villagers, were utterly astonished by this revelation, not anticipating such a turn of events. Where it was Xiao Qingqing who had set up Lin. However, most, particularly the male educated youths, could not believe that Xiao Qingqing would act in such a manner. Many held her in high esteem, secretly infatuated with her. The author has a note. Xiao Qingqing's true colors have been revealed. Chapter 101. Confronting the female protagonist, Xiao Qingqing was equally stunned by Hu Yueme's words, not expecting this foolish girl to suddenly display some cleverness at the brink of her downfall, realizing it was her guidance all along. However, she would never allow anyone to suspect her. Hearing Lin Xiaoran's seemingly pitiful words, she inwardly resented Lin for her cunning, seizing the moment to speak first. Noticing some suspicious gazes directed her way, she quickly asserted, Xiaoran, we have no enmity between us. Why would I waste my time targeting you? How could that be possible? You would rather believe someone who has consistently harmed you than trust me. There was a hint of grievance in her tone as she spoke. Upon hearing Xiao Qingqing's words, the crowd began to feel she was correct. It was indeed Hu Yueme who had falsely accused her. Several male, educated youths, witnessing their goddess's distressed expression, quickly chimed in. Yes, Comrade Xiao has a point. Why would you trust the words of someone who means you harm over Comrade Xiao? Seeing Xiao Qingqing effortlessly dispel the doubts surrounding her while alleviating the crowd's suspicions, Xiao Ran could not help but admire her. Truly, the female protagonist possesses remarkable resilience. She knew that if she continued to target Xiao Qingqing, it would surely incite discontent among the crowd, leading them to think she was the one slandering Xiao. Thus, she altered her strategy, addressing Xiao Qingqing. Comrade Xiao, I apologize. I was so enraged that I believed Hu Yueme's words that my sincerest apologies. Without waiting for a response, she turned to Hu Yueme, stating, It seems you are deliberately framing Comrade Xiao in a bid to exonerate yourself. At that moment, Hu Yueme suddenly grasped the implications of Xiao Ran's words and, in a moment of inspiration, declared, I have one more thing to say. I only completed elementary school and cannot even recognize junior high textbooks. If it weren't for Xiao Qingqing whispering in my ear that this was contraband, how could I have been led to report this? I don't even know what contraband is. Xiao Ran couldn't help but commend Hu Yueme's quick thinking. Her will to survive was quite strong, and her mind had become much more agile. Now, she was eager to see how the female protagonist would argue her case. Xiao Qingqing, taken aback by Hu Yueme's unexpected response, momentarily displayed a flicker of panic, but quickly regained her composure. Had it not been for Xiao Ran's keen observation, this subtle change might have gone unnoticed. At this juncture, many in the crowd began to believe that Xiao Qingqing had indeed played a role in this affair. Otherwise, how would Hu Yueme, with her limited intellect, know what constituted contraband? Faced with the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, including those who had just defended her, Xiao Qingqing felt a stir of anger. She claimed she has only an elementary education. Who can prove that? Perhaps this is merely her desperate attempt to absolve herself by dragging me down with her. Besides, I have no motive to harm Xiaoran at this moment. Captain Liu had grown weary of their bickering that it was already cold, and they had found nothing. He was reluctant to remain out in the chill any longer while listening to their pointless arguments. He hastily ordered for someone to be detained and to leave, in the end, Captain Liu took Hu Yueme away, indifferent to the truth of her words. After all, she was the one who had made the report, and it was time to address her transgressions. Once Hu Yueme was taken away, Captain Lin promptly dismissed the others, urging them to leave this freezing weather. Nevertheless, everyone harbored their own judgments about the recent events. After all, Hu Yueme's last statement held some truth, yet these female-educated youths proved to be quite the handful, appearing delicate but harboring intricate schemes beneath the surface that it would be wise to avoid entangling with them, lest they fall victim to unforeseen consequences. The educated youths at the site had the most complex feelings. They were not foolish by any means that if they could not comprehend the unfolding events. They would be even more foolish than Hu Yueme, who at least had displayed a moment of clarity. The author has a note. Haha, the true nature of the female protagonist has been exposed. Chapter 102. The final outcome. Observing the crowd's reactions, Xiao Qingqing realized she had sparked suspicion among them. She inwardly seethed, never having anticipated that Hu Yueme, in her foolishness, would turn against her and expose her. After witnessing Qiao Lihua's actions in the morning, she had been worried that her plans would unravel, and indeed, they nearly did. For the foreseeable future, she resolved to refrain from any underhanded tactics. The events had demonstrated that Lin Xiaoran had grown considerably wiser. No longer the naive girl she once was, she had become increasingly vigilant and cautious of Xiao Qingqing. If a decisive blow could not be struck, the outcome might very well be counterproductive. For now, her strategy was to lay low and dispel the suspicions surrounding her. Any excessive movements would only expose further vulnerabilities, so she would allow Lin Xiaoran to bask in her moment of triumph for a while longer. At this moment, Lin Xiaoran felt a surge of pride, delighted that she had managed to expose the female protagonist. It was truly an unexpected joy. Fortunately for her, Xiao Qingqing had an incompetent ally who had inadvertently contributed to her downfall. Reflecting on the recent scene brought a smile to Xiao Ran's face. Her scheme had proven effective, allowing her to take the initiative. Given Xiao Qingqing's character, it was likely that she would refrain from making any further moves against her for quite some time, especially since many had begun to harbor doubts about her. Her primary concern now was to alleviate the suspicion surrounding her. Just as Xiao Ran reveled in her secret triumph, she suddenly felt her body enveloped in a tight embrace. "Are you pleased?" a deep voice inquired. Startled, she realized it was Gu Jinghua who had noticed her joy. Quickly turning to return his embrace, she smiled. "Of course. The one who sought to harm me is now facing consequences. How could I not be happy?" However, Gu Jinghua was filled with questions. First and foremost, where had Xiao Ran hidden her book? The searchers had scoured every corner, yet found nothing. Secondly, why was Xiao Ran unfazed by Xiao Qingqing's attempts to harm her? As if she had known all along. Having spent considerable time with her, he was quite familiar with her expressions. The moment Hu Yuemei accused Xiao Qingqing of manipulation, Xiao Ran immediately adopted a vulnerable fade to confront her. From this, he deduced that Xiao Ran was aware of Xiao Qingqing's scheming. Otherwise, her reaction would not have been so swift. He pondered what other secrets she might be harboring, realizing there was still much about her that he did not understand. However, he would gradually move Xiao Ran, easing her inner apprehensions, thereby fostering a deeper trust in him and a reliance on him, rather than solely depending on herself for resolution. Observing Gu Jinghua's slightly sullen demeanor, Xiao Ran intuitively understood his thoughts and proactively clarified. "This morning, Sister Li Hua informed me that Hu Yuemei has seen the book and may have reported me to the county. Therefore, I immediately relocated the book to a safer place, ensuring it is no longer at my residence. They certainly won't find it. Clever of me, don't you think?" Xiao Ran playfully remarked that Gu Jinghua nodded and continued to inquire. "You seem unfazed by the fact that Xiao Qingqing is the one who has wronged you." "I am indeed not surprised that she would harm me," Xiao Ran replied. During the recent gathering at the Educated Youth Station, her words seemed deliberately provocative, intended to incite discontent against me, that I am quite sensitive to emotions. And at that moment, I sensed that her words were laced with malice. However, lacking concrete evidence, I chose not to mention it to you, when Hu Yuemei brought this matter to light. I was not taken aback. After all, Hu Yuemei lacks the intellect to concoct such schemes. Hearing Xiao Ran's words, Gu Jinghua felt a profound sense of guilt. "Xiao Ran, I am truly sorry that it is my failure to protect you that has led to your repeated misfortunes. I promise to be more vigilant in the future, that if you encounter any uncertainties, please confide in me. We shall face them together. Otherwise, what use am I as your partner? Do you believe my words? Do you think I would deceive you?" Xiao Ran responded, touched that of course. "You are my partner, the one I wish to spend my life with. If I cannot trust you, whom can I trust? Even if you were to deceive me, I would willingly accept it," Gu Jinghua said earnestly. "The author has a message. It is now the third watch of the night. Thank you all for your support. Writing in progress. Chapter 103. Regarding secrets. Upon hearing Gu Jinghua's heartfelt words, Xiao Ran felt deeply moved. Yet, she harbored two secrets that she could not share with him. One, that she had traversed time and was not the original Lin Xiaoran. And two, the existence of her spatial abilities. These secrets were not to be revealed, as she dared not gamble with the resilience of human hearts. Thus, she would not disclose them to Gu Jinghua, nor to anyone else. She recognized Gu Jinghua's character and his feelings for her. Yet the future remained fraught with uncertainties. Aside from these two secrets, she vowed not to conceal anything else from him, for she wished to nurture their relationship and ultimately walk alongside him to the end. For the time being, she need not worry about Xiao Qingqing's threats, and Gu Jinghua would not perceive her as harmless. Suddenly, Xiao Ran pondered, "Jinghua, do you know why Xiao Qingqing is so intent on harming me?" Gu Jinghua considered her question, but found himself utterly at a loss, that if not for this incident exposing her true nature, he would never have guessed that Xiao Qingqing could be such a person. He was baffled and could not comprehend the thoughts of these female, educated youths. Seeing his bewildered expression, Xiao Ran found it amusing. The true culprit remained oblivious to the reason behind this animosity. It was his presence that had incited such resentment from the female protagonist, that it is because of you that she seeks to target me. Xiao Ran mischievously explained that Gu Jinghua was taken aback by this revelation. He had scarcely exchanged words with Xiao Qingqing, nor had he ever spent time alone with her. How could she possibly harbor feelings for him? It seemed utterly implausible. Yet upon witnessing Xiao Ran's assured gaze, He understood the truth. He had inadvertently drawn her ire. Noticing the guilt etched on Gu Jingwa's face, Xiao Ran offered reassurance. I do not blame you. It is her character that is flawed. Just because you are with me. She seeks to harm me. Her malice is not your fault. However, in the future, you should keep your distance from the female, educated youths. I wish to avoid further jealousy. With that, Xiao Ran's expression turned slightly haughty. Gu Jingwa felt wronged. He had never engaged with those female, educated youths, especially after becoming involved with Xiao Ran. He had always been taciturn in the presence of others, speaking only to a few male peers with whom he shared living quarters. Xiao Ran was aware of Gu Jingwa's nature, which is why she teased him. Nevertheless, it was also a means to instill caution regarding the female protagonist. Xiao Qingqing de Jiu Jing was silently resolved to maintain a greater distance from the female educated youths, lest he provoke further jealousy against Xiao Ran. That evening, Xiao Ran and Gu Jingwa visited the cattle shed to see Grandpa Xiao and their mentor. Aware of the recent events, she knew they must be concerned and anxious. So she and Gu Jingwa decided to update them to alleviate their worries. Upon arrival, they found their suspicions confirmed. Thankfully, after Xiao Ran reiterated the situation twice, the elders finally relaxed. However, they solemnly advised her to exercise caution in the future and to never lend her books to others lightly. Xiao Ran and Gu Jingwa nodded in agreement, particularly as Lin Xiaoran felt embarrassed by the elders' concern. She resolved never to take unnecessary risks again that would burden those who cared for her. The author has a message. This is the 4th update of the day. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 104. The consequences for Hu Yuanmei. Lin Xiaoran and Gu Jingwa spent some time with the elders before departing from the cattle shed. Remaining vigilant in light of recent events that a week later, Chao Lihua came to visit Xiao Ran, casually mentioning that Hu Yuanmei had been released, though she appeared emaciated, likely having endured considerable hardship at the Revolutionary Committee. Lin, the team leader, had wasted his efforts and, in frustration, took it out on her. With no one willing to rescue her, she had no choice but to suffer for a few days. Xiao Ran hoped that this experience would serve as a lesson for Hu Yuanmei, prompting her to change her ways, for her confrontational nature would undoubtedly lead her to further suffering in the future. Chao Lihua, observing Xiao Ran's composure, felt admiration for her calm and intelligence, which evidently attracted someone like Gu Jingwa. Leaning closer to Xiao Ran, she whispered, after Hu Yuanmei's return. Team leader Lin specifically visited the educated youth dormitory and publicly reprimanded her in front of everyone, warning that if she caused any more trouble, she would be sent to a more remote area as an educated youth. Chao Lihua relished this turn of events, recalling how maliciously Hu Yuanmei had reported both her and Xiao Ran. Had her scheme succeeded, both of them could have faced ruin. Now, witnessing Hu Yuanmei's downfall brought her joy. Xiao Ran, however, did not share her sense of schadenfreude. Instead, she viewed Hu Yuanmei as both pitiable and tragic. Yet, her fate was of her own making. As the saying goes, those who are pitiful often have their own faults. Chao Lihua remarked, Hu Yuanmei's days ahead will be far from pleasant. Having publicly embarrassed the team leader, it would be surprising if he did not make her life difficult. Xiao Ran, uninterested in discussing such matters, shifted the topic. The new year is just a month away. Most of us educated youths are spending our first year here. So we cannot return to the city to visit our families. Perhaps we can go to the county together to gather some festive supplies and celebrate the new year in a lively manner. That sounds wonderful. I could use some things right now. Chao Lihua was completely distracted by Xiaoran's words, forgetting what she had intended to say just moments prior. Subsequently, the two of them engaged in an exuberant discussion about the upcoming New Year celebrations. Xiaoran had already begun preparing for the festivities, though she found that most of the essentials were already in her possession. There was still a considerable amount of wild boar meat stored in her space, enough to last through the new year, and she contemplated making another trip to the county before the holiday to sell some of it, leaving just enough to consume during the celebrations. Additionally, she had a modest number of wild chickens and rabbits left, less than 20, which she could sell off a few, keeping just enough for their meals. She recalled the last time she sent several dried wild chickens and rabbits back home to her parents, who later responded with over 200 yuan and an assortment of tickets. Their gesture stemmed from concern that she might struggle with expenses after sending such a large quantity of meat, as well as the understanding that Xiaoran would likely not return home for the new year. Thus, they generously sent her extra funds to ensure she could procure the necessary items for the celebrations. Xiaoran reminisced about the letters from her parents, filled with various admonitions and worries upon learning she was dating a fellow youth sent to the countryside. They questioned the character of her partner, concerned about how he treated her, and inquired about his family background, while urging her not to rush into engagement or marriage. They expressed a desire to meet him first before giving their approval, indicating that deep down, they were not entirely opposed to the relationship, as evidenced by the gentle tone of their correspondence. As for her own preparations, Xiaoran found she had little to purchase, planning to acquire some sunflower seeds, peanuts, and candies, which would suffice for entertaining any guests. She and Xiao Liwa agreed to venture to the county the following day to gather New Year supplies, with Gu Jinghua accompanying them. The next morning, Xiaoran discovered that not only she and Li Hua were heading to the county, but many other young people from the commune were joining as well. With the new year approaching, most of the youths had received money and tickets from home, especially since this was their first year in the countryside, and their families were particularly worried about them. In contrast, the more seasoned youths had begun to receive less financial support and concern from home. Having been away for an extended period, with many families now preoccupied with their other children, upon arriving in the county, the youths formed small groups and dispersed to various locations. Xiaoran naturally paired with Chao Lihua, who had brought along a shy young woman named Wu Yiye, a year younger than Xiaoran. Upon seeing her, Xiaoran felt a fondness for her, as she resembled a timid little rabbit. It intrigued her how such a girl came to be sent to the countryside, especially given the fortunate circumstances of their current brigade, where interactions were amicable, and their leader was a fair-minded individual. Xiaoran led Chao Lihua and Wu Yiye toward the supply and marketing cooperative. The town was bustling with people preparing for the new year, with items disappearing from the shelves almost as soon as they were put out. They soon encountered a long queue outside the cooperative, and the three of them sighed in unison, dismayed by the daunting wait. Just as they were about to give up, Gu Jinghua stepped forward, offering to procure their items if they shared their lists with him. Chao Lihua expressed her gratitude, recognizing that Gu Jinghua would likely not have offered such assistance if not for Xiaoran. The young people at the commune had noticed Gu Jinghua becoming increasingly aloof, speaking even less in public and maintaining a distance from the female youths, as if they were contagious. His sudden willingness to help left Chao Lihua and Wu Yiye pleasantly surprised, though they understood it was due to Xiaoran's influence. With Gu Jinghua's help, they no longer felt the need to linger in line. Xiaoran and her companions decided to purchase meat, agreeing to meet Gu Jinghua later at the state-owned restaurant after he completed his shopping. They proceeded to the pork stall, relieved to find it not overly crowded at that moment, allowing them the opportunity to buy without excessive delay. The vendor recognized Xiaoran, as few young women of her beauty frequented the market. He welcomed her warmly, asking how much meat she desired this time. Xiaoran inquired about the current prices, wanting to understand the market trends to avoid being taken advantage of. The vendor informed her that prices had indeed risen with the approach of the holiday, quoting 1 yuan per pound with a discreet gesture indicating the black market rate was even higher. Surprised by the inflated prices, Xiaoran decided to purchase 5 pounds, bolstered by the money and tickets sent by her parents and Gu Jinghua's family. She aimed to buy enough to share with her grandfather and mentors. Additionally, she bought several portions of pig intestines, much to Wu Yiye's confusion, while Chao Lihua, having tasted Xiaoran's cooking before, understood the delicacy's appeal and regretted not knowing how to prepare it herself. The pork stall was always well stocked with offal, which few people chose to buy, allowing Xiaoran to procure a substantial amount at a low cost. After their purchases, Xiaoran carefully packed the intestines into bags and placed them in her basket, grateful for Chao Lihua's assistance in carrying the 5 pounds of meat. Upon arrival at the state-owned restaurant, they found Gu Jinghua waiting for them with a large basket filled with his own purchases. The original protagonist, Xiao Qingqing, was engaged in cheerful conversation with him, yet the expression on Gu Jinghua's face indicated his growing impatience. Throughout the exchange, it was Xiao Qingqing who dominated the dialogue, while Gu Jinghua offered no responses, making one marvel at the audacity of the female lead, who seemed utterly unembarrassed. Upon noticing Lin Xiaoran and her companions enter, Xiao Qingqing cast a triumphant glance at Xiaoran, as if to imply some connection between her and Gu Jinghua. Chao Lihua and Wu Yiye also caught this look and immediately exchanged worried glances with Xiaoran, fearing that she might feel hurt. The author notes, the third update is underway. Chapter 107. Dining at the state-run restaurant, Lin Xiaoran was certainly not disheartened. She understood the nature of Gu Jinghua and would not fall prey to the female lead's scheming attempts to provoke her into a quarrel with him. She was fully aware of Xiao Qingqing's intentions and would not be deceived. Gu Jinghua was seated with his back to the entrance, when he suddenly sensed an unusual silence behind him, and he turned around to find Xiaoran struggling under the weight of a heavy load, prompting him to stride over and lift the burdensome backpack from her shoulders, placing it on his own seat while completely ignoring Xiao Qingqing. Xiao Qingqing's smug expression faltered. She had not anticipated that Lin Xiaoran would remain so composed. Did she not feel anger at seeing Gu Jinghua conversing with another woman? In truth, Xiao Qingqing had overestimated her influence, that it was evident to Lin Xiaoran that the entire situation was merely Xiao Qingqing performing a solo act, with Gu Jinghua not acknowledging her even once. Lin Xiaoran was surprised that the female lead would resort to such tactics to sow discord between her and Gu Jinghua, having previously been depicted as clever and astute in the narrative. Perhaps the story favored her character, allowing her to succeed effortlessly. However, this was the real world where each individual was a living, breathing entity, not mere characters on a page. Everyone possessed their own emotions and thoughts, creating a reality distinct from that of the book, one that unfolded independently of the author's control. Lin Xiaoran disregarded the lingering presence of Xiao Qingqing and directly inquired if Gu Jinghua had purchased everything. Gu Jinghua then handed over the items Chao Lihua and Wu Yiya needed, and both girls inquired about the cost before giving him the money. That Gu Jinghua casually returned the remaining change to Xiaoran. The others observed Gu Jinghua's actions with envy, admiring how fortunate Lin Xiaoran was to have such a considerate partner, handsome and caring, cold to outsiders yet tender towards her, even entrusting her with money. As for Xiao Qingqing, witnessing Gu Jinghua's actions only deepened her jealousy and intensified her desire to claim him for herself, believing that everything Lin Xiaoran currently possessed could eventually belong to her. Unaware of Xiao Qingqing's thoughts, Lin Xiaoran would have laughed if she had known that Gu Jinghua was not an object to be seized at will. Everything she had was not gifted by him, but rather derived from her own abilities and her family's support. Moreover, her affection for Gu Jinghua stemmed not from his external attributes, but from the essence of who he was. Gu Jinghua pulled Lin Xiaoran to sit beside him, with Chao Lihua and Wu Yiya across the table. The four of them gathered around, placing their purchased items on the two remaining seats, leaving no room for the female lead to awkwardly join them. She could only feign nonchalance and sit with other young women at a separate table. Gu Jinghua had already ordered 2 dishes, braised fish and steamed pork, both of which they had not enjoyed in quite some time, as seafood was relatively scarce in the northern regions. Observing that Lin Xiaoran and Gu Jinghua had ordered meat dishes, Chao Lihua felt it inappropriate to take advantage and opted for braised pork instead. Wu Yiya, seeing that 3 dishes were sufficient for the 4 of them, decided to only order a bowl of white rice, ensuring they had enough to eat together. Lin Xiaoran sampled the braised fish and found its flavor delightful, prompting her to indulge in several more bites. Noticing her enjoyment, Gu Jinghua remarked, "In a few days, our team will be harvesting the fish from the pond, and each household will receive a couple of fish that if you fancy more, you can buy some extra when the time comes." "Indeed, Xiaoran," Wu Yiya chimed in excitedly. "I heard from the village Andes that there will also be lotus roots available, that we can dig them up from the pond and take home whatever we find." Chapter 108. Snowflake Cream. Wu Yiya, with her charmingly innocent appearance, was well liked by the village Andes, and thus she was often the first to hear about new developments in the team. In contrast, Lin Xiaoran lived alone and rarely interacted with others in the team, leaving her unaware of many happenings in the village. Upon hearing this news, Lin Xiaoran felt a surge of joy. Since arriving here, she had not tasted any seafood. The thought of indulging in shrimp or crabs felt distant, and she resolved that when she returned to the city, she would visit the southern coast to savor the flavors. For now, she was content to enjoy the fish. After finishing their meal and completing most of their shopping, they decided against further exploration of the county town due to the biting cold, preferring to return home and warm themselves by the fire. Together, they braved the frigid winds, with the female youth covering their heads with cloths to shield themselves. The male youths, with their shorter hair, were less fortunate, unable to imitate the girls and forced to endure the chill. The Gu Jinghua and Lin Xiaoran fared better. He wore a scarf knitted by her, designed to be wide and long enough to envelop his entire face, providing ample warmth. The other youths looked on enviously. Lin Xiaoran had donned her thickest military coat for the day, wrapping her neck and face snugly in a scarf similar to Gu Jinghua's. With her icy hands nestled in his warm grasp, she felt no cold, though the bumpy ride on the ox cart was uncomfortable, and they all wished to return quickly upon arriving back in the village. They were all frozen and hurried to their respective beds to warm up. Lin Xiaoran and Gu Jinghua reached her dwelling and took a moment to huddle together on the calm, allowing the lingering chill to dissipate. Once settled, Lin Xiaoran began to inspect the items Gu Jinghua had purchased. She had not requested him to buy much, yet the backpack seemed surprisingly full. Opening it, she discovered a packet of sunflower seeds, a bag of peanuts, and a packet of candy, along with 2 packs of biscuits he had bought for her. Knowing she was not fond of sweets, he had instead chosen biscuits, which she had enjoyed previously. Lin Xiaoran felt a surge of happiness, surprised that Gu Jinghua remembered her preferences. She found the biscuits from the 1970s to be quite delicious, both plentiful and satisfying. Perfect for snacking while reading. As she emptied the backpack, she discovered 2 boxes of snowflake cream at the very bottom. She was touched by his thoughtfulness. It was endearing to see a straightforward man consider such details. It dawned on her why he had kept some money and tickets on him, to buy her a gift. Placing the items on the table, she approached Gu Jinghua and embraced him, her curiosity piqued. "How did you think to buy me snowflake cream? I've wanted to give you something for a while, but couldn't decide what. Today, while shopping at the supply store, the saleswoman mentioned that girls love this. So, I bought you 2 boxes. Do you not like it?" Gu Jinghua asked, puzzled. "I do. I thought it was something you came up with on your own, but didn't you already give me a watch? I haven't worn it yet, but now that I have some free time and no longer need to gather pig fodder, I can finally wear it. However, please refrain from buying me anything else for now. I really don't need anything, and we should save our money for the future when we have children." Lin Xiaoran expressed her candid thoughts, feeling a bit shy as she trailed off. Gu Jinghua's heart soared at her final statement. He lifted Lin Xiaoran's chin to meet his gaze and asked eagerly, "Xiaoran, does this mean you want to marry me and have children together?" "I'm overjoyed. Xiaoran, I love you." He suddenly professed his feelings with deep sincerity. Lin Xiaoran was taken aback by Gu Jinghua's declaration of love, not expecting him to be so forthright. She instinctively raised her head and kissed him softly, whispering, "I feel the same way." Gu Jinghua seized Xiaoran's lips with fervor, channeling his intense passion and emotions through that kiss. Ultimately, Xiaoran found herself breathless, completely drained of energy. Fortunately, just as Gu Jinghua was on the verge of losing control, he suddenly regained his composure and lay back on the other side to calm himself. Xiaoran knew that Gu Jinghua would not harm her and understood that he was merely attempting to steady his excited body, so she busied herself organizing the items in her backpack. As Xiaoran placed the meat in the kitchen, she stealthily retrieved an additional 5 pounds of meat from her storage space and began to prepare the pig offal. Although pig offal is delectable, it can be quite challenging to clean thoroughly. In this weather, hot water was necessary for washing. Once Gu Jinghua had calmed down, he voluntarily entered the kitchen to assist Xiaoran in starting a fire. Boiling a pot of water, Xiaoran commenced the arduous task of cleaning the pig offal, which took her over an hour due to the substantial quantity she had purchased. Once everything was impeccably cleaned, Xiaoran instructed Gu Jinghua to heat the water until it boiled. After blanching the pig offal for 5 minutes, she immersed it in cold salted water for half an hour, followed by another thorough wash. Finally, she chopped the large and small intestines into segments, while the other parts, such as pig tongue, heart, liver, lungs, and kidneys, were sliced into pieces. She intended to marinate these delicacies for the new year, making it convenient to enjoy with dipping sauces. By the time Xiaoran had finished preparing the meat, it was already 5 p.m. She asked Gu Jinghua to deliver the 5 pounds of meat they had purchased to the cattle shed while she began preparing dinner. The steamed bun Xiaoran had made previously took quite some time to finish. Ultimately, she had sent the remaining dozen or so buns to the cattle shed for the elderly, even though she had lost her appetite for them. However, for others, these were a treat, filled with eggs and pork cracklings, which were quite valuable, selling for 10 cents each in the county. Recently, Xiaoran had little desire for wheat-based foods, so she planned to stir-fry some pig liver. Allowing Gu Jinghua to taste it, and then make a pork dish with vermicelli, a staple from the north that Xiaoran found delightful. She added some pork cracklings to the mix, and the broth mixed with rice was truly a delight. Xiaoran was considering making several varieties of pickles in the coming days, such as pickled cabbage, cucumber strips, and pickled radishes, all of which complemented meals beautifully with their tangy sweetness. After Gu Jinghua returned from delivering the meat, he joined Xiaoran in the kitchen to help with the fire. For dinner, she steamed white rice, as she had no desire to eat buns or steamed bread anymore. The stir-fried pig liver proved to be quite to Gu Jinghua's liking. The dish was spicy yet addictive, and he devoured more than half the plate, accompanied by 2 large bowls of rice. Xiaoran, on the other hand, was satisfied with just 1 bowl. The remaining rice in the pot could be saved for tomorrow's fried rice. Author's note: today's second update. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 110. Fishing at the pond the next morning, Xiaoran made fried rice with the leftover rice from yesterday, adding 2 eggs to the mix. The village captain took a loudspeaker to the village entrance, calling for people to come to the pond to fish. Xiaoran grabbed a basin from home, intending to use it to hold the fish. Upon arriving at the village entrance, Xiaoran stood with Chao Lihua and others, watching the team fish. The captain called upon several strong young men from the village as well as a few male youth from the re-education team, including Gu Jinghua, to fish in the pond. The water was icy cold, making it unbearable for older individuals, while the younger ones, blessed with good health, could withstand the chill. Everyone removed their shoes and rolled up their pant legs before stepping into the pond to begin fishing. The fish fry had been released by the captain in the spring and had since grown into sizable fish. Jiu Jinghua was the first to catch 2 fish, his basket netting 2 fish each weighing an estimated 5 pounds or more. The crowd watching couldn't help but feel elated. It seemed there were substantial fish in the pond, allowing each household to receive a bit more. Jiu Jinghua placed the fish in a bucket at the pond's edge and continued fishing. Gradually, everyone began to catch fish, most weighing between 2 to 3 pounds, resulting in a considerable haul. By the end of the morning, they had caught approximately 500 fish, all of which were notably large. When no more fish could be caught, the captain called an end to the fishing session, planning to release more fry in the spring. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone had not yet returned home to prepare meals, the captain began distributing the fish to each household. There were fewer than 100 families in the village, and each received 3 fish, while the youth received 1 fish each as a reward for their efforts. After Xiaoran received her fish, she did not leave immediately. She wanted to buy a few more fish to keep for later. Noticing her expression, Captain Lin kindly inquired, "Lin Ziking, do you need anything else?" "Captain, I would like to buy a few more fish, if possible." Xiaoran hesitated. "Of course, there are plenty of fish left, and they will be sold eventually. How many would you like?" The captain responded readily, "That I'd like 5 more fish." "Please, could you tell me the total price?" Xiaoran decided. Captain Lin was taken aback. Could such a young girl consume so much fish? These 5 fish would weigh around 20 pounds, and combined with the one she had just received, it would amount to 25 or 26 pounds. Seeing the captain's puzzled expression, Xiaoran smiled and explained, "Since coming to the north, I haven't had the opportunity to eat fish that I thought I could buy a bit more to make some dried fish to enjoy later." Understanding her reasoning, the captain found it reasonable, recalling that Xiaoran came from a well-off family, as he often saw her receiving packages from her parents in the county, unlike the other youth who received much less. With that thought, he refrained from asking further questions. Author's note: it's the third update. Chapter 111. Buying fish. Although fish may not compare to meat in the north, they are still a rarity. Thus, the captain set the price at 1 yuan per pound. After weighing Xiaoran's 5 fish, which totaled 21 pounds and 3 ounces, he rounded down the price to 21 yuan. Xiaoran had her money stored in her space, so she pretended to pull out 2 large bills from her pocket, followed by a 1 yuan note to pay the captain. After purchasing the fish, Xiaoran returned to her residence with Gu Jinghua. With 6 fish in her possession and Gu Jinghua having 2, they now had a total of 8 fish, enough to last them quite some time. Xiaoran placed the fish in a bucket to keep them alive until she was ready to cook them, that if only her space had a pond, she would have kept a few fish there to ensure their freshness. Nevertheless, she planned to add a drop of spring water to the bucket, which would certainly enhance their flavor. In the afternoon, Chao Lihua and Wu Yiye came to invite Xiaoran to join the youth team in cooking together. Although Xiaoran was reluctant to go due to a previous unpleasant experience and the presence of someone she disliked, Xiao Qingqing, she did not want to create a rift with her peers, especially since Gu Jinghua was still residing with the youth team. Jiu Jinghua, sensing Xiaoran's hesitation, reassured her, "If you don't want to go, then don't. No one can force you." Chao Lihua and Wu Yiye, hearing Gu Jinghua's words, worried that Xiaoran might refuse, which would mean they would miss out on her delicious cooking. They looked at her with hopeful eyes, but they knew they could not pressure her. Understanding her reasons for reluctance, they quickly assured her, "This time, Huiyueme won't cause any trouble. You don't need to worry. Everyone is on your side." After some contemplation, Xiaoran said, "All right, let's go. After all, I'm not someone to be trifled with, and I suspect that without Huiyueme as a frontman, the female lead won't dare to make any suspicious moves." Xiaoran and Gu Jinghua brought a fish with them. Upon arriving at the youth team, everyone was delighted to see Xiaoran had indeed come. They had feared that due to the previous incident, she might not want to join them for cooking, which prompted them to invite her friends, Chao Lihua and Wu Yiye, to encourage her participation. The youth felt their perception of Xiaoran had improved, viewing her as quite generous. The youth team usually prepared simple dishes without issue. But when it came to meat dishes, especially with so many fish, they were at a loss. Thus, it can only be left to Xiaoran to take action, for everyone has received a fish, and each fish is limited in size, yet cannot be divided further. Hence, it suffices for 2 individuals to share 1 fish. Naturally, Xiaoran pairs with Gu Jinghua for a fish, while Chao Lihua teams up with Wu Yiye, and the other male educated youths also form pairs. However, none of the female educated youths were initially inclined to partner with Hu Yueme. Eventually, due to an extra male educated youth, a pairing was made with her. This was the first time Xiaoran had seen Hu Yueme since the last incident. She had not noticed her in the morning, likely because she stood at the back. Now, upon looking at her again, Xiaoran realized she had changed remarkably, silent and unusually emaciated. The people at the educated youth site were indifferent towards her, and she exuded a rather somber aura. The author notes, Today as 4th update, Chapter 112, The Grand Fish Feast. Since Hu Yueme no longer provokes her, Xiaoran could not be bothered to pay her any mind. Xiaoran proposed, Since we have so many fish, let us prepare a grand fish feast this evening. Upon hearing this, everyone was exhilarated. The name suggested a myriad of culinary delights, and merely imagining it made their mouths water. No one objected. In this regard, Xiaoran was an expert, and they knew to heed her suggestions. Xiaoran began to prepare the ingredients while the male educated youths took responsibility for gutting the fish and cleaning them thoroughly. A few female educated youths came over to assist with lighting the fire and helping Xiaoran with her tasks. There were 12 individuals at the educated youth site, which meant 6 fish, a substantial amount. Xiaoran prepared a steamed fish and a braised fish, then inquired whether there was any pickled cabbage available. Wu Yiye promptly replied yes. This was something she had specifically traded for with an ant from their team. She found the flavor delightful and very complimentary to meals. Ultimately, she exchanged a pack of snacks for a jar of pickled cabbage. Occasionally, she would share a bit with Chao Lihua, but mostly it was for her own consumption, as she found the meals prepared by the educated youths difficult to digest. With this pickled cabbage now intended for Xiaoran's fish dish, she was willing to contribute, for Xiaoran's culinary skills were truly exceptional. And she eagerly anticipated the outcome. With the addition of pickled cabbage, Xiaoran decided to prepare a pickled cabbage fish, a renowned dish she had always relished. Finally, Xiaoran contemplated making a sweet and sour fish as well as a fish head stew with radishes, perfect for warming the stomach on a chilly day. Once the male educated youths had cleaned the fish, they presented them to Xiaoran, who assigned Lihua to tend the fire while the other female educated youths assisted. Curiously observing how Xiaoran orchestrated the grand fish feast, they were quite intrigued, for although they had eaten fish at home before, it had never been prepared as exquisitely, and sometimes it even bore a bitter taste. Xiaoran commenced with the steamed fish, selecting a relatively smaller one, that she made several diagonal cuts along the fish's body, instructing the female educated youths to chop the scallions and ginger. She then arranged the scallion shreds and ginger slices atop the fish before placing it in the steamer. After steaming for over 10 minutes until the fish flesh turned opaque, she would drizzle her specially crafted sauce over it. Once the steamed fish was ready, Xiaoran covered it and set it aside on the stove to keep it warm. Next, she began preparing the braised fish. After heating the pan, she added oil and then the fish, followed by ginger. After a brief frying, she flipped the fish and added 2 tablespoons of soy sauce, a pinch of salt, garlic cloves, and dried chilies, finishing with 2 chunks of rock sugar. She added enough water to nearly submerge the fish and let it boil over high heat for a while. After tasting the broth, she found it slightly bland and continued simmering until the flavors concentrated. When the seasoning reached perfection, she ladled the fish into a small bowl, filling it generously. Next came the pickled cabbage fish, leaving the surrounding female educated youths utterly mesmerized by the dazzling array of dishes Xiaoran was preparing, especially given her swift cooking pace that in no time, another dish was complete. Xiaoran's creations were not only visually appealing, but also aromatic, captivating the male educated youths who had been chatting outside. They now stood transfixed, their conversations forgotten. Finally, amid the eager anticipation of the crowd, Xiaoran completed all 5 dishes. They had not prepared any staple food, for with so many dishes and each portion substantial, Everyone would surely be satisfied. Chapter 113. Dining Together. Once the dishes were ready, the female educated youths hurriedly transported the 5 abundant portions to the dining table in the main hall. The male educated youths gazed at the spread of delectable dishes, feeling as if they had opened the door to a new world. They had never witnessed such a variety of fish preparations before. At home, fish was merely boiled until cooked. Sustenance was the only concern. The people of this era pursued a frugal lifestyle, unlike modern individuals who relish material enjoyment. Once seated, Sharon invited them to ladle a bowl of fish head stew with radishes first. This fish head soup was exceptionally delicious, especially in winter, with the addition of radishes enhancing the flavor remarkably. Chow Liwa served everyone a bowl of the fish head soup, and as the warm broth filled their stomachs, they felt an immediate warmth enveloping them. Sharon noticed that the male educated youths particularly enjoyed the braised fish and the pickled cabbage fish, while several female educated youths favored the sweet and sour fish for its tangy sweetness. The steamed fish, with its tender and succulent flesh enhanced by Sharon's sauce, kept everyone's chopsticks in constant motion, and no one dared to converse, fearful of missing out on any morsels. In the end, all 5 bowls of fish were devoured, leaving not a trace of the fish head behind, which had been picked clean by a few of the male educated youths. After feasting, everyone lounged about, utterly sated. They had indulged so much that they felt overly stuffed. These 6 fish weighed around 30 pounds, averaging just under 3 pounds per person. How could they not feel full? Yet, satisfaction radiated from everyone. Such days were truly delightful. Regrettably, Sharon did not reside with them. Otherwise, she could frequently delight in her culinary creations. After the meal, everyone took a moment to rest, while the other female educated youths who had not helped previously busied themselves washing the dishes. They gathered around the fire, chatting and sharing the latest gossip from the team. This time, Huyume did not come to disrupt the atmosphere, and without her provocations, Xiao Qingqing also refrained from any mischievous antics. Allowing everyone to enjoy their time together quite pleasantly, as darkness enveloped the outside world. Shaoran prepared to return home, and Gu Jingwu took up a flashlight to accompany her as they walked. Shaoran's small hand nestled in Gu Jingwu's coat pocket, shielding her from the cold. "Are you cold?" he inquired. Shaoran shook her head, thinking that in the darkness, Gu Jingwu could not see her gesture, and softly replied, "Not at all." Jiu Jingwu then opened his coat, wrapping Shaoran in his embrace as they walked side by side. Shaoran felt a sweetness envelop her. She had always envied couples in modern times who shared such tender moments during the cold winter, with someone willing to shield them from the chill beneath their coat. Yet, she had never encountered such warmth in her previous life. To her astonishment, fate had allowed her to traverse time, granting her a partner to be envious of in this era. She felt truly fortunate, and a sense of gratitude filled her heart. Upon returning to her dwelling, Gu Jingwu waited until Shaoran locked the courtyard gate before taking his leave. Back in her cozy nook, she felt more at ease that it was only around 7 in the evening. Too early for sleep, she lit an oil lamp and spent some time reading. She had been remiss in attending to the tasks assigned by her master recently. As life had been busy, with the new year approaching, she anticipated a lull in obligations, perfect for diving back into her reading material. The author notes, second update, Chapter 114, Growing Affection. The following morning, Shaoran rose around 8 o'clock, for in this era, the absence of evening entertainment led to early nights and mornings. After waking, she made herself a savory egg pancake and a vegetable porridge, stirring flour with water and adding vegetables and a pinch of salt for flavor. A delightful breakfast to start the day. As noon approached, Gu Jingwu came by. With little to occupy their time, he preferred to spend his days with Shaoran rather than remain at the educated youth site, listening to idle chatter. Shaoran asked Gu Jingwu, "Do you prefer braised fish or steamed fish? Let us prepare half a fish for lunch and make a dish of vermicelli with pork scraps. That should be enough for the 2 of us." "I am fine with either. You choose what you'd like to eat," he replied. Shaoran recalled how the male educated youths had favored the braised fish the previous night, and sensed that Gu Jingwu also enjoyed it. After all, she herself loved fish in any form, but perhaps men preferred more robust flavors. Shaoran instructed Gu Jingwu to retrieve a fish from the water bucket, gut it and clean it thoroughly. She then halved it, reserving 1 portion for a future meal. As she was cooking, a thought crossed her mind. "Jingwu, did the Nyoping Brigade distribute any fish to you this time?" "No, it is quite commendable that Grandpa and the others in the team are no longer imposing excessive punishments." Of course, they will not be given any fish. The Gu Jingwa remained silent for a moment before saying, "Do not be disheartened. Now, they have us to care for them, and everything will surely improve. As long as the team does not maliciously trouble them, I believe that is sufficiently reassuring. The captain is quite a decent person, and the atmosphere within the team is rather pleasant, that if they endure patiently, there will inevitably come a day when they can rise up." Xiao Ran comforted him. "Yes, Xiao Ran, do you know what has always captivated me about you?" Gu Jingwa suddenly lifted his head from the stove and gazed at Xiao Ran. "Ah, what is it?" Xiao Ran replied, surprised and shy, tucking the loose strands of hair by her cheek behind her ear. "Your unwavering positivity at all times, that I do not mean merely your diligence in tasks, but rather your constant optimistic approach to life, your ability to adapt to new environments with grace. Being with you is effortless and comfortable. Your positive outlook on life continuously influences me, and I am more than willing to be swayed and transformed by you." Gu Jingwa concluded, a slight smile gracing his lips. Xiao Ran was taken aback by Gu Jingwa's smile and immediately adopted a serious tone. "Jingwa, you must not smile like that at anyone else in the future. No, your smile should only be directed at me. Do you understand?" Xiao Ran demanded imperiously. "Very well, I shall smile solely at you." Gu Jingwa chuckled at Xiao Ran's adorable yet assertive demeanor. He recalled how Xiao Ran had been quite willful when she first arrived in the countryside. Yet at that time, he had felt no particular attraction to her. Now, witnessing her charmingly defiant behavior, he found himself utterly enchanted by her. It seemed the adage held true. Beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. In the kitchen, their playful banter filled the air with a sweet ambience, and anyone observing would surely remark on their affectionate display. Chapter 115. Regarding space, as the two continued to enjoy their sweet companionship. The eve of the small new year approached swiftly. After Gu Jingwa arrived that morning, Lin Xiaoran began preparing the ingredients for the following evening's feast, intending to make it a sumptuous occasion by inviting Grandpa Xiao, master, mistress, and two other elderly individuals from the cattle shed to join them for a small New Year's Eve dinner. 2 days prior to the small New Year, Xiao Ran ventured alone to the county, mentioning to Gu Jingwa that she would send 2 letters to her parents and brother, thus not requiring his company. In truth, Xiao Ran sought to take advantage of the rising meat prices during the festive season to thoroughly clear out her stock in the space. Her relationship with Gu Jingwa had deepened, their bond growing ever closer. Regarding her time travel, she would take it to her grave, as it was too fantastical to reveal. The existence of her space was something she had never considered sharing with Gu Jingwa. But if they were to marry in the future, they would inevitably be together day and night. She found it difficult to ensure that Gu Jingwa would not notice any clues, especially given his perceptive nature. Unless she ceased to utilize the space, which had become an integral part of her life and her greatest asset in this era, providing her with immense security, it was something she could not forego. Xiao Ran resolved that if she were to marry Gu Jingwa and he were to discover anything, she would have to expose the existence of the space. For now, she had no intention of letting him uncover the secret, especially since the meat in her space had no legitimate source, and she could not afford to consume it daily. Each time she purchased meat, she would secretly add a few extra pounds into her stock, which was why Gu Jingwa had not raised any suspicions, merely believing that Xiao Ran had been buying large quantities. She now planned to clear out most of the meat she had on hand, retaining about 20 pounds for the New Year celebration. After arriving in the county, Xiao Ran took advantage of the absence of onlookers to disguise herself in the space, then headed to the black market. The black market was bustling with people buying and selling goods, likely due to the scarcity of items available in the supply and marketing cooperative as the new year approached. When Xiao Ran presented her 30 pounds of meat, along with 2 wild chickens and a hare, a crowd quickly gathered around her. Xiao Ran announced her prices: pork at 1 yuan 50 cents per pound, wild chickens at 5 yuan each, and hares at 8 yuan each, all of which were higher than before. However, many patrons in the black market were still affluent enough to purchase, and once she stated her prices, everything in front of her was swiftly snatched up. Those who missed out in the scramble inquired if she had any more meat available. Naturally, Xiao Ran replied in the negative. Her current stock was just right, and any excess would raise suspicions. If someone were to follow her with ill intentions, it would lead to trouble. Hearing that there was none left, the disappointed patrons lamented the scarcity of meat, not only in the outside market, but also in the black market. where prices had skyrocketed to 1 yuan 70 cents per pound, yet people still flocked to purchase. Xiao Ran's prices were quickly emptied as well. After concluding her sale and paying the protection fee, she swiftly exited the black market, wandering through the alleys for a while to ensure she was not being followed before heading toward the steel factory, intending to sell the remaining 30 pounds of meat to Ho Jibin. Chapter 116. Meeting with Ho Jibin upon arriving at the entrance of the steel factory, the gatekeeper recognized Xiao Ran and enthusiastically went inside to summon Ho Jibin for her. Upon hearing that sister who had arrived, Ho Jibin was ecstatic, having waited for her for quite some time without knowing where to find her. Now that she was finally here, he quickly pocketed a roll of money and tickets from his drawer and left his office to greet her at the entrance. Spotting Xiao Ran with her basket waiting at the door, he hurried over, excitedly exclaiming, "Sister Hu, I have awaited your arrival for so long. I am thrilled to see you. Come, let us go to my home." Xiao Ran understood that he was putting on a show for outsiders, yet she was aware that Ho Jibin had indeed been waiting for her. The gatekeeper, observing Ho Jibin's demeanor, genuinely believed they were important relatives, resolving to be even more welcoming on her next visit. Once they reached a secluded corner, Ho Jibin earnestly said, "Sister Hu, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. I'm so glad you're finally here." Xiao Ran felt a bit awkward, being called sister by such a young and handsome fellow, yet she feigned nonchalance and replied, "I have been quite busy and unable to come to the county. This time, I am here to procure New Year supplies and, incidentally, to sell some wild game." Ho Jibin expressed understanding, acknowledging that it was unfortunate when someone was too occupied, that he was determined to purchase more from this sister, considering it prudent stockpiling. His family members had recently inquired about the absence of the meat-selling sister, indicating their desire for him to procure a larger quantity. With the new year approaching, meat supplies in the county were critically low. His father was set to receive a promotion soon, and he could not risk any privileges. Many were keeping a close watch on his position. The family had not managed to secure a substantial amount of meat, and venturing into the black market was fraught with risks and uncertainties. Thus, they found this sister who to be a more reliable source. His family had been pressing him on this matter, and he felt anxious, yet there was little he could do, for sister who was quite cautious, leaving him with no option but to wait for her to seek him out. "Sister Hu, how much meat do you have left? I would like to buy it all. By the way, if you have any wild chickens or hares, I would like those as well," Ho Jibin stated directly. Xiao Ran, knowing that he had a solid background and was financially capable, placed her basket on the ground and replied, "I have 30 pounds of meat here. Prices in the city have risen, so I am selling it at black market prices, no tickets required, 1 yuan 70 cents. Xiao Ran was entirely unconcerned that the price was higher. She had already sold at a lower rate in the black market that day, and she was confident this price would be accepted. Ho Jibin raised an eyebrow, surprised at sister whose savvy business acumen and her clear understanding of black market prices that he had no objections to the price. He simply wanted to secure the meat. He produced 5 large bills to hand to her, along with a 1 yuan note. After purchasing the meat, Ho Jibin inquired if she had any wild game, as he would not want to visit relatives with only pork. Xiao Ran once again sold him 4 wild chickens and 4 wild rabbits, pricing them according to the black market rates, 5 yuan per wild chicken and 8 yuan per wild rabbit, totaling 52 yuan. Ho Jibin retrieved 5 large bills and 2 1 yuan notes from his pocket to pay Xiao Ran. After the transaction, Ho Jibin wished to obtain a contact number from Xiao Ran, in case he needed to purchase meat from her again. However, Xiao Ran could not provide one. She had even fabricated her name. She merely stated that she would come to the county town when she had the chance and declined to leave her contact information. Ho Jibin could not insist, so he resigned himself to waiting for Hu Dajie to seek him out next time. The author remarks, "As the weather grows increasingly cold, one must dress warmly to avoid catching a cold." Chapter 117. Preparations for the New Year's Eve dinner. After Xiao Ran departed, she found a secluded corner, entered her space, removed her makeup, and reverted to her original appearance before exiting the space. She did not linger in the county town, for the supply and marketing cooperative was teeming with people, and being such a delicate girl, she found it difficult to navigate through the throngs of women. Xiao Ran returned home without delay. Upon reaching home, she extracted 20 jin of meat, along with 2 wild chickens and 2 wild rabbits from her space. This was the last of her stock. Once consumed, her space would be entirely depleted. Should Gu Jingwo inquire about the source of the meat, she would claim she had secretly purchased it from the black market today, for in the city, Such goods could only be found there. Even if Gu Jingwa scolded her, it would be acceptable. Otherwise, she genuinely had no idea how to justify presenting these items openly as Xiao Ran had anticipated. Upon learning the origin of the meat, Gu Jingwa sternly criticized her for taking such risks. What if she were caught? This constituted a crime of speculation and hoarding that he insisted that if she wished to eat meat in the future, he would find a way to procure it, and she should refrain from engaging in such perilous endeavors. Ultimately, seeing Xiao Ran's sincere attitude of contrition, Gu Jingwa forgave her and ceased his admonishments. However, observing Xiao Ran's pitiful expression, he gently embraced her, whispering, "I am concerned for your safety, my dear. Please do not make me worry in the future, all right?" Xiao Ran, charmed by Gu Jingwa's endearing words, could not help but smile. Seeing her cheerful demeanor, Gu Jingwa relaxed, and the two resumed their affectionate embrace. In the afternoon, they both settled against a cushion, engrossed in their reading. Xiao Ran proposed to Gu Jingwa, "The day after tomorrow marks the little new year. I shall prepare an array of delicious dishes, and in the evening we can secretly invite Grandpa, as well as Master and Mistress, to join us for the little New Year's Eve dinner." Gu Jingwa expressed concern that such actions might be discovered and reported, leading to trouble for everyone. Xiao Ran reassured him, "On little New Year's Eve, everyone stays in their own homes. Who would venture out in such cold weather?" After some consideration, Gu Jingwa agreed. Soon, the day of the little New Year arrived. Xiao Ran and Gu Jingwa began their preparations early in the morning. Jiyu Jingwa was tasked with killing a wild chicken and a wild rabbit, cleaning them thoroughly. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran prepared various other dishes. Using the pig offal she had purchased previously to make braised offal, adding a piece of pork to create a delectable braised meat dish. When it was time for dinner, they could slice it thinly and enjoy it with dipping sauce. Since the pig offal had been cleaned but not consumed, she decided to braise all of it. Dedicating the entire morning to this task by noon, she had successfully prepared a large basin filled to the brim. Knowing they would not consume too much today, she planned to save it for a leisurely feast during the New Year celebrations. After Gu Jingwa had cleaned the wild chicken and rabbit, he assisted Xiao Ran in chopping everything into smaller pieces. For lunch, they kept it simple, with Xiao Ran quickly stir-frying a vegetable dish and preparing a bowl of braised intestines, along with a pot of corn porridge. In the afternoon, Xiao Ran resumed her bustling preparations, as she needed to boil the wild chicken and rabbit. The chicken would be simmered into a nourishing broth, while the rabbit would be boiled thoroughly for stir-frying later, ensuring it would be tender enough for the elderly to chew. The author remarks, "Currently on the high-speed train, preparing to return home. Updates will continue throughout the day." Chapter 118. The New Year's Eve dinner after boiling the rabbit meat. Xiao Ran set it aside, planning to stir-fry it later. She then began to prepare the chicken soup, ensuring that everyone would have a nourishing bowl in the evening. Xiao Ran added many beneficial ingredients to the soup, starting with half a bowl of her spiritual spring water, followed by a generous amount of cordyceps, which she had purchased from the black market 2 days prior for this very purpose. Cordyceps were relatively abundant in the northern regions, and she also included shiitake mushrooms in the broth, allowing the chicken to simmer longer for optimal tenderness. While pondering what additional dishes to prepare for the evening, she recalled the delightful pickled fish she had tasted at the Educated Youth site. After returning, she had pickled a jar of sauerkraut, along with radish strips, cucumber strips, and radish peels, perfect accompaniments to rice. Now that they had fermented nicely, she planned to prepare more in the future, as Gu Jingwa enjoyed them immensely. With 3 dishes already planned, she decided to create a red braised pork dish and also present a platter of the braised pig offal and braised meat. Additionally, she would prepare a dish of vermicelli stewed with lard and finish with a stir-fried vegetable and vinegar-simmered cabbage. This would culminate in a sumptuous feast with no less than 8 dishes. In the afternoon, Gu Jingwa and Xiao Ran began their dinner preparations early. Jiyu Jingwa managed the fire, while Xiao Ran took charge of the remaining dishes. With most of the dishes nearly complete, she started on the red braised pork, followed by a stir-fried rabbit meat dish, and began cooking the pickled fish. As the fish neared completion, she noticed that night had fallen, prompting her to send Gu Jingwa to fetch Grandpa and the others. Xiao Ran proceeded to stir-fry the last 2 dishes. Vermicelli stewed with lard and vinegar-simmered cabbage. As for the braised pig offal and braised meat, she had already sliced and arranged them earlier, leaving only the dipping sauce to prepare. While Xiao Ran busied herself with the cooking, Gu Jingwa and the elders arrived, bringing along 2 stools as they noted the shortage of seating Jiyu Jingwa led them into the house, where he lit a fire to keep warm. I in the kitchen. Xiao Ran soon called out that dinner was ready to Jiyu Jingwa, and Mistress Xing hurried into the kitchen to serve the dishes. And once everything was set on the table, the elders were taken aback by the abundance of food, far more than they had ever experienced during their past New Year celebrations. Mistress Zheng playfully scolded Xiao Ran. "Why have you prepared so many delicacies for us? Shouldn't you and your husband keep some for yourselves? It would be a waste to treat us old folks." "How could you say that, Mistress?" Xiao Ran replied, linking her arm through Mistress Xing's. As the saying goes, an elder in the family is like a treasure. With all of you here, it's like having a wealth of treasures. This is something that cannot be exchanged for any amount of good things. The elders chuckled at Xiao Ran's playful banter. Mistress Zheng affectionately tapped Xiao Ran's forehead, saying, "You little rascal." Witnessing the care and thoughtfulness that Gu Jingwa and Xiao Ran displayed towards them, the elders felt deeply touched, realizing how fortunate they were to have encountered such kind-hearted youngsters. The author remarks, "I'm so hungry just writing this. I haven't even disembarked yet, typing furiously on the high-speed train." Chapter 119. The New Year's Eve dinner to the table was laden with an array of dishes, including red braised fish, stir-fried rabbit meat, red braised pork, sliced braised pig offal, braised meat, vermicelli stewed with lard, and vinegar-simmered cabbage. Finally, Gu Jingwa brought forth a pot of nourishing chicken soup, while Xiao Ran prepared noodles as the staple dish, as there was still an ample supply of dried noodles in her space. Gu Jingwa urged Xiao Ran to hurry, as he tended to the fire in the kitchen, adding a few handfuls of firewood. Xiao Ran first served each elder a bowl of chicken soup, ensuring it contained tender pieces of chicken, alleviating any concerns about them struggling to chew. Grandpa, Xiao took a sip of the chicken soup and praised it profusely, commending Xiao Ran for her excellent preparation. Remarking on its delightful flavor and the tenderness of the chicken, which posed no challenge to their teeth, he eagerly encouraged the others to sample the soup. After everyone had tasted it, they joined in praising Xiao Ran's culinary skills. Feeling a bit shy from the compliments, Xiao Ran hastily urged them, "Grandpa, Master, Mistress, and Elder Zhou, please try the other dishes as well. Otherwise, they will get cold." With that, the conversation ceased as everyone focused on the delightful spread before them. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Xiao Ran's master, Elder Zheng, inquired Xiao Ran, "Do you read often? What do you remember from your studies?" Before Xiao Ran could respond, Grandpa Xiao interjected protectively, "Elder Zheng, it's New Year's. Who has time to memorize your books? There is still plenty of time next year. Why rush?" Elder Zheng huffed, responding sternly, "While Xiao Ran is indeed exceptional, now that she's my disciple, I maintain high expectations of her. Studying medicine is no trivial matter. My strictness is for her own good. You, old man, should refrain from meddling. You claim that I lack understanding. What a jest! Let us see who truly is at a loss." Xiao Weigong exclaimed in a fit of indignation. Xiao Ran, observing the two elderly gentlemen embroiled in a dispute over her, felt a twinge of embarrassment and contemplated intervening. However, Zheng Laotai, grasping Xiao Ran's hand, advised, "Pay them no mind. This spectacle occurs daily, that at their age, they should be wary of presenting a farcical display before the younger generation." It was then that Xiao Ran realized they were merely two old rascals, which struck her as amusing. After a brief quarrel, with no one stepping in to mediate, the two eventually lost interest and ceased their bickering. Xiao Ran, smiling warmly, remarked, "Master, I've been dedicating my free time to reading. When you test me in the spring of next year, I assure you, I will not disappoint." Zheng Laotai nodded in satisfaction. The others did not linger for long. The biting cold was unyielding to their advanced years, and they preferred the warmth of their beds. This year, they were particularly grateful to Xiao Ran and Gu Jingwa. Without the children's assistance, they would have endured another winter of hardship. Had it not been for the Zheng couple's efforts in preparing nourishing herbal broths for them in previous years, they might not have made it to this point, nor would they have enjoyed the comforts brought by these two young ones that Jiyu Jingwa and Xiao Ran escorted them to the door, after which he returned to Xiao Ran's side, flashlight in hand, leading them back to the cow shed. Observing Xiao Ran tidying up the dishes, he quickly took her hand and said, "Allow me to assist. You have worked tirelessly today. Let me handle this while you warm yourself by the Kong." Xiao Ran graciously accepted. Recognizing Gu Jingwa's consistent kindness, unlike many in their era who believed in rigid gender roles, he never shied away from sharing household duties. Each time she prepared a meal, he would willingly wash the dishes. Now that the weather had turned frigid, on days when she felt reluctant to cook, he would take it upon himself to whip up something delicious. She felt their relationship blossoming, growing ever more harmonious, akin to that of a true married couple. Chapter 120. Chow Lihua's outspoken nature. Following the festivities of the small new year, Sharon's life settled back into the comforting routine of reading by the fire and preparing delightful meals. Before she knew it, the new year had arrived, and on the eve of the Lunar New Year, Xiaoran and Gu Jinghua agreed to celebrate together the following day, preparing a sumptuous feast for their reunion. On New Year's Day, Xiaoran arose early, and while preparing breakfast, Gu Jinghua joined her. The previous day, Chow Lihua had visited, inviting them to celebrate the new year at the youth commune, suggesting that everyone contribute a dish to share in the merriment. However, Xiaoran declined, having already prepared ample ingredients for a festive meal with Gu Jinghua. Moreover, she was not particularly familiar with most of the other young people at the commune, aside from a couple of shared meals. They had little in common. She saw no reason to cater to them, especially at such a significant occasion as the New Year, preferring not to feign camaraderie with those she did not like. Chow Lihua, upon realizing Xiaoran's refusal, chose not to press the matter, although Xiaoran did extend an invitation for her to visit on the second day of the New Year, to which Chow Lihua agreed. Upon returning, the others were disheartened to learn that Xiaoran had opted not to celebrate at the commune, as they had anticipated savoring her culinary talents during the festivities. One young woman remarked sarcastically, "She probably looks down on us. How could our humble offerings compare to hers? I heard she spent over 30 yuan on fish last time. She surely doesn't want to eat with us." Another chimed in, "Exactly. She must be worried our dishes would tarnish her reputation." Gao Liu, incensed by their remarks, initially felt disappointed by Xiaoran's decision. However, she soon concluded that anyone would be foolish to dine with such petty individuals. Why should Lin Xiaoran be obliged to share her New Year's Eve dinner with you? Every time we eat together, it is she who toils to prepare a lavish spread, only to have her efforts belittled behind her back. Were I in her position, I would decline as well. After being called out, the young woman bristled in indignation. "You are not Lin Xiaoran. What business is it of yours? It may not concern me, yet I cannot abide seeing someone who has generously shared her meals with you being treated so disrespectfully. And, let's be honest, what do you think your meager offerings of leafy vegetables could possibly compare to the fish and meat she prepares? If I were Xiaoran, I would not deign to join you either. Do you take her for a fool?" Chow Lihua's anger swelled as she spoke. Most of the young people present felt a twinge of shame at Chow Lihua's words. Indeed, why should someone preparing a sumptuous feast for their partner settle for the meager fare prepared by others? At that moment, Su Kai also stepped forward to support Chow Lihua, stating, "Comrade Chow, you are absolutely right. Lin Xiaoran owes you nothing. You expect her to cook for you, and yet you dare to speak ill of her. I warn you, if this reaches Jingwu's ears, you will regret it." The group fell silent, particularly the two women who had initially disparaged Xiaoran, now feeling anxious at the thought of Gu Jingwu confronting them. After all, he was capable of taking down a wild boar, and they had witnessed the male youth returning bruised from their last encounter with him. Chapter 121. The New Year arrives unbeknownst to Xiaoran. Another incident concerning her had transpired at the youth commune, a matter Gu Jingwu was also unaware of, as no one dared to inform him, fearing reprisal. Indeed, Gu Jingwu possessed a cunning nature, as they had learned during their arduous task of repairing the irrigation ditch assigned by the village chief. On the morning of the 30th, after finishing breakfast, Gu Jinghua and Xiaoran set to work. The Jiu Jinghua meticulously cleaned both the interior and exterior of the courtyard, the kitchen, and even the pigsty, scrubbing and tidying until everything was spotless and orderly. Meanwhile, Xiaoran began preparing the ingredients for the evening's New Year's Eve dinner, planning to stew various meats, including ribs, pig trotters, and game fowl. She had already devised a menu the previous night: braised pig trotters, sweet and sour ribs, braised fish chunks, steamed pork with rice flour, chicken with mushrooms, spicy rabbit meat, braised pork offal, and sautéed lotus root slices. 8 dishes in total. Xiaoran spent the morning diligently cooking, and by noon, she and Gu Jinghua prepared a simple meal of 1 dish and soup. In the afternoon, they joined forces to make dumplings, with Gu Jinghua rolling out the dough while Xiaoran prepared the filling. After crafting over 100 dumplings, Xiaoran asked Gu Jinghua to deliver half to the cow shed, knowing they would not have the means to prepare their own dumplings for the reunion dinner. Unbeknownst to her, many families could not afford dumplings these days. Only those with better means might indulge in a dumpling feast. However, Sharon's fortunate circumstances allowed her to live comfortably, free from worries of hunger. The cowshed situation had improved significantly this year, with Gu Jinghua frequently bringing food for his grandfather, and Shaoran sharing her culinary creations, ensuring they would all enjoy a splendid reunion dinner. Currently, the cowshed had a fish from Sharon's last visit, along with 5 pounds of meat and some pork crackling she had previously provided. Thus, they planned to have Jingdama prepare steamed fish, braised pork, and vermicelli with pork cracklings, an already lavish spread. With Shaoran and Gu Jingwa delivering a bounty of dumplings, each person could enjoy 5 dumplings per meal, enough for several gatherings. After finishing the dumpling preparations, Shaoran began setting up for the New Year's Eve dinner, while Gu Jingwa tended to the fire. Shaoran had gathered all the ingredients, ready to start cooking. That evening, Gu Jingwa sat by the stove, inhaling the fragrant aromas wafting from Shaoran's pot, his stomach growling in protest. Finally, when the last dish was finished, Shaoran set about boiling water in the pot. Gu Jingwa had already arranged all the dishes on the table, creating a feast that filled it to the brim. As Shaoran gazed at the spread before her, she was struck by the thought that in modern times she would surely take out her phone to capture the moment, sharing it on social media before indulging. Amused by the thought, she chuckled, catching Gu Jingwa's attention. "What brings you joy, Shaoran?" he inquired, intrigued by her smile. "Gu Jingwa, I am simply delighted that I hope that every future reunion dinner will be spent with you," she confessed, feeling suddenly sentimental. "So do I," he replied earnestly to Gu Jingwa, with a serious gaze, said to Shaoran, "All right, let us eat quickly. I feel as though I'm on the brink of starvation." Shaoran promptly pulled out a chair and sat down, eagerly picking up a piece of rib to devour. Gu Jingwa was momentarily taken aback by the abrupt change in Shaoran's demeanor, but upon observing her actions, he hastily settled into his seat and began to eat as well. Chapter 122, New Year Greetings. After finishing their meal, Gu Jingwa tidied up the dishes and, together with Shaoran, nestled on the heated Kong, engaging in conversation about how they used to celebrate the New Year. The two conversed for quite a while. The Gu Jingwa lingered at Shaoran's side until late before returning to the youth commune, that he truly wished he didn't have to leave. However, they were not yet married. Yet, as the new year approached, Shaoran would soon be of age, and then they could be together indefinitely. On the first day of the new year, Shaoran ventured into the village to pay New Year visits. Since coming here, she had established connections with several families in the village, and the interactions had been quite pleasant. She first brought a package of pastries and a bag of candies to the brigade leader's home to extend her New Year wishes. The brigade leader's family had always treated her well, and they had the most frequent interactions. Upon arriving at the brigade leader's house, she found that his son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren had already gone out to offer New Year greetings around the village, leaving only the brigade leader and Aunt Lin at home. When Shaoran arrived, Aunt Lin was still washing dishes in the kitchen, while the brigade leader was warming himself by the fire. Upon seeing Shaoran, Aunt Lin quickly wiped her hands on her clothes and warmly welcomed her, saying, "Lin Jiqing, Happy New Year! Come in and warm yourself by the fire. The old man, Lin Jiqing, has arrived. You entertain him." Shaoran beamed and replied to the brigade leader's wife, "Aunt Lin, Happy New Year! I'd like to extend my greetings to you all. I brought a little something for Bao Dan and Nyonyo." Saying this, she stuffed the treats into Aunt Lin's hands. Aunt Lin initially hesitated but accepted, saying, "Lin Jiqing, you are too polite. You always bring something every time you come. The children at home adore you. Please come by often, but do not feel the need to be so courteous." That moment, the children were out in the village visiting others. Otherwise, they would have been thrilled to see you. Aunt Lin, smiling broadly, led her into the house. Shaoran greeted the brigade leader, who was sitting by the fire, saying, "Uncle Lin, Happy New Year. I'm here to extend my wishes." The brigade leader's demeanor softened as he replied, "Lin Jiqing, Happy New Year." He then turned to Aunt Lin and said, "Quickly bring out the fried peanuts and sunflower seeds to entertain our guest." Shaoran spent over half an hour at the brigade leader's house, and as she was about to leave, Aunt Lin stuffed her pockets full of fried sunflower seeds and peanuts. Following this, Shaoran visited a few more families with whom she had regular interactions. After completing her New Year greetings, it was nearly noon, and she decided to return to her own residence instead of going to the youth commune. Not long after her return, Gu Jingwo arrived, having spent the morning visiting the brigade along with a male youth from the commune. The two heated up the leftover dishes from the previous night and boiled some dumplings to share a meal together. In the afternoon, Xiao Ran chose not to go out, but instead stayed with Gu Jinghua, warming themselves by the fire while roasting sweet potatoes. She had always enjoyed roasted sweet potatoes in the modern world. However, those sold in the city were merely fragrant, but lacked the delightful taste reminiscent of her childhood. The two spent the entire afternoon beside the fire, savoring the sweet potatoes, which were exceptionally sweet, perhaps due to the infusion of spatial water and the fact that her caring boyfriend had roasted them for her, making them taste particularly delectable. They indulged in each other's company for the entire afternoon. Chapter 123. Friendship. On the morning of the second day of the new year, Chao Lihua and Wu Yiye visited Xiao Ran to extend their New Year greetings. After exchanging auspicious words, the three gathered around the fire pit to warm themselves. They eagerly shared the events that transpired at the youth commune on New Year's Eve, and upon hearing that it involved her, Xiao Ran immediately inquired about the details that Wu Yiye excitedly recounted. You have no idea how disappointed everyone was when they learned you wouldn't be celebrating the new year with us. Then someone carelessly spoke ill of you. Guess what happened next? Seeing Wu Yiye's silly expression, Xiao Ran, feeling helpless, played along and asked, what happened next? Hurry up and tell me. Let me explain it all in detail. Wu Yiye replied, adopting a playful tone. She recounted the entire sequence of events, including how Chao Lihua's fury was ignited in defense of Xiao Ran, vividly describing the scene of her confronting others on Xiao Ran's behalf. Chao Lihua felt somewhat embarrassed by Wu Yiye's exaggerated retelling. Xiao Ran was taken aback to learn that Lihua had stood up for her. She had always perceived Lihua as a cautious person, both in life and in demeanor. It was truly unexpected and deeply touching to realize that she had such a friend, affirming that her efforts to forge this friendship were worthwhile. Xiao Ran, feeling grateful, said to Chao Lihua, thank you, Lihua, for defending me in front of everyone. She then embraced her warmly. Chao Lihua, flustered by Xiao Ran's emotional gesture, patted her back and replied, it's nothing, that I've always regarded you as my sister. Plus, I can't stand some people as treachery. Even if I had to choose again, I would still act the same way. Xiao Ran chose not to say more, silently resolving that should Lihua ever need assistance, she would do her utmost to help. Yet, she pondered what kind of ending Lihua would have in the novel, as the main storyline primarily revolved around the female protagonist punishing villains and countering antagonistic side characters, with little focus on others. However, with her arrival, the narrative had been thrown into disarray. She believed that a clever, kind-hearted, and diligent woman like Lihua would surely find a happy resolution. Perhaps Gu Jinghua, aware that young girls often have endless topics to discuss, chose not to join them at noon, feeling it would be inappropriate for a man to intrude on their gathering. Xiao Ran, Chao Lihua, and Wu Yiye spent the morning chatting, deepening their understanding of one another. Chao Lihua was the eldest in her family, with 4 younger siblings. Her parents were ordinary workers. Despite being a dual-income household, the burden of having many children was heavy. She chose to become a youth volunteer in the countryside to alleviate her parents' burden, intending to work diligently so she could send some grain home during the autumn harvest. Wu Yiye, on the other hand, was the 3rd child in her family, with an older brother and sister who were twins and received much affection. The youngest was also a son, making her the one often overlooked. As a result, her parents were reluctant to send her older siblings to the countryside, so they permitted only her to go. Perhaps feeling guilty for this daughter, they provided her with ample money and tickets when she left. However, her situation differed from Xiao Ran's. While her parents still felt remorse, they would likely forget her over time and cease sending money and tickets from home. Xiao Ran had never realized that Wu Yiye's family situation was such that Wu Yiye always appeared cheerful and lively, like a delightful source of joy. With a self-deprecating smile, Wu Yiye said, in my family, I can't win over affection by being the obedient and charming one. How could I compete with my older siblings? Yet, I remain the one who is overlooked. Xiao Ran gently patted her hair and comforted her, saying, it's all right. Here, Lihua and I will be your sisters. Such a family isn't worth your sorrow. You must strive to live better and become more outstanding, dazzling them with your brilliance. Wu Yiye chuckled at Xiao Ran's final remark. Her spirits lifted. Yes, she would definitely strive to surpass them all. Chapter 124. Chao Lihua's feelings. The 3 of them chatted throughout the morning, feeling their hearts draw closer together, constructing a bridge of friendship. At noon, they prepared a meal together at Xiao Ran's home. Chao Lihua tended the fire. Wu Yiye assisted Xiao Ran, while Xiao Ran took on the role of head chef. They cooked spicy chicken, potato braised pork, and a fragrant scallion and egg dish, in addition to boiling the remaining 30 dumplings from the previous day. Although they prepared a generous amount, the three women had hearty appetites and polished off every last bite. After the meal, Chow Liwa helped wash the dishes while Wu Yiye swept the floor. In the afternoon, the three girls settled back on the Kong and began gossiping. Chow Liwa and Wu Yiye expressed their envy of Xiao Ran for having such a wonderful partner. Handsome, financially responsible, and exceptionally caring. Truly the perfect boyfriend. Xiao Ran, feeling shy from their teasing, quickly changed the subject, asking, Liwa, you've been in the countryside for 2 years. Have you encountered anyone you like? Chow Liwa's cheeks flushed as she thought for a moment and replied candidly, Yes, but he doesn't tea like me. I like him. She had not confided in anyone for such a long time, keeping her feelings bottled up inside her heart. Now, she wished to share these unspoken thoughts with Xiaoran and the others. Xiaoran and Wu Yue were taken aback, exchanging glances with one another. Wu Yue exclaimed as she threw herself on its Cao Li Hua, pressing her down and demanding, Who is it? Quickly tell us, which rascal has stolen the heart of our clever, generous, and thrifty sister Li Hua? Xiaoran chimed in, Yes, yes. Who is so fortunate to have captured Sister Li Hua's affection? Cao Li Hua shook her head, pushing Wu Yue off her, and sitting up, her expression bittersweet. That AS for who it is. I shall not disclose that just yet. For now, it is merely unrequited love on my part. Wu Yue was eager to inquire further, but Xiaoran tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to refrain from pressing the matter any further. Since Li Hua was unwilling to share, they would not force her. She would speak when she was ready. Observing Cao Li Hua's dejected mood, Xiaoran comforted her, saying, Sister Li Hua, do not lose hope. That as the saying goes, a woman pursuing a man is merely a thin veil apart. You are so remarkable. I believe that person cannot possibly be so blind. Indeed, Sister Li Hua, both Xiaoran and I will always support you. When you have good news, remember to share it with us. Wu Yue playfully added. The two then turned to Wu Yue, who quickly shook her head, insisting, I do not have feelings for anyone, nor does anyone harbor affection for me. I am simply content as long as I have enough to eat and wear each day. Xiaoran and Cao Li Hua understood that she was still young and had yet to awaken to such matters, so they did not pursue the topic further. Around 4:30 in the afternoon, Cao Li Hua and Wu Yue departed, leaving a lingering sense of enjoyment. Xiaoran found her surroundings far more delightful than the youth commune. Not only did she have ample space living alone, but the warm Kong also kept her cozy against the cold. Most importantly, there were plenty of delicious snacks to savor. The three of them spent the entire afternoon munching on sunflower seeds and peanuts, as well as roasted sweet potatoes, hardly pausing to catch their breath. They felt that they could forego dinner when they returned home. Xiaoran felt exceedingly fortunate, while Wu Yue envied her. However, she could not afford to be as carefree as Xiaoran, who did not mind the work points. Had she not been short on money and tickets, she would certainly have moved out as well. Life at the youth commune was truly suffocating, with the young women constantly vying for position, making it exhausting to live among them. Furthermore, there was the perpetually gloomy Hu Yuemei, whose presence was unsettling. The male youths, on the other hand, were far more agreeable. At least they did not engage in palace intrigue every day. Author's note, I've been feeling a bit under the weather these past couple of days and haven't written much. Chapter 125. Hunting in the mountains. After they left, Xiaoran tidied up the sunflower seed shells and peanut husks in the room, then settled down on the Kong to read a medical book. She had not had time to read lately, having spent the day chatting with Cao Li Hua and Wu Yue, not feeling hungry just yet. She decided to read for a while and would cook once Gu Jingwu arrived. Around 5 o'clock, Gu Jingwu came over, surprised to find that the girls could converse for an entire day. Seeing Xiaoran engrossed in her book, he took the initiative to prepare dinner. During the meal, Gu Jingwu mentioned that the youth commune planned to organize a hunting trip in the mountains the next day. And with him as their protector, they felt fearless. With still over 10 days until they were required to work in the fields, everyone was eager to find some amusement. When someone suggested hunting in the mountains, the idea was met with unanimous agreement, as it might provide them with some meat. Of course, Gu Jingwu also agreed, knowing that Xiaoran enjoyed meat and wanted to procure some wild chickens for her. Having been cooped up all winter, it was a perfect opportunity to stretch their legs in the mountains. Xiaoran had no objections. With nothing to do every day and lacking entertainment, she found it rather dull. Young people were full of energy, and a trip to the mountains would be refreshing. The next day, everyone set off for the mountains, tools in hand, with Xiaoran carrying a backpack while chatting and laughing with Sally Hua and Wu Yue. The male youths had already dashed ahead, their shouts and laughter echoing through the hills as they wandered deeper into the woods. A sudden heavy panting and the rustling of dry leaves caught their attention. Everyone halted, and Su Kai curiously whispered, "Do you think it could be a big one? What is it? Could it be a wild boar? I'm scared. What if something happens? Should we run?" came the chorus of anxious voices. Wu Yue tugged at Xiaoran's sleeve, saying, "Xiaoran, I'm a bit frightened." "Don't worry. We have so many people here, and we have tools," she reassured. Just as uncertainty loomed over them, the creature drew closer, and when they finally caught sight of it, their hearts sank. It was a bear. Panic ensued as someone shouted, "Run," and they scattered in all directions. Xiaoran, too, hastily fled in a particular direction. Given the number of people around, she could not simply store the bear in her space. Yet, she desired that bear, so large and with 4 valuable paws. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She could lure the bear by using some honey from her space. Xiaoran slowed her pace, pretending to be frightened as she ran in the opposite direction when the bear approached, discreetly releasing a bit of honey from her space. Sure enough, the bear began to chase after her. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingqing, witnessing Xiaoran lead the bear away, felt a rush of excitement, thinking, "Now you can't escape." She secretly hoped the bear would maul her to Huma, trailing behind. Initially felt disappointed that the bear had not caught that wicked woman, Xiao Qingqing, but thought it would be just as well if the bear took down Xiaoran. After all, her current predicament was thanks to the two of them. Xiao Qingqing would be dealt with in time. That woman was quite cunning. Chapter 126. Capturing the bear. Once Xiaoran had drawn the bear out of sight of the others, she swiftly stored it in her space. The Jiu Jinghua, who had been in the lead, noticed the bear had ceased its pursuit and, thinking it had fled, he instinctively sighed in relief. However, he quickly scanned the area and realized Xiaoran was missing, causing a surge of panic. "Has anyone seen Xiaoran?" "No, I was too busy escaping to pay attention to anyone else," came the response. Xiao Qingqing thought to herself that Xiaoran must have met her demise by now and prepared to play the part of a concerned friend. Just then, from a short distance away, Xiaoran's voice called out, "Jinghua, I'm over here." Hu Yueme and Xiao Qingqing stared in disbelief. It was impossible for her to still be alive after they had seen the bear chase her. Yet, regardless of their disbelief, Xiaoran had indeed returned safely, and they could think of no reason for her miraculous escape, attributing it to sheer luck. Both women felt a surge of frustration upon seeing Xiaoran. Gu Jinghua rushed forward, enveloping her in a tight embrace, clearly relieved. "I was so worried something might happen to you." "Jinghua, be gentle. You're hurting me," Xiaoran playfully protested, nestled against him. "That I'm sorry, Xiaoran. I didn't mean to hurt you." Gu Jinghua quickly loosened his grip. Onlookers felt as though they had just witnessed a grand display of affection. Single individuals could hardly bear the sight. The female youths envied Xiaoran for being in Gu Jinghua's arms, while she felt as though she might be slain by the gazes of others. She could easily guess whose eyes were upon her and feigned bashfulness as she pushed away from Gu Jinghua. Glancing towards the main antagonist, Xiao Qingqing, who was indeed glaring at her with malice, Xiaoran smiled at her knowingly, aware they both understood the unspoken tension that lingered between them. Xiao Qingqing's expression twisted momentarily before she regained her composure. Feigning concern as she stated, "Xiaoran, I saw the bear chasing you. I was about to call for help. How is it that you returned alone?" The crowd erupted in confusion, with Gu Jinghua anxiously asking, "Xiaoran, are you hurt?" Xiaoran quickly reassured him, "I'm fine. Initially, the bear was chasing me, and I was terrified, but then I spotted a small ravine nearby and hid inside until the bear lost my scent and left. I waited for a while before emerging and saw that you were all looking for me." Upon hearing the news, everyone deemed it rather normal, for after all, she was but a frail woman who could hardly contend with a bear. Even Gu Jinghua was no match for IT. IT was fortunate that Xiaoran managed to evade the creature in time. Otherwise, if caught by the bear, it would have spelled danger in light of this incident. The group was hesitant to proceed further, fearing that another formidable beast might emerge. Placing everyone in peril as they made their way back, Gu Jinghua, disregarding Xiaoran's objections, grasped her small hand tightly. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they encountered the captain, who, upon seeing that they had returned safely, sighed in relief. These reckless youngsters had dared to venture so deep into the mountains, seemingly courting disaster. The sight of the captain's displeased countenance rendered everyone silent. Ultimately, it was Gu Jinghua who broke the silence, addressing Uncle Lin. "We were thoughtless, and I apologize for causing you concern that we shall refrain from such excursions into the mountains henceforth." Upon hearing Gu Jinghua's assurances, the captain's expression softened slightly, and with a huff, he turned away, hands clasped behind his back as he walked off. The group exchanged glances, and eventually, Gu Jinghua and Xiao Ran returned to her residence, while the other youths departed for their own quarters. Chapter 127. The arrival of the Lantern Festival. Following their return, Xiao Ran harbored a desire to confide in Gu Jinghua about the secret weighing on her heart. It pained her to see him so worried for her, that in her heart, Xiao Ran resolved that if, in the future, they were to marry and Gu Jinghua were to notice any oddities, she would reveal the secret of her space to him. That evening, after they had dined and Gu Jinghua left her abode, Xiao Ran entered her secret space. The bear was dead. She had severed all 4 paws and meticulously wrapped them for preservation. She then skillfully skinned the bear, intending to sell the hide or have it processed for use by the elderly in her family. While most of the bear meat was inedible, it possessed considerable medicinal value, particularly the precious bear bile. Xiao Ran contemplated the possibility of taking it to the county pharmacy to inquire whether they would purchase such a commodity. Once she had completed her tasks, Xiao Ran exited her space and began poring over medical texts. She resolved that upon mastering these books, when she ventured into the mountains to gather pig fodder, she could also collect medicinal herbs to cultivate in her space or process for sale at the pharmacy, which would yield a substantial income. Her savings had accumulated to 4,000 yuan, a considerable fortune in that era, with approximately 2,000 yuan gifted by Gu Jinghua, while the remainder came from her parents and her own sales of wild game. In 5 years, when she returned to the city, she would no longer need to worry about purchasing a home, especially considering the soaring property prices in modern times. Time swiftly passed, and soon the 15th day of the Lunar New Year arrived. A few days prior, Xiao Ran, along with Chao Lihua and Hu Yiya, had ventured to the county to procure some glutinous rice, intending to make Tang Yuan for the Lantern Festival. They planned to exchange sesame seeds with other villagers, while peanuts and rock sugar were already in their possession, rendering purchases unnecessary. Chao Lihua and Wu Yiya, lacking culinary skills, conspired to procure ingredients and enlist Xiao Ran's assistance in their preparations. Xiao Ran extended an invitation to them to celebrate the Lantern Festival at her home, but they shyly declined, feeling it inappropriate after having visited her frequently during the initial days of the new year and indulged in her hospitality. Ultimately, the two decided to chip in to buy Xiao Ran a box of snowflower cream, deeply touching her. Xiao Ran understood their financial constraints and appreciated their thoughtful gesture. She believed that friendships flourish with mutual exchanges, fostering enduring bonds. That on the morning of the Lantern Festival, Xiao Ran enlisted Gu Jinghua to take the glutinous rice to the village to be ground into glutinous rice flour. Once he returned with the flour, she began mixing it with warm water, kneading it to her preferred consistency. She rolled the dough into long strips, preparing them for the Tang Yuan. After coating the exterior with a layer of flour and shaping them into spheres, she filled them with chopped peanuts, sesame seeds acquired from the team, and fine sugar, then rolled them into perfect orbs. After a busy morning, she divided the completed Tang Yuan into 3 portions. One for Gu Jinghua to deliver to the elderly in the cow shed, one for herself and Gu Jinghua, and one for Chao Lihua and Hu Yiya. Chapter 128. Delivering Tang Yuan to the youth station. When Xiao Ran arrived at the youth station with the Tang Yuan, everyone had already finished their lunch and were warming themselves by the fire. That Wu Yiya, with keen eyes, spotted Xiao Ran at the gate and rushed out to greet her warmly. After exchanging pleasantries with the youths gathered around the fire, Xiao Ran addressed Chao Lihua and Wu Yiya, saying, "Here they are, I made these for you. When evening comes, simply boil some water and cook them. They will be ready to enjoy." The curious youths by the fire were eager to know what delightful treat Xiao Ran had brought for Chao Lihua and Wu Yiya, but none dared to inquire. Suddenly, the protagonist, Xiao Qingqing, beamed at the group, exclaiming, "Xiao Ran truly shares a close bond with Lihua and Yiya. She hasn't forgotten to prepare special treats for you this Lantern Festival, which makes us all envious." The others, upon hearing this, cast envious glances at Chao Lihua and Wu Yiya, while some began to ponder why, as fellow youths, Xiao Ran had not brought enough for everyone to share. The more they thought about it, the more they felt Xiao Ran was being rather stingy. Xiao Ran found the current demeanor of the protagonist rather tiresome. She had not expected her to become so trivial. It seemed she had strayed far from the clever and cautious character depicted in the original narrative. Perhaps the author had exaggerated her brilliance in the book. Now, aside from becoming the team's teacher, she had not achieved anything as anticipated, and several of her schemes had failed, which likely led her to grow increasingly impatient. Xiao Ran had no fear of her. The Wu Yiye remained oblivious to the undertones in Xiao Qingqing's words. But Xiao Lihua understood. Since the previous incident, while some believed Xiao Qingqing was innocent, Xiao Lihua had not let her guard down. Now, while her words seemed innocuous, they subtly sowed discord between Xiao Ran and the other youths. Though she would certainly assist Xiao Ran. Just as Xiao Ran was about to speak, Xiao Lihua interjected, "Oh, it's merely that Wu Yiye and I were tempted by the thought of enjoying Tangyuan to celebrate the Lantern Festival. We specifically bought glutinous rice and other ingredients, requesting Xiao Ran's help. As you all know, we cannot make such things ourselves. Otherwise, we wouldn't have troubled her." Afterward, she turned to Xiao Ran and said, "Thank you for your help, Xiao Ran. Should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Wu Yiye promptly echoed her sentiment. "Count me in too, Xiao Ran. I cannot wait until tonight. I want to savor them now." Xiao Lihua quickly took the Tangyuan from Xiao Ran's hands, laughing at Wu Yiye. "You little glutton. The Lantern Festival is when we enjoy Tangyuan. You must wait a bit longer." The others were envious, lamenting that they had not thought to procure ingredients and request Xiao Ran's help. If Xiao Ran were to discover their thoughts, she might have retorted, "How audacious! They are not my parents." Xiao Lihua and Wu Yiye were her close friends, and their requests were modest, which is why she willingly obliged. But with so many people at the youth station, many of whom she barely knew and included those she disliked, she would never engage in such thankless endeavors that would only exhaust her. Thankfully, no one voiced such thoughts. Otherwise, they might have found themselves facing not her Tangyuan, but Gu Jingguo's wrath. Chapter 129. Time to work. Xiao Ran did not linger at the youth station and soon returned home. Xiao Lihua understood that she was uncomfortable around certain individuals and did not press her to stay, suggesting they meet again when time permitted. Upon her return, Gu Jingguo was already in her room. Then he inquired whether the team was planning to assign her to pig farming again, as the Lantern Festival had passed, and everyone was due to return to work. The Jiu Jingwu himself would begin teaching at the team the following day. As Xiao Ran began boiling the Tangyuan, she replied, "Yes, the captain has already informed me that tomorrow the team will purchase 2 piglets from elsewhere, and the New Year's pig farmers will officially commence their duties." The Jiu Jingwu chuckled at her last remark, acknowledging the truth in her words that he cautioned her. "Even though the new year has just begun, please prioritize safety and avoid venturing deep into the mountains. Be wary of wild animal attacks," he added, with concern. "Don't make me worry, all right?" Xiao Ran teased him. "You're being overly dramatic. Didn't I return safely every time I went up the mountain last year?" Moreover, there are times when he would return with his prey, urging him to set aside his worries. That evening, the two of them prepared glutinous rice balls together, joyfully celebrating the Lantern Festival. After dinner, Gu Jingwu did not linger for long, as he had classes to attend the following day and needed to prepare for his tutorial. Once Gu Jingwu departed, Xiao Ran immersed herself in her studies, dedicating her free time to reading. She aimed to thoroughly review the books that her master would be checking, striving to memorize the content. Fortunately, with the aid of the spiritual spring water from her space, her memory was remarkably sharp. Otherwise, she would struggle to retain so much information. The next day marked the official commencement of work. Early in the morning, the village loudspeaker blared, announcing Captain Lin's passionate mobilization meeting prior to the day's labor, encouraging everyone to roll up their sleeves and give their all. The team members, stirred by Captain Lin's fervent speech, were filled with enthusiasm. Xiao Ran thought to herself that if the captain were in modern times, he could certainly lead a pyramid scheme with his eloquence. After the mobilization meeting concluded, Xiao Ran returned home, while the others in the team went off to work, leaving her with the lightest duties. It was not until noon, after she had finished her meal alone, that the captain returned, carrying 2 piglets. Considering that Xiao Ran had never raised such young pigs before, he began to impart essential tips on caring for them, reiterating the importance of raising them well this year, promising rewards if they thrived by the time of the new year. Xiao Ran was delighted upon hearing this. After all, she intended to nurture them diligently. The ease of her current life was largely attributed to this job, and she certainly would not jeopardize her livelihood. Caring for the piglets was simpler than she imagined, provided they stayed healthy, which was not a concern given the abundant resources in the mountains. Xiao Ran first built a cozy nest for the piglets, mindful of the chilly temperatures, ensuring they would not suffer from the cold. She filled a trough with water, adding a couple of drops of her spiritual spring water as a precaution. Once that was done, Xiao Ran set off to the mountains with her backpack and sickle. Her first task was to gather pig feed, while also on the lookout for any familiar herbal plants. Chapter 130. Herbal Medicine. Upon reaching the mountains, Xiao Ran efficiently gathered all the pig feed. Despite the lingering cold weather, the mountains were still lush with greenery, suggesting that come spring, the landscape would be even more vibrant and verdant. After storing the pig feed in her space, she continued deeper into the mountains, where she stumbled upon patches of wild Gastrodia elata, likely undisturbed due to the remoteness of the area, flourishing remarkably well. Xiao Ran was ecstatic. The sheer volume of it was impressive to in northern regions. The stems of Gastrodia elata are typically dark, known as black stem Gastrodia, while in the south, they tend to be yellowish. The black stem variety is superior both in medicinal efficacy and culinary taste. Xiao Ran was aware that in modern times, a pound of dried Gastrodia elata sells for around 400 yuan, making it a valuable commodity even in this era. She contemplated collecting all of it for sale, envisioning substantial profits. With determination, Xiao Ran began to harvest the entire patch of Gastrodia elata, speculating that once dried, it would amount to over 100 pounds, a significant yield indeed. Yet she did not stop there. This mountain was a treasure trove rich in resources that in the past, she may have overlooked many precious herbs due to her lack of knowledge. But she was determined not to let that happen again. As she continued her exploration, she discovered other herbs such as Schisandra chinensis, Polyporus umbellatus, and Eleutherococcus senicosus, thoroughly enjoying her harvest. She did not return home until after 4 in the afternoon. Feeling satisfied with her endeavors upon her return, it was not long before Gu Jinghua arrived after his class. Having learned of Xiao Ran's bountiful harvest, he praised her, exclaiming, "My little girl is not only clever and capable, whipping up delicious meals, but she can also identify herbs and is a skilled pig farmer. Truly remarkable. I am immensely proud. How can you boast so shamelessly about your partner?" Xiao Ran replied, her cheeks flushed. "If others hear your words, I will be utterly embarrassed." Gu Jinghua remained unfazed, and Xiao Ran found that after spending time with him, he was nothing like the taciturn, impassive person others described. Instead, he often displayed a delightful, silly demeanor that would astonish anyone who witnessed it, making them doubt whether it was indeed Gu Jinghua. Together, they hung the herbs to dry, while Xiao Ran began preparing dinner. That evening, she gathered 5 eggs and harvested a handful of chives, deciding to make chive pockets, as she had suddenly developed a craving for them. When she inquired, Gu Jinghua admitted he had never tried them. Xiao Ran proceeded to prepare 30 chive pockets, half intended for Gu Jinghua to share with his grandfather, master, and their wives, allowing them to enjoy a meal together, while the remainder would be for herself and Gu Jinghua. After Gu Jinghua delivered 15 chive pockets to the barn, the elders sampled them and found them quite delectable, nodding in approval and praising Xiao Ran's culinary skills. Old Man Jing chuckled, remarking, "Jinghua, you are indeed fortunate. With such an exceptional partner as Xiao Ran, not only is she a talented cook, but she is also intelligent and beautiful. You must treat her well." Gu Jinghua responded with a smile and a nod. The author has something to say. "I apologize for the earlier confusion. I made some revisions as I was too tired last night to comprehend what I had written in the last segment." Chapter 131. Passing the assessment, it seems that Gu Jinghua's performance has dispelled any lingering doubts the elders had regarding him and Xiao Ran. The two swiftly completed the preparation of the chive pockets and then boiled some soup to enjoy together. After satisfying their hunger, Xiao Ran and Gu Jinghua took the remaining chive pockets and their books to the barn to find the elders. Upon arriving, they found that Xiao Ran's grandfather and the others were preparing dinner. When they saw Gu Jinghua approaching with a steaming bundle of chive pockets, the elders eagerly each had 3, followed by a generous bowl of plain water. Once the 5 elderly men were full, they began to assess Xiao Ran's studying progress. Old Man Zheng, with a serious demeanor, addressed Xiao Ran. "Since you claim to have memorized the knowledge within, it is time for your master to test you and see if you are worthy of my teachings." "Not a problem, master. Please proceed with your examination." I am confident in my abilities, Xiao Ran replied, brimming with self-assurance, determined not to disappoint anyone. While the outcome remained uncertain, the elders were pleased with her attitude and performance. Firmly believing in her capabilities, during the assessment, Old Man Zheng thoroughly quizzed her on the foundational theories of traditional Chinese medicine and some basic methods for identifying herbs, to which Xiao Ran responded with precision and accuracy. He later tested her knowledge on acupuncture points and meridians, along with basic Western medical theories, with both Old Man Zheng and Old Lady Zheng checking her answers. They were astonished to find that Xiao Ran indeed remembered everything as she had claimed. Leaving everyone in awe, Xiao Ran's grandfather proudly declared, "My granddaughter-in-law is truly remarkable. She has mastered such challenging concepts with ease. Her intelligence is astounding. I am absolutely thrilled." Old men Zhou and Liu, witnessing Xiao Ran's grandfather's delight, could not help but grumble. "Such an exceptional child as Xiao Ran is a tremendous boon for your grandson. If my grandchildren were here, it certainly would not be Jinghua who stood out." With a smug grin, Xiao Ran's grandfather retorted, "Where are your grandchildren now? It is my grandson who is here taking care of you, surpassing your grandsons." The Zheng couple, observing the playful banter among the elderly men, found it amusing. Collectively, their ages approached 200 years, yet they still behaved like mischievous children, eliciting laughter from the younger generation. Through this thorough examination of Xiao Ran, the Zheng couple was genuinely pleased with their apprentice. Not only was her attitude towards learning commendable, but her ability to internalize so much knowledge in such a short time also showcased her diligence. She was exceptionally intelligent, perceptive, and possessed admirable character, making the couple very satisfied with their choice of apprentice. After a series of teachings, Xiao Ran embarked on her true journey into the field of medicine. Each evening, she dedicated time in the barn to learn medical knowledge from Old Man Zheng, initially focusing on traditional Chinese medicine, as she regarded it as a profound aspect of Chinese culture, rich in wisdom and deserving of her study. She herself possesses a profound interest in the knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Thus, she initially embarked on a systematic study of this discipline under the guidance of two esteemed teachers, with the intention of later pursuing Western medicine, in the days that followed Chapter 132. Selling medicinal herbs, Xiao Ran led a fulfilling life. During the day, she ascended the mountains to gather pigweed and collected a variety of herbs, and in the evenings after dinner, she visited her master in the cow shed to learn medical techniques. A month passed in this manner, and Xiao Ran's family had harvested a considerable amount of medicinal herbs, which she diligently dried and organized. Xiao Ran planned to sell these herbs in the county town. During dinner, she discussed her intentions with Gu Jinghua, who found no objections but mentioned that he would be attending class and might not have time to accompany her, and he advised her to be cautious and prioritize her safety. Early the next morning, Xiao Ran gathered the herbs into bags and carried a basket to the village entrance to catch a ride to the county. Throughout the journey, she engaged in light conversation with the driver, an elderly man surnamed Lin. As most families in the brigade shared the surname Lin, he held a favorable impression of Xiao Ran, perhaps due to their common surname. Among the youth in the area, Xiao Ran had likely visited the county town the most frequently. Mr. Lin was quite talkative, and their conversation flowed easily until they arrived in the county. After agreeing on a return time, Xiao Ran set off to locate a pharmacy. Uncertain of its whereabouts, she inquired with a passing woman, who, characteristic of the era, was warm-hearted and eager to help. Upon hearing Xiao Ran's question, she enthusiastically provided directions to the pharmacy and shared additional information about it. After expressing her gratitude, Xiao Ran followed the woman's guidance and finally found the pharmacy nestled in a dilapidated alley, its location rather concealed. Had it not been for the directions, she doubted she would have discovered it on her own. Upon seeing the sign that read pharmacy, Xiao Ran believed she had arrived at the correct place. She gently pushed open the half-closed door to find a middle-aged man, likely in his 40s and wearing glasses, seated behind the counter engrossed in a book. Xiao Ran approached the counter and softly inquired, "Excuse me, do you buy medicinal herbs here?" Upon hearing her, the owner looked up and replied in a slow manner, "Yes, young lady. Do you have herbs to sell? Our store buys all kinds of medicinal herbs. Show me what you have." Eagerly, Xiao Ran retrieved the dried herbs from her bag and emptied the basket on her back. The proprietor, upon examining the abundance and diversity of the herbs, as well as their excellent preparation, was taken aback. He looked up at Xiao Ran with curiosity and asked, "Young lady, did your family prepare these herbs? They are quite well organized. You seem to understand a bit about herbal medicine. Yes, I prepared them myself, Sharon replied with a cheerful smile. That's so? The owner regarded her with skepticism, unable to believe that such a young girl could possess knowledge of herbal preparation. Shaoran nodded earnestly. Indeed, sir, I am currently studying this field of knowledge. The owner, impressed, gave her a thumbs up and praised. Well done, young lady. It's remarkable that someone your age has such understanding. Truly commendable. Shaoran felt a wave of bashfulness wash over her at the compliment. The author has a message. Chapter 1 has been updated that in Chapter 133. Selling the bear, Shaoran shyly remarked, I've always had a keen interest in medicinal herbs, which has led me to read extensively on the subject. Ah, splendid. Although the college entrance examination no longer exists, your enthusiasm for reading is commendable. Moreover, traditional Chinese medicine is a profound aspect of our national heritage. Your interest in it is certainly advantageous. Gaining knowledge in this field will serve you well in the future. The owner laughed heartily. Having operated the pharmacy for many years, the owner had previously been a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. However, as this field gained less recognition and people began to favor Western medicine, he opted to shift his focus and return to his hometown to establish the pharmacy, which he had successfully run for several years. His pleasure at discovering Shaoran's interest in Chinese medicine was palpable. After assessing the herbs Shaoran had prepared, the owner quoted a price for each variety and weighed all the herbs she had brought. In the end, he calculated a total of 219 yuan. Upon hearing this amount, Shaoran was overjoyed. This was an excellent deal, and with so many herbs available on the mountains, she envisioned frequently returning to sell them and soon amassing considerable wealth. The owner, having formed a favorable impression of Shaoran, remarked, Young lady, should you have more herbs in the future, bring them to me that I will gladly purchase them, and you shall not be shortchanged. Shaoran nodded happily, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, sir. I will bring more well-prepared herbs next time. After bidding farewell to the owner, she exited the pharmacy, feeling that he was quite a decent person with whom she could maintain a long-term rapport. Suddenly, Shaoran recalled the bear she had in her space and pondered whether the pharmacy owner would also be interested in purchasing it. She thought it would be beneficial to sell it to him as well. Keeping only 4 bear paws, which were precious items that she could use for stewing and share with her family for nourishment. However, she realized that given the bear's value, she could not sell it under her own identity. Otherwise, people would wonder how a young girl could acquire such a large bear. Immediately, Shaoran sought a secluded spot and, ensuring no one was around, entered her space to disguise herself. Ultimately, she transformed her appearance, dressing as a middle-aged rural woman in her 40s. She then visited a recycling station, using 2 large buns purchased from a state-run restaurant to borrow a cart from the station's owner. Upon arriving near the pharmacy, she ensured the area was deserted before moving the bear from her space onto the cart and wheeling it to the pharmacy entrance. Setting the cart down, Shaoran entered the pharmacy and, lowering her voice, quietly approached the owner, saying, Do you buy bear paws here? Bear paws? The owner was astonished and leapt from his seat. Yes, my husband caught a bear up in the mountains, and I wanted to know if you would be interested. If not, I shall take it away. Of course, we buy them. Hurry and bring it inside. The pharmacy owner exclaimed, eager not to miss the opportunity. That if you will buy it, then help me bring it in. I cannot move it by myself, Shaoran replied in a hoarse voice. The owner, intrigued, followed her outside and asked, How did you manage to bring it here alone? My husband helped me load it onto the cart, but he went off to buy supplies, leaving me here to sell this large creature that I truly cannot move it alone. Upon reaching the entrance and seeing the enormous bear, the owner marveled, pondering the prowess of Shaoran's husband. Who could tackle such a beast? That it was clear to him that he must be an experienced hunter to have taken down such a formidable creature. He was deeply impressed. Together, they exerted tremendous effort to finally maneuver the bear into the pharmacy, nearly collapsing from exhaustion due to its weight. Once the owner turned the bear over, he noticed that all 4 paws were missing, leaving him utterly disappointed. He lamented, How could there be no bear paws? What a shame, truly a pity. The paws. My husband had them stewed for a meal. They were delicious, of course. Shaoran innocently remarked, prompting the boss to display an even greater sense of disappointment. What a waste of resources. The bear paw possesses significant medicinal value, and yet they allowed it to be thrown into a chaotic stew. Such an act is akin to a cow chewing peony, an utter lack of appreciation. The more the boss pondered, the more his heart ached. However, there was little he could do now that it had already been consumed. Fortunately, They had only skinned the bear, leaving the rest untouched, which was somewhat reassuring. The bear still held numerous other valuable medicinal components, all of which were precious in their own right. That it became evident that this boss was indeed a commendable individual. Although he understood that the peasant woman lacked knowledge about the true value of what she possessed and had accepted a lower price without realizing it, he chose not to exploit her ignorance. Instead, he meticulously collected the bear's valuable parts, explaining to Xiao Ran the nature of each item, its efficacy, and its market value. After approximately an hour of diligent work, the boss had completely gathered the medicinal materials from the bear, with only a portion of the bear's flesh remaining, which held no medicinal value and was merely fit for consumption. When he inquired whether Xiao Ran wished to sell this non-medicinal meat, she waved her hand in refusal, saying, "There's no need to sell this. I'll keep it to nourish my husband." The boss did not press the matter further. Since she was unwilling to sell, he respected her wishes. Today had indeed been a fruitful endeavor. The young girl had initially brought a heap of herbs, and now they had procured a bear, an exceptionally rare find, though he felt a tinge of regret for not obtaining a bear paw. The overall outcome was pleasing. In the end, after some calculations with his abacus, the total price for the bear amounted to 859 yuan. Upon hearing this figure, Xiao Ran was ecstatic. She had earned over 1,000 yuan today, which was quite remarkable. With her existing funds combined with today's earnings, her total had surpassed 5,000 yuan, filling her heart with joy. The proprietor of the apothecary, observing Xiao Ran's radiant demeanor, found it unsurprising. After all, such a substantial sum warranted happiness. Chapter 135. A visit to the recycling station. Xiao Ran departed the apothecary with a portion of the edible bear meat, and as she left, the shopkeeper warmly called out, "If you happen to catch another bear, do remember to bring it here to sell, and please, make sure to save at least 2 bear paws. Even just one will do." Xiao Ran responded affirmatively, though inwardly she mused, "Is it so easy to catch a bear? Is it so readily encountered? Such opportunities are rare and hard to come by. Ordinary folk lack the extraordinary luck that Xiao Ran possesses. They would likely find themselves injured by the bear, or worse, losing their lives in the encounter." Upon returning to the recycling station, Xiao Ran returned the cart to the attendant and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Instead of leaving immediately, she ventured inside the station to search for any potential treasures that might have been overlooked. However, it soon became apparent that the chances of finding anything valuable were slim. Precious items had long been taken by those with discerning eyes, leaving no opportunity for her, Lin Xiao Ran. Unable to uncover anything worthwhile, she decided to look for useful books, having already perused nearly all the books at home, including those given to her by the elderly in the cow shed and those sent by Gu Jingwa's family. She found herself in need of fresh reading material as she rummaged through the recycling station for quite some time. She eventually unearthed 2 thick medical texts, along with several textbooks. Most of the other books were stories, miscellaneous accounts, and 2 renowned classics from abroad. In the end, Xiao Ran emerged with a substantial stack of books. The recycling station's attendant, turning a blind eye, did not question her intentions for the books. After weighing the entire collection, which totaled 23 jin and 8 liang, he informed her that each jin cost 6 cents. Xiao Ran calculated the payment and handed it to him. With a cheerful smile, the attendant said, "Do come again. If new books arrive, I can set them aside for you." Ultimately, the items at the station were destined for destruction. And while he had to report a portion, being able to discreetly keep some for himself was a nice profit. Xiao Ran nodded with a smile and left the recycling station. Next, she headed to the supply and marketing cooperative. Since the new year, she had not visited the county town, and her household was in need of various supplies. Unlike during the festive season, most people were back to work, resulting in a less crowded cooperative. Xiao Ran began by purchasing some condiments, such as salt, rock sugar, granulated sugar, cinnamon, and star anise, as these items had been consumed rapidly during the New Year celebrations. Subsequently, she bought 3 jin of biscuits, her favorite snack, which she enjoyed for their crunchy sweetness. Perfect for munching on while reading in the afternoon, at the food stall, she also acquired a few bags of soft and delightful pastries, meant for her master and the elderly relatives. Additionally, she bought 2 large bags of white rabbit milk candies, a delightful treat to please their palates. After completing her purchases, Xiao Ran proceeded to the meat stall and bought 5 jin of meat. As her household supplies had nearly been depleted, With her basket filled and her arms laden with various bags, she finally boarded the ox cart to return home. Author's note. The fourth update is complete. Chapter 136. Foraging for herbs. Xiao Ran returned to her team around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. By this time, most of the villagers had already left for work, so only the uncle tending the ox cart was aware of her numerous purchases. Otherwise, her bounty would surely have sparked gossip and curiosity among the others. For lunch, she had casually consumed a few steamed buns in the county, overwhelmed by her joy, leaving little thought for a proper meal. Once home, Xiao Ran organized her newly acquired items and then set off with her basket and sickle to the mountains. She had not yet fed the 2 piglets from that morning. However, she had anticipated her extended absence in the county and had ensured they received a generous meal earlier, leaving half of their feed available for their midday hunger. Now that she was back, she planned to gather some pig fodder while also foraging for medicinal herbs. This time, she ventured to a different mountain that she rarely visited. The mountain she typically explored had yielded few valuable herbs due to her frequent foraging. This new locale, however, appeared to be untouched, as the flora was lush and verdant, with towering trees blanketing the landscape. It was springtime, and the mountain was alive with blooming flowers and vibrant greenery, exuding a sense of vitality. Humming a cheerful tune, Xiao Ran made her way along the winding mountain path, her spirits soaring. Along the way, she discovered a plethora of herbs, likely due to the lack of harvesters. She found a variety of previously unseen medicinal plants, including tianqi, huanglian, huangbua, and exanihua, and was elated to stumble upon Hishouwu. Overjoyed, she quickly collected all the herbs into her storage space, planning to sort them upon her return home. After spending over 2 hours on the mountain, she filled her basket with pig fodder and then made her way back down. Upon returning, Xiao Ran first cooked the pig fodder. Once it was ready, she fed the 2 piglets until they were satisfied. By then, it was nearly 6 o'clock. After a busy day, Xiao Ran felt quite hungry, yet she found it peculiar that Gu Jinghua had not yet arrived. Typically, he would come by before 5, so his absence today raised her concerns. Was something amiss? Before long, Chao Lihua rushed over, breathless and panicked, exclaiming, "Xiao Ran, there has been an incident." It turned out that around 4 o'clock that afternoon, 3 wild boars had suddenly descended from the mountains and rampaged through the fields. Upon sighting the ferocious creatures, everyone had frantically scattered. Fearing for their safety, the villagers scrambled to devise a plan to capture the wild boars. The team leader recalled that during a previous encounter with wild boars, it had been Gu Jinghua alone who had managed to take down one of the formidable beasts.